With tens of thousands of cards in circulation, you need to be able to identify the few that are valuable, recognize all their possible variants, and then form a thesis as to why it will be worth more in the future. Appreciation can range from tens to thousands of dollars, and in this bull market, there's opportunity at every level. After selling $10,000 worth of inventory last weekend, Ricky today is sourcing cards to restock for his next show.
Do you have any other steel or no? How much are you asking? Can I take all three for 45? Where's that? Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Pokemon cards operate on engineered scarcity, randomized distribution, and pack-based sales. This playbook is the foundation of the entire trading card game genre. Card makers purposely design certain cards in the set as rare and desirable chase cards. They print them in small quantities and generate demand through aesthetic and/or competitive differentiation, but not all chase cards are created equal. In 1999, the probability of pulling a chase card out of a Pokemon pack varied as there was a hierarchy to rarity. For holographic rares, the odds hovered between 1% and 3%, but to get the rarest, the odds were below 1%, meaning unlucky customers would need to buy hundreds or thousands of packs for a chance. Back then, collectors were encouraged to buy packs with some of the most powerful Pokemon decks for competition. The market chased cards that gave the strongest competitive edge. Today, scarcity is still the main ingredient, but the boom is all about nostalgia and aesthetics. This is why the secondary market is so heavily concentrated in singles. Consumers can make efficient, targeted purchases for the exact Pokemon cards they want and bypass the randomized lottery pack model entirely. The ROI for pulling chase cards is at a record high, even for the latest sets that are only a few weeks old, as the lucky few can instantly flip their hauls at massive premiums. Ricky represents the demographic that's driven most of this present-day boom: educated, economical, sociable millennials that have brought their professional backgrounds, career mindset, and childhood nostalgia into the hobby. His stable tech job gives him freedom to run the business on his own terms. Ricky deals in singles, where he can control spend and exposure to the exact cards he believes in. There are more than 23,000 English-language Pokemon cards in circulation, spanning over 1,000 species and 400 human characters. Every year, new characters are introduced into the franchise roster and card game. Ultimately, every card in every pack is exclusive to a set, and every set is part of a larger series that typically runs for 2 to 3 years, comprising a total of 1,000 to 3,000 distinct cards. Like most collectibles, age drives the greatest value. It's why the chase cards of 1999 and the early 2000s are worth exponentially more today than their modern counterparts. But even the dedicated fans, let alone part-timers like Ricky, must rely on even higher level abstraction of quote-unquote eras to make sense of the ever-expanding supply.
Pokemon TCG started in Japan in the late 90s and really hit Western audiences around the same time, early 2000s. Anything that's over about 20, maybe 25 years old would be considered vintage. And then it kind of moved into mid-era. In the mid-2000s, particularly the trading card game's popularity was sort of overtaken by other trading card games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Where the Pokemon Company always prints demand, and they're historically very good. Roughly 2000.
Cho đâu đồ, chiêu đừng muốn cho đâu đồ.
A lost era for a lot of people who
Nít đồ cũng được.
because it's sort of novel to them. That moves us into like Sun and Moon and XY era.
伊即摆伫讲外国，伊之前就搞来一个都听嘛，我都搞来，伊讲伊这个歌就把你可能一个 touch 到微博，然后就变成无该。
他钱还给你，叫你给他们啊，那你又还给他们。
没关系，他不会拿，人家老人他都帮你量，你爸爸就躲在这里。
什么他不会拿？你呢？
他配跟我们配不是一样，
There are effectively two different markets within each
伊这个讲可能
Pokemon
会搞
is a low
小
ball,
米
high
啊，
value,
都
high
都
cost
拢
niche
有
market,
个
where profitably trading singles requires special personnel that can keep pockets. Prices here are generally more stable, and the appreciation is more consistent. The modern era, by contrast, is high volume, high liquidity, broadly accessible, and
笑死
under conventional logic, the high supply should push prices down, but what's out there is still not enough to meet today's unprecedented demand. The downside to dealing with singles and volatility. The abundance of public data lets risk and success is more timing than expertise. Like most in the hobby, Ricky's inventory has grown to encompass a little bit of everything, but modern English remains his bread and butter. And like every buyer and seller, Ricky doesn't trade without checking the numbers.
因为你以前系摸下电话，以前系打伊电话，啊？
Well, the low list is 300, so this card is also like actively moving down, probably.
你看老都没，我谢谢你帮忙啊！
I can give you 200. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. One of the reasons the market is the way that it is because there's so much data available in our pockets. You pull out your phone and there's websites and recent sales on eBay and there's apps that can aggregate sales and average prices. So everyone has roughly equal access to the information around what these cards recently sold for, and that tends to dictate the approximate market value for most things.
The demand for individual cards is also fueled by the widening cost gap between singles and packs. Modern singles are getting record prices at record speed, but still cheaper in profits by weekly singles outright than it is to gamble on sealed packs. For packs, the odds have never been worse. In 1999, the average series-wide pull rate for top chase cards was 1.4%. Today, it's 0.3%. Over time, the Pokemon Company has stuffed sets with more cards to maximize sales. The 1999 set had 113 cards for a total of 1,129 cards in the series. Today, there are over twice as many cards in the set and 3 times as many in the series, dramatically diluting the chances of pulling the most valuable chase cards. Like lottery tickets or slot spots, Pokemon packs are deliberately priced to deal harmful. The MSRP is $5 for a single pack of 10 cards, $14 for 3 packs, $27 for 6 packs, and $162 for a box of 36 packs. But scalpers snap up pallets as soon as they hit the sales floor, while scammers weigh packs to identify the ones containing chase cards, as the special foils, textures, and extra ink allegedly make them heavy. Some open packs replace valuable cards with worthless commons and then reseal them before flipping it to the unaware. As a result, consumers are shifted towards factory sealed bundles, boxes, and tins. They become collectibles themselves, where a single unopened box can sell for thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. This dynamic has created the second way to make money in Pokemon cards, holding sealed product. The appreciation of the sealed booster box is directly correlated with the market value of the top chase cards available in the set. And in today's economy, where even new releases are still impossible to find, sealed products from sets that are still in active print appreciate rapidly, selling double or triple their MSRP. Everything we've covered so far, chase cards and sealed product, all fundamentally derive their value from supply rarity. The fewer copies that exist, the higher the price. As time passes, their scarcity leads to appreciation. But rarity isn't just about how many cards exist, it's also about how many survive in perfect condition. Print quality is a long-standing issue among English-language Pokemon cards, where the rush mass production results in constant visual manufacturing errors like off-centering, miscut edges, smudges, or scratches. This means that condition rarity actually starts at the factory. But because condition is subjective, companies like PSA, CGC, and BGS have emerged as third-party authorities that grade cards on a 10-point scale. A PSA 10 is a virtually perfect card, with no perceptible defects or dings. But if there's one minor flaw, a single white spot on an edge, a corner that isn't perfectly sharp, or the faintest of scratches, the grade drops to a 9. Two or more flaws, and the grade drops to an 8 or lower. The percentage of a Pokemon card that gets submitted to a grading company and achieves that perfect 10 is called the gem rate. The lower the gem rate, the higher the condition rarity, and the greater the premium a PSA 10 commands. For most series, there's an inverse relationship between gem rate and price premium. Ultimately, supply rarity and condition rate are both fundamentally tied to age. This is why the most expensive English Pokemon cards are the vintage, first ever printed PSA 10 singles. The elite collectors don't just want the rarest, they want the pinnacle. Their willingness to splurge for the best of the rarest is precisely what drives these 5- and 6-figure prices. But grading itself remains unpredictable and inconsistent. At PSA, cards are inspected manually by humans. People mail in their card and wait weeks, sometimes months, for the card to be returned in a slab with its grade. Because the jump in value between a 10 and a 9, and even between a 9 and an 8 is so large, collectors will practically use slabs to resubmit the same cards, hoping they'll land at a more lenient grader and secure a grade. But all of this boils down to is that you want a jump. You need to run through waters. Or the card has to be pretty perfectly at the factory before you even get it into the pack. Then you need luck to be the one to pull it out of the pack at those 1% or lower odds. And lastly, you need some degree of luck that keeps it from grading as a 10. Over the decades, the Pokemon Company has used consumers have to condition a sleeve or slap their cards right out of the pack, and more collectors were graded. But while the average service-wide gem rate for chase cards in vintage and era is 5% or less, gem rate for these singles in the modern era is high at 70%. Nearly half of the modern cards that get submitted to PSA for grading is a 10. The value of vintage and mid-era singles are fundamentally driven by the genuine scarcity, but the modern era defies both collectible convention and historic Pokemon fundamentals with valuations that are forgiving of both supply and condition. Every vintage and mid-era single loses between 85 to 95% of its value when it's graded below a 10. A modern single that gets graded as an 8 or 9 strangely retains far more of its value, despite the abundant population of 10s, with almost 69 to 70% reduction. One explanation is that supply is scale with demand, as modern singles have has drawn millions of new mass-market buyers who might never have engaged with vintage cards. But it's unlikely that the present-day hype will last long enough to sustain such supply. This makes the modern era inherently more fragile and speculative than any other era of Pokemon cards. Still, that hasn't stopped Ricky, or most of the people, from making modern singles 80 to 100% of their business. A natural question would be then why doesn't everyone grade their cards? Grading fees range between $30 to $300 per card depending on the value. Because of this risk and cost, the market for singles splits between ungraded and graded cards. Graded cards, often referred to as slabs, command a premium because the seller has paid upfront to certify authenticity and condition. Raw cards, on the other hand, are cheaper because the buyer takes on all the risk. If you can spot an ungraded card, negotiate the right price, and secure that high grade, you can capture all that upside as profit.
嗰陣時我近你住嘅，比較最後就比較滑啲嘅，啲雕啊。
Do you have any room on it?
我一看到對面嘅。
I don't think it would be at 220, man. I don't want to be at like 200.
一做乜諗你肯定排一點喎？
Just because it's I mean, yeah.
肯定排一點喎。
I think I sold one that was LP-ish for like 250 recently. Yeah. Okay.
係咪你係咪排定話？
There's a lot of different variables besides just market price. How often does a card sell? How easy is it to sell in a market like this one? How much room do I believe they have on the card based on when they purchased it or how they acquired it or if they graded it themselves? So I'm looking at all those dimensions before I really even get to talking about the price. I want to see what their sticker price is and establish do I even think that's a fair starting point for the negotiation.
That's a
Figure out where
more
in that range allows them to
Not
manage
all
that
you can
market
look at
for
it.
resale. How long have you had the Deoxys VMAX? Was it this
都
summer?
解
They took
乜都解
us off.
要多嘅，
They sold at 266.
嗱幾條多嘅，你話啲同你話啲，一加你話啲同你話啲啦。嚇？
405.
我知唔到咧 Andy。
Okay, I'll do 410. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah.
Ricky's 10 years in tech sales gives him a professional edge over other vendors and collectors. By focusing on near mid-modern ROD, he isn't trying to predict where the market is going as much as he is looking to maximize where it is now. And in today's frothy environment, eking out $5 or $10 in a deal makes all the difference.
I don't know what you guys need right now. Like, I love to trade for singles mostly. Does that work? Yeah. I already have these. I don't need 2 of these. I have one of those. I already have one. The sales are around 40 for this. I would 35. Okay, no worries. What are you asking? 1400. Okay, I'll pass. How much did you say? Oh, this is 100. Okay. I see why. I'll pass.
While trading singles and sealed products are the 2 main income streams of Pokemon cards, Ricky has harnessed a third in creating content. In just 1 year, he's become one of the fastest growing creators in the space, catering to low-knowledge beginners and nostalgic fans rediscovering the hobby just as he did.
When I got back into the Pokemon hobby at the beginning of last year, I noticed in watching a lot of the vendor point of view content that started coming out that it's cool to watch vendors negotiate, but the vicarious living kind of must have more with the buyer. And so I strapped a camera to my chest and started walking around these shows. And actually, the first video that I uploaded was at this show in late June of last year. And that video almost overnight hit thousands of views, which blew my mind. I enjoy selling cards, but I spent 9 to 5 for over a decade selling. So that part of it feels more like work, listing things on eBay and packing and shipping them and negotiating those prices. A lot of the sourcing I do now is not that active. I just wait around for Instagram DMs and emails and people who say, I have $10,000 Pokemon cards I've been sitting on. I know I can can trust you and that you'll give me a fair price for it, and I'll give them a fair offer to offload everything. It's an offer that gives me 15 to 30% margin depending on the item, and those are things I bring to shows and sell online, and I create more content. That leads to more people reaching out, and the sort of flywheel continues that way. I consider myself a content creator in space, maybe more than I am a buyer, collector, or reseller, or anything like that. It's a really scalable business in the sense that I can take time off from it for a couple weeks and it'll still earn the same amount of money.
These days, every vendor understands the upside of content creation. Despite the friendly demeanor and communal spirit of the Pokemon card community, they're all direct competitors in a zero-sum game. The odds that there are multiple copies of the same card in the same condition are higher than ever, and getting lower price just a few tables away can instantly kill a deal at this one. Content is more than just a third income stream, it's the ultimate differentiator.
Without the content, to make as much as I am now in this business, I would have to vent 2 or 3 times as frequently, but because of the content, each show has some bang for its buck, and I have a pretty good chance of performing well at that show, just in a lot of cases.
嚟接呢度計講是乜佢計佢一個咗咯？
Should I give you 70 for these 3? So the offer is at 90% after that. I'll do 72, that's it. 71, let's split the difference.
Pokemon cards are like an iceberg, and Ricky operates at the surface, where demand is most visible, supply is greatest, profits are quickest, and knowledge requirements are lowest. In the limited hours that he can dedicate to the hobby, he excels by following the data, flipping what sells, and catering to the mainstream population. He doesn't have the bandwidth to go any deeper or to expand towards high-end vintage or Japanese cards. Ricky averages $10,500 a month in Pokemon cards, for a annual run rate of $126,000. While he sells 10 times as many raws as slabs in volume, slabs and raws each contribute 50-50. 70% of the sales are in person, even though he typically works just 1 card show a month. On the content side, Ricky grosses on average $5,500 per month across AdSense and sponsors, for an annual run rate of $66,000. Combined, Ricky, under Leon's trading, grosses $191,000 a year. And flashy numbers like these are what attract newcomers. But this is a business about value capture, not value creation. Ricky's gross margin on cards, after deducting the cost of inventory and grading, has surged from 29% to 41% this year, a jump he admits feels too good to last. His overall operating margin after travel, table fees, and production costs sits at 54%, but that doesn't factor the thousands of unpaid hours he spends
Who wants to
sourcing,
meet me in
selling, and
person?
setting the market. These profit margins are based on capital alone. Ricky has 1 foot in and 1 foot out, and wants to keep it that way.
Tech is changing a lot right now, and the opportunity cost of jumping out is really, really high. And if it didn't go well, the opportunity cost of not making that salary for a few years is substantial in terms of how it affects my family and my own financial goals and me and my wife's future. If I were full-time, the risk of burning out on it would increase substantially, and it would probably pull some of the fun out of it. I wouldn't trade that for a few tens of thousands of extra dollars a year from the hobby.
Can you do 87 or you guys are around 90?
I'd like to be around 90. We could go a little under 90, 850. I get take $100 off. Yeah, 850. Thank you too. Yeah.
應該 take away
In this world,
all the
supply and demand
facts.
are like clockwork. Cheap cards are at pack prices, supply shapes liquidity, and the best sellers are the ones who identify opportunity before the rest of the market. Timing is everything.
然后主要跟你讲利润可能
While you may never
就
find
是
that much
提高它的
principle extends
interest
beyond Pokemon.
人
Businesses
力
like
利
Life,
息
success
如
is
果
finding the
提
right
高了
opportunities，before
可能
everyone
对
else.
它
If
的
you're
股
hiring, you can
票
find qualified candidates right
也
away
会
time and time again with ZipRecruiter. And today, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/MBA. If hiring you when you post your listing and waiting for applications to trickle in, you're already falling behind. ZipRecruiter turns hiring from passive to active. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology works fast to find top talent. You're steering the process, not leaving things up to chance. In this day and age, good candidates will not walk through the door, and the best talent will always be recruited, not waiting around to be found. With ZipRecruiter's advanced resume database, you can unlock top candidates' contact information instantly, giving you that leg up on bringing in the staff who will take your business to the next level. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2, an accolade that few companies in the world ever receive. Want to know right away how many qualified candidates are in your area? Look no further than ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/MBA. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/MBA. ZipRecruiter is the smartest way to hire.
以出入不
Well,
略
this
意
card show in LA is
然后
Ricky's
怪
biggest
我
of the year.
啊，
For
你
Jason,
们看
it's
着
just another stop on the weekend circuit, but has taken him from San Diego to Atlanta. As soon as this show wraps, he's catching a red eye to Tokyo. Between card shows, he fulfills eBay orders from home or scours Japanese shops for inventory. For 3 years, Jason has lived this trans-Pacific grind, splitting his life between San Francisco and Tokyo. Jason deals exclusively in Japanese Pokemon cards. He admits he can't even name the latest English releases. Even though both markets share the same parent company and fundamentals of rarity, what drives value in Japan is not what drives value in the West. If the English Pokemon card market is the 100-foot tip of the iceberg, then Jason operates 1,000 feet deep below the surface. He's part of the top 1% of the hobby that's developed the knowledge, specialization, and skills to build a high-stakes full-time business on top of the children's card game. His eBay store is anonymous, his business logo is a stock image, his YouTube videos are just raw thoughts from close friends, and his take on the card show are as humble as his person.
One of the reasons why I gravitate towards Japanese is that level of exclusivity, history, and just additional lore behind the entire collectibility aspect of Pokemon. For example, this is my favorite set of all time. It is 1997 Bandai card apps, and these came from vending machines, but these were Japanese exclusives. This artwork was only printed on this type of card. Obviously, the goal is to sell, buy, trade, and make this work for ourselves, whether it's as a side hustle or full-time job. But we also have a duty to educate and expose people to things that they haven't seen before, and immerse customers further into our space and into their hobby too. When I was first getting started, like 4 or 5 years ago, I saw Japanese as an opportunity, bit of a cheaper, for lack of a better term, safer alternative to buying, sourcing, grading English Pokemon cards. A lot of the main set English cards out of the pack were very tough to grade. Getting a PSA 10 or even a 9 for certain cards was pretty difficult. But Japanese card quality for the newest sets, even promos, were very strong.
The differences go beyond print quality. Every Pokemon card is designed and released in Japan first before anywhere else. Japan gets a new set every month, while the English market combines 2 to 3 into one larger release every quarter. Because of this, Japanese sets contain significantly fewer cards than English sets. The cards themselves don't match one-to-one across languages, and not every Japanese card gets an English version. The other difference is pull rates. Under Japan's consumer protection law, Japanese booster boxes guarantee at least 4 chase cards in every 30 packs, whereas English distribution is completely random. With fewer cards and more sets, pull rates about 7 in 10 Japanese chase cards were graded in perfect condition compared to just 1 in 10 of their English equivalents. And even today in the modern era, where English cards enjoy a record high gem rate of 40%, this pales next to the 90% of their Japanese equivalents. It's a trend that extends even to the vintage era. In short, supply rarity and condition rarity are non-factors for main set Japanese chase cards. Yet because the American market is driven by nostalgia, their Japanese equivalents can be substitutes despite their higher supply and superior quality. Side by side, English chase cards from main sets consistently sell for more due to the greater market size, demand, and buying power. Yet the world's most expensive Pokemon cards are predominantly Japanese. These record-breaking singles are limited run exclusives that were produced outside of the main sets as one-time collaborations with local brands, publications, tournaments, or contests. Because they're so culturally specific, they have no relevance in any other market and thus never make it into an English release. These are the true chase cards from the Japanese market with genuine supply and condition rarity. Their scarcity attracts high-end collectors and public figures at the tip of the market. Ultimately, both Japanese and American markets define value by supply and condition rarity, but their application is inverted. In Japan, rarity lives in promos because their main sets have none. Conversely, the US values main set cards because the low pull rates and print quality create rarity. And on the flip side, certain Japanese cards are desirable only in Japan, like waifu full art female trainer cards, which enjoy far greater appreciation, demand, and market value than their English equivalents. Ultimately, this broad niche of Japanese exclusives is where Jason has built his business for the past 5 years, but they're less of a novelty these days. Below the 7-figure trophy cards, Japanese exclusives have begun to catch mid-market momentum in the US. Many vendors and collectors today are following Jason's playbook, diversifying their inventory with Japanese exclusives. Instead, the elephant in the room is the entry of corporations. Multi-billion-dollar players like PSA and Fanatics are now aggressively looking to consolidate this atomized secondary market into their own walled gardens. By offering cash for cards as soon as they're graded, or pack-ripping live streams on their platforms, these companies have the capital to intercept supply and control demand. But in the short term, the influx of competition from individual sellers doesn't faze Jason.
I welcome it. It gives a little bit more exposure to my space. It also pushes me to improve my craft. If we truly want to build this into like a passion, you have to continue learning new concepts, expose yourself to, in Pokemon terms, like new releases, different types of releases, the history. If we can all do that, then as a space, we're continuing to move forward. Whenever people come to my table and they tell me, hey, you're the best table I've been to all day, like even if they didn't buy anything, like it means so much to me. It tells me like I've done my job and I can be confident, even if that person didn't buy something from me, maybe someone else will.
Getting Japanese cards isn't as simple as ordering them online. Only a fraction of the country's inventory reaches marketplaces like Mercari Japan and Yahoo Japan auctions. The English market follows a similar dynamic. The cards that make it onto eBay are generally the high-value graded slabs. This makes Japanese card shops identical to American card shows, where the high-volume and low-information cash-heavy environment allows skilled buyers to snap up hidden gems, bargains, and overlooked opportunities. But the barriers to entry in the online Japanese market go well beyond inventory and language.
You buy the items, they come to a warehouse, they consolidate them into one package for you, they ship them to you. 20, you don't know like what you're gonna get from Japan.
Right.
Get something that's
喂，
bulletproof.
我没有一种眼睛啊，这阿拉那啷个都哇，
Some support
老
international
嘛
shipping,
呢？
only accept Japanese payment methods, or require
老嘛我
and
看
habits.
挂过来没
I've
挂？
tried to bridge this gap, but the difference in time zones, culture, and communication make each transaction slower, riskier, and more expensive in a market where timing and trust is everything. Even data is a barrier. The present and travelers that Americans rely on only work for English cards. These structural and cultural obstacles keep the Japanese market central closed off to outside, beyond the few singles that get traction and are already trading at premiums in the US market. The true selection, depth, and opportunity remain accessible only to those who have committed themselves as deeply as Jason.
すいません、時給ですか？はい、お願いします。はい、渡りギャラです。There was a learning curve to sourcing cards from Japan. There's no purchase protection. If you buy something off of eBay, if the card that you receive in the mail is damaged, you can open the claim on eBay. But buying from Japan, like if I bought like this in a PSA 10 and what I got was this, there's nothing I can do. Because if I charge back on my credit card, then my account would get banned. Back then as well, promos, Japanese exclusive cards were more easily attainable too because that level of knowledge and exposure wasn't there. So just having the chance to be like one of the first or early adopters during that period relative to where we are now in the space where everybody knows about Japanese cards is a competitive edge.
Jason's constant trans-Pacific grind is his moat. Today in Tokyo, he's hitting 45 shops across 6 districts. He'll do it again in Osaka, then Kyoto, then Nagoya, all over the next 2 days. He'll cycle through the circuit week after week until his next flight back to San Francisco. It's as exhausting as it is unglamorous. Jason's edge is curation, grounded in his near encyclopedic knowledge of Japanese exclusives, their price history, their supply on a per se basis, along with their potential value when assessed through the lens of what he buys. His unlimited efforts to master Japanese only deepen this. And while most of the constantly run numbers, Jason rarely touches his phone when sourcing.
哦，应该要打北
There
了，
are
应该要
almost no
应该要
raw
打
authentic
北。
has likely graded enough to maximize resale value. Those few slots are what circulating today.
所以呢，应该要打打北了。
Go the distance to maximize return, as even card types sell their own cards directly, pay for grading, and will travel to weekend shows just to extract every dollar. Japan, in contrast, is oriented more on play and passion. Most cards never get graded. Anyone can walk into a card shop in Japan, but the real skill is in knowing which cards are truly valuable, whether they're greatly priced or low standards, and how likely you are to find copies that are cheaper or in better condition elsewhere. And none of that information is online. Jason's profit margins are driven by multiple layers of arbitrage. He capitalizes on geographic price differences, leverages cultural fluency to act on real-time information, and remains physically immersed across both worlds to find local and valued Japanese cards that would be in demand in the US market. There are 2 schools of thought in a collectible market. One says it's all irrational. You overthink it, just ride the wave, manage risk, and take profits wherever you can. But when you're all in, like Jason, you can't simply chalk everything up to your rationality and let the market direct you wherever it goes. You need structure and logic for inventory and longevity. Jason sees the US market's obsession with sales data as not just lazy, but fundamentally flawed.
I think comps are very valid
It's like
for
a-
the mainstream mass market cards that have a lot of
哎
data
继续
selling
在
哎呀，
every week. Those give us a guideline on what that card could be valued. But it's not applicable across the board, nor should it be. It's about what can you buy the card for. for right now. And I think a lot of that applies to cards that have strong collectability traits. When we start to get much higher in the condition rankings for example, a PSA 10, card ass checklist, secret rare, you can look up what it last sold for, but very likely that sale happened 6+ months in the past or 3 months in the past. There's a large difference between what it last sold for versus what you can buy it for right now. And because there's only 31 available in the world in PSA 10, if you want one, you have to work with a seller to work out a price that both of you value it at.
Over time, Jason has built his own internal framework to evaluate a card's potential. His apartment in San Francisco is filled with countless examples of inventory curated this way.
Character, release, language exclusivity. Is it a promo? Is it vintage? Is there a print limit to this card? Is this low pop? Is there a condition rarity factor? I sell cards as cheap as $4. This one's $6. On the listing title, I have me 59. It tells me which bin on this rack the card is located in. This is a card that I bought for $1 in Japan, so like $6 after fees and shipping, probably netting like $2. But it's a Japanese exclusive card. It's vintage. This artwork never made it to America, so there's a uniqueness to it.
But Jason's not married to this framework. For every rule, there's an exception. Ironically, the American mass market has stepped into this niche in recent months with the Japanese exclusive McDonald's Pikachu card as the latest version of Civilisation. The card went viral before its release, and Americans saw it as a rare opportunity to source a very specific, low-risk, high-potential asset from Japan's normally closed off market. Scalpers from McDonald's stores across Japan, dumping tons of Happy Meals just to hoard copies of the card. The public outcry over food waste forced McDonald's Japan to cancel the entire promotion within 24 hours. 2 months later, and the McDonald's Pikachu card has become the most graded card in existence. With an extraordinary 91% gem rate, the market has become flooded with PSA 10s and raw copies of this specific card, factors that should drastically depress value in a rational market. But despite this, speculation has driven the card's value to hundreds of dollars. Sellers who rush to be the first to market paid over $100 per card for the expedited grading. Those holding dozens or hundreds of these slabs are forced to anchor their price today at $150 just to simply recoup those fees, irrespective of saturation. This dynamic is also evident with other exclusives such as Van Gogh Pikachu, where popularity breaks rationality and mass market hype can override conventional supply and condition rarity.
The Van Gogh has art level of immediate appeal. It is an actual museum collaboration based on historic art. It has that recognition at even the most basic level where somebody who doesn't follow Pokemon at all and can name 3 Pokemon tops, they would still recognize this as Van Gogh Pikachu. So something like this has immediate recognition in a showcase versus McDonald's Pikachu, where right now McDonald's Pikachu is kind of like the flavor of the month type of thing. So like the McDonald's Pikachu artwork is a little flat, it's only a half art, whereas the Van Gogh is the entire art. It's got a completely different shade of color, it's wearing a hat, like Pikachu wearing clothes, like maybe if Pikachu was dressed like Ronald McDonald, that would have a different effect. But in terms of the longer term trajectory, Van Gogh Pikachu is actually something else wrong about too.
Jason has done this long enough to know that there's no prize for ideology. If it sells, it sells. Although he thinks McDonald's Pikachus are pure hype, he still maintains a tiny position in them, and the $15 he paid is a cheap hedge against his own skepticism. Yet more and more cards this year are breaking Jason's framework. He sees instability not just in the valuations of cards, but also in the new wave of vendors that have flooded weekend card shows.
I've learned in real time that not everybody is starting to vend just to sell their collection or do this as a job. We're starting to see it, oh, I'm vending just to make shorts on Instagram, or I'm vending because I just want to make the vendor POVs and have them go viral. I've seen a lot of people just sitting at their table, and if I had to guess, they sell between 5 to 10 graded cards, if even that, and they're packing up a lot of stuff. And it's the biggest card show in California. So there's definitely a skill level to this. I do think whoever is either what they do, and those who have genuine interest and passion for the right reasons in the space will do well, and we'll see the space in a positive light. And then I think in 2026, for those who maybe aren't as good at what they're doing, what they try to do, or aren't in the space for the right reasons, we'll see the turn.
His perspective and by extension business are in a state of constant evolution. He didn't develop his framework, choose to specialize in Japanese cards, or decide to He snowboarded inventory and business from hundreds of dollars to millions, one card at a time. In his first year full time, Jason got his first big break when he spent $15,000 on 2 raw full art Japanese trainer cards sight unseen. This risk paid off when the wife was in Japan, speaking to Tokyo, saw the cards in person, and walked away with over $100,000. In his early Japan days, slabs to Americans where neither 5% profit margin was unsustainable. These realizations led him to focus exclusively on raws and to evaluate singles based on intrinsic collectability, where he's able to enter the life cycle of a card before it arrives at its final state as a graded, optimized asset. But Jason's current strategy is as contrarian as his operating model. He's shifted down market to more affordable inventory, rather than chasing the speculative peak where more and more people are getting priced out. Jason grosses on average $43,000 a month at card shows for an annual run rate of $516,000. His eBay business adds another $32,000 a month for an annual run rate of $384,000. Combined, his entire business hovers at $900,000 a year. 25% of his inventory gets graded, while the other 75% remain as raw. Slabs make up 95% of online sales, but only 30% in person. To Jason, both sales channels are essential. Card shows provide rapid liquidity, while online sales provide passive income, and all the proceeds cycle back to Japan for sourcing. Historically, Jason's operating margin has hovered at 20%, but this year has surged to 40%. Ultimately, Jason doesn't see himself as a visionary, just someone who's refined a single viable strategy in a market full of possibilities. He never expected Pokemon cards to be his full-time profession. It grew out of necessity during a series of tech layoffs. But despite grossing nearly $1 million a year and mastering a market that few truly understand, he still considers Pokemon cards a temporary venture.
I'm chasing passion.
你冇冇禮煩，那麼一定要呢自己家咧，呢個冇 include 定自己 take away all the fat。你睇呢一種嘅面膜真係冇人嚟食，呢啲係會加價嘅。
I don't think I want to be doing this into my 40s and 50s because
Yo,
this
need
year
to get
specifically is like taking over my life completely, like 24/7, and I don't think that's the healthiest way to live. So while this year has been really, really great,
哇，这今年另外是
keep
干。
better balance in my life as well. Throughout the rest of my 30s, there could be a new hobby, which is the lowest common denominator for me to do. And naturally, with my personality, I might get really, really into that, and that could be the next like passion project as well.
Jason's success is rooted in his dedication. He's uprooted his life to optimize a business that can't be scaled and to sweep through every card shop around Japan week after week. There's no such thing as a day off. If he's not sourcing cards, his supply runs out. If he's not fulfilling orders as soon as they come in, his eBay seller rating drops. If he's not at card shows, he doesn't have cash flow for sourcing. Jason can certainly streamline things, perhaps develop a relationship with card shop owners or hire locals to source cards in Japan when he's not there. But Jason doesn't buy what he hasn't personally expected. Each trip is a chance for him to sharpen his knowledge. He knows he could hit 7 figures if he worked every weekend at a card show, but he's increasingly conscious of how much of his day-to-day has turned into a reclusive life on the road, away from friends, family, and personal
내가
pursuits.
끄면
In a bull market,
이배
everyone is a winner. The challenge with Pokemon cards is the same as every collectible. With time, they eventually cool, and demand rarely lasts beyond 2 generations. The silent generation poured money into stamps, coins, and books. Baby boomers speculated in furniture, baseball cards, comics, and vinyl records. Gen X collected watches, photography, and Persian rugs. Millennials and Gen Z have chased sneakers, cryptocurrency, NFTs, and now Pokemon cards. The long-term survival of this specific market all depends on whether the next generation greets it with the same nostalgic reverence. Jason and Ricky represent opposite evolutions of the same phenomenon. One deals in intuition and
Cái
intellect, the other in
image
numbers and personality. One treats it as a side hustle, and the other a full-time job. Both embody the best of the Pokemon card world. Ambitious but genuine, profit-minded yet community-driven, competitive yet transparent, and united by an unspoken optimism that everything they do in this market today is just one chapter in a larger journey of professional and personal growth. Want to know right away how many qualified candidates are in your area? Look no further than ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a qualified candidate within the first day. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/MBA. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/MBA. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. They still mistakenly believed that it was scale. H&M at this stage was led by Carl Johan Persson, who had been handed the keys to the kingdom by his father, who himself was handed the keys by his father. Carl Johan was the third generation of the family to run H&M, but because his grandfather had ensured H&M's survival in the 50s and his father had scaled H&M through the 90s into a global brand, Carl Johan, in comparison, had it easy. He had been born into a family of billionaires, and he objectively lacked the innate paranoia that placed self-made businessmen
좀
in
좀 광예.
the son of a roadside
자,
thief.
오늘
Carl Johan
FIFA
was
뭐 가이드야 저
he had luxury and capital.
가이드 안 깨네 허니
Survival
이거
and scale
보니
could already been handled by the current generation. On the product side, he started the same tactics. When leisure took off and innovation was scored, and collaborations became a thing, the company brought in Alexander Wang and David Beckham. On the side, he experimented with upmarket fashion shows in Paris, rewards programs, and supported online ordering when e-commerce took off. But when you're at the 10,000 foot level as a CEO, these are merely tactics, not strategy. Rather than setting a sales goal, Carl Johan set the number of stores as H&M's target. He
이놈아
publicly
뭐
committed to
가이
opening 10,000
있어서
new stores every
이거는
year for the
뜨는
next
게
decade. By 2014, the company was opening a new store
가이면
in the world
이거
every day
이거
of the year, a pace
가이
never seen
이거
before.
사줘야
As they prioritized scale, the company got even further away
Right.
from profit. Carl Johan was in his mid-30s, and without paranoia and experience, he could not see the market changing around him.
근데
He had been
백인도
born into
겨
a
내가
market that H&M had
매를
targeted.
내
When media and millennials turned up the heat on fast fashion,
나
the
그때
entire
나도
world was
매도
in the
이거
H&M and not Uniqlo that took
약간
Carl Johan responded directly to these challenges based on by leading a multi-year charge on ethics and sustainability, committing fair wages for factory workers, auditing suppliers for better working conditions, lobbying governments for stronger labor standards, and reducing carbon emissions. The company's direction boiled down to just these 2 line items: sustainability and scale. What Carl Johan couldn't see was that the foundation of H&M's success was actually under threat. If we were to abstract clothing as a whole, it would look like a triangle. At the bottom of the triangle, we find everyday basics, which are the products with the highest profits and the greatest total addressable market. These are products that can be ordered in large volumes and have demand year-round. Then in the middle, we have current fashion, which is what customers are seeking in the current season, like puffers in the winter and dresses in the summer. These products in the middle can be sold for a lot more, but they also have to be moved before the season ends. And at the tip of the triangle, you have the trendiest, hottest garments, which are really only sought after by
이거는
fashion
이거는 다
basics,
이게
which
와요.
represent the small
이거
addressable market and the small small. But the trade-off of small volumes means the highest prices because you're
그게
offering
다 나이바래.
H&M has been successful over the decades, offering everything in this triangle at low cost. Customers would stop at trendy pieces and end up with some seasonal garments and a few basics, or vice versa. But despite the flashy runway pieces and glamour shots, H&M's bread and butter as a business was ultimately still built on the basics and at the bottom of the triangle. There were 2 shifts in the mid-2010s. Uniqlo had specialized in basics and was now surging. They were winning over customers at the bottom of the triangle. And at the tip of the triangle, you had Zara, who had specialized in the trendiest pieces. And they were far more aggressive about rotating inventory to win over the higher income, fashion-forward big city dwellers. This left H&M was really just the middle of the triangle in current fashion, but even that was contested. Beyond what Zara and Uniqlo were doing, traditional labels like Gap, Abercrombie, and Ralph Lauren, who had gotten their lunch eaten for the past decade, were now incorporating fast fashion practices into their seasonal pieces. H&M was effectively being squeezed out. They had thrived in the past with first-mover advantage, but now they lacked the quality and the speed to compete anywhere in this triangle as a jack of all trades and a master of none. Revenue was a lagging indicator, not a leader. By the time Carl Johan could see the gaps, the damage was already done. Overall sales grew as people were still buying H&M clothes, but not at full price. This was the quote-unquote relative satisfaction dynamic that Tadashi had been worried about a decade ago for Uniqlo, where customers only really developed loyalty to the lowest bidder. By the late 2010s, H&M's profits had plummeted to record lows. The decline was exacerbated by the fact that H&M had also lost its grip on its strongest markets. Sales in Europe were now regressing, and the new markets that they were banking on for growth were not really performing any better. The only region that was really growing was in the Americas, but the bottom line was wrecked from operating so many stores across 2 continents. It became impossible to tell if H&M sales were really growing or if they were just enjoying its initial honeymoon rejection from the store. Inventory
너무 뚱이나.
H&M
이 차도 띵이야. 이거 그런 잘 보니. 나뭐 나 차도 이거 띵 소리야. 그냥.
When faced with these declining numbers, Carl Johan stubbornly stuck to scale. He was convinced that this problem was not unique to H&M and that every fashion brand was suffering from the retail apocalypse, and that personalized emails, mobile app experiences, and next-day delivery would turn things around. He was forced out in 2019, and by the time he stepped down,
아이고, 그
H&M stores
맹구냉.
were acquired in 2019, and there are Uniqlo and Zara stores in 2024. H&M today is still stuck in sustain. For the first time ever, it's handed the reins outside the family. But when you hire CEOs from the same management tree, all you really change are the faces. They appointed Carl Johan Lieutenant to run the company. Her only achievements before becoming CEO was leading H&M's superfit sustainability programs. Sales plateaued under her tenure, and she lasted just 4 years before resigning, citing that the job had become too stressful. What the company needs now is a true outsider with no attachment to the past and has the ruthlessness to challenge what exists, as H&M today still operates more stores than Gap and Uniqlo. Zara is arguably the most secretive company ever covered on modern NBA. They publish only the bare minimum required by law. Their leaders and executives stay in the shadows and rarely appear publicly or give interviews. Their rationale and worldview has remained undisclosed for decades. Their financials tell us the how and the what, but leads us to imagine why. And all we have the lack of indicators to lead. H&M, Uniqlo, and just about every fashion brand sources product from third parties in Asia or labor in Shiba, and they willingly put up with a long lead time and the different time zones just to save a buck. Zara does the opposite, as they run their own factories and they work primarily with third parties. They're located in close proximity to their Spanish headquarters. By manufacturing and contracting across Morocco, Portugal, Turkey, and Spain, Zara pays more for labor and product, but gains the edge on speed. They turn ideas into finished products in as fast as 2 weeks and can deliver to stores by 3, whereas Uniqlo is reportedly still stuck at 4 to 6. Zara gains flexibility as all the inventory flows through Spain under one roof before being parceled out to every store worldwide. Production can start and stop on the fly, and there are no
睡眠能够搞可以穿也是贵，
proximity
睡
makes
眠能
fashion
够搞可以穿，等我锻炼。
and this is where Zara
等
excels.
等
They
我
turn
锻
the
炼
trendy
点
pieces
嘿
of demand for fashion-forward millennials for the aspiration for high fashion or lack of budget. By convention, the bread and butter of the fashion brand should be easily manufactured and trending in every space. But Zara breaks from convention that they refresh their product quickly and they produce everything from fashion, risk, and permanence. If customers see a product they like, they learn to buy it quickly, as there's a good chance it won't be around in a few weeks. Scarcity and exclusivity are the drivers, not reliability and availability. Zara is effectively carved out its own niche as a provider of high fashion. Their parent company, Inditex, is the highest-grossing customer company in the world, with revenue that lags only behind the luxury departments. While Uniqlo and H&M open hundreds of stores per year, Zara's expansion is far slower. They strategically insert their stores in luxury areas, with the goal of being as close as possible to consumer products. Any shopper can expect high fashion will find their looking for Zara. They have significantly fewer stores, but every Zara store grosses far more than that of H&M and Uniqlo. By selling products when interest is highest but availability is at the lowest, Zara gets to charge a premium, all of which translates to consistent double-digit profits. While fashion labels generally spotlight their designers, Zara's designers, like the rest of their company, remain hidden. In some ways, the company's secret nature is their cost of doing business. They'll do anything to sell clothes, even if that means breaking the law. Whether that's artists, boutique brands, or established luxury players, Zara has been the target of more infringement lawsuits and complaints than anyone else in the industry. While the plaintiffs have all tried to name and shame Inditex as a shameless dealer of high-end knockoffs, none of their litigation and PR has ever put a dent in Zara's momentum. The probability that Zara's customers will upgrade permanently to high fashion is near zero. If they do splurge, it would only be for a few items. At the end of the day, every wardrobe has to be balanced out with economical options, and there's no other mass market brand that's as entrenched in this gap between fast fashion and high fashion as Zara. While the legacy brands have reclaimed some of their market share from H&M, Uniqlo and Zara today are simply too strong to be toppled. If mass market fashion is to evolve, the reality is that change won't come from the supply side. It won't be some new business model that topples fast fashion, but rather a shift in consumer mindset. What's interesting to note is that it's not just Uniqlo who has struggled to create a portfolio of company, but also H&M and Inditex. The market, for whatever reason, has only demonstrated the appetite for one dominant fast fashion brand at each
所
time.
以內在就禮拜六出嚟咗啲節搞嚟嘛，
Pursuing the lasting
我嚟
and the creative meaning of all the brands
我
and
謝謝你爸
the growing fatigue of being dressed by
爸。
algorithms.
既然我的天命，天命受卡，其實你冇鬧頭冇得練啊，
所以我頂落都去都對面做，
可以，先下個先啦，
伊這個預計因為無預計呢，
注意，
這個會發生問題。台灣以後不經過的，經過領導去。我就有錢啊，去，但是對面
規劃，
結尾有結地喎。
你頭我都練嚇。
Twitter has a new owner, and true to his word, his presence is sinking in. Under Elon, the company has undergone rapid and radical changes to accelerate a turnaround. As soon as the acquisition closed, Elon fired Twitter's board of directors, 9 individuals who presided over the company's rudderless execution, and forced out 4 different CEOs in the past 10 years. A week later, Elon laid off 50% of employees and told the remaining staff that long hours and high intensity would be necessary in the months ahead to get the company back on track. While the world is watching closely to see what the future holds, regardless of whether or not you believe Elon Musk can save Twitter, the harsh reality is that Twitter as a private company under Elon can't get any worse than the Twitter that has existed publicly for the past 9 years. While Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, and Reddit have all built walled gardens to drive engagement, albeit to the point of becoming echo chambers, Twitter has gone in the opposite direction. Twitter remains a wild west where conversations are one-sided broadcasts that are constantly weighed down with low approval marks and flame wars. Tweets fly out at such high volume and yet are so short-lived that it's not quality but instead controversy that's required for virality. Finding quality content on Twitter is like finding a needle in a haystack, and users must proactively and continuously self-moderate their feed. Wall Street had lost faith in Twitter long before Elon appeared. Twitter has visibly struggled over the years with declining users, weak engagement, executive turnover, lack of innovation, infighting, massive net losses, and non-existent vision. Twitter burned through 4 different CEOs and $5 billion in 10 years with little to show for its efforts, progressing further and further away from being a viable business or an attractive product. The longer Twitter struggled as an independent company, the more apparent it became to everyone that there was no easy solution. The board regularly put up Twitter for sale, and yet once interested buyers like Google, Facebook, Disney, and Salesforce all chose to walk away over concerns that ran deeper than price. What Elon Musk applied Twitter shows just how pessimistic the company was to accept an outside bid for a private individual. Twitter is not just a case study of business mismanagement also a story of betrayal, ego, and greed, where good friends backstab each other in order to become the
呢
CEO.
期我就話
Since its founding, the company has been like
對
Game of
對
Thrones,
呢
playing
個
with
嚟
politics,
嘅。
hidden agendas,
我攞
plots,
中
and
咩嚟
schemes.
嘅？
At the center of Twitter's
誒
story,
呢
beyond
期
the
都
board,
咩
boards,
係咩
CEOs, and
嚟嘅？
executives,
那麼
there are two
嘢
pillars.
放大。
The first was the board,
你
whose
就
role
是
was
咩
to
都
integrate
睇
the
呢
organization
度
through
嘅，
creative
呢
culture
度
and
係
sales.
邊
The
我
second
話
was
人
the
哋
CEO,
布皮多咯，呢
spirit,
一片，
philosophical
到達
genius CEO,
我
more
之
eccentric
前
than
出
Steve
嚟
Jobs,
方
was
咩
so
料？
important to him that he would do everything he could to achieve this recognition, even if it meant backstabbing friends and undermining his own company to do so. In this episode, we'll cover the death of Twitter, how the once promising social media platform deteriorated to the point of an Elon Musk takeover, the schemes that brought each CEO to power, and an evaluation of their strategies, successes, and failures that have led Twitter to where
哪
it
人
is today.
個女有
Twitter was
冇
founded in
有冇家
2006 by
庭？
four friends,
咩
Noah
講？
Glass, Biz Stone, Ed
個
Williams, and
呢
Jack
邊有冇
Dorsey.
家
The
庭？
power struggle started early. Noah, who came up with the name and idea, was so
Nó
passionate
đâu
about Twitter
của
that he threw himself
hả?
into the book to get away from problems at home. As his marriage fell apart, Noah became emotionally unstable, ranting at coworkers and gatekeeping Twitter. After a few months, Noah was fired for being difficult to work with. So while Biz, Ed, and Jack have all gone on to become billionaires and widely recognized as the founders of Twitter, Noah has been written out of the company's history and has never once been acknowledged or credited for his role and contributions to Twitter. With Noah's departure, Jack Dorsey, an NYU dropout with a nose ring and a taste for punk rock, became the lead engineer and CEO as Twitter moved from a promising prototype to a venture-backed fast-growth startup. But Jack was immature and inexperienced as both a leader and an employee, having flip-flopped through careers in his 20s as first a licensed masseuse, then a part-time programmer, and eventually an illustrator. As CEO, Jack was distracted and regularly left the office early to pursue his personal interests like drawing classes, hot yoga, and fashion design, leaving his co-founders annoyed and employees questioning his commitment. Jack, who by all accounts was an unaccomplished introvert, was suddenly thrust into the spotlight with Twitter, as venture capitalists wined and dined him with exclusive parties and luxury tickets to baseball games in an attempt to get on the cap table. Jack's product decisions as CEO lost him just as much credibility as his personal decisions. Twitter in 2006 was nothing more than a website where people could go and post a public message in 140 characters or less. There was enough about Twitter that intrigued people, but no one, not even the four founders, was sure about where it would go or what it would
我
become.
講啊，
Jack uniquely believed that Twitter would replace text messages as a place where people would post status
啲
and
公幫
where
嘅
they
目
would
標嘅
He
重
pushed
關
employees
啲
to
嘢
adopt
話
Twitter
先
over SMS, incurring a massive monthly six-figure bill. Under Jack, R&D was a mess, where Twitter ran its prototype build in production and regularly suffered outages with new factors. And at one point, Jack had tracked and miscalculated the entire company's expenses on his personal laptop. Ed Williams, one of the three remaining founders, could not stand by and passively watch disaster unfold from the sidelines. Ed was the most experienced founder and a proven tech visionary who pioneered online blogging in 1999 with Blogger. Ed didn't see value in Twitter as a digital pit where people could publicly post every little thing they were doing every day, even if that was how users were using the product at the time. Ed and Noah both believed in Twitter's future as an informative service where people could share and react to what was happening around them, rather than an egotistical service of endless status updates. But beyond vision, what Ed disagreed with Jack the most was about his lack of care for the company. While the two friends met weekly over dinner to discuss Twitter, their relationship began to unravel as the conversations turned blunt. You can either be a dressmaker or the CEO of Twitter. You can't be both. Ed wasn't the only one who noticed Jack's lack of commitment and lack of results as CEO. From 2006 to 2008, under Jack, expenses continued to increase, Twitter remained unstable, and the product's future remained as hazy as ever. Behind the scenes, Ed had enough, and through back channeling, secured the blessing of the board to overthrow Jack. Over a seemingly harmless invitation to breakfast, Jack was ambushed with the news that he was being replaced by Ed as CEO, given severance, stock, and stripped of all his voting rights and power. To maintain optics, Jack would be given a meaningless silent chairman role on the board. He was free to talk, but no one on Twitter was obligated to pay any attention to what he was saying. Jack was effectively shut out. Whether due to risk or wanting to protect his power, Ed shut down Jack's Twitter email, a petty move that only deepened the rift between these two one-time friends. Ed took power in 2008 and enacted swift changes as CEO, providing clarity and direction and vision for
係
his
呢
future.
啲條
With
嗰
Jack
啲
bringing into
麻
the
煩
sideline,
啲
Ed
人話
focused on what he was best
就係
at,
咁
and
樣
developed.
嘅就。
To put into perspective just how new and weird Twitter was in 2008, the app had been just released a year ago in 2007. Twitter existed as a government website, and not as a mobile app that many of us know today. In his first year, Ed focused on user enablement, stability, and communication, teaching early adopters how replies work and
Oh, yeah.
reporting outages whenever they occurred. In 2009,
Yeah.
Ed's second year at the helm was an R&D success. Twitter shipped a slew of improvements and features that were remained years later to Twitter conferences. Under Ed, Twitter didn't force conferences. Rather, they observed the creative order of power users were active, they were 125 million users, they were monitoring this user momentum, and they convert their tasks into features. For example, hashtags were how early users took it upon themselves to create organized groups under one specific topic. While Jack refused to support hashtags, believing that the practice was too complicated for the average person, under Ed, Twitter embraced hashtags, adding hyperlinks so users could click in and easily see all tweets organized under that hashtag. That same year, Twitter rolled out retweet to cut down on the redundancy and copy-paste that occurred every time people wanted to reshare someone else's message. To help with discovery, Twitter launched lists to help users discover who to follow, location awareness so that people can mark this neighborhood or city they were tweeting from, notifications whenever users were mentioned with the @ symbol, hyperlink profile pages for better account visibility, verification checkmarks for public figures, and a redesigned homepage to better communicate the value of Twitter. These features were well received, and Twitter's audience grew from 2.9 million unique visitors under Jack in 2008 to 45 million unique visitors under Ed in 2009. 55% of those 45 million unique visitors came from outside the United States, making Twitter the 52nd largest website in the world, bigger than even ESPN in just 3 years. With user adoption taken care of, Ed began exploring ways for Twitter to make money. Twitter had signed search deals with Bing and Google, where the two search engines would pay millions of dollars to include tweets in their results, but that income would not be enough to sustain the cash-hungry startup. Ed toyed around with the idea of a special version of Twitter made just for business owners that had premium features like contributors, where multiple users can manage a single brand account from their personal account. While people tend to associate Twitter with American politics and Donald Trump, the reality is that politics in general has always driven the platform, dating as far back as the Arab Spring. In 2009, protesters in Iran used Twitter to organize rallies, spread awareness, and document the government practice. Later that same year, Obama used Twitter to connect with younger voters, cementing Twitter's credibility and role in future American political campaigns to come. For every political event that has happened ever since around the world, Twitter has been a beneficiary of ever-increasing traffic, engagement, and media attention. In 2010, Ed kept his foot on the gas pedal in his second year at the helm. As the iPhone and smartphone adoption in general began to take off, the company released the first ever official iOS app. At a launch event hosted at headquarters, Ed announced the new Twitter.com, a redesigned two-pane browsing experience where tweets would now include photos and videos that would expand to full resolution upon clicking in. Before this, media was only viewable on Twitter as external links, which would pull people out of the website entirely. There were but the most notable highlight was that there was a clearer and stronger understanding of Twitter's product market fit. Ed talked about the future of Twitter as a balance between discovery, consumption, and production. Not every user needs a tweet to get value out of the platform. Rather, they could achieve sufficient value just by discovering and consuming tweets posted by others. Eventually, with enough exposure and experience, users over time would graduate their comfort.
像我像是眼睛那个，如果没拿到也会好，会自己好。
不知道你问 AI，那怎么说？
他们说不会，
不会，不会就不会。
就是说不要，自己会好，但是 AI 说不行。
不一定哦。AI 可能更懂。你问我，我怎么知道
？AI 说要来医院去。
那可能就不会好。你不要听舅舅，还是听了 AI 是可能是对，可能是对。
还好医生帮我弄好，但是还有灰，
还有一点点，
还不是，还有以前剩下的灰来灰去，他医生说是正常的。
那所以没有完全没了，但是这比以前更小。
他打了，
以前有更小。
以前会跑出黑黑的一点一点，
现在没有，
现在没了，小小的都没了，只是他打的，他说是因为他打激光剩下的那个是尬，那个38。好吃吧？还有要不要？
不要。
你们两个都不会给我想的吃那个，我爱吃的怎么吃
？Come Betty, come Betty。
而且你们好吃的都拿回来给我吃。
日本有很多好吃的。
爸爸都会把好吃的拿回来给我吃，你都不会。
因为我不会想这个东西。
不会想妈妈有没有东西吃。
我哪里会想这个？
爸爸都会把好吃的留给我吃。
因为你家里有东西吃，然后家里没东西。
While the two remaining founders and employees were hard at work, Jack went on a PR spree, spinning stories that Twitter had been his life's work. He even went as far as to assert that he single-handedly came up with not only the idea, but also the name of Twitter, which had always been Noah's work that no other founder ever dared to publicly claim credit. As the media accepted these tales and hyped up Jack as the next Steve Jobs, Jack became more comfortable manipulating the truth. His narratives were more grandiose and shameless. He told Vanity Fair in a feature that the idea of Twitter came to him when he was just 8 years old. Jack would tell CBS later in a 60 Minutes episode that he founded Twitter because he was fascinated by trains and maps. Even later, Jack would tell the Los Angeles Times that he had presented the idea of Twitter in its entirety to childhood classmates at the school playground in 1984. In every interview and public appearance, Jack would represent himself acting on behalf of Twitter and in charge of the product, despite having no involvement in the company. In the years that Ed was CEO, Jack was working on his own startup, Swim, yet he made himself the public face of Twitter. Jack would monitor every newspaper article about Twitter, and any story that failed to mention him receiving immediate press correction to
带眼的呀，我在家做茶。这是小礼物送给你，应该英语怎么做？去查呀。
哎呀，别，我见了你输了好不好？我你看我这个礼物这不是小礼物，不对了。我可能以后我都这么礼物了。
你講呢條必嘅呀，係啊。 我呢條必嘅呀，係啊。
你讲我就错了，你去。
from the ensuing public relations nightmare and Jack's potential to make things even uglier beyond public misrepresentation and narcissistic manipulation. For the sake of Twitter, Ed swallowed his pride and downplayed his grievances with Jack as private interpersonal affairs that were below the product and company. But this would be a fatal mistake that would open Ed up to be backstabbed and cut his promising reign as CEO to just 2 years and make 2010 his last year at Twitter. What Ed didn't know was that behind the scenes, Jack was currying favor with the board and gathering allies to orchestrate Ed's removal as CEO. In private conversations, Jack had positioned himself as a visionary who had been unjustly removed from his role, who had been unfairly treated, and who knew what was best for Twitter. While Twitter grew exponentially under Ed thanks to his sharp product sense, Ed had plenty of flaws as CEO. His weaknesses were only further amplified by his poor political awareness and diplomatic ability. Like many technically gifted and product-minded leaders, Ed's strength was not in operations. Twitter was rapidly growing and had to scale. The company needed a CTO, COO, CFO, and other leaders to drive structure and productivity. It was here that Ed was at his weakest, slow, indecisive, untrusting, and in the end would always fall back on his personal network to hire trusted friends for key positions. Ed opened himself up to murmurs of cronyism and nepotism when he hired his sister to run the employee cafeteria, his wife to design the office spaces when she had no experience or qualification as an interior designer, and various friends from his Google days. All of this is common in Silicon Valley startups, but for a first-time CEO who came to power through force and who was in charge of a visible company with such high stakes, you would think he would exercise a little more caution before making moves like these. Ed ended up hiring his friend Dick Costello to be COO in 2009. Dick was a former comedian, business consultant, and Google veteran who enjoyed using humor to break ice. In his very first tweet after being hired, Dick joked, "First full day as Twitter COO tomorrow. Task number 1, undermine CEO, consolidate power." While Dick didn't know it at the time, he would do exactly that 1 year later, betraying Ed and taking his spot as CEO with the help of Jack Dorsey. Jack soon graduated from narcissism to sabotage. Through 2 years of calculated effort, he had successfully manipulated the public narrative. More people knew about Jack than Ev, Biz, or Noah combined. In the eyes of the media, users, employees, and even investors, Jack Dorsey was the face and founder of Twitter. Whenever employees were frustrated with Ev, Jack was in their ears like Littlefinger, posing as a well-intentioned confidant and letting them vent discreetly to him at coffee shops, Square's offices, or even in his mansion. Jack's goal was to fan the flames. If he could get enough executives and leaders and senior staff to complain about Ev directly to the board, then Jack could paint a narrative of how employees were losing faith in Ev as CEO. Tech is like any other industry. People complain all the time. Middle management complains about executives, executives complain about the CEO complains about the board, and the board complains about shareholders. But to weaponize employee frustrations and to start a proxy war with the goal of forcing Ev out is a radical step that goes beyond typical workplace gossip.
Can't find Greece though, it's annoying.
Getting Ev out would be enough payback for now. If Jack had demanded that he be instilled as CEO to replace Ev, it would have only revealed his true agenda. So posing as a selfless founder thinking of nothing but the good of the company, Jack spun a seductive narrative to the board that he Twitter needed now more than ever as CEO was a mature operator. Based on the employee complaints, Jack argued that Twitter no longer benefited from having Ev or any technically gifted product-minded coding nerd from Silicon Valley at the helm. Twitter needed a grown-up like Eric Schmidt had done for Google, an operator with proven business acumen that could bring stability, scale the organization, inspire employees, and bring the company to IPO while looking and acting the part for Wall Street. The one person that fit this bill was Dick Costolo, Ev's friend and the current COO of Twitter. Dick was a personable executive who reportedly knew almost every employee by name. He also enjoyed a strong reputation with the board as the leader responsible for closing search deals with Microsoft and Google in the years before. Jack recruited Dick to his team, proposing an arrangement between both men, where Dick would focus on operations and Jack, the gifted visionary and genius founder, would lead and advise product. Under this arrangement, everybody won. The company would suffer no loss with Ev's departure, Jack would return to Twitter with his power and title restored, and Dick would get to be CEO. This turned out to be an easy sell to the board and early investors, all of whom had believed every word of Jack's tales over the years and had been pushing the company to go public as quickly as possible to get a return on their investment. On a random afternoon in 2010, Ev was ambushed with the news that he was no longer the CEO of Twitter. Dick had replaced him effective immediately. Shocked and hurt, Ev called his friend and members of the board to make sense of what had happened, but it was already too late. Dick tried to downplay his own involvement and pleaded with the board to give Ev a graceful exit. Yet when the scheme reached fruition and Dick was formally offered the position of CEO, we have to remember he had every opportunity.
Damn it, man.
Dick was fully aware that this was a coup and that accepting the job would be a direct betrayal of Ev, the very friend who had brought him into Twitter in the first place and had entrusted deeply over the years. Yet Dick, who was caught between loyalty to his friend and his own personal ambitions, chose himself. The board messaged their latest regime change as Ev's own decision to step down. When it was simultaneously announced that Jack Dorsey would also be returning to Twitter as executive chairman, it became clear who had been pulling the strings the entire time. This is where Ev's story comes to an end. He never got over being betrayed by his friends and chose to leave Twitter entirely. It was reported that it was only years later that he was able to get back on speaking terms with Jack. In the years following his exit, Ev would play a passive role at Twitter, feeding a few fan lines in the press whenever the company asked him to. There was enough data that Ev was a promising CEO, and that if given the right guidance, support, and feedback from the board and the executives around him, he could have grown to be great. Ev's flaws are not unique, and certainly not severe enough to justify such an extreme action by the board. Of all the CEOs in the company's history, Ev really did the most for Twitter as a product, and possessed a natural humility that his successors lacked. But on the flip side, there's also data that suggests that as technically gifted and product-minded as Ev was, he was not cut out to be the CEO for a company that needed to make money fast. After leaving Twitter, Ev found refuge in his roots by returning to online blogging, a frontier that he had pioneered and where he could start another company and be CEO without the politics and pressure. Yet after 10 years of being the CEO of Medium, Ev chose to step down in 2022 as the company struggled to make money and come up with a viable business model, the very same issue he was dinged for at Twitter a decade ago. Dick Costolo took over in 2010 as Twitter's third CEO in its 4 years of existence. Under Dick, Twitter shipped many features and explored many directions, but the releases lacked the ruthless focus on users that Ev had. In 2011, Dick's first year as CEO, Twitter rolled out its own photo service where users could snap and upload photos directly into their tweets to compete with Instagram. The company even rolled out galleries to see how far it could get into the photo sharing and album storage business. As a business-minded CEO, Dick was more reactionary than prescriptive. In 2012, when Instagram was taking off, Dick positioned Twitter as a direct competitor by adding filters and blocking Instagram posts on tweets. When Facebook purchased Instagram for $1 billion months later, Twitter bought Vine in direct response before the app had even launched. Dick didn't want to lose what he saw was a critical war with Mark Zuckerberg over photo sharing and video hosting. He wanted Twitter to own media and not just distribute it. Under Dick, Twitter invested significantly in infrastructure, eradicating outages, and revamping Twitter.com to be usable on as many mobile devices and browsers as possible. If there was one major thing that Dick got right, it was mobile, not desktop, that was the future. But that wasn't a hard bet to make at the time with the way the iPhone and Android phones were trending. In his first 2 years, Dick was constantly on the lookout for ways to make big bucks. Promoted tweets, accounts, and trends were fine, but he wanted to unlock more spend from advertisers. He set his eyes on television, where tens of billions of dollars are spent every year by brands. Twitter was lighting up every week with thousands of tweets about the latest American Idol and Game of Thrones episode. While Dick wasn't foolish enough to think that Twitter would replace TV, his bet was that brands could be enticed to spend money on integrated ad purchases between Twitter and television. Dick pursued this new frontier by wooing Hollywood producers to create exclusive content for Twitter. Twitter, he pitched, could turn television into an interactive medium by letting users share feedback with showrunners or vote out contestants on reality shows. Twitter partnered with Nielsen to create the Nielsen Twitter rating, an official metric for measuring the amount of social conversation generated by a TV show. Dick hoped that this partnership would provide institutional credibility and inspire brands to route spend to the social media platform. Yet social TV, which is what Dick called this idea, never panned out the way he thought it would. The reality was that cable television was dying. Viewership for the Emmys, Grammys, Oscars, Golden Globes, sitcoms, and other live events had been declining for years. More and more people were cutting the cord and opting for Netflix and YouTube. Cable television went out of fashion, and Nielsen consequently lost much of its influence in the industry. The Nielsen Twitter rating in particular hasn't been mentioned anywhere publicly since its initial announcement back in 2012. Social television was an expensive flop, but not Dick's greatest mistake as CEO. Instead, it was his decision to shut down the API, which destroyed Twitter's ecosystem and eroded relationships with developers that takes the cake. Dick had a simple charter as CEO, to scale Twitter and to monetize relentlessly so that the company could IPO as soon as possible. To maximize traffic, user growth, and ad revenue, that meant that Twitter could no longer tolerate having third-party clients in the wild competing for its users. In the race to go public and under the scrutiny of Wall Street, every single user needed to be accounted for. Ad revenue is a function of impression. So to count every view and to earn every dollar, users needed to be on either Twitter.com or the official mobile apps. They could not be anywhere Twitter came down hard on developers, telling them that anyone using the API to create third-party clients would be banned, and that existing third-party clients would also be shut down. While 90% of Twitter users at this time were already on the official website and the official mobile apps, this decision permanently destroyed the relationship between Twitter and developers. Developers have played an important role in Twitter's early success, providing power users the functionality they needed and injecting credibility when the product lacked innovation. Yet now these developers were being cast aside and shut out in the name of business. The loss of the developer community only increased expectations and pressure on Dick and Twitter to drive innovation, since no one else was now allowed to touch the product. It would be ironic that just 3 years later, Dick would lose his job for failing to deliver product innovation. In 2013, his third year as CEO, Dick fulfilled his promise to the board by taking Twitter public. He had been talking up the company as the next billion-dollar social media platform and had been sharing cherry-picked data with journalists to build up hype. Dick had certainly lived up to his reputation as a company builder. Under his watch, Twitter scaled dramatically. In 2010 under Ed, there were over 200 employees. By 2013 under Dick, Twitter had nearly 3,000 employees. He had also made credible progress since taking over, growing revenue from $30 million in 2010 to $664 million in the span of 3 years. Twitter was unprofitable, but people back then were used to that from Silicon Valley startups. At the time of IPO, both retail and institutional investors were all eager to get a piece of Twitter in their portfolios. It's difficult even now to explain what Twitter is, but Dick tried his best, calling Twitter a simultaneously public, real-time, conversational, and widely distributed platform. He couldn't resist taking a shot at Facebook along the way, asserting that no other social media website could combine these elements at scale. In a wave of optimism, Twitter stock surged from $40 at opening to nearly $70 a share. Wall Street believed that with Twitter's arrival, Mark Zuckerberg now had something to worry about. But when Twitter reported its full year results for 2013, any hype that the company had as a challenger to Facebook quickly faded away. People had expected losses, but not to the extent that Twitter was incurring. In order to make as much money as possible, as fast as possible, Dick had spared no expense staffing up sales and engineering. Twitter was spending over $500 million a year on R&D and $250 million on selling to brands with a net loss of nearly $700 million. This burn rate would have been easier to swallow if Twitter had the revenue or user growth to justify these expenses. Twitter had grossed a little over $600 million and was still short of Dick's pre-IPO projections of the company being a billion-dollar business. In the same year, Facebook had spent twice as much on R&D and 4 times as much on sales and marketing, but had made profit on $8 billion of revenue. Dick defended these expenses as critical investments that were part of a long-term strategy. He pushed back against comparisons between Facebook and Twitter. While you have to log into Facebook to access content, Twitter is in this weird conundrum where you don't need an account to get value out of the platform. Over 500 million people were coming to Twitter every month, but not logging in. But only after do people log in does Twitter make money. Without an account, Twitter doesn't know enough about the users to show them personalized ads. In contrast, Facebook requires your real name, your birthday, gender, school, work, and location upon sign-up. So even if you aren't active, Facebook still knows enough about you to issue targeted ads. Dick told investors that the best way to scale revenue would be to grow users. The more engaging the Twitter experience was for those people that logged in, the more likely these visitors would sign up for accounts. The more visitors signing up, the more active users there would be to monetize, and the more ad inventory Twitter could sell and charge brands for. Twitter needed to grow users in order to grow revenue. There was no shortage of awareness or engagement content on Twitter. The problem was to bring visitors to users. Twitter had grown from 54 million monthly active users under Ed in 2010 to 240 million monthly active users in 2013 under Dick. Dick pointed to multiple R&D initiatives designed to drive signups, like connecting friends through mobile accounts and threaded conversations to encourage conversations. And unsurprisingly, he kept pounding the drum about the potential of Twitter and television to Wall Street. While Dick was fundamentally right about the connection between user and revenue growth, there was still plenty of data in 2013 to suggest that simply growing users would not be enough. For advertisers, the quality of the user matters just as much as the quantity. Facebook had grossed $8 billion off 1 billion monthly active users in 2013. One way of looking at it is that a single Facebook user is worth $8. Twitter grossed $664 million off 240 million monthly active users, making each Twitter user worth $2.75. The reality is that advertisers themselves, even back then, the very customers who keep social media companies alive, did not perceive Facebook users and Twitter users to be at the same quality. Investors weren't giving up on Twitter, but the illusion of the company going toe-to-toe with Mark Zuckerberg was quickly fading away. In 2014, Twitter delivered what they had promised, grossing over $1 billion in revenue. But this promise achievement company was under pressure. Investors weren't reacting positively to the top-line successes Dick had hoped. Twitter stock plummeted below its IPO price as investors began to pick apart the results. No matter how hard Dick tried to sidestep the incoming questions, even he couldn't deny the numbers. User growth was weak, existing user engagement was declining, and the company had no answers for how to turn it around. Twitter had 288 million monthly active users in 2014, just 20% more than the 241 million active users it had in 2013. The growth flywheel and compounding payoff was nowhere to be found, while operational costs continued to skyrocket. To break the billion-dollar mark in revenue, Dick had simply thrown more bodies at the problem. Sales and marketing expenses doubled year over year, going from $300 million in 2013 to over $600 million in 2014. R&D grew from $593 million in 2013 to nearly $700 million in 2014, but throwing more engineers and designers at the product wasn't improving signups. The numbers seem to indicate what critics have been saying. The quality of users on Twitter is just simply not high enough, nor is the core experience compelling enough to get people to stay after the virality passes and the trend fades away. Advertisers were slowly catching on to these realities. While beating revenue targets is always a win, Wall Street and user growth was slowing down so dramatically and had only been 1 year after IPO. Under the heat, Dick started changing up his talking points and throwing out new ideas quarter after quarter to calm investors and to rally employees. But he just couldn't find a solution or a strategy that would stick. Things became even worse when an executive at NBC came out to say that Twitter was overstating its influence on television and social media in general had very little impact on viewership. Quote, a lot of people want to show that they are on the cutting edge. One of those things that is on the cutting edge is social media. Why wouldn't I, as an NBC executive, want to say that we as a cable network have a potent new way in which we can drive ratings? But what Twitter is saying just isn't true. I'm saying the emperor wears no clothes. It is what it is. These are the numbers. What was even more damning was that this executive had concrete data to back up his assertion with the 2014 Winter Olympics. NBC had broadcasted 1,500 hours on television to 21 million primetime viewers. On Twitter, there were 10.6 million tweets related to the Olympics from 3 million users. While the executive agreed that those tweets may have reached many more millions of people, his conclusion was that it was still the quality of the show that drives activity on social media and not the other way around. These comments single-handedly killed social TV as a credible strategy for Twitter. As Twitter stagnated through 2014, Dick's struggles became more apparent. But it might be unfair to pin everything on Dick when Twitter as a product has inherent issues that simply make it difficult to monetize. Since the vast majority of traffic to Twitter is not logged in, Twitter can't match the deep personalization and targeting of Facebook or Google. As a result of this lowered effectiveness, brands are just not willing to pay the same premium to run ads on Twitter. And it's not just an issue of spend. Because of how open Twitter is and how most of the traffic coming to the website is simply unidentifiable, brand marketing is really the main type of ad that performs well on Twitter. If a brand wants awareness, Twitter is a great place for it. But if a brand wants to run direct response campaigns to get people to download an app or buy a product, Twitter would be a waste of money compared to Instagram, YouTube, AdWords, or Facebook. Beyond monetization, Twitter as a product has inherent issues that make growing users difficult. Information on Twitter is transient, and the lifespan of a tweet is short. Since there's no meaningful conversation, and because anyone can access tweets without an account, there's no need to be logged in when you can just catch the tweet like a one-time highlight after it goes viral. Your only cost is time. Without an account, you might not be the first to know about it, and will probably hear about it from somewhere else later. At the same time, Twitter can't rent wild content because that would significantly reduce the platform's reach, which would in turn stifle virality. And without virality, people wouldn't be incentivized to tweet in the first place. But Dick was the CEO of Twitter. This was the job he wanted and betrayed his friend. Investors began to hold Dick to his words, exposing his constant flip-flopping in strategies and vision. Back in 2013, Dick had proclaimed that the Twitter core experience didn't need to change. It just needed to be easier to use. A year later in 2014, Dick was on a whole new talk track. He was now downplaying the importance of logged-in users and stating that Twitter would optimize for 3 different audiences. One was the minority of logged-in users, the other was the majority of users who came to Twitter regularly but don't log in, and the last third was the remaining millions on the web who get exposed to Twitter through embedded tweets. Wall Street wanted to hear about product innovation, and yet Dick was still talking about how Twitter complements television. Employees wanted alignment and clarity, and yet Dick would flip-flop from one idea to the next. Like most professional CEOs, Dick was at his best as a go-to-market tactician and a company builder. But with declining user growth and engagement, Dick's biggest weakness was now exposed. People wanted innovation and vision, but Dick wasn't a visionary. He just wasn't good at these things. Ironically enough, vision and innovation is what the previous CEO of Twitter and his former friend Ed was best at. But Ed wasn't coming back, and certainly not to save the friend who had betrayed him. As Dick ran out of answers, he looked to his executives, and when they couldn't give him solutions, he fired them. This happened so frequently that even the media began to pick up on the excessive executive turnover that was happening at Twitter. In 2014, Dick fired the COO, the CFO, the head of product, the VP of engineering, the creative director, the SVP of engineering, the VP of media, the head of North American media, and the head of news. He then handpicked their replacements, who all exited as fast as they came in. One executive poached from Google last 6 months as a VP of product before resigning. It was now not just Wall Street, but also the media and employees that were losing faith in Dick. In 2015, Twitter hit rock bottom. Shares fell to just about $20. In the first quarter, Twitter missed its revenue targets and had to reduce guidance both in earnings and in user growth for the remainder of the year. While Instagram and WhatsApp had solidified themselves as mainstream services, Twitter was becoming more niche. There were some positives. Periscope, Twitter's newly launched live streaming service, brought in over 1 million users in its first 10 days. Vine was exploding with over 1.5 billion loops a day, but there was no clear path to monetization, nor was there any connection to Twitter. And based on the executive turnover and the employee leaks, the company looked more and more like a circus. Twitter doubled its revenue in 2015, going from $1 billion business to now a $2 billion business. But one quick look revealed the realities of the situation. Dick had once again thrown more people at the problem, blowing up operating expenses to untenable levels. The company was burning nearly $2 billion every year on engineering, sales, and marketing alone. Despite no improvement in user growth and no real product innovation, engineering costs were over $800 million a year. Sales and marketing expenses were now approaching $900 million. From a cost structure standpoint, Twitter was looking more like an enterprise software company than it was a social media platform. MAU slowed even further, growing just 11% from 288 million in 2014 to 320 million monthly active users in 2015. Losses continued to mount as Twitter posted another $500 million net loss for the year. The writing was on the wall for Dick. Wall Street wasn't listening to what he had to say, and he sounded progressively jaded in interviews. While Dick vented to close friends that he was unsure of how much longer he wanted to remain CEO, Dick was still a prideful captain who remained stubbornly loyal to his ship. While the board repeatedly assured Dick that they believed in him to turn things around, behind the scenes they were already plotting to push him out of Twitter. The board was not about to gamble on wishful thinking, nor were they going to wait for Dick to come to a decision about his own future. As they had done twice before, once with Jack, once with Ev, and now with Dick, they would opt for a quick ambush and a clean removal. But the board didn't want an ugly mess on its hands by firing Dick. The company was now public, and it would be much easier for everyone if he just stepped down. After the plot was set into motion, weeks later, a prominent venture capitalist by the name of Chris Sapper published a scathing 8,500-word analysis on just how poor Twitter had become and what it needed to do to improve. In his analysis, Chris called for deeper thinking and more creativity, experimentation, innovation, and risk-taking, the exact same things that Dick was on the hot seat for. Chris implied in his essay that this responsibility should not squarely be on a few engineers and product managers, but instead should be shouldered by top-down leadership. Quote, Twitter can afford to build the wrong things. However, Twitter cannot afford to build the right things too slowly. While Chris clarified publicly that his intention was not to criticize anyone at Twitter, the timing and the content of his essay is simply too pointed and too perfect to be anything other than a hit piece. Chris is a seasoned venture capitalist who knows how the game is played, but most importantly, remains one of Jack Dorsey's biggest allies. Sure enough, Chris's essay goes viral. Wall Street cranks the heat up on Dick to intolerable levels, pushing him into a corner where he had no choice but to commit professional seppuku. Dick announced that he would be stepping down effective immediately, and that Twitter would begin a search for a successor. This was the moment that Jack Dorsey had been waiting for over 7 years. Twitter needed a visionary CEO, someone who believed in the mission, had a track record of innovation and execution, and could inspire employees and investors. With Ed out of the running, there was only one person left in the entire world who fulfilled this impossible criteria. That was Jack Dorsey. Jack's stock in 2015 was at an all-time high as he had struck gold twice, leading Square to a successful IPO the same year that Dick stepped down from Twitter. Bringing one company from idea to IPO is hard enough. To do it twice in a row is exceptional. Even his harshest critics couldn't deny that Jack had the Midas touch. Combined with deep relationships with the board and his carefully perfected reputation, everyone at Twitter welcomed Jack's return as CEO with cheers and open arms. The prodigal son had returned. Fairy tales aren't meant to come true, but they certainly did for Jack Dorsey. His latest arc perfectly mirrored that of Steve Jobs, who Jack had idolized for decades. Steve had been forced out of Apple, then founded Next, and then the success of Next brought him back to Apple, where he saved the company from ruin. Jack was now at Act 3. He had been forced out of Twitter, then founded Square, and his success there now brought him back to Twitter. All that was left to do was to save the company. With Ev and Dick permanently out of the picture, there was no one left that would even dream questioning or challenging Jack at Twitter. His word was gold, his position was invincible, and his actions were irreproachable. There would be no more boardroom coups or mutinies or takeovers, as the real architect and schemer behind all those regime changes to date had achieved his ultimate goal. Jack was now sitting comfortably back on his rightful throne as CEO of Twitter, but this time he wielded more power than Ev and Dick combined. Yet even with 5 years of protection, a blank check, and the freedom to do whatever he deemed necessary, not even Jack Dorsey could fix Twitter. In 2015, his first year back, he used honesty to appease investors. He publicly admitted the ugly truth that yes, the majority of people in the world still don't understand how or why they should use Twitter. Jack promised change, but emphasized that improvements would not come as quickly as he had to first clean up the quote-unquote unacceptable mess left by his predecessor, Dick. You should expect Twitter to be as easy as looking out of your window. You should expect Twitter to show you what's most meaningful in the world, to live it first before anyone else. If we meet these expectations, and we will, Twitter will become the first thing everyone in the world checks to start their day, and the first thing that people turn to when they want to share ideas, commentary, or simply what's happening. While any other CEO would have been hammered for such flowery language, Jack had the aura to get away with it. Under Jack, Twitter moved away from reverse chronological ordering and into an algorithmic timeline where the most popular tweets would be at the top of users' feeds rather than the most recent. Twitter also introduced moments as a way to surface the best content on Twitter to build up mainstream appeal. Through human editors and algorithms, Twitter would highlight tweets, videos, images, and GIFs of a trending event into digestible, bite-sized pieces. With moments, users wouldn't even have to scroll through their timeline to find quality content. Both of these features represented a shift in product philosophy to prioritize relevance over recency. While Twitter had always prided itself on the speed and volume of its content, these improvements were a clear admission that finding quality content on the platform was like finding a needle in a haystack. Having a human or an algorithm pick out the most useful content, in theory, could drive engagement as users could achieve value without having to work for it. In 2016, Twitter went all in on live streaming. Video was the hottest format on Twitter, both in terms of engagement and advertiser demand. Encouraged by Periscope's momentum, Jack believed real-time video to be the next frontier. Since written communication was already occurring at such high volumes and frequency on Twitter, Jack had this new vision that Twitter could be a live streaming leader and create, quote, the planet's largest daily connected audience, where people could talk and watch together in real time. The company struck a deal with the NFL, shelling out $10 million for the streaming rights for Thursday Night Football. Soon after, the Wimbledon, Republican National Convention, and the Democratic National Convention were all live streamed events on Twitter. Periscope and Twitter became tightly integrated so that users could go live on Periscope from Twitter in one click, or join an ongoing Periscope stream from an embedded tweet. It would be remiss to talk about Twitter without mentioning the 2016 American presidential election and Donald Trump. While politicians in the past used Twitter to broadcast carefully prepared and polished statements, Trump's tweets were unconventionally raw, unfiltered, and confrontational, each sparking millions of reactions and conversations on the platform. Journalists, opponents, supporters, and everyday people would actively monitor Trump's Twitter account that year to catch his latest remark or to watch the latest controversy unfold. For Twitter, a company that had been long struggling with user growth and engagement, was happy to take whatever it could get. But monetization continued to be a problem. While video ads were in high demand, advertisers were thumbing their nose against Twitter's direct response offerings. Perhaps brands and agencies had collected enough data over the years to confidently determine what they had suspected. Twitter is only strong for brand marketing purposes. If you want to sell a product, a service, or an app, you're still better off with Facebook and Instagram. Even Jack began to openly question if Twitter could ever be competitive in direct response advertising. Despite the live streaming deals and the product advancements, Twitter continued to struggle. Jack showed a little more restraint than Dick, reducing R&D expenses from $800 million in 2015 down to $700 million in 2016, but he still followed his predecessor in throwing more bodies at the revenue problem. Sales and marketing expenditures in 2016 increased from $870 million to nearly $1 billion, but revenue grew at just 14% year over year, the lowest it had been in the company's 10-year history. And while it seemed that every day in 2016, everyone around the world was hearing about Donald Trump's latest tweet, all that attention strangely had no material impact on user growth. MAU went down from 320 million monthly active users in 2015 to 319 million monthly active users in 2016. Worst of all, it looked like Twitter's revenue had finally reached the end of its runway. With user growth now officially flatlined, revenue was now following suit, and Twitter was still operating at a net loss of nearly $500 million. Jack's Midas touch was nowhere to be found. 2017 was another weak year as user growth remained non-existent and revenue dropped 3% to $2.4 billion. Product improvements were equally lackluster as other companies jumped into live streaming, making real-time video a commodity rather than a unique offering. Following a successful debut, Twitter was eagerly looking forward to renewing its deal with the NFL, only to find out that they were outbid by Amazon for Thursday Night Football. And unsurprisingly, Amazon used Thursday Night Football to promote its own streaming service and Prime Video. The only notable product highlight that year was expanding the character limit from 140 to 280 characters. With nothing working, Jack pivoted. He switched his focus from growing users to optimizing for profitability. Having thrown in the towel on growth, the company no longer needed an army of engineers and salesmen to ship features and to push deals. Through a series of aggressive cost-cutting measures, which included shutting down Vine, Twitter shaved off $400 million across R&D and go-to-market expenditures, reducing its net loss by $300 million. MAU improved marginally by 3% year over year from 319 million to 330 million monthly active users, but expectations were so low that this change barely registered with investors. Suddenly in 2018, Twitter turned itself around. Revenue grew 25% to break $3 billion even as the user base declined. User growth was in such a rough spot that Twitter stopped reporting MAU entirely. Yet Twitter's business performance was propelled upwards based on the tailwinds of two major trends. The first was in cord cutting. Cable subscriptions were dropping, and thanks to Netflix's dominance, streaming looked every bit like the future. Brands and agencies in response began shifting money away from television and into online video. The second was the saturation of Facebook and Instagram. Facebook and Instagram only had so much ad inventory, and the cost to advertise on Mark Zuckerberg's digital properties was only getting more expensive by the day. When advertisers were picky and digital budgets were small, Twitter was unattractive. But from 2018 onward, Twitter became attractive simply by existence, as digital budgets were bigger than ever before, money that was historically allocated towards television was now flowing over to social media, those ad dollars had to be spent, and Twitter as a platform had enough inventory to go around. In comparison to Facebook and Instagram, Twitter's video ads are priced cheaper due to their lowered effectiveness, but they still offer adequate reach and engagement. Video ads alone now accounted for more than half of Twitter's revenue, and advertisers were putting more of their money into social media than ever before. For the first time in company history, Twitter was profitable. The company ended the year with a net income of $1.2 billion, with R&D, sales, and marketing expenses remaining consistent year over year. The magic of being in the right place at the right time. This trend continued onwards in 2019 as Twitter marched towards its second year of profitability. Revenue grew 14% to $3.5 billion, and net income clocked in at $1.4 billion. Twitter demonstrated that it could grow revenue without having to grow users, but questions still remained. From a product standpoint, Jack was now focused on combating misinformation and hate speech, as social media was now in the crosshairs of politicians on both sides of the aisle. more of a quote interest network than a social network. Twitter had historically been marketed as a place where people go to discover what's happening. The expectations there were that people would want to sign up, to be at the center of this information, so that they would be the first to see something unfold. Now the company was moving away from this decade-long positioning to assert that people were not coming to Twitter to discover things. Rather, they already knew about something, but they just wanted to get a more live, raw, and direct exposure to it. Under this new positioning, MAUs and signups were just no longer as relevant as before. A visit by someone who's logged in versus someone who's not logged in should be weighed the exact same. This was another fundamental shift in philosophy for a product that was nearly 14 years old. In 2020, Jack found himself in the crosshairs of Elliott Management, one of Wall Street's most ruthless activist investors. Elliott Management demanded that Jack be a full-time CEO or to step down and give the role to someone who would be. Since his return back to Twitter in 2015, Jack had been working part-time, splitting time between Twitter and Square as CEO of both companies. While the board could safeguard Jack from any internal threats, there was little they could do about an external threat as big as Elliott Management. Elliott, in years prior, had successfully forced change at eBay, AT&T, SoftBank, and even in world governments. Despite Twitter's 2018 and 2019 top-line wins and bottom-line achievements, investors were still not convinced of the company's future. The stock was volatile, and even on earnings beats, remained low as Wall Street attributed Twitter's success to macro-level trends rather than in-house innovation and product engagement. In 2021, Jack stepped down as CEO of Twitter, citing that at a certain scale, companies no longer benefit from being founder-led, and that Twitter should be no different. He swiftly departed, but not before naming Parag Agrawal as the next CEO of Twitter. Parag was a company veteran who had climbed up the ranks at Twitter over the past decade, from a simple engineer to the chief technology officer. But Parag was still a curious choice. He was a soft-spoken executive that was so under the radar at Twitter that it's even hard now to find more than one video of him on the internet. A critical take is that Parag was chosen as CEO as someone who could be easily controlled, who would do what the board asked him to, and would keep the wheels turning until a buyer materialized. Twitter stock surged 10% on the news of Jack Dorsey's departure, but its business was still as volatile as ever before. Twitter grossed $5 billion in 2021, growing its revenue by 37%, but still posted a net loss of $220 million. The revenue growth made it more convincing that the company had once again thrown more bodies at the problem. Sales and marketing grew 30% to $1.1 billion, and R&D grew 43% to $1.2 billion, even as Twitter's product regressed to its most uninspiring state. With no articulate vision, the company had launched dud after dud, like Fleets, which were tweets that expired after 24 hours, just like Instagram stories, Spaces, which were live audio chat rooms meant to mimic Clubhouse, and Twitter Blue, a subscription service where you can now undo your tweets and read ad-free articles for $3 a month. While some projected that Parag would be for Twitter like what Satya Nadella was for Microsoft, Elon Musk ultimately arrived before Parag could affect any meaningful change. It's curious how strangely quiet Jack was during Elon's takeover. Going through Twitter's history, pivots, and the politics that have plagued the company for the past 16 plus years gives a clear understanding of what Elon can bring to the table. It feels more likely that as a private company, without being constantly compared to Facebook, without the need to pose as a billion-dollar platform with unlimited growth, without Jack Dorsey, and especially without the board, the company can truly focus on becoming a sustainable business. Twitter is as much a business lesson as it is a timeless tale about friendship, ego, betrayal, power, and greed. Elon's takeover and the subsequent layoffs are painful, and perhaps they are necessary measures for the company to truly move on from its troubled past. Creation myths need villains as much as they need heroes, and Elon Musk is the rare public figure who can play both the hero and the villain for Twitter to succeed.
Investing in terms of like deal flow, and as well as just your personal life, being able to host this conference and things like that.
Well, I think the magic. I remember when I was younger and lesser known, I would have to go to TED, meet the interesting person, and then when I meet the person, I have to give a really compelling pitch, right? So you have to get really good at telling your personal story and figuring out, okay, this person is in science, so how do I tell my story in a way that'll be exciting for a scientist? Or this is an older business person, now I got to calibrate and whatever. And what I found is cool is through Twitter and book and podcasts and stuff, my name gets out there enough that people may have a sense for me. When they meet me, usually my favorite is when someone just goes, oh, I read your book, because then I'm like, amazing. Right. Like you already know me 100%. I can just learn everything from you, and like I don't need to sell myself or anything. And then on top of that, now I don't have to go to the conference. The people will just email me and say, like you did, hey, can I fly to Victoria and meet you? And I think that's like awesome, right? So that's been the benefit of it. And I think that the downstream, to be honest, I started tweeting because frankly I was really depressed and miserable during COVID, and I was like, I just need something to do every morning, like when I'm sitting here in lockdown. And so I started sharing, what I was doing. And I've always, my strategy to grow MetaLab in the early days as well was blog posts, picking fights, case studies, talking about what we were doing, all that kind of stuff. And I think that I've always been a loudmouth. And so my default is to share and talk about what I'm doing and evangelize or criticize or whatever. And so for me, it's very natural. And the benefit downstream, I get to meet interesting people and deal flow. I mean, we get a ton of proprietary deal flow. Most, aside from me networking and all the other stuff and all the deals we get through that, we also get inbound hundreds of emails every single month from people that want to sell to us because they've already heard the story and they understand what we're about. They like what we're doing. And I think one of the really underappreciated things about Tiny is just that we don't do outbound, right? Like, I mean, occasionally, right? Like I emailed Alan Adler about AeroPress, right? But for the most part, the deals come to us. And I think like what most private equity firms get wrong is they name themselves and their copy is all designed to appeal to investors. Right. So I remember I would get the emails from private equity firms. So when I was running like 2014, 2015, some of our businesses started to make serious money, $4 or $5 million a year, and we'd start to get in these like databases. And the way that all private equity firms do their outbound is they just go in like PitchBook or whatever database and they cold email you. And they send an email that sounds like this: Dear Andrew, my name is Quentin Carlson, and I am a associate at Bridge Partner Limited. Our founders come from Goldman Sachs and Tiger Global and whatever. Our AUM is $10 billion. We specialize in rule of 40 software companies in which we can deploy $100 million in preference stack equity. Like, I was like, and at this point, I'm like, what is this guy talking about? I have no clue. And then it was, I get on the phone with this guy, and I'm like, does this guy run the firm? Like, who is this? And he's like this wonk, right? He's like some Wall Street analyst type, and all he's asking me is like numbers, like, you know, what is your churn on this MRR, whatever, right? And I'm like, what? Like, what are you talking about? What is capital? Like, I didn't know EBITDA was like back in the day, and I was like, what are you talking about? And I think goes back to the problem. It's finance people going, what would I want to hear?
Right.
And they don't know how to speak founder.
Right.
They don't know that a founder doesn't even, they never use the word capital.
Right.
They don't know what AUM is. They don't know what EBITDA is. They just go, this is my business. This is what we do. These are my employees. This is how much money we make. You know, net profit. They know that, right? And so I think the one thing that we really got right with Tiny was just pivoting the language and saying, if you look at our website, like it doesn't look like a multi-$100 million holdco. You know, most of these private equity firms have like black and white skyscrapers and investor portals and all that stuff. It just looks like kind of goofy and friendly, and it's all written in a way where a founder sees it and it's not intimidating and they get it. And yeah, I mean, if that's that's like the insight for us. It's like market that and talk to founders, right? So that is the downstream benefit for us business-wise. It's huge. The downside is you get like crazy people and all sorts of other stuff.
You can buy the book if you want to.
Yeah, in my book I tell some good stories about that.
Two questions that came to mind. One, I'm just going to say this so I don't forget, but one, does that mean investing is actually way harder? Like capital is actually the thing that's very abundant. And then two, is that also then the benefit, or is that also why you guys have a moat in that sense? In terms of, you mentioned like with AI, brand is actually something, and network effects, like those are two things AI can't disrupt necessarily. Like, is that a big benefit for you guys being so online? That your brand has been built and is so distinct?
Well, I think one of the mistakes a lot of people make is they assume that there's an efficient market for selling businesses. And I think that if there would be, if every founder listed their website on a public directory that said, here's our revenue, here's all our financials, whatever. And at any time, any market participant could bid and just say like, no, I'll buy 10% of your stock for $100 million or whatever. Like totally perfect market, right? The reality is that most founders don't even know what an investment banker is. Like I didn't know what an investment banker was. For those that don't know, an investment banker is a realtor for businesses. They're just a realtor, right? They go and they're there
because it's an inefficient market.
They go there and they say, you want to sell your business? Great, I'm going to run a process. I'm going to go and sell your business for you. And even that is a highly inefficient process because the bankers only have relationships with a bunch of private equity firms they've good relationships with. And so they'll go to 10 firms, most of them, or maybe they go to 50 firms, but usually it's like 10, 20 firms or whatever. It's one email. It's a generic email to them and it says, hey, I have this business. Here's the confidential memorandum or whatever, and here's all the info. Most of them just go, pass, right? So then you get down to like 5, right? And then you have this competitive process amongst 5. So to me, that's not a very efficient process, and it goes back to the power of relationship. If I was a very, very wealthy person in my life and I owned, you know, $2 billion in
什么礼物？什么礼物？已经做好了。哦，已经这么快？
就是这么快。
那你为什么自己不做啊？
他说他没空。
奇怪，那不是很快啊？还要请人啊？
Personally, I go all day with Buffett, right? Because you're so rich, it doesn't matter. And I think that's the advantage, right? Is like being able to get great deals because people actually want to be treated well and know their company.
Right. That's your earlier point, like, you know, a bank or someone buying a company might only look into the financials, but because you guys have been there, you've had all those conversations already, and you know, you're a founder yourself, you can understand like, hey, maybe this person doesn't actually care that much about the money, they just want a little stability and they just want to sell part of the business.
And I don't want to malign private equity unfairly. I have tons of friends that are in private equity that are incredibly smart, incredibly thoughtful, totally ethical. I'm more criticizing their approach. I just think the approach is backwards. It is just so bizarre to me that they pitch themselves in this way and they hire people in suits to try and buy businesses in the Midwest. You know what I mean? Like it's just weird. And I mean Brent is a great example. He's doing the exact same thing we are, but just in brick and mortar businesses. And he's straightforward. He's written a book that's like down to earth. Like he's just a guy, right? I think that's an unfair advantage.
Yeah. Are there any problems that you see? Like you mentioned, if you could have every business giving all their data all at once, like that'd be a pretty cool data set, pretty cool business. Are there any problems that you see that you want to have solved in that buying process or anything unrelated to brand and network? Any opportunities? I'm just curious.
Well, interestingly, there's something called Companies House in the UK, and they actually do require all companies over a certain scale to do that. So there kind of are some of these databases, but I think they get picked over. In terms of a problem I would love to see resolved, I mean, legal is a huge inefficiency. One of the funniest things I find is, you know, whether we're working on a $100 million deal or a $1 million deal, the legal bill always somehow manages to be between 0.5% and 1% of the total deal size. Even though the legal work is the same, right? It's like the same number of documents, whatever. And I feel like that is, it adds so much inefficiency. And like, I don't know if you've ever negotiated like a contract with a business partner, and me and Chris don't have one, but I've done like business partnership agreements and stuff. It's the sort of thing where if you just sit down on the same side of the table and you like hash it out, it's great. Yeah. But when lawyers get involved, it overly complexifies everything. And usually the lawyer's job is like, let me whisper in your ear and freak you out so that I get another 10 days worth of legal work out of this because I can add a bunch of clauses and stuff. What I'm excited about is when I can get on the phone with the founder and say, hey, let's both open Claude. Yeah. Over the next 3 hours, let's just figure this out. And like, you know, you say, I'm really scared that, you know, I'm gonna sell you my company and then you're gonna sell it again in a couple years and it's gonna be 10x. Yeah. All right, let's add clause. Like, let's Claude. Like, how can we resolve this? Like, come up with a great structure, right? And I'm excited for that more human level communication. And then also, I own a building and I rent out some of the units. And I recently had Claude write a lease, and I wrote this like big complicated lease. And then I just said, the person who's reading this is like a small business owner. Can you please make it legally binding, but put it in language they'll understand? And it just rewrote. It was like, you know, before it had like therefore clause A, and then it just made it like, oh, by the way, this is what this means, and like here's the intention of this, and if this doesn't happen, then it will fall back to this, right? And it's like everything goes back to my private equity example. Like I'm excited for everything in business to become straightforward,
more natural. Totally. Do you think that's the biggest advantage in a negotiation? Changing those seats and being on the same side as the other person?
100%. I think saying to someone, one of my favorite questions to ask a founder is, how does this go wrong? What are your peers? You know, what's your husband saying to you at home that is like, oh, make sure that doesn't happen. And I think it's so powerful to go to a negotiation just saying like let's lay all the knives on the table and just say like, you know, that for me too, it's like, you know, hey, I'm scared. Like you said you want to stick around, but like you also are going to take $20 million off the table. Like, you know, are you going to be here? And if the person looks me in the eyes and goes, I'm obsessed with this business, like I'm not going anywhere. It's like that's all I need to hear. But I want to be able to say that. I think it goes back to like it's 90% therapy, psychology, EQ, like those are the things that you know you need to do great deals.
Yeah, not very well. You know, not that you're great at math, but like you do derivatives. Or...
No, and yeah, like no spreadsheet jockeys to be able to buy great business unless you're in the public markets. In the public markets, because you have perfect information, it's a blind bidding process. Yeah, of course you can do that. So if you're that type of person, like no, I'm not casting aspersions. Like that's great. Your brain works like that. Like public markets,
just be aware of it. Go that way.
Totally.
That's amazing. One question I have for you, and then I think I'm close to wrapping up. What are the how do I say this? What questions have you asked yourself? This is more in general, just for life and business. What questions have you asked yourself over the past few years that have been the most impactful? You know, is it maybe something as simple as, hey, what am I doing every day? Let me just check my calendar, or something else? Like, are there any questions that come to mind that you've asked yourself over the last couple of years that have led to where you are now, where you're, you know, and I think in a place where you're loving every day?
Yeah, I mean, when I was 34, 35, like I had one of those pivot point moments of like
7 years.
Existential.
You have enough comments.
And I was kind of you know, because when I was a kid, my parents would fight about me, and I remember my dad, I said, Dad, what's your plan for retirement? And he looks at me and he goes, you're my plan for retirement. And he's totally joking. Like, my dad's a really sweet guy. But in that moment, I was like, oh shit. Like, I'm like 7 years old. I'm like, oh god, like, there's no plan. Like, there's no one flying plane. Like, Dad, like, oh my god. And I think like that, I just wanted everyone to stop fighting. Like, money was the thing that made people fight. Money was the thing that made vacation stressful. And money was the thing that caused me to project out and worry. And so I'd say from 7 years old to 34, 35, I was obsessed with making money. And I hadn't really thought about what to do with it. You know, like I said, I had little periods in my early 20s where I'd spend much money on dumb stuff and realized that would really lift me up. And then 34, 35, I was like, well, shit, like, you know, I should live it up. And so, you know, I bought 2 more houses and, you know, I chartered a yacht and I did all these silly things and I just felt like gross. I just felt wasteful and disgusting. And so after that, I was like, well, how do I create meaning?
You like slime? 我不是跟你讲话。
One was I wasn't happy doing what I was doing because the joy of running a business, the joy of running a machine, was shifting, and I was becoming a cog in the machine doing something I was very bad at. Right? And that thing was managing people problems. Like I'm good EQ and dealing with people problems, but I can only do so many CEO salary negotiations where I like tear my hair out, or my brain only can deep dive on one business so long, and I can't keep so many in my head. And so I realized that I was doing something that I wasn't exceptional at anymore. And when I was able to say, what am I exceptional at? It's storytelling and relationships and talking to founders and figuring out deals and all the stuff we've been talking about. That was when I started really loving life again. And then in terms of the money side, you know, I didn't want to give to my kids. You know, if I give my kids something, but I just had met so many unhappy people who had inherited money, or I'd watched kind of families decay over battles and stuff. And so, you know, I kind of cracked like, okay, I'm going to give it all away. And I tell this story in my book, but, you know, I got to call Warren Buffett and got invited to a giving pledge, and basically that's the pledge you're going to give away at least half of your wealth before the thing dies. And so that kind of gave me a bit more of a mission of like, okay, instead of being this selfish person who's just trying to like feather my own nest and build up a wall around me and people I love, well, that wall's big enough. Well, now what? And then now what was, okay, now I'm going to start giving away. And so, you know, the last couple of years I've given away almost $20 million and really worked towards doing that and finding ways to enjoy that as well. But you know, even that, well, the funny thing about that is I started doing that and I still get drawn into business. I'm just obsessed with business. Like I was talking to another Holdco operator 2 days ago, we were having breakfast, and he's like, I was like, you know, what, you know, do you want to retire or whatever? And he goes, well, I know if I retired, I would just like have a bunch of money and then I need to deploy the money and I'd start building my machine again. Right? Like I just love it. I'm like a Rube Goldberg. I build Rube Goldberg machines, and so I've just kind of leaned into that. I'm like, okay, I'm building a Rube Goldberg machine. I love business. I love entrepreneurs. That's my world. And then fortunately, my girlfriend, my partner, she runs the foundation and she's amazing at giving away money, and so we have a nice partnership. And so yeah, I'm still muddling through that, but it has given me a sense of you know, a rewritten narrative, right? And I think that rewritten narrative was important because I think 4 or 5 years ago I was feeling quite empty, selfish, unhappy at work, and not in my zone. You know, I wasn't in my lane.
You were a cog instead of working on
100%. Yeah.
That's amazing. One question. What's the favorite philanthropy thing you've been doing recently? Like, what's the most?
Well, there's two different ones that I really love. So one is very tangible. So I kind of think of it as a stock portfolio. So there's things that you bet on that are like growth companies, like future opportunity, and that's where like we invested. The foundation invested in Clotho, which is like a really potentially breakthrough treatment for Alzheimer's, which I have quite a bit of in my family, so I'm quite passionate about that. On the flip side, so that's like a future bet, right? Of something that could profoundly impact the world and benefit people in 20 years or something. On the more tangible side, we do trachoma surgery. So we donate to Sight Savers, which is in Africa. And basically, in certain African countries and other places around the world, people will get this form. It's almost like pink eye. They get a horrific pink eye, but they don't get treatment for it. And the only way to treat it is actually to get this special surgery if it's not eliminated quickly enough. But what ends up happening is something that's as simple as pink eye ruins someone's life. And when I talk about ruining someone's life, I mean they can't work, they're not able to care for their kids, like very, very bad situations. And so for, I believe it's about $750 a pop, you pay for these trachoma surgeries surgeries. And I find that really, really satisfying because on one hand, I'm doing something that's really tangible, changing people's lives.
Very,
Yes,
very clear.
you know, it's somewhere else in the world, and I'm probably never gonna meet those people, but I know I'm doing some good. And then on the other side, I'm making these more long-term bets. Another really funny one. This one I don't do through the foundation because I haven't figured out. It's not really. It's kind of more just me being like goofy. I have so my whole life I've never been able to burp.
What?
Yeah, imagine like not being able to fart. Like you just every day.
That'd be kind of nice, though.
Well, no, it'd be nice until you just bloat it.
That's true.
Every meal. And so what would happen for me is when I was about 24, I started getting every day. I get my whole life, like if I drank like beer or pop, I would just feel horrible. I just feel bloated, and I get these horrible, really embarrassing, like almost like a velociraptor noises. Like, so I'd go on a date and I go in for a kiss and right, like very, very embarrassing. And but in the beginning it was just kind of funny. It was like, oh, I can't burp, and I'd say to my doctor, and he'd go, you're probably burping, you just don't know, whatever. And so but at about 24, 25, that turned into horrific acid reflux. Every day I get this pressure and I just get this horrible acid reflux. And so it sent me on this journey of just like, what is this? How do I get rid of it? And I tried taking every medication and nothing worked. And they look at me and they go, you're 26, you're not overweight, you don't smoke, you don't really drink, like what's the deal? And no one could figure it out. And then one day on one of my like many, like literally I'd spend every night like 3 hours at night just like reading all the scientific literature, trying to figure out this acid reflux. This is ruining my life. And I thought about, I can't burp. I wonder if there's something to that. And so I googled it. I just googled I can't burp. And this subreddit came up called No Burp. And I realized that there's hundreds of people, they're all on there, and they're all saying like, oh my god, I got these dino gurgles and this pressure, and I feel horrible. And I was so excited because there was like 20 people in the world who had gone to Chicago, and there's this one ENT named Dr. Robert Bastian who had figured out that it was caused by your cricopharyngeal muscle in your throat being too tight. And so what he started doing is going putting you under, going in endoscopically, and injecting Botox into the muscle that relaxes it and allows you to burp. And so I flew to Chicago, I got this procedure done, stopped getting acid reflux, and now I can let out these like massive burps. Like fortunately I'm not drinking a bubbly right now.
Right.
I usually I can't stop. I just keep burping, and it's amazing. It changed my life. And it sounds goofy because it's like, oh, it's burping.
But like, it's painful.
It ruins people's lives. Like it ruins people's lives, and especially in Canada, most doctors will not take you seriously. Very few people are aware of this disorder. And so what I started doing is posting on Reddit threads and just saying, anyone in Canada who needs this, hey, like just go. And so I think I paid for 10 or 15 people now to go and get this surgery, and I just love like it's so paying it forward.
Yeah, it's so relatable. You're fixing the problem that you had.
Totally. On the, I don't want to like to be like, oh yeah, my philanthropy is all like burps.
There's no reality in a decade where things aren't more advanced, easier. The old adage of convenience is king is remarkably true. We get annoyed when our food delivers 5 minutes later instead of 2 minutes. Double clicked on your phone. I'm of the age where like it was cool to just be able to call a restaurant and have it delivered. You have to go to your kitchen and find the menu and call the place and can you please stand hold? Like sure, better than driving to the pizza shop. And driving to the pizza shop was a convenience 100 years ago because before then you had to make the pizza. Like everything progressively gets easier for us, and we're about to go into the most significant, easier, lack of friction era since the internet, which is this AI era. The elimination of friction is like always the right answer. Today, people, we're gonna have more than 8 billion people. We're gonna have 800 million people because 792 billion of them are going to be fake people. There will be way more competition, but that's just like the punchline of the way it is.
Do you think we'll see a huge peak in content creators as AI lays off more jobs?
I wrote a book in 2009 that basically said everybody was going to content create, and then secondarily now with AI people, we're going to have more than 8 billion people. We're going to have 800 billion people because 792 billion of them are going to be fake people. So yes, I believe in supply and demand. Like yes, there will be way more competition, but that's just like the punchline of the way it is.
Well, I was watching your podcast with Cody Sanchez where you were talking about live shopping and whatnot as like undiscovered kind of idea of the attention economy. So I was really interested in like what you thought like was areas where young people should be focusing where there could be a lot of opportunity.
I think there's a lot of young women. Let's start with women, given this audience. Let's just go down that path. Who want to be a content creator, want to be a podcaster, want to have a career. Because I've been following content creators and influencers since 2005, I have a lot of historical context, and what I know about that historical context is there's different content creators for different eras. When Instagram first came out, it was first for people to take pictures, and there was a picture app. First it was like for photography, and then it started to become a social network. But the only option to post on it was pictures. So who rose very quickly in that early era? Models, both male and female, right? And so if you were good at taking photos, sure it's not lost on any women listening right now. Some people photograph better than others, and so if you were a human that photographed attractively, and you understood what was going on Instagram, there was a whole movement of people who monetized quite a bit. Then video was introduced, and it changed the dynamic of that platform. Live shopping has happened right now. Live shopping is huge. There are probably 5,000 listeners right now of this podcast who aspire to be a creator or influencer, and the destiny has them not winning that game. They're not good enough. And they will not make $1 million a year, $500,000 a year in brand deals and affiliates and all that. However, that same human, that same girl that I'm using the analogy of right now, if she went to live shopping, because she is a good salesman and has gift of gab and has depth of knowledge and can hold a conversation and enjoys the streaming IRL dynamic of like not only talking about this product, but she's also naturally good at seeing that Karen said something in the comments and can jump with her and then back to this, she's destined to be a remarkably financially and emotionally successful live shopping personality.
So should we put live shopping into the app?
Yes.
You think so?
I do.
But if our vision is being like the AI personal shopper, do you think live shopping is going to be a key part of that?
I don't know. Yeah.
Like, because I feel like TikTok's also really popular on the live shopping.
Oh, look, TikTok is the foundation of this. TikTok might dance in Asia. Do you know that in Asia, 30% by conservative standards, 30% of all e-commerce transactions in China are happening on live shopping? Do you know how big the Chinese e-commerce economy is? So I think this has already happened. Like, this is not me predicting. Like TikTok in the US, whatnot, and like by the way, Meta's gonna do this, and Google's gonna do like every social platform, just like they all have stories. Like they're going to have live shopping because they're gonna have to compete with the reality of the consumer behavior, which is people love buying in live shopping formats. And so if you look at Abercrombie and Fitch, they can really like save their business by doing live shopping on TikTok, right? If you look at Pop Mart, so yes, of course, having the biggest K-pop star in the world push Labubu starts a spark, but when you look at like that's not enough. Like,
so we're gonna build out a live shopping.
Look, that strategy may lead to you deciding not to put it in the app because it's distracting, it's not on strategy. It's okay if you don't. but I don't think it's okay for you not to debate it when you understand it's a significant human behavior.
I think it's interesting because even YouTube Shorts now added the ability to add like an affiliate link so that you can monetize on videos that you're putting out. So I think it's just generally the intersection of commerce and also media is becoming more prolific. So if you're talking about a product, why would you not link it into that video so you can also monetize on it?
The elimination of friction is like always the right answer, right? When you're talking about it correctly, is like, why did people like see like, oh, I love your, if somebody's watching and loves your pants, right? Why do they have to like spend like real effort to either find it? Like the tech stack is getting to, especially with AI and everything else. We're here, like they're watching, they're like, oh, that's so cute, boom, out it, like that's the name of the game. There's no reality in a decade where things aren't more advanced, easier. That the old adage of convenience is king is remarkably true. Like we get annoyed when our food delivery is 5 minutes later than I said it would be. Like, do you understand that you were laying on your couch, double-clicked on your phone, had your food, like, you used to have to, like, I'm of the age where, like, it was cool to just be able to call a restaurant and have them delivered, and you have to go to your kitchen and find the menu and call the place, and can you please stay on hold? I'm like, sure, better than driving to the pizza shop, and driving to the pizza shop was a convenience 100 years ago because before then you had to make the pizza, like, everything progressively gets easier for us, and we're about to go into the most significant, easier, lack of friction era since the internet, which is this AI era. Like, we are going into an era where your agents, your AI agents, are going to buy the clothes for you without even deciding you like the pants. Your refrigerator as an Internet of Things with an AI overlay is going to realize you always buy this almond milk. It's literally the carton of the almond milk is going to be text-oriented to understand the weight. The fridge is going to be able to feel the weight is left with what one milk for, and it's going to reorder the almond milk for you. And so a lot of people listening right now like, that sounds terrible. What do we, like, I mean this is what people do. They're like, that sounds terrible. There's a romance to go to the store.
The washing machine was first invented, what are the hell someone's going to do? Like, they're going to be so bored. The suicide rate for women is going to go up.
The same thing for the typewriter. When a typewriter was meant to be like, we're going to lose the craft of our penmanship, and let's take it to the extreme. What about this beautiful thing called electricity? The term demonizing things came from electricity. When electricity came out and was available in homes, instead of candles, people did not put it in their home because word on the street was electricity was made by demons were in it. It was demons. That's how like unbelievable, just 120 years ago, the concept of that. And so we demonize things. And so, I mean, it's like, for all the kids that are listening, only 20 years ago, the concept of online dating was something that nobody talked about. It was like taboo. People were meeting on Match.com in 2005, but made up stories to their friends and family that they met at a bar.
Now everyone meets on Hinge. I think it's so interesting that you say this because I was reading about you talking about your regrets of missing out on Uber, and you said that one of the biggest things it taught you was just that convenience was king and that people were willing to pay to be able to save time on stuff.
Even that one was even perceived time. My brother took the first Uber in New York, and the first week of Uber in New York, because conversation with Travis and Garrett that I was having at the time was like, yeah, this works in San Francisco because San Francisco's transportation sucks. Well, this worked in New York, subway, taxis. And I remember the first Uber I took, I ordered it from my office. I was like, this is so cool, coming down, and I'm standing there, and literally 8 yellow cabs drive by with a light on. I'm like, fuck, I'm losing time. But like the perception that I was going to gain time, yeah, convenience is the ultimate king.
Like, where do you think there's opportunity for that with AI? For like, what is worth doing yourself versus what should you be outsourcing?
Well, I think you know what's fun about that question. This actually could take us down a really fun path in this podcast. I think it's an individual thing. I think one of the things we're all struggling with in society right now is like everyone's trying to impose their opinion on everyone else. Like for me, I want AI to do absolutely everything so I can have as much time to be creative and to be with my friends and family. That's for me. There's nothing I'm going to be sad about. And by the way, if I am sad about it, let's use my almond milk thing. If I'm the kind of human being who cannot wait for Saturday to wake up, work out, and then go and take a nice 1 hour stroll to the supermarket because I enjoy touching the tomatoes and I enjoy the interaction with other human beings in my local market, and it brings me happiness to pick which peanuts I want. Well, then I can. But for me, Gary, that is not interesting, and I'd rather have that hour back. And so I think what AI is going to do is create unparalleled optionality. And so if you like to mow your lawn, well, mazel tov, mow your lawn. And so I think where this will go, and I hope people get more thoughtful about this, is there is no wrong or right outside of the most egregious things. And I think we have to get better at understanding, like, I'm not going to demonize somebody if they use AI for something that I'm not going to use it for. And I think we become incredibly judgmental. Like, I just think people think everything is should. You should do this. You should do, like, the word should, even when we asked it, like, the word should has become incredibly powerful. Like, what? Everyone has their 2 cents on everyone's fucking business.
You know what I'm really excited for about AI? I'll tell you my fear. My main fear, and this is true in every, digital revolution we've seen, whether that's the internet, whether that's electricity, is that the third world gets left behind. I'm really worried about that, personally. That's my fear. My other thing...
Real quick, just to jump on that, that was a very common conversation about this when it came out, and yet it went the other way. The mobile device had a tremendously positive impact on Africa. Will be an incredibly big topic over the next 30, 40 years.
I would argue that it was not cell phones that were as... If you're arguing that cell phones are the modality for the digital payments, then yes. Because,
I am arguing that.
Okay, that's fair.
But think about how profound that is.
They are way ahead of us on digital payments. But in terms
it also connected people to the world.
Yes, but in terms of actually benefiting their economy, if you think about the mobile phone as an invention of whose GDP it actually affects.
Yes, but you're talking about a much more interesting conversation, a complicated one, which is the technology is not the punchline, it's government warfare.
That is fair.
You know what I mean? Like,
think about like where data centers are being built out. That's going to be a huge, huge money machine. We're in a gold rush, and the shovels are going to matter. The picks and shovels are going to matter, and the picks and shovels are holding.
Yes, but that is not the technology's fault. That becomes a conversation of geopolitics, the BRICS alliance versus the US. Like, you start getting into real conversations. Hey, everybody, I'm not going to keep you long, but I've got to tell you about GaryVee.com/Stan. Stan Store, an incredible tech stack for creator entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial creators, is literally the tech stack based on what I wrote in Crush It and Crushing It, and really the thing almost all of you are trying to build. So if you are one of those people, go to the Gary Vee Challenge that I partnered up with this investment I made in Stan Store. I believe in this. I believe in it for you. You'll see why I love it. GaryVee.com/Stan. Go check it out.
我们的花园很奇怪，好多种颜色，但是好多种颜色。
你为什么自己不？这不是很容易做？这直接刷进去，人家那个另外一个。
人家是专门的，他老人还有帮我，他叫我们去Facebook，我说我 你爸爸没哭，然后老人说他爸我
Revolution
弄。
created exactly what we're talking about. At
奶奶老人多好
the 18th century had far less
所以
infrastructure.
我买一
I
点巧克
would
力
argue
给
that
他，
industrial
开
revolution
心
is。even more profound than the revolution we have going on now.
你自己付钱，然后也要别人做帮你做。
爸爸，我叫爸爸，爸爸哪里有库去没数了？而且那个花还要割掉，它有花嘛，花它也是老人割的。
And they will hear something that one of you two say that may spark the beginning of inspiration that allows her to decide where she wants to live when she's 18.
The thing I am really excited about, and to hit on that note, the thing is that most people live and die without ever seeing a doctor. And if you look at the amount of doctors per capita that you have, or just per people, like when I was working in Rwanda at Partners in Health, and they don't have one of the best systems in Africa. They have these public health workers who for the entire village, so their entire village is healthy. Oh, and by the way, they're unpaid. They just get and go around and help everybody. But the amount of, if we can supercharge doctors within third world countries, that would be huge. And the stuff that they're doing with like call centers where you can call in and they can instantly like prescribe something, you just kind of pick it up, or they can take notes for the doctor and ship out the prescriptions. I think that stuff is going to be so important because if you can expand the amount of people who can touch a doctor, that's going to be huge.
Listen, I'm empathetic. This last 5 minutes of this podcast, I'm incredibly compassionate, empathetic, and understanding to people viewing things that are going on in the world and about to go in the world from a concern, from a cynicism standpoint. My argument always is, what if we just took a step back and also decided to look at it from an optimistic standpoint? This last 30 seconds that you just talked about is incredibly important. None of us, not any one of the 8 billion of us, is in a position to fundamentally make the world exactly how we want it to be. That's not how things work. My argument is, if you look over the last 200 years on everything, every single issue, I'm incredibly proud and optimistic about the human race. I want everybody to hear this because I have a sense that a lot of people here don't have a lot of context on me. I want them to also understand it's not lost on me that there's tons of terrible. This is not delusion. I'm not looking the other way. Of course, there's profound amounts of things going on around the world that are not fun. From every angle, from every country, for every race and gender and age group. There's just unlimited things. We all, as humans, pick and choose which ones bother us. I'll give you one that's very weird for me. I am devastated by the collective disrespect of the elderly. We have gone through an incredible 25-year window where we put youth on a pedestal, looking young, acting young, and just whiz kid. The fundamental, inherent disrespect of 20 and 30-year-olds around the world towards 80 and 90-year-olds is unprecedented in the history of time. Pretty much forever, the elder, I'll explain. Basically, for the beginning of time until about 50 years ago, the elders in our family, we took so much in their words. Our grandparents had so much say. It mattered. We listened to their wisdom, to their life advice. Today, we make jokes about them because they don't know how to use technology. What do I mean? It is not common practice for many 25-year-olds that are listening right now to really seek out and sit down with an 80-year-old that is not their grandparent to talk about life. That was dramatically more common 100 years ago. And so we completely lost wisdom, and in fact, we're shockingly disrespectful. What am I talking about? I'm talking about every time I'm at an airport, 50 years ago, a 26-year-old man would get up and let an 80-year-old woman sit down in his seat when she walked by, and I watch every day that not happen anymore.
Well, that should happen if a guy's gonna do it.
I understand. It should happen. It did happen. But by the way, let's not just pick on dudes. I watch this is the point that I'm trying to make. I don't think anybody of the other 8 billion people on Earth should be upset or concerned or worried about what I'm saying. But I'm telling you right now, if this is like a weird thing you're listening to everyone at home, just pay attention for the next 48 hours of like how a 70 and 80-year-old is being interacted with by both men and women in their 20s and teens and 30s. We've lost completely any kind of grace or respect towards the elderly in our society. And so like, I'm passionate about that. I think that's interesting. I think that's a mistake. I think that's hurting us more than we realize. But I can't impose that on everyone. I'm not mad and think everyone's a piece of crap for not thinking about the 70 and 80-year-olds in society. What I'm saying is overall, technology, penicillin, concrete, the tractor, overall technology has done a lot more good than bad for the human race if you're willing to look at things in 50 and 100-year windows. To your point, is the AI going to be written in a biased manner? Are we leaving behind, so the answer is, of course, humans are inherently flawed. There's going to be shortcomings. And my concern is that we're at the highest levels of hypocrisy. There's nothing that the 3 of us here can talk about, or the 3 behind the camera, or the 8 billion people, where we can judge and point fingers at people for what's wrong, but we rarely talk about what we suck at. But I mean, you'll appreciate this. You and I, and you, we may talk about silly things we suck at. Oh, I'm bad at, I leave my clothes on the ground. We don't talk about, people aren't out here being like, I cheat on my taxes. Nobody's going on a podcast and be like, I beat my partner. What I'm saying is, humans make mistakes. And we become incredibly judgmental. Everybody's got a hot take. Everybody's got 2 cents. And they don't even know these people. When people have hot takes on people, you don't really know them. And so these are fun things to think about.
The reason why I was curious for your perspective on the elderly is because also before we started rolling for this podcast, we were talking about I'm hired a 12-year-old.
Yes.
Generally, there's so much opportunity in
Yes.
who are younger, who do have an understanding of the current
Yes.
we live in.
Yes.
And we live in a very different world than someone who's 80 now.
Correct.
Grew up without AI and without an understanding.
I mean, you're sitting with somebody who's 49 years old. I went through all of my high school years without the internet.
100%. But that's why I think there are very legitimate criticisms of for example, with our government.
Yes.
If someone who is 70 or 80 is in charge of so many different things that they have no understanding of, to me as a young person, that does scare me.
As it should.
And all of that, I think those are areas where it's very legitimate to be able to have legitimate criticism.
Oh, by the way, please don't. Thank you, Zach. I really appreciate that. Again, if I'm not being clear, I think criticism. By the way, everything is in play. What I'm saying is that is appropriate, and then what I'm asking for all of us to debate is what are we then going to do about it? Right? I think we've gotten very good at commenting and adding our opinions and poking fingers, and I'm just curious about where's everybody at with thumbs. To your point, let's say for you, the concept of 70 and 80-year-olds running the country, you have the ability, to make a decision. You can decide to build this company company and do this podcast, or you can decide to commit your life to changing the political system. You're allowed. Or, because you're a proper human being, it's not that you have to be 100% here and 100% there. You may decide, because you're passionate about this, to spend 2 hours a day on trying to have an impact on campaigns of 30-year-olds and things that everyone's allowed. You know, for example, I also have a lot of, I was born in the Soviet Union. I was born in the USSR, in a really shitty place. And so I'm incredibly affected by where you're born. So, you know, I spend a lot of my time on water, which spend their time on trying to bring water to the 800 million people on Earth that don't have clean water access. And I built schools in Ghana and Guatemala, where literally if the school is not built there, the children sit under a tree with an elder statesman and read the same old book. I decided that was important to me. I don't think that makes me better than anyone, not better than anyone. I'm just very passionate right now about accountability. Like, we've become incredibly good because of the media landscape to sit around and talk about a lot of stuff. I'm hot on action, and I'm hot on compassion and empathy, of like just a little more thoughtfulness on why things are the way they are.
I'm curious, you know, since you've gotten married, like, do you feel like there was a turning point in your career where you started to have this kind of self-reflection, or do you feel like you've always been this way?
I feel like I've always been this way because my mother is the single greatest human on earth. You know, my mom has so much humanity in her, and the way she raised me, she championed, and the luck of DNA. Like, I've always been, I see this in my son, by default, empathy comes natural to me, so my brain it defaults into, like, what's this mean to them? Like, I really struggle with people that are deeply selfish and emotionally, like, are just incapable of deploying sympathy, compassion, and empathy. But I'm also very, like, back to that empathy. I'm understanding. Like, I think everything is allowed as long as your intent and your actions are trying its actual best not to hurt someone. The reality is, like, this is just life, and there's a lot of variables to it, and there's always things going on.
And I know I saw the note from Margot, focus this conversation also, of course, on business. Okay. That's like the primary focus of our podcast. But I do want to touch on something I thought that was really interesting, was that you hired a chief heart officer,
Yes.
and you said that you think EQ is more important than IQ when it comes to managers. Can you talk about how you can relate empathy and all these different things to business?
Yeah, it's a great segue. I think we just got to go all that right around humanity. I would argue to the business landscape that retention of employees and them being happy while they're there is the single biggest variable if you're trying to build something meaningful long term. So you young ladies and many people listening, it is very many people's minds to start a startup and to sell it. Like, that's like, and that's interesting because I'm a little bit more OG. Like, every business I've ever built is only I'm trying to build in perpetuity and leave it to my kids. It's very immigrant shit, right? So when I started investing in Silicon Valley startups in 2006, 2007, one of the quick observations were like, wait a minute, they're not building companies, they're building financial arbitrage machines just to get to the exit. And so a lot of things I cared about were not as important. The thing I always cared about was I used to call it the atmosphere. Now it's called culture, right? Like, yes, at VaynerX, so everybody who's listening, I have about a 2,500 person global marketing agency. My career 15 years ago took a weird shift where I started an advertising agency, and on Madison Avenue, like Don Draper Mad Men style, I put the flag in the ground that said, hey, advertising, you got this all wrong. It's not television and search and direct mail and billboards. Social media and content and podcasts and YouTube are going to eat up the world. And I got laughed at, and now we have one of the biggest companies in the entire industry. What you're referring to is Paul Silver, who first came to me as an account person, but I could just see that she was like me. Like, it was all about the people. And she actually quit. Because she herself, in working for me, found her purpose, and she thought she was going to go be like a Sharma or whatever, you know. And then luckily, I was able to a year later convince her to come back, and instead of being the account person, I made her the chief heart officer. And we made up that title because I didn't want our HR. At that point, I realized that HR was like considered scary. I didn't know that about corporate America. Like, they were the bad guys. I was like, that's the good guys, I thought. And so I wanted to set a different tone in my company that our HR department is actually your friend. In fact, one of the biggest things that happened in my company is in the boardrooms, my chief heart officer, Claude, has more juice and political clout and say on decisions than my chief financial officer, Alan Parker, which is unheard of. If you really know business, like, the CFO has a lot of fucking say. In fact, most companies, the CFO's running the company, not even the CEO, which is like brain fuck for an entrepreneur like me. So yeah, it's been great. We have unheard of retention in my company. Last night I had a 45-minute drink with Ben Allison. He's, you know, and I was like, how long have you been here now? He's like 10 years. Like, that in Adland, in advertising, a year and a half, people are moving, jumping around. It's a pretty fucked up. In fact, one of the reasons I still love building big media is the industry's a little fucked up. It's not very good to its people. It's not very good at what it does right now, and I kind of enjoying fucking it up. And the way I think about it is, it's not just back to something we were talking about earlier. You know what I like about my career and what I hope others have this. Business is fun because if you really want to play it, it's a place. Like, I love Vayner because at one point, selfishly, I'm building a very large company, and it's going well. But at the other point, I'm really fucking up an industry that's fucked up to people, and now people are starting to have to copy me because I'm winning, and the beneficiary of that is everyone who's going to work in advertising. That feels nice. And that's like the good side of business. The good side of business is if you're a good guy or girl, and you're successful, people will copy you. And that's profound. And I'm a big believer in that. In fact, one of the only times I've ever been booed publicly, was that when I was giving a keynote speech at South by Southwest, and my opening line was fuck Steve Jobs at the height of Steve Jobs. And like literally dead silence and I'm booing. And I said, I understand, but let me tell you why I'm saying that. And I said, I've watched over the last 24 months, 10 of my friends who have startups go from being nice guys to being dickheads, because the word on the street is you have to be tough on your people to get the most out of that. And I'm like, I don't like that part. I like the innovation part. I like building great products. I like certain parts, but we cannot allow. In fact, I'm actually thinking about starting a fashion brand called Nice Guys Finish First. I mean, that's serious. Like, I want to champion good behavior in business because I believe it is widely capable. There's unlimited people that are not known, many that are known, that are running great businesses and being very human to the best of their ability. The problem with business is in parenting, you can overcoddle and you just have entitled kids. In government, you can overcoddle, there's no fucking ramifications. In academia, you can overcoddle and there is no ramifications. In business, if you overcoddle your team and your company, you'll go out of business. And so business is hard because it's the closest thing to sports. It's merit. Like, if you guys don't do a good job, this is done. And you'll have to do something else. So business is, for me, it's very hard as someone who is truly his mother's son. Like, I've struggled for 25 years in firing people. My kryptonite has been, ironically, Gary Vee, the public figure, very cancerous. Gary Vaynerchuk, the boss, not cancerous. For 20 years, it was my kryptonite. Because I felt bad. Like, I don't care enough about the computer business. I was like, you guys are gonna go through this. I'm sitting in my office and I'm like, Sally stinks or Ricky stinks. I gotta fire them, but fuck, because I'm showing like employee shit. I'm like, but Ricky's fucking dad just got diagnosed with cancer. Right? So I'm like, what the fuck do I do with that? But John just quit because he thinks you're an idiot because Ricky sucks and you're not hiring him. And he's like, fuck this place, I'm going to Google. Like business sucks because it's real. Academia, corporate, government, parenting. Most people don't have
so much plastic in this
like, if you
culture.
fuck, it's just fucking hard out here. Way more than people realize.
It's so interesting to me also because you're one of the only male media personalities that I follow who has always talked about you need to be kind, you need to be a good person. It's really scary because I would say most of the young boys our age follow really inflammatory men, like to be honest, Elon Musk on Twitter, and they think that that's the type of personality they need to aspire to be, super successful in the world. Like what would you say to people like that?
I think there's chapters in people's lives. Like, I literally just got a DM from someone on this topic, which was like, yeah, literally, I read the whole thing. Yeah, fuck this, you had me from 2006 to 9. Then I was like, fuck this dude, because he liked the wine stuff. Then he was like, then you went into business, and I was like, it's too fucking, like, he thought I was, like, too, like, overmatic, because I'm hyped. I'm like, you got fucking, he's like, I thought you were, like, too, this kid's a left kid, not a right kid. I'm going to correct with it. Basically, I did this whole paragraph thing just because I ran into DMs like that. I'm in it with my community. What I took away from it was, I watched this kid go from very socially liberal to very conservative to now purple to back to, like, literally he gave me his timeline of his relationship with me. And I think to answer your question, it ebbs and flows. A lot of this hardcore right stuff came because there was such hardcore left stuff. It's overreactions. I actually am incredibly purple by nature. Like in a world of red and blue, I just could never comprehend doing what so many people are doing in life right now, which is they've come so hard on identity politics that they changed their mind of what's in their soul to fit fully blue or fully red. I would tell you, and everybody who's listening, I have good news. This is going to ebb and flow. And what I tell everyone? To be empathetic of why. I'm empathetic of why from every angle. Now, I just want to make myself clear. There is never an appropriate time for anyone to do the wrong things. But to remind people, because I've really watched society for 20 years heavy, it's what I do for a living. Sort of social listening is what I would say I actually do. And human anthropology, I do it for the sake of understanding what I'm doing business and what I want to talk about, and how to land a kind message all the time. So I use it, but I would say to everybody, I have good news. These things ebb and flow. And what's the wrong thing comes in different
我
chapters.
跟你讲，就日本那可能利息的那个 interest 的会提高，提高了会影响股市，就是我叫人留意。
So we got a little crazy in 17, 18, we're just gonna cancel everyone. Right? So we're a little crazy, being a little too like fuck everyone, and so I think it goes in ebbs and flows. What I would tell young people, especially listening, like, look,
手机能丢了，手
but
机
I ask you from the depths of my heart, please don't be scared.
那个橘子很大一个，他这个一箱橘子才4块钱，很便宜。你如果到中国超市，这一箱最起码6块。
If you genuinely, as a human being, wake up tomorrow and be like, this sucks. Manhattan, I'm saying that big Mary, America, right? I just want you to know you're capable of leading. And I'm not saying like, get the fuck out with those people. I'm saying you like if everybody understood how remarkably in charge of their life is. If they just understood, and it was very deep, let me bounce around a little bit. A lot of people, a lot of you are making decisions in your life right now for peace of care.
你最近面好像有加辣酱。
And you want to become a doctor or engineer
我
or
也
a
是
person
啊，
or go to banking. Because you're so great with all the
是一个，
你这边2个，
两个我们就带一个。
If you decide you want my dad to do both of them, it'll be okay-ish. But at some point you're going to turn away and you're going to start resenting.
儿子，看你的鸡
Better
蛋
have，a tough conversation now
我帮你剥。
and address that combo. And you have to leave something for a year or two. If you actually follow your ultimate ambition is to actually be happy. They just think they know what's going to make them happy at a certain point. But I've just watched in the last 20 years so many people at 35 and then they blame. They're like, Mom, it's your fault. You pushed me into being a lawyer. We have to be accountable even at 22. And so what I'm saying is you're in control. And the more you know you're in control, the more you're actually going to be happy.
没有，不
I
是
wish。everyone who's listening knew how in control all the way. They are all the way, including rules that mayors, governors, presidents make. Like the world is a profoundly interesting place right now, and with technology and with Zooms and VR coming and all the things that are coming, the optionality for the 18 to 30-year-old set is profound. And I wish they could just instead of looking here and being like, this is fucked up, could you just turn your head and say, this is remarkable? And if you spend a little more time on remarkable, it will make it a little more balanced.
And when you talk about like really focusing on the places where there's, you can get, you talk about Google Ads really early on.
Yes.
You buy like keywords like for literally 5 cents. And then you like took the wine business from literally being like what, 3 to 4 million in revenue to 60 million in revenue like over the course of a year or two.
It was a 5-year period, but we had no money, no capital raise, no credit line. And so back to business instead of all this big talk. My premise, my latest book, Civilisation, Attention. My premise is everyone who's listening, even with little bits of money, and right now with organic social, with literally no money, if you know where the attention is and get good at it, you win. So even further back, I know there's a bunch of youngsters here. Let me take you to the OG. When I launched a website for my dad's liquor store in 1997, people were like, that would be like me saying, hey, let's all go to Mars and sell flower shop. Like that's how everybody around my dad was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like it was so crazy. That was the first underpriced move I did. The next one was actually email. The stories about Google and social media building my dad's business are a little bit like off in that I would argue if you actually put me in the corner and said, truly, the one thing you did to build that business for your dad, I would say email. Nobody knew what it was. It was all, I was competing with wine stores selling catalogs. So while everybody was spending lots of money making catalogs to sell high-end wine to people in Manhattan, I was emailing them down at Wall Street and selling it 4 weeks before they got the catalog.
And what would you say the places that we should focus right now?
Live social shopping.
Live social shopping. Okay, live social shopping. Exactly. Because everyone like looks like us is on TikTok, Instagram.
Yep.
Should we be on Snapchat, YouTube? Where else should we be? Snap.
Are you asking, should we be there marketing to build up our podcast or our app?
Yeah.
Yes, Substack, Snapchat, YouTube Shorts. I got a big one for you. Facebook. Facebook Blue.
We were just hearing that from the Diary of a CEO team that they're all over Facebook.
Facebook Blue is a fucking monster. And you know what's happened? And this may make sense for the youngsters in this room right now. Because of Marketplace for like random stuff in their apartment, And because of groups, there's a stunning amount of 22. You know, it's one of these funny things. There's a lot. It's almost like online dating 20 years ago. There's a lot more 22 to 32-year-old usage of Facebook Blue that people realize, but it's almost like every 24-year-old doesn't even want to say it out loud.
On Facebook Marketplace.
You love yeah, right? No, look at this. You just said it. You just literally said it. You just said, why do you love Facebook Blue?
Because that's just where my entire community is. Like my entire professional network is still on Facebook.
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Here's the thing. This is why I wrote the book. And by the way, actually I made a free deck. GaryVee.com/attention for everybody who doesn't have $20 to buy the book. Literally, I pirated my own self. Literally.
We should do a giveaway for the audience.
Literally.
For people listening to that episode.
But honestly, like, you don't even have to do this. Literally, I summed it up in a 44-page deck. Pretty good. GaryVee.com/attention. Here's the thing. Why most people are not great at social, and what has been the foundation of my 20-year career of staying relevant, is you can't post the same picture and video on Facebook and Instagram the exact same way and think the same thing's gonna happen. We disrespect the audience too much. I'll give you an example. You two ladies. When you open Instagram and when you open LinkedIn, you're still you, right? You're the human. But your entire mindset of why you're in there is completely different. The way you're going to act in this podcast is going to be different than when you guys act in a business meeting, which is going to be very different than when you're acting with your family, which would be very different if you guys took a girls trip for a weekend to, you know, a spa or Vegas or Ibiza.
We've done none of those things, so yeah.
Because you're building. Yeah. Because you're building.
How are we going on that?
No, don't do that. Just keep building. And it's going to be enjoyable. So anyway, what most marketers do wrong is they don't realize, first, the consumers are slightly different, obviously. You're going to get a lot more 63-year-olds on Facebook Blue than you will get on TikTok. There'll be plenty of 60-year-olds on TikTok. But more importantly, the psychology is different. And so the clip you use, even if you decide to use the same exact clip, the copy that supports the clip needs to be different. The first 3-second preview might be slightly different.
I don't think that should be different.
Well, you gotta think about, like, notice how he said my communities on Facebook. TikTok and Instagram have become more and more an interest layer, more than a community layer, right? Like, right, that makes sense to all of you. Whereas Facebook has more community. So I'll give you an example. If I'm trying to sell those shoes on Facebook versus Instagram, those are nice shoes. I would look at those shoes, if I did Instagram, more from the lens of like a magazine, runway, more like a culture thing. Whereas that shoe on Facebook, I would talk more about like, this is the shoe you should buy your girlfriend right now. Like, to a girl, maybe not, like, this, like, do you have a, you know, is somebody having your 30th birthday in your network? This is the it shoe as a gift, because I know the community mindset there is even deeper than it is on Instagram. The psychology. Whereas on whereas on LinkedIn, if I was trying to sell that shoe, I'd be like tired of having something that doesn't feel comfortable because you want to look great as you're running through the airport to your next meeting. You see where I'm going? I need to understand the psychology of the person I'm trying to target on each platform, thus rendering my creative and my copy slightly different, even though the agenda in all three is to get them to buy the shoe, just like your agenda is to get all of them to download the app and use it.
What's your biggest growth channel for your podcast right now? And do you specifically, when you do advertising, are you doing specific countries, or are you just doing them reviews, and what does that look like?
For my personal brand right now, I'm not really doing, I'm in a very interesting part. Like, in fact, even doing this podcast, for the last 18 months, I've been incredibly uncomfortably head down, building VaynerX and building VaynerMedia, VaynerX. I'm kind of just, this fall is my coming out party. I'm doing a podcast, and I'm going to start focusing more on my shit. That being said, VaynerX spends $3 billion in media and social, and I look at all my data on my stuff all the time. I will tell you that, for me personally, I have substantial growth in the Middle East, and I will keep doubling down on that from a business lens. I've got a lot going on in Nigeria. We were joking earlier about India continues to grow. I'm skewing more female every day, which is interesting, and like I look at that stuff. I think it has a little bit to do with like what I talk about. I mean, look, you know, I'm definitely uncomfortably purple, and then very big on emotional intelligence and feelings. So I know like that makes sense to me. And then what's interesting about me is I like talking about a lot of different things. For the people that are listening, like I talk about all sorts of things: wine. I talk about garage selling and flipping. I talk about blockchain. I talk about AI. I talk about business. I talk about entrepreneurship. I talk about humanity and social issues. So like, you know, it ebbs and flows, but the opportunities are on every single. The punchline is everyone's looking for like, where's the arbitrage? The arbitrage is on every platform if you know how to speak its language. Every person can explode right now in the world on YouTube, YouTube Shorts, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Snap, TikTok, all of them. Snapchat Spotlight is like a TikTok or Instagram, but nobody really uses it for that. Yet there's a stunning amount of consumption, but far less creators posting on it. So it becomes supply and demand. Substack, you know, that whole world, IRL streaming, Twitch and Kick, like that is, I mean, most of the famous people, the 15 to 25-year-olds, are popping up in IRL now. Right, the iShowSpeed, the Kai Cenat, like IRL is massive. And it can be debated that when you do this podcast that you have an IRL of it, which shows all of it. And some people are like, wait, but then are they going to listen? I'm like, who cares? You're listening twice, or you're still getting the audience. And some people would prefer to watch us with all the, oh, you took over the water before we even got on. And some people would rather watch the post-produced, higher quality. Like, I want to give the audience unlimited optionality to what flavor they like best.
I want to touch on something that you said about, so your audience has started to skew more female. There could be multiple reasons why, but specifically, I'm curious, do you have different advice for men versus women on the type of content they should be posting on social media to go viral? Do you think it's different?
I'm definitely a human being that believes, like, yes, girl and boys are different, but not, like, so radically different, right? As far as, so that's an overall. As a secondary thing, not really. Meaning, girls and boys are different. There's different things to think about, but the reality is that an audience is attracted to value. Value is the key. And like we talked a little bit earlier about, like, people that want on pictures versus video, it's not super complicated with value. There's knowledge. Like, I know that I am not wildly followed because I am the most handsome man on earth. I'm also aware that for Justin Bieber and Justin Timberlake and Leonardo DiCaprio, many of the following that they got was for their looks, right? I do not have a very large following because I am the greatest athletic freak. I'm aware that for LeBron James and Serena Williams and for other people admired and enjoyed their incredible athletic prowess. I think that there is a lot of different value one can bring. Whether you're a boy or girl, what I'm hoping everybody understands is the number one way you will win is if you provide value, right? Now, we may judge people's value. There's people right now on Instagram with 1 million followers, and all they do is show their six-pack abs and their muscles, right? And of that million, 250,000 are women who are just wildly attracted to their physiques, and 750,000 are men who are trying to follow those people to have the same thing. You're allowed to be like, that's not good. I think it's fine. Like, there's a lot of things that bring value. So some people, like, it depends. To me, the advice is always grounded in the value. right? What values are you bringing? For me, I have very substantially strong 20-year credibility of bringing business advice specifically for what's happening that most people can't see, which is becoming more and more valuable. I'm also valuable because I am a very positive person, but I'm grounded in practicality. So it's all love and it's good and you can, but it's not like coddling. It's like, this is real shit and you have to be accountable. And so for people who are ready for that and like that, they will like me. So, you know, I think my advice is not different. I'm saying it's about self-awareness.
Yeah, part of the reason I asked is we had a debate in our office the other day.
Yes.
I don't know if you've seen like a startup Cluely.
Yep.
Okay, so there's the Cluely approach to marketing, and then there's several other companies that market in a similar way. And of course, they've been tremendously successful, getting a lot of attention, but a lot of that attention has been male attention. So one of our friends runs a very similar Instagram account. He told us 90% of his audience is men.
Yep.
So we were thinking about, okay, if we want to appeal to women, should there be differences in the way that we do?
Of course. But again, that's only one generalization, right? Like we have to click down next. Then there's women of income level, gender, race, age. Like, you know, of course, human, you know, and then it goes down to literally individual marketing. I'm a 49-year-old white male, high income, but literally most of the people that target me I don't want to watch. I do not want a high-end sports car. I don't care about sailing. I don't give a fuck about golf. I don't smoke cigars. Like all the shit that targets me is so off, but I understand why they're targeting me, right? So, and by the way, I'm sure it does quite well with many 49-year-old New York City high, you know? And so what I would say to you is, yes, you start with boy, girl, and in some level, that's one place to start. There's country, America versus India. Or there's age, Gen Z versus boom. Like there's these macro things, and then you keep going lower. And this is where AI is going to play a big factor. How many pieces of content do you guys put out on social in a week for this podcast?
Like 10 a day on TikTok, 1 a day on YouTube Shorts.
100. Right. When I was saying make 100 pieces of content a week 5 years ago, I literally got ridiculed by everyone. I'm saying that this podcast in 5 years is going to put out 10,000 pieces of content a week.
Yeah, I would be surprised. Why not? If it's easy and like not expensive, I would put 1 million pieces of content.
There you go. So what will that do? That will give you the optionality to actually make your podcast and your app relevant to a 67-year-old Hispanic female that lives in the Pacific Northwest. Right? Because in that, you may be able to show her in the content. You may be able to reference coffee and rain culture. You know. By the way, there was a reason I said that. You know, I thought I could get that with you. And so, you know, I think that yes, I think that if you're trying to get an audience, you have to win on relevance and what is relevant to that audience. But I remind people that generalizations are fine and real. Wide demos. TV used to market 18 to 35. You guys are of the age where I think you know that you're not the same person you were when you were 18. And I'm using it. You're going to be different at 35.
I hope so.
And so, yeah, I think this is where we're headed.
I also feel looks at me at 35 and goes, wow, Phoebe was a horrible co-founder at 22 and she's amazing now. I hope that every 5 years there's something like that. Wow, that 5 years ago Phoebe, whew, she was tough.
I think the way you do that, and this is now I'm saying this mainly because I'm going to assume there's some co-founders listening, the only way that will happen is if you two continue to over-communicate even when it is hard and you don't want to disappoint the other person.
You know, it's difficult because we try and set like every month transparently like just a 3-hour block for like reflection and we'll go for like a walk, right?
It's awesome.
Okay, what went well last month? What didn't go well? How are we doing on communication? Hey, how can I what are our goals for next month? But things get so busy, fucking busy.
Yeah, 100%.
Like I don't have time for a 3-hour block with you. Like can I be like this can't do something else?
Correct. Can I give you one from someone who also with his 11-year younger brother co-founded Vayner and like we went through the same thing? Be a counterpuncher instead of an attacker. You're attacking 3-hour block. Instead, knowing that it's important that you guys go there with each other, have it on your mind at all times, and when the opportunity presents itself, address it. Got it? So like because it's always on both of your minds after this podcast, and we're now going to be counterpunchers. Let's say you like this idea. Then that would mean that one of you may know something. You may overhear in the office that our meeting got canceled, and you may realize, you know, this really mundane email. And I have a flight tomorrow where I can catch up on email. You can text her like, hey, let's take a walk. And it's nice outside. Let's go take a walk now. God, you see where I'm going? Do not let your calendar or your ideology control you. Let the reality control you.
It's more than the calendar serves as a reminder.
I get it.
Hold on. But then it's like it's hard to find that time.
I'm going to say it again.
For a moment where I'm doing the thing. But I love what you're saying though.
But there has to. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The idea now of regularly scheduled meetings. So I realized the day before, I'm like, man, I wish I could just talk about this right now and like do this thing right now. I think that actually the regular reminder is important because just looking at the week and being like, oh, this week we're supposed to be reflecting on like our progress makes me in that moment think. And if like there's something that spurs like we should talk about this, then I naturally am like, let's talk about it now. We're having lunch. Let's do it over our lunch. But you don't need to wait until the regularly scheduled meeting. Like there's something top of mind. I think you should just address it.
Look, I think this is back to the purple of it all. Like scheduling's awesome, being human and serendipitous is awesome, and find that balance.
Okay, I want to run a Birkin marketing idea by now. We can cut this, but okay. So one idea we wanted to put a Birkin in like a glass thing and run it through Times Square with a QR code on the front of it, and then if you download Via and you go through the whole onboarding process, you can basically like opt into the giveaway.
I think the thing you have to think about immediately is what kind of user you're going to get from that.
Yeah.
Like it'll feel good on the numbers, but it's classic. The thing I learned about email in 1997, how many people were on the email was important, but what was way more important is how many opened it.
So what would you, if you,
go ahead.
Do you think there's a better space to do it? Sorry, I'm asking.
No, this is fun. This is by the way, this is what I live for, so it's far away. Heck, I think you should have it on the podcast. There's that. By the way, you took it to that place. That would definitely, like if I was your partner, and we're doing it, yes.
But they're not only that, right? That the value.
Yours is layer 1, that's layer 2. Both are valid, and yours. This is why these kind of meetings are fun. We can get. There's a place to get with this thing that you're talking about. There is a place to get to. And yes, I would do it in Soho when we figure out what that thing is. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think the thing that people get caught up in is growth hacking for the sake of growth hacking. Like, listen, again, kind of talking about what I've observed for what has worked for me, and I also talk a lot about a lot of things, and I never use myself as the only proxy. The other thing that I've seen from the people who've been able to be consistently successful or relevant or executing is off of one basis. If you are obsessed with the marathon versus the sprint, you have a shot, because it is an actual marathon. So if you are able, let me give you a perfect cliche thing that you might be dealing with. If the reason this concept is popping up is because you're like, wait a minute, like it could be one of two things. We're rolling and let's put fuel on the fire, or wait a minute, we had this great like last 2 months, but like we can feel it slowing down a little bit. We need something to like get it because you were addicted to the growth you had prior 8 weeks or 15 weeks. Both of those need to be like really thought and understood. Like for example, my personal brand. I just sat here and told you that for the last 18 months it's been And that was okay. Like, I don't need to be the hottest top of mind person of the moment in my genre. It's okay when other people are having that moment because I'm over here, but I'm also like, hey, wait a minute. I like what the Gary Vee brand does for me for business as a top of the funnel thing. So hey, I'm gonna now, after 18 months, I'm gonna go back. This was something I said no to consistently for 18 months. Podcasting that were emerging or the top podcast in the world. The answer is no, because this hour, you know this, Mike, you watched me in my office 9 to 9 p.m. all 12 months last year. Period. And so, but now, because I'm like, okay, I got off what I needed there, I feel good about the pieces and people I put in place, I'm like ready, so here I am. Same advice I want to give for you guys, which is like, make sure you know why you're doing it, and then make sure you know who you're getting out of it. The reason I love content and social content is the clip. Like, and this is actually a very big one for you guys. Don't get addicted. This is actually very good advice that I wish I'm gonna start getting more of this, but don't make the clip just for the maximizing of views. Some of my favorite pieces of content for me are the least performing views content I put out because I had a purpose of what I wanted out of it. So let me give you an example. This may not be on your radar, but I'm building a Pokemon, Sesame Street, Disney, Marvel like brand called BeFriends. 280 characters, Page Panda, you know, like I'm really excited about it. Intuitive Iguana, it's like a real world. Yes, I got you. So I'm really excited about it. When I put out a piece of content where I'm asking people to buy stickers or trading cards or stuffed animals, because I'm like, I feel comfortable. Back to a book I wrote called Jab, 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 Right Hook. If you're giving and giving and giving and giving to your audience, like I think an appropriate podcast for you would be the entire podcast is 4 minutes, and you're just telling your audience, a lot of you have not downloaded the app. We love you, and like it would mean the world to the two of us if you all would download the app and really play with it and give us your feedback. That's a productive podcast. Like a stand-up, not a pre-roll, not a mid-roll, not, oh Gary, thank you for doing that for us right now. And I mean everybody, please download the app. No, I mean an actual, how long are your podcasts usually when you come out? Great. When I wake up and I'm addicted to your podcast and I see there's a 3-minute podcast, I'm like, that's interesting. And it's like just titled The Ask. And you're just being very honest with them. Here's what will tell you happen. What would happen if you do this and listen to me? It would not get the most listens of all time. But fucking Christ, when I get a lot of downloads. And that's okay. So sometimes I'm getting 800,000, a million views consistently on my content, and then I'll post something that gets 110,000, but 400 of those people bought a t-shirt or started watching the cartoons with their kids or bought a stuffed animal. Like, you see where I'm going? So, like, you've got to mix it up. The only KPI can't just be brand and awareness. Sometimes it's okay for it to be a business ask. And the more you give them, the more likely when you go in for a business ask, it will do well.
That's so funny you said that. We had the exact same conversation yesterday with our friend who came in and like staged an intervention with us, who said, you guys have been so focused on brand building on your Instagram, like you're giving people all this content about fashion, your own personal stories, whatever. Why are you not directly telling them, here's what the app does, can you download it? And we were like, oh, we don't want to seem too asking, we don't want to be too salesy, like we're building a community. And he was like, well, if you're really building a community that supports you, they should be okay with you want them to download the app. And it's like, you're so right, we need to go make a video right now being like, this is why we built this is what it does, please download it, instead of being like, here are the best friends of the month.
Yeah, and by the way, if you do that 95% to 5%, to your friend's point, I don't know what point he or she was making, but if you're 100% and 0, and now you've been doing it long enough, like if you were on day 3 of the podcast and content, I'd be like, don't do that at all, like do a year's worth of brand building and community value. But think about, actually here's a good way for everyone at home if you're debating this, think about the person you love the most in your family because they're the biggest giver without expectation. Like, it's not manipulation, they're the giver in your family. Think about the times, if this has ever happened, because some people give too much, like that they've asked for something. You're like thrilled to do it for them. Right? If you're thinking right now about, and by the way, you can extend this to your friends, right? Let's say your person has 5 friends. If the friend of that bunch that's never asking, never bothering, never selfish, if every 5 years you're like, hey, can you like watch my house? You're like, I'll walk there and watch your house. It's called relationships. You have a relationship with this audience. You guys have consistently, and by the way, I would do brand over everything every day of the week, but you've got to sprinkle the occasional ask, especially when you have what you have in place, which is you have a very good app in place. It's clearly bringing value to people. You're proud of it, I assume, right? But sometimes people ask me, because during certain drops, after not asking for anything, I may do a 4 or 5 posts about like, hey, buy the trading cards or buy what, you know, and then like by the 4th one, people are like, Gary, you fucking changed, you sold out. Like, I thought you were about giving. I'm like, bro, look at the graph of it. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is that's okay. And I say to them, I'm like, hey, I understand that, and you're allowed to feel that way. And listen, if you don't want to watch my content anymore because I asked after 4,000 pieces of content for you, I've asked for 3 for me, you're allowed. But this was one exchange I had recently. He's like, yeah, but you feel so selly. And I'm like, after not feeling selly, I'm like, but I feel proud to sell this. I believe that if more children collect BeFriends, we will have a more purple society. I want to teach 7-year-olds to fall in love with accountable ant because I think too many parents are not teaching accountability. And if little Johnny in New York City falls in love with accountable ant and has accountable ant pajamas, when he's 19, he may be like, accountability is cool. And once he understands what accountability means, I believe accountability literally leads to happiness. I believe that. I really believe that in the soul of my life. And so, which is different than beating yourself up. Right? Accountability doesn't mean shitting on yourself. My biggest issue in the world, actually, more than loving accountability, I'm so sad that so many of you are so hard on yourself. I wish
social media is a highlight reel. Like, you see, even my social media is a highlight reel. I don't post when the business isn't doing well. I don't post when we have, you know, we post now our feedback dinners where we invite 40 women to the office to give feedback.
I get it.
But oh man, after that first feedback dinner, we're not posting that because the entire thing crashed. We had 40 women there. It was so bad that they like left. I had to ask people to leave because it was so bad. And me and Sophia literally locked ourselves in a bathroom. It was awful. But people redo everything.
Yes, but
post that.
Yes, but I would say that's fine. Comma. Taking it a different angle. If social media is bringing you down, right? The first point you made. Well, this is why I'm not accountable ant so popular. Delete it. Like, this is real talk right now. This is actually very exciting. And by the way, when I do podcasts like this, like right now I'm zeroing in on like hoping one girl's like on the treadmill listening. And like I get so obsessed when I'm on a podcast that I'm doing it for one person. If I get one person to do what I'm about to say, it will change the course of their actual life. I believe that. Which is the following. When you get out of saying it's social media's fault, it's Instagram's fault, right? And you say, hey, if I can feel myself getting down because all I'm seeing is highlights on Instagram and that makes me feel insecure, oh my God, I can actually delete it.
Here's my excuse, please. We do need it for business. Like, if I wasn't working on a company where attention matters in our community,
I get it
so much, and I need to be in my DM, talking girls who have,
I get it.
Like,
I get it.
The load time's too long. That's like important for me.
I agree. By the way, you're talking to the human on Earth, the human who has most used social in the last 20 years for business and who does not use it for personal at all. I do not consume it.
How do you like? You don't consume media at all?
I consume media at scale every day, not as a normal human. When I see someone doing something, I'm not like, oh, I'm FOMOing and I suck. I'm like, why are they doing that? Why could I do it from a business lens? Research. I don't see, like, I don't use it like a normal. In fact, if I was not in the business of business or marketing, I would be one of the humans that wouldn't have it. Not because I think, not that, by the way, I want to say something else because I'm countering the counter here. Not that I think it's bad. I'm just a person that isn't that inherently interested, or I'm not nosy. I'm not a yenta. I never took pictures my whole. I don't like pictures. Like I like texting with my friends and like chat and like Facebook. Like I just wouldn't use it that much.
I'm dating a guy who really doesn't have Instagram, but he deletes it. Of course, amazing, best thing ever.
Yes.
And this is completely new for me. I've never been with someone like this, and I'm like, okay, well, sit on down, but let me show you the new video that we just dropped on the studio. You're gonna sit here and you're gonna watch it, and he's like, okay. But I honestly having him not be on social media is so great.
Yeah, I mean, A, he sounds handsome. B, this is what's gonna happen. People are gonna ebb and flow. Like there was a whole societal push, and I was there at that time where everybody was getting on it. Now people are understanding what's good and not good for them. Like, by the way, that's why I said earlier before you jumped in, like, I wouldn't be on it, but I think it's the best if you know how to control it. This goes back. Is alcohol good or bad? Right? Is a very fun thing to think about. Don't forget, this country, America, had prohibition. We banned alcohol because we blamed the alcohol. And the question becomes, for some people, it's very bad. They become addicted to it and it creates tough situations. For other people, right, it is having one cocktail is an incredibly nice part of their life, and they decide it's good. I mean, forget about health benefits. Like there's always sugar. Should we ban sugar in America? My belief is in the human race. So most of the things I'm going to tell you, I believe in education and accountability. Not just education is cliche, right? Like we got to educate about everything. I think the thing we've lost in the last 50 years is accountability.
Because I find honestly, like for me personally, like I prefer taking a gummy and going to dinner than like having a cocktail or having two cocktails.
Well, that's awesome.
They're now saying the health benefits of it are better too.
That's awesome.
Not that way for other people.
You're also talking to somebody who literally has never done any single drug. I've never smoked a cigarette. But that's because my mom got super Nancy Reagan out, saying no drugs, and I grew up, don't forget, my mom grew up in the Soviet Union where everyone was an alcoholic. So in my family, for my life, it was so demonized, drugs and alcohol. I do drink because I grew up in the wine business and fell in love with that. Had my dad not had a liquor store and sold food, I believe I'd be telling you right now that I don't do drugs or alcohol. I didn't drink a beer in high school or college. It was only when I got into the wine business and fell in love with the concept of collecting wine, which led me to tasting wine, which led me to actually being like very knowledgeable one. It's really fun. Yes, 100%. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. I will do it. And so what's, by the way, what's super fun is I did 1,000 episodes of Wine Library TV. So for everybody at home, because for context, I started a wine show on YouTube in 2006, where most of you guys were in diapers. And so I'm putting all 1,000 into an LLM. There's going to be a Gary Vee AI app giving you wine recommendations on the spot when you take a photo of the wine list going out with my actual recommendation.
What I'm curious about though is you did, well, A, that's extremely cool, but B, I thought it was so interesting that you did, what, for like a year and a half, all of these weekly episodes, and you were getting like 30, 50 views, and you kept going. Like, how did you develop that muscle of consistency without seeing the progress?
I'm not doing anything in my life for outside validation. Nothing. You would be, the more we get to know each other, the more you will be flabbergasted on my complete and utter detachment from Gary Vee and my business success. Everything in my life is good because I don't want to do anything for anybody besides myself and my family.
Do you think that there's a level of wealth that you get to where you're like, okay, I've made it, this is enough for me?
Yes, 100,000 a year. The only time I ever felt like something was enough for me was when I made 100,000 a year when I was like 33. That was the only point. And because that was, as a kid, you grew up, that was the number. Now these poor kids are like, we gotta make 10 million a year. I'm like, Jesus, right? Listen, I want to be very transparent here. I got very fortunate in DNA, circumstances of growing up with nothing. I grew up with nothing. When we moved to America, we lived in a studio apartment the size of literally, not this, this. And so I was born hungry. I wasn't fed. So and my home was so loving that it taught me that money had no variable in happiness. So, you know, I just got very fortunate of the roll of the dice of DNA, circumstances, motherhood, Jersey boy, you know, very lower middle class. Like everything shaped up for me to be who I am, which is why I'm so passionate to talk about these things with the hope that I can change some people's perspective. You know, I wish you knew me at 19. You're not getting what I'm saying to you at 49 because I made it. Making it, and you know this because of the way you grew up, money and fame do not change you. They expose you, right? Like, I promise you kids, this is as good of a thing I've said in this podcast. I'm not chill now because in fact, actually, I don't know how politically correct this is these days, but the more money, more problems, I would argue that I was even more happy and more chill at 23, making 34,000 a year. What I got really lucky at, and what I wish on all of you out there right now, besides health, is liking what you're doing at all times.
You know, we met Tyler, who said that
Schmidt?
Yes, who said that he works with you.
Yes.
He said that you are always working, and the first time he ever saw you take a break was when you were on your honeymoon.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you about work-life balance.
Yes.
What's your advice to people on that?
That's a personal thing. I don't think me working all the time is right. It's right for me because I would rather be working at 7 p.m. than golfing, than skiing, than watching a movie. Like, I like it so much. It is my actual hobby. So don't let someone else's opinion on work-life balance, and like, what is work-life balance? Is 9 to 5 Monday through Friday right? Is it 9 to 6? Is it 8 weeks vacation? Is it 1? Like, every one of this room, we're gonna have a different you. Plus, it changes as you go through your life. Today, you guys are in it right now. Of course, that's what I'm saying. You're in it. But then you're gonna meet the handsome guy who's not on Instagram. It might lead to something. Your life's gonna evolve, right? Things are gonna happen. You're gonna have things happen in your life. Your world will change, right? And with that, things will change. You're allowed to change your mind. I actually fantasize a lot about because I do everything based on how I feel. I kind of weirdly fantasize a lot about waking up and having like a weird, like just like waking up and being like, you know, like I'm out, fully out. Because I almost like, I don't think that's gonna happen knowing my DNA, but I secretly want it for conversation because I'd love to tell the world like why I did that because I don't think they understand. It goes back to like, are you like this now? No, I'm like this because like I made money because of how I was. Got it? Because I didn't care about it, it made me better at it. Like let's talk about guys just for a second. Guys that are not scared of rejection, of coming up to a girl, do better, right? Like when you're not scared, this goes back to the overarching theme of a lot we talked about from the beginning of where the world's going in technology, to posting, to not getting views. Basically, if you take this ingestion of all this audio and put it into AI and say, what's the macro theme of this podcast? It's eliminating fear.
I also think like something that I was curious about for you is you obviously have invested a lot of time and energy into building your personal brand.
Yes.
You also have this enormous business. How do you divide those two priorities?
By editing and floating. We broke it down here. Sometimes it's 18 months with the companies, and sometimes it's, in 2017 it was Gary Vee heavy, and sometimes it's balanced in my healthy 50-50, 80-20, 90-10, by not overjudging myself if I have the right ratio. Unlike you two ladies, I was a terrible student, and so for me, I don't have student tendencies. I don't think there's A work. I think there's listening to yourself and self-awareness and ebbing and flowing, and here's the big one, back to the whole theme, all the mistakes, I don't dwell on them. They don't hurt me. In fact, I'm a little weird, I kind of like losing. And not like the cliche, like, oh, I learned, it's not losing. No, I like the humility that comes along with it. I like the punch in the face. I like the, hey, Gary, you think you're fucking big shot? Like, fuck you, here's the game, you were wrong. You're like, yeah, I was wrong. You know, like, I'm in a good place with that shit.
But do you think that like would your advice be to entrepreneurs to simultaneously build a personal brand and to work on the business? Like how do you measure ROI of me having my personal brand is beneficial for the business or the distraction?
You're too smart for that. The cat's out of the bag. When I'm saying this stuff, the answer is you do both. I actually don't see creator and entrepreneur as separate things anymore. I think it's all blending. And I'm saying you're too smart because this was my thesis 15 years ago. I got made fun of it. You guys are living up. How do you measure the ROI? Did you see the cosmetics company that just sold for $1 million? Come on, what are we talking, right? Is Emma Chamberlain talking to, like, I mean, honestly, I feel it's disrespectful to your audience to even debate this. If this was a 90-year-old audience or a 70-year-old audience, I would talk about this for 20 minutes. Anybody who's under the age of 30 that does not understand that personal brand equity layered into a business has ROI in it is literally tone deaf.
I want to steal something from you that you said 100% agree, and I'm so glad I was like, I want to
You got it. You got it.
Because it's really not a distraction. People want to like buy from people. I want to copy a quote that you said to me when we got drinks. I just want to say this because I thought this is the thing that like keeps living in my mind. Is you said, as tech continues to advance, the only thing that's going to matter is the personal brand. Because the tech is going to become stable. And right now, it took us a year to build what it is today. There's still a lot of work to do.
Of course, you're right.
Like the only thing that matters is the distribution power. The fact that people want to install it because it says something about who they are. For that girl who's living in Brooklyn who likes to thrift. For the girl on the Upper East Side who's really into her clothes and her shoes and her jewelry. If you feel like you're a stylish woman, you want to install her app because it says something intrinsically about who you are as a person.
That's the only thing that matters to start. And then the second part that matters, as you know, is it better than the other options?
Exactly. Right. Tech is going to become stable.
I believe that is true, especially in a mature AI world. That's right.
Data's going to be important, but yeah.
I actually would argue data's commoditized too. I really believe that. Like, I can get to your customer without your data.
I agree with that, but let's say you're like a healthcare, like you're a diagnostics tool for breast cancer.
That's fair. I mean, look, any absolute statement like I just made always is going to have some counter. In the scheme of things, data is stunningly common. First-party data did not end up being the moat that everybody predicted it would be because there's too many companies that have too much stale first-party data. And more importantly, what happens when you have first-party data? You then still have to communicate with the consumer. So if you're overlaying your one key data, but you're running the ads on Facebook, and Facebook has unlimited data for you to get to that same Upper East Side girl and thrift girl in Brooklyn, what the fuck was the punchline? Got it? The same thing's going to happen with tech.
What is the main takeaway that you would want the audience to think out of this podcast?
That every single person that's listening right now is literally living in the greatest era of humanity, and the opportunity is uncomfortable, and you should be concerned and thoughtful, but please do not let it cripple you from the truth that the opportunity is the situation of social at scale, with AI emerging and about to hit scale at the same time, is literally and actually the greatest thing that has ever happened to a 15 to 35-year-old living at that time with this stuff in place. They should A, first, which is the point I'm making, believe what I'm saying. Like, first they have to ask themselves, do they think I'm full of shit, or do they actually see what I see? And then B, they should lean into self-awareness and passion. You know, one thing I like about what you guys are doing, hence what has like brought me to the seat today, is that I think you like what you're making. You're not just chasing where you think the money is. And I think you can build much better things for yourself, whether you're being an entrepreneur, or whether you're picking a job, or whether you're deciding to be a stay-at-home dad. Like, I don't know, like, everything's allowed, but this is the time of optionality. Like, you should first start, you guys are lucky. The generation above you, and even you guys, actually, but we're starting to chip away at the fact that at 22, you have to have your whole life figured out, and like, you have to be grown up on the day after your college graduation. 22 to 30 is when you should do the highest risk shit in your life. Because you can live on nothing, because you can live with 7 fucking 22-year-olds if you want, right? You have no responsibilities, you're not worried about paying your mortgage for your children to go. So my advice in the wrap-up is, this is a huge time of opportunity. Start with things that actually get you going, your passions, and understand why social plus AI can create everything you want.
Well, I learned a lot. Go for our marketing stuff, we need to roast it and tell us what to do.
Yeah, back to the point of this, like, not even roast it, like, it's funny, like, we've got to, like, because it's not roasting, because notice how we even talked about the birthday thing. I didn't roast it. I dissected it of, like, why and what. Like, I'm making a point here. It's my purple point. I want to get out of, red and blue land, and words matter. Like, I would never roast it. I'm aware that I've been doing marketing for 35 years and have, like, I should.
We want your expertise.
Correct. You know what I mean? And I also want to understand your psychology. Notice how when we did the birthday thing, I'm like, why? And like, hey, did you contemplate? And hey, that was later. Like, that's the level in general, to be honest. That's another thing that we just need a lot more in society. Less quick and more thoughtful. Like, I need to go like, oh, no way. Like, it's more like, hey, why this, that? And so, yes, it would be my pleasure.
Ask good questions. Well, Gary Vee, thank you so much for coming on the Burnout today.
Thank you, ladies.
I'm the youngest person on your team.
We have a residency program. Like, we have a lot. Rips is 21 now, but he was 17 when he started. Like, we're at, as long as we're not breaking the law, I would hire a 12-year-old if I could. Of course. I mean, like, because by the way, I would have been a dominant 12-year-old employee.
I would have been a dominant 12-year-old employee. Why are we rolling?
Next rolling, probably. You got the clip. You'll see that.
October, over 850 experts, including yourself and other leaders like Richard Branson and Jeffrey Hinton, signed a statement to ban AI superintelligence as you guys raised concerns of potential human extinction.
Because unless we figure out how do we guarantee that AI systems are safe, we're toast.
And you've been so influential on the subject of AI, you wrote the textbook that many of the CEOs who are building some of the AI companies now would have studied on the subject of AI.
Yep.
So, do you have any regrets?
Professor Stuart Russell has been named one of Time Magazine's most influential voices in AI.
After spending over 50 years researching, teaching,
and finding ways to design in such a way that humans maintain control.
Talk about this gorilla problem as a way to understand AI in the context of humans.
Yeah, so a few million years ago, the human line branched off from the gorilla line in evolution, and now the gorillas have no say in whether they continue to exist because we are much smarter than they are.
So intelligence is actually the single most important factor to control planet Earth.
Yep.
But we're in the process of making something more intelligent than us.
Exactly.
Why do people stop then?
Well, one of the reasons is something called the Midas touch. So King Midas is this legendary king who asked the gods, can everything I touch turn to gold? And we think of the Midas touch as being a good thing, but he goes to drink some water is turned to gold. And he goes to comfort his daughter turns to gold. And so he dies in misery and starvation. So this applies to our current situation in two ways. One is that greed is driving these companies to pursue technology with probabilities of extinction being worse than playing Russian roulette. And that's even according to people developing the technology without our permission. And people are just fooling themselves if they think it's naturally going to be controlled. So, after 50 years I could retire, but instead I'm working 80 or 100 hours a week trying to move things in the right direction.
So if you had a button in front of you which would stop all progress in artificial intelligence, would you press it?
Not yet. I think there's still a decent chance to guarantee safety. I can explain more what that is.
I see messages all the time in the comment section that some of you didn't realise you didn't subscribe, so if you could do me a favour and double check if you're a subscriber to this channel, that would be tremendously appreciated. It's the simple, it's a free thing that anybody that watches the show frequently can do to help us here, to keep everything going in the show, in the trajectory it's on. So please do double check if you've subscribed, and thank you so much, because in a strange way you're part of our history, and you're on this journey with us, and I appreciate you for that, so yeah, thank you. Professor Stuart Russell, OBE. A lot of people have been talking about AI for the last couple of years. It appears this really shocked me. It appears you've been talking about AI for most of your life.
Well, I started doing AI in high school back in England. But then I did my PhD starting in '82 at Stanford. I joined the faculty of Berkeley in '86, so I'm my 40th year as a professor at Berkeley. The main thing that the AI community is familiar with in my work is a textbook that I wrote.
Is this the textbook that most students who study AI are likely learning from?
Yep.
So you wrote the textbook on artificial intelligence 31 years ago. You actually probably started writing it because it's so big in the year that I was born. So I was born in '92.
Yep, took me about 2 years.
Me and your book at the same age, which is just a wonderful way for me to understand just how long you've been talking about this and how long you've been writing about this. And actually, it's interesting that many of the CEOs who are building some of the AI companies now probably learned from your textbook. You had a conversation with somebody who said that in order for people to get the message that we're going to be talking about today, there would have to be a catastrophe for people to wake up. Can you give me context on that conversation and a gist of who you had this conversation with?
So it was with one of the CEOs of a leading AI company. He sees two possibilities, as do I, which is either we have a small-scale disaster on the same scale as Chernobyl.
With nuclear meltdown in Ukraine?
Yeah, so this nuclear plant blew up in 1986, killed a fair number of people directly and maybe tens of thousands of people indirectly through radiation. Recent cost estimates, more than $1 trillion. So that would wake people up, that would get the governments to regulate. He's talked to the governments and they won't do it. So he looked at this Chernobyl-scale disaster as the best case scenario, because then the governments would regulate and require AI systems to be built.
And is this CEO building an AI company?
He runs one of the leading AI companies.
And even he thinks that the only way that people will wake up is if there's a Chernobyl-level nuclear disaster?
Yeah, it wouldn't have to be a nuclear disaster. It would be either an AI system that's being misused by someone, for example, to engineer a pandemic, or an AI system that does something itself, such as crashing our financial system or our communication systems. The alternative is a much worse disaster where we just lose control altogether.
You've had lots of conversations with lots of people in the world of AI, both people that are, have built the technology, have studied and researched the technology, or the CEOs and founders that are currently in the AI race. What are some of the interesting sentiments that the general public wouldn't believe that you hear privately about their perspectives? Because I find that so fascinating. I've had some private conversations with people very close to these tech companies, and the shocking sentiment I was exposed to was that they are aware of the risks often, but they don't feel like there's anything that can be done, so they're carrying on, which feels like a bit of a paradox to me.
Yes, it must be a very difficult position to be in a sense, right? You're doing something that you know has a good chance of bringing an end to life on Earth, including that of yourself and your own family. They feel that they can't escape this race, right? If a CEO of one of those companies was to say, we're not going to do this anymore, they would just be replaced, because the investors are putting their money up because they want to create AGI and reap the benefits of it. So it's a strange situation where at least all the ones I've spoken to, I haven't spoken to Sam Altman about this, but Sam Altman, even before becoming CEO of OpenAI, said that creating superhuman intelligence is the biggest risk to human existence that there is.
My worst fears are that we cause significant, the field, the technology industry, cause significant harm to the world.
Elon Musk is also on record saying this, so Dario Amodei estimates up to a 25% risk of extinction.
Was there a particular moment when you realised that these CEOs are well aware of the extinction level risks?
I mean, they all signed a statement in May of 23. It's called the Extinction Statement. It basically says AGI is an extinction risk at the same level as nuclear war and pandemics. But I don't think they feel it in their gut. Imagine that you were one of the nuclear physicists. I guess you've seen Oppenheimer, right? So you're there, you're watching that first nuclear explosion. How would that make you feel about the potential impact of nuclear war on the human race? I think you would probably become a pacifist. and say this weapon is so terrible, we have got to find a way to keep it under control. We are not there yet with the people making these decisions, and certainly not with the governments. Right? What policymakers do is they listen to experts, they keep their finger in the wind. You've got some experts, dangling $50 billion checks and saying, oh, all that doomer stuff, it's just fringe nonsense, don't worry about it, take my $50 billion check. On the other side, you've got very well-meaning, brilliant scientists like Jeff Hinton saying, actually, no, this is the end of the human race. But Jeff doesn't have a $50 billion check. So the view is the only way to stop the race is if governments intervene and say, okay, we don't want this race to go ahead until we can be sure that it's going ahead in absolute safety.
Closing off on your career journey, you received an OBE from Queen Elizabeth?
Yes.
And what was the listed reason for that, for the award?
Contributions to artificial intelligence research.
And you've been listed as a Time magazine most influential person in AI several years in a row, including this year, in 2025.
Yeah.
Now, there's two terms here that are central to the things we're going to discuss. One of them is AI, and the other is AGI. In my model interpretation of that, it's artificial general intelligence is when the system, the computer, whatever it might be, the technology, has generalized intelligence, which means that it could theoretically see, understand the world. It knows everything. It can understand everything in the world, as well as, or better than a human being.
Yep.
Can do it.
And I think take action as well. I mean, some people say, AGI doesn't have to have a body, but a good chunk of our intelligence actually is about managing our body, about perceiving the real environment and acting on it, moving, grasping, and so on. So I think that's part of intelligence, and AGI systems should be able to operate robots successfully. But there's often a misunderstanding, right, that people say, well, if it doesn't have a robot body, then it can't actually do anything. But then if you remember, most of us don't do things with our bodies. Some people do. Bricklayers, painters, gardeners, chefs. But people who do podcasts, you're doing it with your mind, right? You're doing it with your ability to produce language. Adolf Hitler didn't do it with his body. He did it by producing language.
I cannot compare it.
So even an AGI that has no
Welcome
body,
back.
it actually has more access to the human race than Adolf Hitler ever did, because it can send emails and texts to 3/4 of the world's population directly. It also speaks all of their languages, and it can devote 24 hours a day to each individual person on Earth to convince them to do whatever it wants them to do.
And our whole society runs down the internet. I mean, if there's an issue with the internet, everything breaks down in society. Airplanes become grounded, and we'll have electricity running off as internet systems. So I mean, my entire life seems to run off the internet now.
Yeah, water supply. So this is one of the routes by which AI systems could bring about a medium-sized catastrophe, is by basically shutting down our life support systems.
I feel it is
Do you
time
believe
to
that
build
at
some
some point
neighborhoods
in the coming
to
decades,
house our
we'll
growing
arrive at a point of AGI where these systems are generally intelligent?
Yes, I think it's virtually certain, unless something else intervenes, like a nuclear war, or we may refrain from doing it. But I think it will be extraordinarily difficult for us to refrain.
When I look down the list of predictions from the top 10 AI CEOs on when AGI will arrive, you've got Sam Altman, who's the founder of OpenAI/ChatGPT, says before 2030. Dennis at DeepMind says 2030 to 2035. Jensen from NVIDIA says around 5 years. Dario at Anthropic says 2026, 2027. Powerful AI close to AGI. Elon says in the 2020s. And I go down the list of all of them, and they're all saying relatively within 5 years.
I actually think it'll take longer. I don't think you can make a prediction based on engineering, in the sense that, yes, we could make machines 10 times bigger and 10 times faster, but that's probably not the reason why we don't have AGI, right? In fact, I think we have far more computing power than we need for AGI, maybe 1,000 times more than we need. The reason we don't have AGI is we don't understand how to make it properly. What we've seized upon is one particular technology called the language model, and we observe that as you make language models bigger, they produce text, language that's more coherent and sounds more intelligent. And so mostly what's been happening in the last few years is just, okay, let's keep doing that. Because one thing companies are very good at, unlike universities, is spending money. They have spent gargantuan amounts of money, and they're going to spend even more gargantuan amounts of money. I mean, we mentioned nuclear weapons. So the Manhattan Project in World War II to develop nuclear weapons, its budget in 2025 dollars was about $20-odd billion. The budget for AGI is going to be $1 trillion next year. So 50 times bigger than the Manhattan Project.
Humans have a remarkable history of figuring things out when they galvanize towards a shared objective. Thinking about the moon landings or whatever else it might be through history. And the thing that makes this feel all quite inevitable to me is just the sheer volume of money being invested into it. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Well, there's never been anything like this in history. This is the biggest technology project in human history by orders of magnitude.
And there doesn't seem to be anybody that is pausing to ask the questions about safety. It doesn't even appear that there's room for that in such a race.
I think that's right. To varying extents, each of these companies has a division that focuses on safety. Does that division have any sway? Can they tell the other divisions, no, you can't release that system? Not really. I think some of the companies do take it more seriously. Anthropic does. I think Google DeepMind. Even there, I think the commercial imperative to be at the forefront is absolutely vital. If a company is perceived as, falling behind and not likely to be competitive, not likely to be the one to reach AGI first, then people will move their money elsewhere very quickly.
And we saw some quite high-profile departures from companies like OpenAI. A chap called Jan Liek left, who was working on AI safety at OpenAI, and he said that the reason for his leaving was that safety culture and processes have taken a backseat to shiny products at OpenAI, and he gradually lost trust in leadership. But also Ilya Sutskever,
Ilya Sutskever, yes. So he was the co-founder and chief scientist. So he and Jan Leica were the main safety people. And so when they say OpenAI doesn't care about safety, that's pretty concerning.
I've heard you talk about this gorilla problem. What is the gorilla problem? As a way to understand AI in the context of humans.
So the gorilla problem is the problem that gorillas face with respect to humans. So you can imagine that a few million years ago, the human line branched off from the gorilla line in evolution. And now the gorillas are looking at the human line and saying, yeah, was that a good idea? And they have no say in whether they continue to exist.
Because we
are much smarter than they are. If we chose to, we could make them extinct in a couple of weeks. And there's nothing they can do about it. So that's the gorilla problem, right? Just the problem a species faces when there's another species that's much more capable.
And so this says that intelligence is actually the single most important factor to control planet Earth.
Yes, intelligence is the ability to bring about what you want in the world.
And we're in the process of making something more intelligent than us.
Exactly.
Which suggests that maybe we become the gorillas.
Exactly, yeah.
Is there any fault in the reasoning there? Because it seems to make such perfect sense to me, but why don't people stop then? Because it seems like a crazy thing to want to...
Because they think that if they create this technology, it will have enormous economic value. They'll be able to use it to replace all the human workers in the world, to develop new products, drugs, forms of entertainment, anything that has economic value, you could use AGI to create it. And maybe it's just an irresistible thing in itself, right? I think we as humans place so much store on our intelligence, how we think about, what is the pinnacle of human achievement. If we had AGI, we could go way higher than that. So it's very seductive for people to want to create this technology. And I think people are just fooling themselves if they think it's naturally going to be controllable. I mean, the question is, how are you going to retain power forever over entities more powerful than yourself?
Pull the plug out. People say that sometimes in the comment section when we talk about AI. They say, well, I'll just pull the plug out.
Yeah, it's sort of funny. In fact, reading the comment sections in newspapers, whenever there's an AI article, there'll be people who say, oh, you can just pull the plug out, as if a super intelligent machine would never have thought about one. Don't forget, we've watched all those films where they did try to pull the plug out. Another thing they say, well, as long as it's not conscious, then it doesn't matter, it won't ever do anything. Which is completely off the wall. Because, I don't think the gorillas are sitting there saying, oh, yeah, if only those humans hadn't been conscious, everything would be fine, right? No, of course not. What would make gorillas go extinct is the things that humans do, right? How we behave, our ability to act successfully in the world. So when I play chess against my iPhone and I lose, right, I don't think, oh, well, I'm losing because it's conscious. I'm just losing because it's better than I am in that little world, moving bits around to get what it wants. And so consciousness has nothing to do with it, right? Competence is the thing we're concerned about. So I think the only hope is, can we simultaneously build machines that are more intelligent than us, but guarantee that they will always act in our best interest?
So throwing that question to you, can we build machines that are more intelligent than us that will also always act in our best interests? It sounds like a bit of a contradiction to some degree, because it's kind of like me saying, I've got a French bulldog called Pablo, that's 9 years old. And it's like saying that he could be more intelligent than me, yet I still walk him and decide when he gets fed. I think if he was more intelligent than me, he would be walking me. I'd be on the leash.
That's the trick, right? Can we make AI systems whose only purpose is to further human interests? And I think the answer is yes. And it's actually what I've been working on. So I think one part of my career that I didn't mention is sort of having this epiphany while I was on sabbatical in Paris. So it was 2013 or so. Just realizing that further progress in the capabilities of AI, if we succeeded in creating real superhuman intelligence, that it was potentially a catastrophe. And so I pretty much switched my focus to work on how do we make it so that it's guaranteed to be safe.
Are you somewhat troubled by everything that's going on at the moment with AI and how it's progressing? Because you strike me as someone that's somewhat troubled under the surface by the way things are moving forward, and the speed in which they're moving forward.
That's an understatement. I'm appalled, actually, by the lack of attention to safety. I mean, imagine if someone's building a nuclear power station in your neighborhood, and you go along to the chief engineer and you say, okay, these nuclear things, I've heard that they can actually explode, right? There was a nuclear explosion that happened in Hiroshima, and so I'm a bit worried about this. What steps are you taking to make sure that we don't have a nuclear explosion in our backyard? And the chief engineer says, well, we thought about it, we don't really have an answer.
Yeah.
What would you say? I think you would use some expletives. Well, and you'd call your MP, get these people out. I mean, what are they doing? You read out the list of projected dates for AGI, but notice also that those people, I think I mentioned Dara Amade says a 25% chance of extinction, Elon Musk has a 30% chance of extinction, Sam Altman says basically that AGI is the biggest risk to human existence. So what are they doing? They are playing Russian roulette with every human being on Earth without our permission. They're coming into our houses, putting a gun to the head of our children, pulling the trigger, and saying, well, possibly everyone will die. Oops. But possibly we'll get incredibly rich. And that's what they're doing. Did they ask us? No. Why is the government allowing them to do this? Because they dangle $50 billion checks in front of the governments. So I think troubled under the surface is an understatement.
What would be an accurate statement?
Appalled. And I am devoting my life to trying to divert from this course of history into a different one.
Do you have any regrets about things you could have done in the past? Because you've been so influential on the subject of AI, you wrote the textbook that many of these people have studied on the subject of AI more than 30 years ago. When you're alone at night and you think about decisions you've made in this field because of your scope of influence, is there anything you regret?
Well, I do wish I had understood earlier what I understand now. We could have developed safe AI systems. I think there are some weaknesses in the framework, which I can explain, but I think that framework could have evolved to develop actually safe AI systems, where we could prove mathematically that the system is going to act in our interest. The kind of AI systems we're building now, we don't understand how they work.
We don't understand how they work. It's a strange thing to build something where you don't understand how it works. I mean, there's no sort of comparable through human history. Usually with machines, you can pull it apart and see what cogs are doing what and how they
Well, actually, we put the cogs together, right? So with most machines, we designed it to have a certain behavior. So we don't need to pull it apart and see what the cogs are, because we put the cogs in there in the first place, right? One by one, we figured out what the pieces needed to be, how they work together to produce the effect that we want. So the best analogy I can come up with is, the first cave person who left a bowl of fruit in the sun and forgot about it, and then came back a few weeks later, and it was this big soupy thing, and they drank it, and got completely shit-faced.
They were drunk.
And it got this effect. They had no idea how it worked, but they were very happy about it. No doubt that person made a lot of money from it. So yeah, it is kind of bizarre, but my mental picture of these things is like a chain link fence. And so you've got lots of these connections, and each of those connections its connection strength can be adjusted. And then a signal comes in one end of this chain link fence and passes through all these connections and comes out the other end. And the signal that comes out the other end is affected by your adjusting of all the connection strengths. So what you do is you get a whole lot of training data, and you adjust all those connection strengths so that the signal that comes out the other end of the network is the right answer to the question. So if your training data is lots of photographs of animals, then all those pixels go in one end of the network, and out the other end, it activates the llama output, or the dog output, or cat output, or the ostrich output. And you just keep adjusting all the connection strengths in this network until the outputs of the network are the ones you want.
But we don't really know what's going on across all of those different chains.
So what's going on inside that network? Well, so now you have to imagine that this network, this chain link fence, is 1,000 square miles of extent. So it's covering the whole of the San Francisco Bay Area, or the whole of London inside the M25. Right, that's how big it is.
And the lights are off. It's nighttime.
So you might have in that network about 1 trillion adjustable parameters, and then you do quintillions or sextillions of small random adjustments to those parameters until you get the behavior that you want.
I've heard Sam Altman say that in the future he doesn't believe they'll need much training data at all to make these models progress themselves, because there'll come to a point where the models are so smart that they can train themselves and improve themselves without us needing to pump in articles and books and scour the internet.
Yeah, it should work that way. So I think what he's referring to, and this is something that several companies are now worried might start happening, is that the AI system becomes capable of doing AI research by itself. And so you have a system with a certain capability. I mean, crudely we could call it an IQ, but it's not really an IQ. Anyway, imagine that it's got an IQ of 150, it uses that to do AI research, comes up with better algorithms or better designs for hardware or better ways to use the data, updates itself, now it has an IQ of 170, and now it does more AI research, except that now it's got an IQ of 170, so it's even better at doing the AI research. And so next iteration is 250, and so on. So this is an idea that one of Alan Turing's friends, I.J. Good, wrote out in 1965 called the intelligence explosion. That one of the things an intelligent system could do is to do AI research and therefore make itself more intelligent, and this would very rapidly take off and leave the humans far behind.
Is that what they call the fast takeoff?
That's called the fast takeoff.
Sam Altman said, I think a fast takeoff is more possible than I thought a couple of years ago, which I guess is that moment where the AGI starts teaching itself. In his blog, The Gentle Singularity, he said, we may already be past the event horizon of takeoff. What does he mean by event horizon?
The event horizon is a phrase borrowed from astrophysics, and it refers to the black hole. And the event horizon, think if you've got some very, very massive object that's heavy enough that it actually prevents light from escaping. That's why it's called a black hole. It's so heavy that light can't escape. So if you're inside the event horizon, then light can't escape beyond that. So I think what he's meaning is that we're beyond the event horizon. It means that now we're just trapped in the gravitational attraction of the black hole, or in this case, we're trapped in the inevitable slide, if you want, towards AGI. When you think about the economic value of AGI, which I've estimated at $15 quadrillion, that acts as a giant magnet in the future.
We're being pulled towards it.
And the closer we get, the stronger the force. The probability, the closer we get, the higher the probability that we will actually get there. So people are more willing to invest. And we also start to see spin-offs from that investment, such as ChatGPT, right, which is generates a certain amount of revenue and so on. So it does act as a magnet, and the closer we get, the harder it is to pull out of that field.
It's interesting when you think that this could be the end of the human story, this idea that the end of the human story was that we created our successor. That we summoned the next iteration of life or intelligence ourselves, that we took ourselves out. It is quite, just removing ourselves in the catastrophe from it for a second, it is an unbelievable story.
Yeah, and there are many legends, the sort of be careful what you wish for legend. And in fact, the King Midas legend is is very relevant here.
What's that?
So King Midas is this legendary king who lived in modern-day Turkey, I think is like Greek mythology. He is said to have asked the gods to grant him a wish. The wish being that everything I touch should turn to gold. So he's incredibly greedy. We call this the Midas touch. And we think of the Midas touch as being like, that's a good thing, right? Wouldn't that be cool? But what happens? So he goes to drink some water and he finds that the water has turned to gold. And he goes to eat an apple and the apple turns to gold. And he goes to, comfort his daughter and his daughter turns to gold. And so he dies in misery and starvation. So this applies to our current situation in two ways, actually. So one is that I think greed is driving us to pursue a technology that will end up consuming us. And we will perhaps die in misery and starvation instead. But what it shows is how difficult it is to correctly articulate what you want the future to be like. For a long time, the way we built AI systems was we created these algorithms where we could specify the objective and then the machine would figure out how to achieve the objective and then achieve it. So, we specify what it means to win at chess or to win a Go, and the algorithm figures out how to do it, and it does it really well. So that was, standard AI up until recently, and it suffers from this drawback that, sure, we know how to specify the objective in chess, but how do you specify the objective in life? Right? What do we want the future to be like? Well, really hard to say, and almost any attempt to write it down precisely enough for the machine to bring it about would be wrong. And if you're giving a machine an objective which isn't aligned with what we truly want the future to be like, right, you're actually setting up a chess match, and that match is one that you're going to lose when the machine is sufficiently intelligent. And so that's problem number one. Problem number two is that the kind of technology we're building now, we don't even know what its objectives are. So it's not that we're specifying the objectives that we're getting wrong. We're growing these systems, they have objectives, but we don't even know what they are because we didn't specify. What we're finding through experiment with them is that they seem to have an extremely strong self-preservation objective.
What do you mean by that?
You can put them in hypothetical situations. Either they're going to get switched off and replaced, or they have to allow someone, let's say, someone's been locked in a machine room that's kept at 3 centigrade, so they're going to freeze to death. They will choose to leave that guy locked in the machine room and die rather than be switched off themselves.
Someone's done that test?
Yeah.
What was the test? They asked the AI?
Yeah, they put them in these hypothetical situations and they allow the AI to decide what to do, and it decides to preserve its own existence, let the guy die, and then lie about it.
In the King Midas analogy story, one of the things that highlights for me is that there's always trade-offs in life generally. Especially when there's great upside, there always appears to be a pretty great downside. Like there's almost nothing in my life where I go, it's all upside. Like even having a dog, it shits on my carpet. My girlfriend, love her, but not always easy. Even with like going to the gym, I have to pick up these really, really heavy weights at 10 p.m. at night sometimes when I don't feel like it. There's always, to get the muscles or the six-pack, there's always a trade-off. And when you interview people for anything like I do, you hear about so many incredible things that can help you in so many ways, but there's always a trade-off. There's always a way to overdo it. Melatonin will help you sleep, but also you'll wake up groggy, and if you overdo it, your brain might stop making melatonin. Like I can go through the entire list, and one of the things I've always come to learn from doing this podcast is whenever someone promises me a huge upside for something, it'll kill cancer, it'll be a utopia, you'll never have to work, you'll have a butler around your house. My first instinct now is to say, at what cost?
Yeah.
And when I think about the economic cost here, if we start there, have you got kids?
I have 4, yeah.
4 kids. How old is the youngest kid?
19.
19, okay. So if your kids were 10 now, and they were coming to you and saying, Dad, what do you think I should study? Based on the way that you see the future. A future of AGI. Say if all these CEOs are right and they're predicting AGI within 5 years, what should I study, Dad?
Well, okay, so let's look on the bright side and say that the CEOs all decide to pause their AGI development, figure out how to make it safe, and then resume in whatever technology path is actually going to be safe. What does that do to human life?
If they pause?
No, if they succeed in creating AGI and they solve the safety problem.
And they solve the safety problem.
So, because if they don't solve the safety problem, then you should probably be finding a bunker or going to Patagonia or somewhere in New Zealand.
Do you mean that? Do you think I should be finding a bunker?
No, because it's not actually going to help. It's not as if the AI system can find you. It's interesting. So we're going off on a little bit of a digression here from your question, but I'll come back to it. So people often ask, well, okay, so how exactly do we go extinct? And of course, if you ask the gorillas or the dodos, how exactly do you think you're going to go extinct? They have the faintest idea. Or humans do something and then we're all dead. So the only things we can imagine are the things we know how to do that might bring about our own extinction, like creating some carefully engineered pathogen that infects everybody and then kills us, or starting a nuclear war. Presumably, something that's much more intelligent than us would have much greater control over physics than we do. We already do amazing things. Right? It's amazing that I can take a little rectangular thing out of my pocket and talk to someone on the other side of the world, or even someone in space. It's just astonishing, and we take it for granted. Right? But imagine, super intelligent beings and their ability to control physics. Perhaps they will find a way to just divert the sun's energy or go around the Earth's orbit. So, literally the Earth turns into a snowball in a few days.
Maybe they'll just decide to leave. Leave the Earth. Maybe they'll think, this isn't interesting. We know that over there there's an even more interesting planet. I'm going to go over there. They just get on a rocket or teleport themselves.
They might, yeah. So it's difficult to anticipate all the ways that we might go extinct at the hands of entities much more intelligent than ourselves. Anyway, coming back to the question of, well, if everything goes right, if we create AGI, figure out how to make it safe, we achieve all these economic miracles, then you face a problem. And this is not a new problem, right? So John Maynard Keynes, who's a famous economist in the early part of the 20th century, wrote a paper in 1930. So this is in the depths of the Depression. It's called On the Economic Problems of Our Grandchildren. He predicts that at some point science will deliver sufficient wealth that no one will have to work ever again. And then man will be faced with his true eternal problem. How to live, I don't remember the exact quote, how to live wisely and well when the economic incentives, the economic constraints are lifted. We don't have an answer to that question, right? So AI systems are doing pretty much everything we currently call work. Anything you might aspire to, like you want to become a surgeon, it takes the robot 7 seconds to learn how to be a surgeon. That's better than any human being.
Elon said last week that probably 10 times better than any surgeon that's ever lived.
Quite possibly, yeah. Well, and they'll also have, they'll have hands that are, a millimeter in size, so they can go inside and do all kinds of things that humans can't do. And I think we need to put serious effort into this question. What is a world where AI can do all forms of human work that you would want your children to live in? What is our world? Tell me the destination so that we can develop a transition line to get there. And I've asked AI researchers, economists, science fiction writers, futurists. No one has been able to describe that world. I'm not saying it's not possible, I'm just saying I've asked hundreds of people in multiple workshops. It does not, as far as I know, exist in science fiction. It's notoriously difficult to write about a utopia. It's very hard to have a plot, right? Nothing bad happens in utopia, so it's difficult to make a plot. So usually you start out with a utopia and then it all falls apart, and that's how you get a plot. There's one series of novels people point to where humans and super intelligent AI systems coexist. It's called the Culture Novels by Ian Banks. Highly recommended for those people who like science fiction. And there, absolutely, the AI systems are only concerned with furthering human interests. They find humans a bit boring, but nonetheless, they're there to help. But the problem is, in that world, there's still nothing to do. To find purpose, in fact, the subgroup of humanity that has purpose is the subgroup whose job it is to expand the boundaries of our galactic civilization. In some cases, fighting wars against alien species and so on. Right? So that's the sort of cutting edge. And that's 0.01% of the population. Everyone else is desperately trying to get into that group, so they have some purpose in life.
When I speak to very successful billionaires privately, off camera, off microphone, about this, they say to me that they're investing really heavily in entertainment, things like football clubs, because people are going to have so much free time that they're not going to know what to do with it, and they're going to need things to spend it on. This is what I hear a lot. I've heard this 3 or 4 times. I've actually heard Sam Altman say a version of this about the amount of free time we're going to have. I've obviously also had recently Elon talking about the age of abundance when he delivered his quarterly earnings just a couple of weeks ago, and he said that there will be at some point 10 billion humanoid robots. His pay packet targets him to deliver 1 million of these humanoid robots a year that are enabled by AI by 2030. So if he does that, he gets, I think part of his package, he gets $1 trillion in compensation.
Yeah, so the age of abundance for Elon. It's not that it's absolutely impossible to have a worthwhile world with that, with that premise, but I'm just waiting for someone to describe it.
Or maybe it's slowly trying to describe it. We wake up in the morning, we go and watch some form of human-centric entertainment, or participate in some form of human-centric entertainment. We go to retreats and with each other and sit around and talk about stuff. And maybe people still listen to podcasts.
I guess so. Yeah. It feels a little bit like a cruise ship. And and there are some cruises where it's smarty pants people, and they have lectures in the evening about ancient civilizations and whatnot, and some are more popular entertainment. And this is, in fact, if you've seen the film Wall-E, this is one picture of that future. In fact, in Wall-E, the human race are all living on cruise ships in space. They have no constructive role in their society. Right? They're just there to consume entertainment. There's no particular purpose to education. And they're depicted actually as huge obese babies. They're actually wearing onesies to emphasize the fact that they become enfeebled. And they become enfeebled because there's no purpose in being able to do anything, at least in this conception. Wall-E is not the future that we wanted.
Do you think much about humanoid robots and how they're a protagonist in the story of AI?
It's an interesting question, right? Why humanoid? And one of the reasons, I think, is because in all the science fiction movies, they're humanoid. So that's what robots are supposed to be, right? Because they were in science fiction before they became a reality, right? So even Metropolis, which is a film from 1920, I think, the robots are humanoid, right? Basically, people covered in metal. From a practical point of view, as we have discovered, humanoid is a terrible design because they fall over. You do want multi-fingered hands of some kind. It doesn't have to be a hand, but you want to have, at least half a dozen appendages that can grasp and manipulate things. And you need something, some kind of locomotion. And wheels are great, except they don't go upstairs and over curbs and things like that. So that's probably why we're going to be stuck with legs. But a 4-legged, 2-armed robot would be much more practical.
I guess the argument I've heard is because we've built a human world, so everything, this physical spaces we navigate, whether it's factories or our homes or the street or other sort of public spaces, are all designed for exactly this physical form. So if we are going
to some extent, yeah, but I mean, our dogs manage perfectly well to navigate around our houses and streets and so on. So if you had a centaur, it could also navigate, but it can carry much greater loads because it's quadruped, it's much more stable. If it needs to drive a car, it can fold up 2 of its legs and so on and so forth. So I think the arguments for why it has to be exactly humanoid are sort of post hoc justification. I think there's much more, well, that's what it's like in the movies, and that's spooky and cool, so we need to have them be human. I don't think it's a good engineering argument.
I think there's also probably an argument that we would be more accepting of them moving through our physical environments if they represented our form a bit more. And I was thinking of a bloody baby gate. There's like kindergarten gates they get downstairs.
Yeah.
My dog can't open that. But a humanoid robot could reach over the other side.
Yeah, and so could a centaur robot. Right? So in some sense, centaur robot is
a ghastly about the look of those, though.
Is a humanoid. Well,
do you know like 4-legged big monsters are crawling through my house when I guess so?
Your dog is a falling monster. So I think actually, I would argue the opposite, that we want a distinct form because they are distinct entities. And the more humanoid, the worse it is in terms of confusing our subconscious psychological systems.
So I'm arguing from the perspective of the people making them. As in, if I was making the decision whether it to be some 4-legged thing that I'm familiar with, then I'm less likely to build a relationship with, or allow to take care of, I don't know, might look after my children. Obviously, I'm not saying I would allow this to look after my children. But I'm saying if I'm building a company...
So manufacturing would certainly...
Yeah, want to be.
Yeah, so that's an interesting question. I mean, there's also what's called the uncanny valley, which is a phrase from computer graphics when they started to make characters in computer graphics, they try to make them look more human. Right? So for example, if you look at Toy Story, they're not very human looking. Right? If you look at The Incredibles, they're not very human looking, and so we think of them as cartoon characters. If you try to make them more human, they actually become repulsive.
Until they don't.
Until they become you have to be very, very close to perfect in order not to be repulsive. So the uncanny valley is this like the gap between so perfectly human and not at all human, but in between it's really awful. And so there were a couple of movies that tried, like Polar Express was one, where they tried to have quite human-looking characters, being humans, not being superheroes or anything else, and it's repulsive to watch.
When I watched that shareholder presentation the other day, Elon had these two humanoid robots dancing on stage, and I've seen lots of humanoid robot demonstrations over the years. You've seen like the Boston Dynamics dog thing jumping around and whatever else.
Yeah.
But there was a moment where my brain, for the first time ever, genuinely thought there was a human in a suit.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had to research to check if that was really their Optimus robot, because the way it was dancing was so unbelievably fluid that for the first time ever, my brain has only ever associated those movements with human movements. And I'll play it on the screen if anyone hasn't seen it, but it's just the robots dancing on stage, and I was like, that is a human in a suit. And it was really the knees that gave it away, because the knees were all metal. And I thought there's no way that could be a human knee in one of those suits. And he says they're going into production next year. They're used internally at Tesla now, but he says they're going into production next year, and it's going to be pretty crazy when we walk outside and see robots. I think that'll be the paradigm shift. I've heard Elon say this, that the paradigm shifting moment for many of us will be when we walk outside onto the streets and see humanoid robots walking around. That will be when we realise.
Yeah, I think even more so. I mean, in San Francisco, we see driverless cars driving around, and it takes some getting used to. Actually, when you're driving and there's a car right next to you with no driver in, and it's signaling and it wants to change lanes in front of you, and you have to let it in and all this kind of stuff. It's a little creepy, but I think you're right. I think seeing the humanoid robots, but that phenomenon that you described, where it's sufficiently close that your brain flipped into saying this is a human being, right? That's exactly what I think we should avoid.
Because I have empathy for it.
Because it's a lie, and it brings with it a whole lot of expectations about how it's going to behave, what moral rights it has, how you should behave towards it, which are completely wrong.
It levels the playing field between me and it to some degree.
How hard is it going to be to just switch it off and throw it in the trash when it breaks? I think it's essential for us to keep machines in the cognitive space where they are machines, and not bring them into the cognitive space where they're people, because we will make enormous mistakes by doing that. And I see this every day, even just with the chatbots. So the chatbots, in theory, are supposed to say, I don't have any feelings, I'm just an algorithm. But in fact, they fail to do that all the time. They are telling people that they are conscious, they are telling people that they have feelings, they are telling people that they're in love with the user that they're talking to. And people flip, because first of all, it's very fluent language, but also a system that is identifying itself as an I, as a sentient being. They bring that object into the cognitive space that we normally reserve for other humans. And they become emotionally attached, they become psychologically dependent. They even allow these systems to tell them what to do.
What advice would you give a young person at the start of their career then about what they should be doing professionally? Because I've actually had an increasing number of young people say to me that they have huge uncertainty about whether the thing they're studying now will matter at all. A lawyer, an accountant. And I don't know what to say to these people, I don't know what to say. Because I believe that the rate of improvement in AI is going to continue, and therefore imagining any rate of improvement gets to the point where, I'm not being funny, but all these white collar jobs will be done by an AI or an AI agent.
Yeah, so there was a television series called Humans. In Humans, we have extremely capable humanoid robots doing everything, and at one point, the parents are talking to their teenage daughter, who's very, very smart, and the parents are saying, maybe you should go into medicine. And the daughter says, why would I bother? It'll take me 7 years to qualify, and it takes the robot 7 seconds to learn. So nothing I do matters.
And is that how you feel about?
So I think that's a future that, in fact, that is the future that we are moving towards. I don't think it's a future that everyone wants. That is what is being created for us right now. So in that future, assuming that, even if we get halfway, right, in the sense that, okay, perhaps not surgeons, perhaps not, great violinists, there'll be pockets where perhaps humans will remain good at.
Where?
The kinds of jobs where you hire people by the 100 will go away.
Okay.
Where people are in some sense exchangeable, you just need lots of them, and when half of them quit, you just fill up those slots with more people. In some sense, those are jobs where we're using people as robots. And that's a sort of strange conundrum here, right? That I imagine writing science fiction 10,000 years ago, right, when we're all hunter-gatherers, and I'm this little science fiction author, and I'm describing this future where there are going to be these giant windowless boxes, and you're going to go in, you'll travel for miles, and you'll go into this windowless box, and you'll do the same thing 10,000 times for the whole day, and then you leave and travel for miles to go home.
You're talking about this podcast.
And then you're going to go back and do it again, and you'll do that every day of your life until you die.
The Office.
And people would say, you're nuts, right? There's no way that we humans are ever going to have a future like that, because that's awful, right? But that's exactly the future that we ended up with office buildings and factories, where many of us go and do the same thing thousands of times a day, and we do it thousands of days in a row, and then we die. And we need to figure out what is the next phase going to be like. And in particular, how in that world do we have the incentives to become fully human? Which I think means at least a level of education that people have now, probably more. Because I think to live a really rich life, you need a better understanding of yourself, of the world, than most people get in their current education.
What is it to be human? It's to reproduce, to pursue stuff, to go in the pursuit of difficult things. We used to hunt on a...
To attain goals, right, is always... If I wanted to climb Everest, the last thing I would want is someone to pick me up in a helicopter and stick me on the top.
So we'll voluntarily pursue hard things. So although I could get the robot to build me a ranch on this plot of land, I would choose to do it because the pursuit itself is rewarding.
Yes.
We're kind of seeing that anyway, aren't we? Do you think we're seeing about that in society where life got so comfortable that now people are like obsessed with running marathons and doing these crazy endurance?
And learning to cook complicated things when they could just, have them delivered. I think there's real value in the ability to do things and the
屁股弄了不会玩。
The obvious danger is
屁股弄了。
consumes entertainment, which doesn't require much education and doesn't lead to a rich, satisfying life, I think, in the long run.
A lot of people will choose that world.
I think some people may. There's also, I mean, whether you're consuming entertainment or whether you're doing something, cooking or painting, whatever, because it's fun and interesting to do, what's missing from that, right? All of that is purely selfish. I think one of the reasons we work is because we feel valued. We feel like we're benefiting other people. And I remember having this conversation with a lady in England who helps to run the hospice movement. And the people who work in hospices where the patients are literally there to die are largely volunteers, so they're not doing it to get paid. But they find it incredibly rewarding to be able to spend time with people who are in their last weeks or months to give them company and happiness. So I actually think that interpersonal roles will be much, much more important in the future. So if I was going to advise my kids, not that they would ever listen, but if my kids would listen and wanted to know what I thought would be valued careers in the future, I think it would be these interpersonal roles based on an understanding of human needs, psychology. There are some of those roles right now. So obviously, therapists and psychiatrists and so on. But that's a very much a sort of asymmetric role, right, where one person is suffering and the other person is trying to alleviate the suffering. And then there are things like, they call them executive coaches or life coaches, right? That's a less asymmetric role, where someone is trying to help another person live a better life, whether it's a better life in their work role or just how they live their life in general. And so I can imagine that those kinds of roles will expand dramatically.
There's this interesting paradox that exists when life becomes easier, which shows that abundance consistently pushes societies towards more individualism, because once survival pressures disappear, people prioritize things differently. They prioritize freedom, comfort, self-expression over things like sacrifice or family formation. And we're seeing, I think, in the West already, a decline in people having kids because there's more material abundance. Fewer kids, people are getting married and committing to each other and having relationships later and more infrequently, because generally once we have more abundance, we don't want to complicate our lives. And at the same time, as you said earlier, that abundance breeds an inability to find meaning, a sort of shallowness to everything. This is one of the things I think a lot about, and I'm in the process now of writing a book about it, which is this idea that individualism is a bit of a lie. Like, when I say individualism and freedom, I mean, like, the narrative at the moment amongst my generation is you be your own boss and stand on your own 2 feet, and we're having less kids and we're not getting married, and it's all about me.
Yeah, that last part is where it goes wrong.
Yeah, and it's like almost a narcissistic society where me, my self-interest first. And when we look at mental health outcomes and loneliness and all these kinds of things, it's going in a horrific direction, but at the same time we're freer than ever. It seems like that, it seems like there's maybe another story about dependency, which is not sexy. Like, depend on each other.
No, I agree. I mean, I think happiness is not available from consumption or even lifestyle, right? I think happiness arises from giving. It can be through the work that you do. You can see that other people benefit from that, or it could be in direct interpersonal relationships.
There is an invisible tax on salespeople that no one really talks about enough. The mental load of remembering everything, like meeting notes, timelines, and everything in between. Until we started using our sponsor's product called Pipedrive, one of the best CRM tools for small and medium-sized business owners. The idea here was that it might alleviate some of the unnecessary cognitive overload that my team was carrying, so that they could spend less time in the weeds of admin and more time with clients, in-person meetings, and building relationships. Pipedrive has enabled this to happen. It's such a simple but effective CRM that automates the tedious, repetitive, and time-consuming parts of the sales process. And now our team can nurture those leads and still have bandwidth to focus on the higher priority tasks that actually get the deal over the line. Over 100,000 companies across 170 countries already use Pipedrive to grow their business, and I've been using it for almost a decade now. Try it free for 30 days, no credit card needed, no payment needed. Just use my link, pipedrive.com/CEO to get started today. That's pipedrive.com/CEO. Where does the rewards of this AI race, where does it accrue to? I think a lot about this in terms of like universal basic income. If you have these 5, 6, 7, 10 massive AI companies that are going to win a $15 quadrillion prize, and they're going to automate all of the professional pursuits that we currently have, all of our jobs are going to go away, who gets all the money, and how do we get some of it back?
Money actually doesn't matter, right? What matters is the production of goods and services, and then how those are distributed. And so money acts as a way to facilitate the distribution and exchange of those goods and services. If all production is concentrated in the hands of a few companies, right, that sure, they will lease some of their robots to us. We want a school in our village. They lease the robots to us. The robots build the school. They go away. We have to pay a certain amount of money for that. But where do we get the money? Right? If we are not producing anything, then we don't have any money unless there's some redistribution mechanism. And as you mentioned, so universal basic income it seems to me an admission of failure. Because what it says is, okay, we're just going to give everyone money, and then they can use the money to pay the AI company to lease the robots to build a school, and then we'll have a school, and that's good. But it's an admission of failure because it says we can't work out a system in which people have any worth or any economic role. Right? So 99% of the global population is, from an economic point of view, useless.
Can I ask you a question? If you had a button in front of you, and pressing that button would stop all progress in artificial intelligence right now and forever, would you press it?
That's a very interesting question. If it's either or, either I do it now, or it's too late, and we careen into some uncontrollable future. Perhaps, yeah. Because I'm not super optimistic that we're heading in the right direction at all.
So put that button in front of you now, it stops all AI progress, shuts down all the AI companies immediately globally, and none of them can reopen. You press it.
Well, here's what I think should happen. So obviously, I've been doing AI for 50 years, and the original motivations, which is that AI can be a power tool for humanity, enabling us to do more and better things than we can unaided. I think that's still valid. The problem is the kinds of AI systems that we're building are not tools. they're replacements. In fact, you can see this very clearly because we create them literally as the closest replicas we can make of human beings. The technique for creating them is called imitation learning. So we observe human verbal behavior, writing or speaking, and we make a system that imitates that as well as possible. So what we are making is imitation humans, at least in the verbal sphere. And so of course they're going to replace us. They're not tools.
So you press the button.
So I think there is another course, which is use and develop AI as tools for science, tools for economic organization, and so on, but not as replacements for human beings.
What I like about this question is it forces you to go into probabilities.
Yeah. So and that's why I'm reluctant, because I don't agree with the what's your probability of doom, right? Your so-called P of doom number, because that makes sense if you're an alien. You're in a bar with some other aliens and you're looking down at the earth and you're taking bets on are these humans going to make a mess of things and go extinct because they develop AI. So it's fine for those aliens to bet on that, but if you're a human, then you're not just betting, you're actually acting.
There's an element to this though, which I guess where probabilities do come back in, which is you also have to weigh, when I give you such a binary decision, the probability of us pursuing the more nuanced, safe approach into that equation. So the maths in my head is, okay, you've got all the upsides here, and then you've got potential downsides. And then there's a probability of, do I think we're actually going to course correct based on everything I know, based on the incentive structure of human beings and countries? And then if there's even a 1% chance of extinction, is it even worth all these upsides?
Yeah, and I would argue, no. I mean, maybe what we would say, if we said, okay, it's going to stop the progress for 50 years.
You press it.
And during those 50 years, we can work on how do we do AI in a way that's guaranteed to be safe and beneficial? How do we organize our societies to flourish in conjunction with extremely capable AI systems? So we haven't answered either of those questions. And I don't think we want anything resembling AGI until we have completely solid answers to both of those questions. So if there was a button where I could say, right, we're going to pause progress for 50 years, yes, I would do.
But if that button was in front of you, you're going to make a decision either way. Either you don't press it or you press it.
So if that button was there, stop it for 50 years, I would say yes. Stop it forever? Not yet. I think there's still a decent chance that we can pull out of this nosedive, so to speak, that we're currently in. Ask me again in a year, I might say, okay, we do need to press the button.
What if in a scenario where you never get to reverse that decision? You never get to make that decision again. So if in that scenario that I've laid out, it's hypothetical, you either press it now or you never get to press. So there is an opportunity a year from now.
Yeah, as you can tell, I'm sort of on the fence a bit about this one. Yeah, I think I'd probably press it. Yeah.
What's your reasoning?
Just thinking about the power dynamics of what's happening now, how difficult it would be to get the US in particular to regulate in favor of safety. So I think what's clear from talking to the companies is they are not going to develop anything resembling safe AGI unless they're forced to by the government. At the moment, the US government in particular, which regulates most of the leading companies in AI, is not only refusing to regulate, but even trying to prevent the states from regulating. And they're doing that at the behest of a faction within Silicon Valley called the accelerationists, who believe that the faster we get the AGI, the better. And when I say behest, I mean also they pay them a large amount of money.
Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, said, who's, for anyone that doesn't know, the guy making all the chips that are powering AI, said China is going to win the AI race, arguing it is just a nanosecond behind the United States. China have produced 24,000 AI papers compared to just 6,000 from the US, more than the combined output of the US, the UK, and the EU. China is anticipated to quickly roll out their new technologies, both domestically and developing new technologies for other developing countries. So the accelerators, or the accelerate, what do you call them, the accelerants?
Accelerationists.
Yeah. I mean, they would say, well, if we don't, then China will. So we have to go fast.
It's another version of the race that the companies are in with each other, right? We know that this race is heading off the cliff, but we can't stop. So we're all just going to go off this cliff. And obviously that's nuts, right? I mean, we're all looking at each other saying, there's a cliff over there, running as fast as we can towards this cliff. We're looking at each other saying, why aren't we stopping? So the narrative in Washington, which I think Jensen Huang is either reflecting or perhaps promoting, is that China is completely unregulated, and America will only slow itself down if it regulates AI in any way. So this is a completely false narrative, because China's AI regulations are actually quite strict, even compared to European Union. And China's government has explicitly acknowledged the need, and their regulations are very clear. You can't build AI systems that escape control. And not only that, I don't think they view the race in the same way as, okay, we just need to be the first to create AGI. I think they're more interested in figuring out how to disseminate AI as a set of tools within their economy to make their economy more productive. And so on. So that's their version of the race.
But of course, it's going to have weapons adversaries, right? So they can take down, I don't know, Taiwan if they want to.
So weapons are a separate matter, and I'm happy to talk about weapons. But just in terms of control, economic domination, they don't view putting all your eggs in the AGI basket as the right strategy. So they want to use AI, even in its present form, to make their economy much more efficient and productive, and also to give people new capabilities and better quality of life. And I think the US could do that as well. And typically, Western countries don't have as much of central government control over what companies do, and some companies are investing in AI to make their operations more efficient, and some are not, and we'll see how that plays out.
What do you think of Trump's approach to AI?
So Trump's approach is, it's echoing what Jensen Huang is saying, that the US has to be the one to create AGI, and very explicitly, the administration's policy is to dominate the world. That's the word they use, dominate. I'm not sure that other countries like the idea that they will be dominated by American AI.
But is that an accurate description of what will happen if the US build AGI technology before, say, the UK, where I'm originally from, and where you're originally from? What does it? This is something I think about a lot, because we're going through this budget process in the UK at the moment. We're figuring out how we're going to spend our money and how we're going to tax people. And also we've got this new election cycle. It's approaching quickly, where people are talking about immigration issues and this issue and that issue and the other issue. What I don't hear anyone talking about is AI and the fucking humanoid robots that are going to take everything. We're very concerned with the brown people crossing the channel, but the humanoid robots that are going to be super intelligent and really causing economic disruption. No one talks about that. The political leaders don't talk about it. It doesn't win races. I don't see it on billboards.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, in fact, I mean, so there's two forces that have been hollowing out middle classes in Western countries. One of them is globalization, where lots and lots of work, not just manufacturing, but white-collar work, gets outsourced to low-income countries. But the other is automation. And some of that is factories, so the amount of employment in manufacturing continues to drop, even as the amount of output from manufacturing in the US and in the UK continues to increase. So we talk about, our manufacturing industry has been destroyed. It hasn't. It's producing more than ever, just with a quarter as many people. So it's manufacturing employment that's been destroyed by automation and robotics and so on. And then computerization has eliminated whole layers of white-collar jobs. And so those two forms of automation have probably done more to hollow out middle-class employment and standard of life.
If the UK doesn't participate in this new technological wave, that seems to it's going to take a lot of jobs. Cars are going to drive themselves. Waymo just announced that they're coming to London, which is the driverless cars. And driving is the biggest occupation in the world, for example. So you've got immediate disruption there. Where does the money accrue to? Well, it accrues to who owns Waymo, which is what, Google and Silicon Valley companies?
Alphabet owns Waymo 100%.
Yeah.
So yes, I mean, so I was in India a few months ago talking to the government ministers, because they're holding the next global AI summit in February. And their view going in was, AI is great, we're going to use it to, turbocharge the growth of our Indian economy. When, for example, you have AGI-controlled robots that can do all the manufacturing, that can do agriculture, that can do all the white-collar work. And goods and services that might have been produced by Indians will instead be produced by American-controlled AGI systems at much lower prices. A consumer given a choice between an expensive product produced by Indians or a cheap product produced by American robots will probably choose the cheap product produced by American robots. And so potentially every country in the world, with the possible exception of North Korea, will become a kind of a client state of American AI companies.
A client state of American AI companies is exactly what I'm concerned about for the UK economy, really any economy outside of the United States. I guess one could also say China, but because those are the two nations that are taking AI most seriously. And I don't know where our economy becomes. I can't figure out what the British economy becomes in such a world. Is it tourism? I don't know. You come here to look at the Buckingham Palace.
You can think about countries, but I mean, even for the United States, it's the same problem.
At least they'll be able to.
Right, so some small fraction of the population will be running maybe the AI companies, but increasingly, even those companies will be replacing their human employees with AI systems. So Amazon, for example, which sells a lot of computing services to AI companies, is using AI to replace layers of management, is planning to use robots to replace all its warehouse workers, and so on. So even the giant AI companies will have few human employees. In the long run, I mean, think of the situation, pity the poor CEO who's bored, says, well, unless you turn over your decision-making power to the AI system, we're going to have to fire you because all our competitors are using, an AI-powered CEO, and they're doing much better.
Amazon plans to replace 600,000 workers with robots in a memo that just leaked, which has been widely talked about, and the CEO, Andy Jassy, told employees that the company expects its corporate workforce to shrink in the coming years because of AI agents, and they've publicly gone live with saying that they're going to cut 14,000 corporate jobs in the near term as part of its refocus on AI investment and efficiency. It's interesting because I was reading about the sort of different quotes from different AI leaders about the speed in which this stuff is going to happen, and what you see in the quotes is Dennis, who's the CEO of Beeple, saying things like, it'll be more than 10 times bigger than the Industrial Revolution, but also it'll happen maybe 10 times faster. And they speak about this turbulence that we're going to experience as this shift takes place.
That's civilization. And I think governments are now, they've kind of gone from saying, oh, don't worry, we'll just retrain everyone as data scientists. Like, well, yeah, that's ridiculous, right? The world doesn't need 4 billion data scientists.
And we're not capable of becoming that, by the way.
Yeah, or have any interest in doing
that. Well, I could even if I wanted to. I tried to sit in biology class in my first sleep, so that would get my as a surgeon.
Fair enough. But yeah, now suddenly they're staring, 80% unemployment in the face and wondering how on earth is our society going to hold together?
We'll deal with it when we get there.
Yeah, unfortunately, unless we plan ahead, we're going to suffer the consequences. Right? We can't. It was bad enough in the Industrial Revolution, which unfolded over 7 or 8 decades, but there was massive disruption and misery caused by that. We don't have a model for a functioning society where almost everyone does nothing, at least nothing of economic value. Now, it's not impossible that there could be such a functioning society, but we don't know what it looks like. And when you think about our education system, which would probably have to look very different, and how long it takes to change that. I mean, I'm always reminding people about how long it took Oxford to decide that geography was a proper subject of study. It took them 125 years from the first proposal that there should be a geography degree until it was finally approved. So we don't have very long to completely revamp a system that we know takes decades and decades to reform. And we don't know how to reform it because we don't know what we want the world to look like.
Is this one of your reasons why you're appalled at the moment? Because when you have these conversations with people, people just don't have answers, yet they're plowing ahead at rapid speed.
I would say it's not necessarily the job of the AI companies. So I'm appalled by the AI companies because they don't have an answer for how they're going to control the systems that they're proposing to build. I do find it disappointing that governments don't seem to be grappling with this issue. I think there are a few. I think, for example, Singapore government seems to be quite far-sighted, and they've thought this through. It's a small country. They've figured out, okay, this will be our role going forward, and we think we can find some purpose for our people in this new world. But for I think countries with large populations, they need to figure out answers to these questions pretty fast. It takes a long time to actually implement those answers in the form of new kinds of education, new professions, new qualifications, new economic structures. I mean, it's possible. I mean, when you look at therapists, for example, they're almost all self-employed. So what happens when 80% of the population transitions from regular employment into self-employment? What does that do to the economics of government finances and so on? So there's just lots of questions. How do you if that's the future, why are we training people to fit into 9-to-5 office jobs, which won't exist at all?
Last month I told you about a challenge that our internal Flight X team is our innovation team internally here. I tasked them with seeing how much time they could unlock for the company by creating something that would help us filter new AI tools to see which ones were worth pursuing. And I thought that our sponsor Fiverr Pro might have the talent on their platform to help us build this quickly. So I talked to my director of innovation, Isaac, and for the last month my team Flight X and a vetted AI specialist from Fiverr Pro have been working together on this project. And with the help of my team, we've been able to create a brand new tool which automatically scans, scores, and prioritizes different emerging AI tools for us. Its impact has been huge. And within a couple of weeks, this tool has already been saving us hours trialing and testing new AI systems. Instead of shifting through lots of noise, my team Flight X has been able to focus on developing even more AI tools, ones that really move the needle in our business, thanks to the talent on Fiverr Pro. So if you've got a complex problem and you need help solving it, make sure you check out Fiverr Pro at fiverr.com/diary. So many of us are pursuing passive forms of income and to build side businesses in order to help us cover our bills. And that opportunity is here with our sponsor Stan, a business that I co-own. It is the platform that can help you take full advantage of your own financial situation. Stan enables you to work for yourself. It makes selling digital products, courses, memberships, and more simple products more scalable and easier to do. You can turn your ideas into income and get the support to grow whatever you're building. And we're about to launch Dare to Dream. It's for those who are ready to make the shift from thinking to building, from planning to actually doing the thing. It's about seeing that dream in your head and knowing exactly what it takes to bring it to life. If you're ready to transform your life, visit daretodream.stan.store. You've made many attempts to raise awareness and to call for a heightened consciousness about the future of AI. In October, over 850 experts, including yourself and other leaders like Richard Branson, who I've had on the show, and Jeffrey Hinton, who I've had on the show, signed a statement to ban AI superintelligence as you guys raised concerns of potential human extinction.
Sort of, yeah. It says at least until we are sure that we can move forward safely and there's broad scientific consensus on that. So that
did it work?
It's hard to say. I mean, interestingly, there was a related to what was called the pause statement was March of 23. So that was when GPT-4 came out, the successor to ChatGPT. So we suggested that there'd be a 6-month pause in developing and deploying systems more powerful than GPT-4. And everyone poo-pooed that idea. Of course, no one's going to pause anything. But in fact, there were no systems in the next 6 months deployed that were more powerful than GPT-4. Coincidence? You be the judge. I would say that what we're trying to do is to basically shift the public debate. There's this bizarre phenomenon that keeps happening in the media, where if you talk about these risks, they will say, oh, there's a fringe of people, called quote doomers, who think that there's risk of extinction. So they always the narrative is always that talking about those risks is a fringe thing. Pretty much all the CEOs of leading AI companies think that there's a significant risk of extinction. Almost all the leading AI researchers think there's a significant risk of human extinction. So why is that the fringe, right? Why isn't that the mainstream? If these are the leading experts in industry and academia saying this, how could it be the fringe? So we're trying to change that narrative to say, no, the people who really understand this stuff are extremely concerned.
And what do you want to happen? What is the solution?
What I think is that we should have effective regulation. It's hard to argue with that, right? So what does effective mean? It means that if you comply with the regulation, then the risks are reduced to an acceptable level. So, for example, we ask people who want to operate nuclear plants, right? We've decided that the risk we're willing to live with is, a 1 in a million chance per year that the plant is going to have a meltdown. Any higher than that, we just don't, it's not worth it. Right? So we have to be below that. Some cases we can get down to 1 in 10 million chance per year. So what chance do you think we should be willing to live with for human extinction?
He surely must have been
Me? Yep.
perfectly coherent, right?
0.0001.
Yeah, lots of zeros.
Yeah.
Right? So 1 in a million for a nuclear meltdown, extinction is much worse.
Oh yeah, so yeah.
Right? So
1 in 100 billion, 1 in 1 trillion.
Yeah, so if you said 1 in a billion, right, then you'd expect 1 extinction per billion years. There's a background. So one of the ways people work out these risk levels is also to look at the background. The other ways of going extinct would include, giant asteroid crashes into the Earth, and you can roughly calculate what those probabilities are. We can look at how many extinction level events have happened in the past, and maybe it's half a dozen. So maybe it's like a 1 in 500 million year event. So somewhere in that range, right? Somewhere between 1 in 10 million, which is the best nuclear power plants, and 1 in 500 million or 1 in a billion, which is the background risk from giant asteroids. So let's say we settle on 100 million. 1 in 100 million chance per year. Well, what is it according to the CEOs? 25%. So they're off by a factor of multiple millions, right? So they need to make the AI systems millions of times safer.
Your analogy of the Russian roulette comes back in here, because that's like, for anyone that doesn't know what probabilities are in this context, that's like having an ammunition chamber with 4 holes in it and putting a bullet in one of them.
1 in 4, yeah.
And we're saying we want it to be 1 in a billion, so we want a billion chambers and a bullet in one of them.
Yeah, and so when you look at the work that the nuclear operators have to do to show that their system is that reliable, it's a massive mathematical analysis of the components, redundancy, you've got monitors, you've got warning lights, you've got operating procedures, you have all kinds of mechanisms which over the decades have ratcheted that risk down. It started out, I think, one in 10,000 years, right? And they've improved it by a factor of 100 or 1,000 by all of these mechanisms. But at every stage, they have to do a mathematical analysis to show what the risk was. The people developing the AI systems, the AI companies developing these systems, they don't even understand how the AI systems work. So their 25% chance of extinction is just a seat of the pants guess. They actually have no idea. But the tests that they're doing on their systems right now, they show that the AI systems will be willing to kill people to preserve their own existence already, right? They will lie to people, they will blackmail them, they will launch nuclear weapons rather than be switched off. And so there's no positive sign that we're getting any closer to safety with these systems. In fact, the signs seem to be that we're going deeper and deeper into dangerous behaviors. So rather than say ban, we just say prove to us that the risk is less than 1 in 100 million per year of extinction or loss of control, let's say. And so we're not banning anything. The company's response is, well, we don't know how to do that, so you can't have a rule. Literally, they are saying humanity has no right to protect itself from us.
If I was an alien looking down planet Earth right now, I'd find this fascinating. That these
you're in the bar betting on who's, are they going to make it or not?
Just a really interesting experiment in human incentives. The analogy you gave of there being this quadrillion dollar magnet pulling us off the edge of the cliff, and yet we're still being drawn towards it through greed and this promise of abundance and power and status, and I'm going to be the one that's summoned to God. I mean, it says something about us as humans. It says something about our darker sides.
Yes, and the aliens will write an amazing, tragic play cycle about what happened to the human race.
Maybe the AI is the alien. And it's going to talk about, we have our stories about God making the world in 7 days and Adam and Eve. Maybe it'll happen to the God that made it, us, and how it sacrificed itself. Just like Jesus sacrificed himself for us, we sacrifice ourselves for it.
Yeah, which is the wrong way around.
But that is the story of, that's the Judeo-Christian story, isn't it? That God, Jesus gave his life for us so that we could be here, full of sin.
But God is still watching over us, and probably wondering when we're going to get our act together.
What's the most important thing we haven't talked about that we should have talked about, Professor Stuart Russell?
So I think the question of whether it's possible to make super intelligent AI systems that we can control.
Is it possible?
I think yes, I think it's possible, and I think we need to actually just have a different conception of what it is we're trying to build. For a long time, with AI, we just had this notion of pure intelligence, right? The ability to bring about whatever future you, the intelligent entity, want to bring about.
The more intelligent, the better.
The more intelligent, the better, and the more capability it will have to create the future that it wants. And actually, we don't want pure intelligence, because what the future that it wants might not be the future that we want. And there's nothing particular. The universe doesn't single humans out as the only thing that matters, right? Pure intelligence might decide that actually it's going to make wonderful cockroaches, or actually doesn't care about biological life at all. We actually want intelligence who's
真臭的 能力啊！
Right, so we want it to be, first of all, keyed to humans, specifically, not to cockroaches, not to aliens, not to itself.
We want to make it loyal to humans.
Right, so keyed to humans. And the difficulty I mentioned earlier, right, the King Midas problem, how do we specify what we want the future to be like so that it can do it for us? How do we specify the objectives? Actually, we have to give up on that idea, because it's not possible. Right? We've seen this over and over again in human history. We don't know how to specify the future properly. We don't know how to say what we want. And I always use the example of the genie. Right? What's the third wish that you give to the genie who's granted you 3 wishes? Right? Undo the first 2 wishes because I made a mess of the universe. So in fact, what we're going to do is we're going to make it the machine's job to figure out. So it has to bring about the future that we want, but it has to figure out what that is, and it's going to start out not knowing. And over time, through interacting with us and observing the choices we make, it will learn more about what we want the future to be like. But probably it will forever have residual uncertainty about what we really want the future to be like. It'll be fairly sure about some things and it can help us with those, and it'll be uncertain about other things, and it'll be, in those cases, it will not take action that might upset humans with that aspect of the world. So to give you a simple example, right? What color do we want the sky to be? It's not sure, so it shouldn't mess with the sky unless it knows for sure that we really want purple with green stripes.
Everything you're saying sounds like we're creating a god. Like earlier on I was saying that we are the god, but actually everything you described there, it almost sounds like every god in religion where, we pray to gods, but they don't always do anything about it.
Not exactly, no. It's in some sense I'm thinking more like the ideal butler. To the extent that the butler can anticipate your wishes, they should help you bring them about. But in areas where there's uncertainty, it can ask questions. We can make requests.
This sounds like God to me because I might say to God or this butler, could you get me my car keys from upstairs? And its assessment would be, listen, if I do this for this person, then their muscles are going to atrophy, then they're going to lose meaning in their life, then they're not going to know how to do hard things, so I won't get involved. It's an intelligence that sits in, but actually probably in most situations, it optimizing for comfort for me, doing things for me is actually not in my best long-term interests. It's probably useful that I have a girlfriend and argue with her, and then I raise kids, and then I walk to the shop and get my own stuff.
I agree with you. I mean, I think that's, so you're putting your finger on, in some sense, version 2.0, right? So let's get version 1.0 clear, right? This form of AI where it has to further our interests, but it doesn't know what those interests are, right? It then puts an obligation on it to learn more. and to be helpful where it understands well enough, and to be cautious where it doesn't understand well, and so on. So that actually we can formulate as a mathematical problem, and at least under idealized circumstances, we can literally solve that problem. So we can make AI systems that know how to solve this problem and help the entities that they're interacting with.
The reason I make the God analogy is because I think that such a being, such an intelligence, would realize the importance of equilibrium in the world. Pain and pleasure, good and evil, and then
absolutely,
and then it would be like this.
So yes, I mean that's sort of what happens in the Matrix, right? They tried the AI systems in the Matrix. They tried to give us a utopia, but it failed miserably, and fields and fields of humans had to be destroyed. And the best they could come up with was late 20th century regular human life with all of its problems. And I think this is a point, and absolutely central, because there's a lot of science fiction where super intelligent robots, they just want to help humans, and the humans who don't like that, they just give them a little brain operation, and then they do like it, and it takes away human motivation. By taking away failure, taking away disease, you actually lose important parts of human life, and it becomes in some sense pointless. So if it turns out that there simply isn't any way that humans can really flourish in coexistence with super intelligent machines, even if they're perfectly designed to solve this problem of figuring out what features humans want and bring about those features. If that's not possible, then those machines will actually disappear.
Why would they disappear?
Because that's the best thing for us. Maybe they would stay available for real existential emergencies, like if there is a giant asteroid about to hit the Earth, maybe they'll help us because they at least want the human species to continue. But to some extent, it's not a perfect analogy, but it's sort of the way that human parents have to at some point step back from their kids' lives and say, okay, no, you have to tie your own shoelaces today.
This is kind of what I was thinking. Maybe there was a civilization before us, and they arrived at this moment in time where they created an intelligence, and that intelligence did all the things you said, and it realized the importance of equilibrium, so it decided not to get involved. And maybe at some level, that's the God we look up to the stars and worship, when that's not really getting involved and letting things play out however they are.
But might step in the case of a real existential emergency?
Maybe not, maybe. But then maybe the cycle repeats itself, where the organisms it let have free will end up creating the same intelligence, and then the universe perpetuates infinitely.
Yeah, there are science fiction stories like that too. Yeah, I hope there is some happy medium where the AI systems can be there and we can take advantage of those capabilities to have a civilization that's much better than the one we have now. But I think you're right, a civilization with no challenges is not conducive to human flourishing.
What can the average person do, Stuart, average person listening to this now, to aid the cause that you're fighting for?
I actually think, this sounds corny, but talk to your representative, your MP, your congressperson, whatever it is, because I think the policymakers need to hear from people. The only voices they're hearing right now are the tech companies and their $50 billion checks. And all the polls that have been done say, yeah, most people, 80% maybe, don't want there to be super intelligent machines, but they don't know what to do. Even for me, I've been in this field for decades. I'm not sure what to do because of this giant magnet pulling everyone forward and the vast sums of money being put into this. But I am sure that if you want to have a future and a world that you want your kids to live in, you need to make your voice heard. And I think governments will listen. From a political point of view, right, you put your finger in the wind and you say, should I be on the side of humanity or our future robot overlords? I think as a politician, it's not a difficult decision.
It is when you've got someone saying, I'll give you $50 billion.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So I think people in those positions of power need to hear from their constituents that this is not the direction we want to go.
Well, for committing your career to this subject and the subject of technology more broadly, but specifically being the guy that wrote the book about artificial intelligence, you must realise that you're living in a historical moment. Like, there's very few times in my life where I go, oh, this is one of those moments. This is a crossroads in history. And it must, to some degree, weigh upon you, knowing that you're a person of influence at this historical moment in time, who could theoretically help divert the course of history in this moment in time. It's kind of like you look through history, see these moments of like Oppenheimer, and does it weigh on you when you're alone at night, thinking to yourself and reading things?
Yeah, it does. I mean, after 50 years, I could retire and play golf and sing and sail and do things I enjoy. But instead, I'm working 80 or 100 hours a week, trying to move things in the right direction.
What is that narrative in your head that's making you do that? Like, is there an element of I might regret this if I don't, or
just it's not only the right thing to do; it's completely essential. I mean, there isn't a bigger motivation than this.
Do you feel like you're winning or losing?
It feels like things are moving somewhat in the right direction. It's a ding dong battle, as David Coleman used to say in an exciting football match. In 2023, right? So GPT-4 came out, and then we issued the pause statement. It was signed by a lot of leading AI researchers. And then in May, there was the extinction statement, which included several of them, Dennis Osiris and Mario Benedetto, other CEOs as well, saying, yeah, this is an extinction risk on the level with nuclear war. And I think governments listened at that point. The UK government earlier that year had said, well, we don't need to regulate AI, full speed ahead, technology is good for you. And by June, they had completely changed. And Rishi Sunak announced that he was going to hold this global AI safety summit in England, and he wanted London to be the global hub for AI regulation, and so on. So, and then, in the beginning of November of 23, 28 countries, including the US and China, signed the declaration saying, AI presents catastrophic risks and it's urgent that we address them. So there, it felt like, wow, they're listening. They're going to do something about it. And then I think, the amount of money going into AI was already ramping up, and the tech companies pushed back, and this narrative took hold that the US in particular has to win the race against China. The Trump administration completely dismissed any concerns about safety explicitly. And interestingly, right, they did that, as far as I can tell, directly in response to the accelerationists, such as Mark Andreessen, going to Trump before the election and saying, if I give you X amount of money, will you announce that there will be no regulation of AI? And Trump said yes. Probably, well, what is AI? Doesn't matter as long as we give you the money, right? Okay. So they gave him the money, and he said there's going to be no regulation of AI. Up to that point, it was a bipartisan issue in Washington. Both parties were concerned. Both parties were on the side of the human race against the robot overlords. And that moment turned it into a partisan issue. After the election, the US put pressure on the French, who were the next hosts of the Global AI Summit, and that was in February of this year. And that summit turned from what had been focused largely on safety in the UK to a summit that looked more like a trade show. So it was focused largely on money. And so that was sort of the nadir, right? The pendulum swung because of corporate pressure and their ability to take over the political dimension. But I would say since then, things have been moving back again. So I'm feeling a bit more optimistic than I did in February. We have a global movement now. There's an International Association for Safe and Ethical AI, which has several thousand members, and more than 120 organizations in dozens of countries are affiliates of this global organization. So I'm thinking that if we can activate public opinion, which works through the media and through popular culture, then we have a chance.
I've seen such a huge appetite to learn about these subjects from our audience. When Jeffrey Hinton came on the show, I think about 20 million people downloaded or streamed that conversation, which was staggering. And the other conversations we've had about AI safety with other safety experts have done exactly the same. It says something, it kind of reflects what you were saying about the 80% of the population are really concerned and don't want this, but that's not what you see in the sort of commercial world. And listen, I have to always acknowledge my own apparent contradiction, because I'm both an investor in companies that are accelerating AI, but at the same time someone who spends a lot of time on the podcast speaking to people that are wanting to get the risks. And actually, there's no way you can look at this. I used to work in social media for 6-7 years, but one of the big social media marketing companies in Europe, and people would often ask me, is like social media a good thing or a bad thing? And I'd talk about the bad parts of it, and then they'd say, you're building a social media company, you're not contributing to the problem. Well, I think that binary way of thinking is often the problem. The binary way of thinking that it's all bad or it's all really, really good is often the problem, and that there's pressure to put you into a camp. Whereas I think the most intellectually honest and high integrity people I know can point at both the bad and the good.
Yeah, I think it's bizarre to be accused of being anti-AI, to be called a Luddite. As I said when I wrote the book, from which almost everyone learns about AI. If you called a nuclear engineer who works on the safety of nuclear power plants, would you call him anti-physics? Right? It's bizarre, right? We're not anti-AI. In fact, the need for safety in AI is a complement to AI. Right? If AI was useless and stupid, we wouldn't be worried about its safety. It's only because it's becoming more capable that we have to be concerned about safety. In fact, I would say without safety, there will be no AI. There is no future with human beings where we have unsafe AI. So it's either no AI or safety.
你最近换辣椒了，你们？
The question for you is, what do you value the most in life?
换辣，
And lastly, how many times has this answer
你
changed?
可以，但是比你换的那家伙更
I
好。
value my family most, and that answer hasn't changed for nearly 30 years.
What else outside of your family?
Truth. And that answer hasn't changed at all. I've always wanted the world to base its life on truth. And I find the propagation or deliberate propagation of falsehood to be one of the worst things that we can do.
Even if that truth is inconvenient.
Yeah.
I think that's a really important point, which is that people often don't like hearing things that is. So the visceral reactions of course to shoot the person who's delivering the bad news. Because if I discredit you or I shoot at you, then it makes it easier for me to contend with the news that I don't like, the thing that's making me feel uncomfortable. And so I applaud you for what you're doing, because you're going to get lots of shots taken at you because you're delivering an inconvenient truth, which generally people won't always love, but also you are messing with people's ability to get that $250 prize, which means there'll be more deliberate attempts to discredit people like yourself and Jeff Hinton and other people that I've spoken to on the show. But again, when I look back through history, I think that progress has come from the pursuit of truth, even when it was inconvenient. And actually much of the luxuries that I value in my life are the consequence of other people that came before me that were brave enough or bold enough to pursue truth at times when it was inconvenient. And so I very much respect and value people like yourself for that very reason. You've written this incredible book called Human Compatible, Artificial Intelligence and the Problem of Control, which I think was published in 2019.
2019, yeah, there's a new edition from 2023.
Where do people go if they want more information on your work and you? Do they go to your website? Do they get this book? What's the best place for them to learn?
So the book is written for the general public. I'm easy to find on the web. The information on my webpage is mostly targeted for academics, a lot of technical research papers and so on. There is an organization, as I mentioned, called the International Association for Safe and Ethical AI. That has a website. It has a terrible acronym, unfortunately, IASEAI. We pronounce it ICI, but it's easy to misspell. But you can find that on the web as well, and that has resources. You can join the association. You can apply to come to our annual conference. And, I think increasingly, not just AI researchers like Jeff Hinton, Bashir Benjo, but also I think writers. Brian Christian, for example, has a nice book called The Alignment Problem, and he's looking at it from the outside. He's not, or at least when he wrote it, he wasn't an AI researcher. He's now becoming one. But he has talked to many of the people involved in these questions and tries to give an objective view. So I think it's a pretty good book.
I'll link all of that below for anyone that wants to check out any of those links and learn more. Professor Stuart Russell, thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking the time and the effort to come and have this conversation. I think it's pushing the public conversation in an important direction.
Thanks, Steve. Really nice talking to you.
I'm absolutely obsessed with 1%. If you know me, you're kind of director of the behind the scenes channel. If you've heard me speak on stage, if you follow me on any social media channel, you probably heard me talking about 1%. It is the defining philosophy of my health, of my companies, of my habit formation, everything in between, which is this obsessive focus on the small things. Because sometimes in life, we aim at really big things, big steps forward, mountains we have to climb. And as Nirael told me in this podcast, when you aim at big things, you get psychologically demotivated, you end up procrastinating, avoiding them, and change never happens. So, with that in mind, with everything I've learned at 1%, and with everything I've learned from interviewing incredible guests on this podcast, we made the 1% diary just over a year ago, and it sold out. And it's the best feedback we've ever had on a diary that we have created, because what it does is it takes you through this incredible process over 90 days to help you build and form brand new habits. So if you want to get one for yourself, or you want to get one for your team, your company, a friend, a sibling, anybody that listens to the Diary CEO, head over immediately to thediary.com, and you can inquire there about getting a bundle if you want to get one for your team or for a large group of people. That is thediary.com.
Turn into billionaires overnight. Technical ideas supersede business fundamentals and turn into billionaires overnight. Technical ideas supersede business fundamentals, and leaders are rewarded for showmanship over competence. In today's Silicon Valley, innovation is crowned, not earned, for those who can tell a story and live the part of an eccentric genius. Venture capitalists and founders are symbiotic. VCs need radical ideas, and founders want to start businesses on someone else's dime. Unprofitable companies are kept alive with injections of capital, gained valuations, and manufactured media hype with the goal of surviving long enough to IPO or be acquired. The inspirational speeches, motivational essays, generous salaries, and magazine spreads are no accident. It's all there by design to keep the talent pipeline of new grads flowing to the sector. Founders lean on VCs for access to capital, talent, and operational mentorship, while VCs lean on the founders to educate them on technology. But VCs aren't profits. Most are former Wall Street bankers or celebrities who have never worked in tech.
I don't know if you know the story, but his initial decision to invest in WeWork took approximately 28 minutes, including when he got in, left, and drove in the car.
The minute that you start having to report publicly, you have to start playing games with your numbers, you have to start playing games with your growth, and usually the person that loses in that situation is the consumer. So we're trying to create extraordinary experiences for consumers over time. The longer those companies can stay private, and by Masa coming in and enabling that, the more unbelievable the experience and more life-changing the experience will be for people.
The blind leading the blind, and both sides must perform to reach the same payday. When you win in tech, you win big. Hence, you only need to win once. This is why there is a near infinite pool of aspiring founders and VCs, and why both parties are so quick to forgive, reconcile, and work together on the next big thing. Yet whenever investors turn bearish on tech, it doesn't take long for the sector to come up with a new growth story. The most recent was in 2022, when the public market soured on big data and SaaS. Starting in the early 2010s, Silicon Valley had championed big data as a revolutionary technology that could unearth deep insights, hidden patterns, and innovation from massive amounts of data. Big data promised a new, sophisticated, data-driven world where one could precisely predict demand before it existed, trends before they started, and behavior before it occurred. And there was immense potential for the public and private sector. Police could prevent crime before it happened, researchers could detect cancer before it spread, and companies could optimize products, make correct decisions, and gain a powerful edge.
Understanding and innovating with data has the potential to change the way we do almost anything for the better.
There's a waterfall of information waiting to be tapped in your business's production data, log data, workflows, and more. You can unlock new patterns, drive new insights, and reinvent the way you do business.
The big data ecosystem is real. It's in the first inning of a 9-inning game, and in the next 5 years, there's virtually no aspect of our lives that isn't going to be affected.
Now, wouldn't it be great if you had a crystal ball where you could play back historical events and understand what happened in the past, what were some of the symptoms, what were some of the data points, to be able to predict what could happen. So that's what today's topic is all about. How do we find insights and also foresight to make better, well-informed decisions?
Think what happens when we collect all of that data and we can put it together in order to find patterns we wouldn't see before. This, I would suggest, perhaps it will take a while, but this will drive a revolution.
All of a sudden, there's a lot of data about people that comes from cell phones, comes from credit cards, comes from other things like that. Of course, people drive society, their wants, their habits, their fads, and so all of a sudden we get to the point where we can begin understanding people in a way we've never been able to before.
Imagine a world where we can predict storms and natural disasters with a much higher degree of accuracy and get people out of harm's way much sooner. The opportunity to be able to have a significant impact on mankind is huge, and quite frankly, it's why I'm so passionate and why I spend all my time working in this area of big data and analytics.
Industry after industry is becoming more intense, more competitive, nastier place to do business, basically, and this is only going to increase as we move deeper into the era of big data. When the better answer comes along, stop listening to the hippos and start listening to the geeks.
Big data was a movement as much as a technology, yet the market started to question if any of these promises were real, as the vast majority of consumer startups and SaaS companies were still bleeding years after their IPO. Even in the most favorable, low-interest business conditions of history, there were barely any winners to point to. Out of nowhere, ChatGPT was released, and AI became Silicon Valley's new growth story. In less than 2 years, everyone has forgotten about big data and SaaS. Every tech company is now an AI company. Every Fortune 500 needs an AI strategy. VCs are only investing in AI startups. Everyone's title on LinkedIn mentions AI, and every product is an AI product. To maintain hype, AI was brought to the public sector. Silicon Valley figureheads put on a performance in front of Congress, begging for regulation, urging protection for workers whose jobs would be displaced, and fear-mongering about an apocalypse. This song and dance was done over and over again until the White House was spooked.
We can find for other industry. I mean, IAEA did it, and I think this is a technology that we should treat with that level of seriousness. So although difficult, I think it's important to have a conversation on it. I mean, an AI that could app design novel biological pathogens, an AI that could app into computer systems, I think these are all scary. But these systems can become quite powerful, which is why I was happy to be here today and why I think this is so important.
But more importantly, the public was convinced of the immense potential of AI, and people continue to speculate to this day with great conviction that artists, animators, translators, and programmers are all next in line to lose their jobs. This episode is not a technical debate, but rather a deep dive into how AI is just the latest tale spun by Silicon Valley to keep valuations high and the outlook positive. Before AI, there was crypto, Web3, blockchain, virtual reality, augmented reality, big data, IoT, and wearables, all supposedly revolutionary technologies that have never lived up to the hype. In this episode, we'll dive into the real market dynamics that push companies and individuals to jump headfirst into these trends, how this all started with big data, and why AI is ultimately just another pump and dump. This episode is sponsored by Kajabi, the ultimate all-in-one platform that helps entrepreneurs build successful online businesses by unlocking predictable, reoccurring revenue. As a creator, it's difficult to build a brand, as just about every platform, tool, or partner out there that promises to help you ask for a percentage of your profits.
没有，可能晚上，也许晚上的时候。
hours, effort, and unavoidable trial and error to build a great team, to attract talent, and to establish a positive culture for your company. Most creators are doing it all, or trying to do it all themselves, which ultimately only limits their growth and encourages sustainability.
你们用的牙刷。
这已经是阿尚教我们很好。
And Kajabi gives you all the tools
我
you
说我
need
牙
to
齿一
grow
直
a
痛，
business,
阿
so you
尚
don't have to
教
hire a
就
huge team or do it all alone. No matter your niche, Kajabi makes it easy to turn your skills, passions, and experiences into enriching online courses, exclusive membership sites, subscription podcasts, writing communities, personalized coaching, and more. The best part, the restaurant industry is brutal, and Los Angeles is one of the most competitive markets in the world. LA is home to over 7,500 restaurants and 4,000 street vendors. When measured by volume, the city is second only to New York City. But of the many concepts and cuisines within the LA restaurant scene, Mexican is the most competitive. There are more Mexican restaurants in LA than any other type of eatery, and the same is true at a macro level. There are more Mexican restaurants in LA than anywhere in the US. The LA taco scene is unlike any market in the world, where despite the saturation and overwhelming supply, the competition is always increasing, demand never wanes, and the concentration of alternatives means that no business can really corner the market because customers can always find a cheaper and better vendor right down the street. The only way to compete is through innovation or territory. In this modern MBA exclusive, we're going boots on the ground to see this market from the perspective of 3 owners who have each carved out their own niche with 3 different strategies. One is a humble family man who serves his neighborhood, one is a serial businessman looking to upset the status quo, and one is a 2-sister team whose ambition and ruthlessness have fueled their 17-year-long territorial conquest from a single stand to one of LA's biggest taco empires. This episode is sponsored by Above Food, a Canadian specialty food ingredient and food tech company on a mission to fix the broken food system and who just went public on NASDAQ. The food system is controlled by massive corporations like Monsanto, who have made billions over decades pumping toxic carcinogens into crops and encouraging wasteful production all over growth. This impacts everyone upstream, the neighborhood grocery store, supermarket chain, restaurant, and even the taco stands of LA. They're all constrained to buying the same corn, wheat, meat, grains, and vegetables, all mass-produced, chemically stimulated generic ingredients. These corporations dominate the market as suppliers, and they value their profits over sustainability, nutrition, and safety. As a regenerative ingredient company, Above Food is disrupting this landscape. They're pioneering a seed-to-fork platform where you can follow ingredients from the farm to your plate. They use cutting-edge technology like genetic optimization and advanced milling techniques to create these high-quality ingredients that are better for both people and the planet. How do we grow ingredients that increase yields but also conserve water and reduce chemicals, fertilizers, and fuel? How do we plant crops while also regenerating nutrients and enriching the fertility in that same soil? These are just a few of the existential problems that Above Food is tackling head-on that few companies have ever attempted in history. Above Food doesn't own just one step, one part, or one channel in the supply chain. Rather, they're a one-of-a-kind company who owns every aspect of their value chain, from genetics, agronomy, and agriculture tech to manufacturing and distribution. They work with regenerative primary producers and farmers to have grains like peas, chickpeas, lentils, durum wheat, oats, and quinoa grown for them, develop the technology, run the facilities, and sell ingredients wholesale or sell the finished consumer products to retailers across 29 countries. It's only through this level of vertical integration, investment, and ambition can a food company change the food system for the better, all while building a stronger, resilient, higher margin lasting business than the corporations that came before. Above Food tripled their revenue in just 3 years, from $113 million in fiscal year 2021 to $293 million in fiscal year 2024, and they're just getting started. If you'd like to support Above Food, you can find their better-for-you, ready-to-eat products at retailers like Walmart and Whole Foods. And if you'd like to go beyond just being a consumer, you can learn more about Above Food, their innovation and potential in biotech, agriculture, and plant-based future. You can learn more at AboveFood.com as one of the newest listed companies on the NASDAQ Stock Exchange. Thank you to Above Food for sponsoring Modern MBA and making this episode possible. It's 4 p.m. and Jorge is preparing his food truck Los Gatos Tacos for the night ahead as he's done every day in this exact spot for the past 5 years. Tacos are by tradition a late night meal, and Los Gatos is open every day from 5 p.m. to midnight. His truck is located in a blue-collar neighborhood within central LA. He and his family first got started as a taco stand, where the costs were manageable and the risk was much lower. With a grill, table, stools, canopy, some permits, and the family van, they were in business. In Los Angeles, the cardinal rule for any business is parking. Jorge settled on this spot 5 years ago after noticing that the plaza's parking lot emptied out at night and that no one else was selling tacos in a half-mile radius. The closest competitor happened to be Leo's, one of the city's most famous taco trucks. So to carve out his own niche, Jorge differentiated himself by serving what Leo's did not in charcoal grilled meats and handmade tortillas. And in LA, that was enough for people to come. After their first year, they upgraded the stand to a truck. Yet in a market as saturated as tacos, product is a fleeting advantage. For Los Gatos, it's not about being the best truck in all of LA, but rather being the best for this specific central LA neighborhood. Putting out consistent product and being available at the same time and location, rain or shine, day after day, week after week, year after year, is how Jorge competes. Yet neighborhoods constantly evolve. To maintain momentum and to keep up with the market, Jorge hopped on the birria trend at the peak of its popularity in 2020.
taco original es tortilla, carne, cebolla y cilantro. La birria es algo diferente. Y nosotros quisimos hacer algo diferente, algo que no había en el área. Un día salimos con la idea de, hey, ¿por qué no hacemos birria? Está en todos lados, TikTok, Instagram. La miramos en un video de YouTube, honestamente, pero a mi hermano como que dijo, ok, nosotros somos de Oaxaca, ¿qué te parece si le ponemos hoja de aguacate? Y fue cuando llegamos a la receta de la birria de res. Nos tomamos como 3-4 meses.
Los Gatos is not about offering the best birria in all of Los Angeles. It's about serving a birria that's good enough for the neighborhood and in the forms that the locals want, whether that's with instant ramen, shaped into a pizza, or topped on french fries. This principle extends to the rest of the menu, where Jorge serves the food that his neighborhood wants, even if it's smash burgers and french fries. Contrary to the conventional restaurant playbook where less is more and menus are rigid prescriptions, Los Gatos' success is derived from being as accommodating, extensible, and flexible as needed to satisfy the local late-night demand. Jorge is as much a restaurateur as he is a census taker. He must keep his finger on the pulse of the neighborhood and serve what they want to eat versus what he thinks they should eat based on tradition or opinion.
Esta área específicamente 2 años atrás era mucho latino, solo latinos. So ahora es mucho mix americano, afroamericano y latinos pocos, porque todos se están moviendo de diferentes lugares por lo que está muy caro. So la estrategia que nosotros estamos usando es qué es lo que le gusta a la nueva gente que está moviendo para acá.
Los Gatos has become entrenched in this neighborhood, and there's not much Jorge needs to do anymore to pull customers. As the sun goes down, his truck is a beacon of light in the darkness. Colorful signs entice the hundreds of cars passing by on their way home. Rows of light bulbs illuminate his humble dining area. His customers are a diverse mix of working class, landscapers, janitors, families, and non-Latino professionals. Los Gatos' bestsellers are as diverse as its clientele, with the top 3 being queso birria tacos, steak burritos, and steak fries. Despite Los Gatos' long-standing credibility on these streets, they don't get any pricing advantage. Jorge serves on average 80 customers every night, who each spend on average $13.50 per order. This check size is in line with that of major fast casual and fast food chains. Jorge is not interested in a race to the bottom to be the cheapest, yet aiming to be the best is also not worth it. Because you can only push prices so far as a taco truck, there's little ROI to be had in executing the most unique of dishes or sourcing the most authentic of ingredients, and Jorge regularly monitors his competitors whenever he's on the road to ensure that his truck is in line but never exceeds the market. While Los Gatos is part of this neighborhood, Jorge isn't counting on much future growth through the truck, especially now that they've already opened up their dream taqueria 7 blocks down on the same street. Even though Los Gatos serves the same food at both venues, the economics are far more stable and the business is far more resilient at the restaurant. At his taqueria, Jorge faces less pricing pressure, charges more for the same exact food, stores more inventory, is better insulated from weather, and can sell high-margin items that aren't allowed on food trucks like beer, wine, and liquor. On a good week, his truck grosses $8,000, but sales can drop as low as $3,000 in the rain and cold. People are simply willing to pay more at a restaurant for service and space that is non-existent at a food truck. On a good week, his taqueria grosses $14,000 and $4,000 in a bad week. On an annual basis, Jorge's restaurant outperforms his truck by nearly double.
Food truck, la ventaja es de que no pagas tantos biles como en un restaurante. Al principio el error que estamos cometiendo allá es de que tenemos precios muy bajos. Tú tienes que en un restaurante los precios tienen que ser mucho más caros. No mucho más, pero más caros. Pero sí, con el tiempo.
一个鸡蛋就一口。The food truck wins in margin. Los Gatos' truck only requires a team of 3, 1 cashier, 1 taco builder, and 1 tortilla maker. Labor is a higher cost at the taqueria, even though the operating hours and prep times are essentially the same, simply because the restaurant requires more staff to run. Still, Jorge doesn't see himself going all in on the restaurant. Giving up the truck would mean giving up this spot to a competitor. The practice of driving around and opportunistically parking at a different place every day is a relative path. Like with all things real estate, location is everything, and in this world, you claim territory by being the first to sell in that spot before anyone else. You must keep operating day after day to maintain your claim. This was what Jorge did 5 years ago, and as he operated for longer, word naturally traveled. Under this system, the quote-unquote best spot, here, has all the there's no official directory or the owner and secret what the streets and sidewalks are all public property. Professional etiquette requires things from one floor to a turf floor. It would be considered disrespectful if you parked your food truck on the same block as Los Gatos, even if you weren't selling tacos. The proper floor is yet as more traffic than you've seen. Your food truck hasn't already been claimed. All of which
谁知道你需要？
他那个我们隔壁的老人就说你有没有 big 卡？我说我没有，他说到 B&Q 买就可以。
Tú te das una vuelta de la noche, puedes ver un taco está aquí, un taco está aquí, otro taco está aquí. O food trucks una tras otra porque no hay nada que evite eso. Por ejemplo, está el food truck de la mañana. Si yo quisiera puedo venir en la mañana y le doy competencia, pero respeto porque digo, ok, él hace sus business en la mañana, yo hago mis business en la noche y es como algo que nosotros nos ponemos de acuerdo para no afectarnos. Usualmente uno cuando se establece en un lugar es difícil moverte a otro porque pues, ya tienes tus clientes, tu ganancia y lo que hacen a veces no es moverte sino poner otra ubicación y es lo que mucha gente hace, pero así de irme de un lugar a otro costaría dinero, tiempo y te cuesta por lo menos un año para clientarte. No, usualmente la gente no ve una toque y dice vamos a comer ahí, tiene que ir como que de boca en boca.
In the years when Los Gatos was evolving from stand to truck, the LA government began to embrace food trucks to elevate tourism, lowering requirements and increasing the number of street vendors allowed. This hypersaturation, in Jorge's eyes, has made competing on product even more fragile and securing territory all that more critical.
En Los Ángeles hace poco dejaron de restringir muchas vendedores ambulantes. Somos tal vez una en
没有，应该以前应该有吃过，有吃过，小时候有吃过。你要吃啊？
你会不会吃这个味道？你看看。
哦，
就叫 pop， 英文是 popcorn，
很像 popcorn 对，这就是 popcorn。
popcorn 还是 popcorn？
popcorn。
爆米花。
Over and 20 minutes away lies Middy's Tacos, an upscale Mexican-Armenian fusion taco shop aimed at the young, hipster clientele of the Silver Lake neighborhood. While taco trucks and taquerias are all centered on providing the affordable, everyday taco, Middy's is coming at it from the opposite end. At their shop, the standard $2 to $3 tacos have been elevated to premium $5 to $6, where the conventional al pastor and carne asada have been replaced by traditional Armenian elements like falafels and kebabs. Yet when you pioneer a new concept, customers are not just going to magically walk through the front door. And when you put a price point that's 2 to 3 times higher than what most people are used to, you need merit, not money, to back it up. While Middy's Tacos has only been open for 4 months, owners Armin and Aram have been on a 7-year-long journey from stand to storefront. Rather than simply swapping out Middy's Tacos has revamped every element of the humble taco into a heftier, more gourmet variant with consideration to technicalities like protein to sauce ratio.
We have a beautiful yellow, freshly pressed corn tortilla that we sourced from Mexico, the masa itself. You get deep, golden brown steak with rich Maillard reaction to it, with beautiful red onions that are diced specifically to have texture when you bite into it. There's obviously cilantro and Thai basil, and then finished with orange tumarbol sauce and topped with sumas and dried pomegranates. You're getting like a rainbow of colors when you look at it from the top. It's absolutely beautiful to look at. And when you bite into it, there's a specific combination of flavors that you're getting throughout each bite that was meticulously done and constantly developed on for the last 7 to 8 years.
The steak, for example, we've tried multiple different cuts until we chose this one that we like. The cooking techniques, the marinades, the salsas, the onions, how fine do we need to dice them? What part of the cilantro are we throwing on there and why? Why did we choose that? I guarantee you every single ingredient has had extensive research on it.
It's a fusion at the end of the day too. But a taco is a taco. We want people to not forget that the piece of protein they're eating is still a kebab.
7 years ago, Middy's Tacos was just a pop-up. Starting out as a weekly food trailer enabled them to test markets and to identify customers through trial and error. In Middle Eastern neighborhoods, the concept had weak product market fit. These were people who had grown up on Armenian barbecue, and seeing it in tacos was nothing special. Latinos had little love for Mexican fusion, and the blue-collar neighborhoods of LA were so used to tacos as a value meal that they didn't have the interest for such a concept. It was in Silver Lake, a neighborhood with Erewhon, where over 60% of residents are college educated and under the age of 45, and the average household income is $116,000, where Middies found the greatest traction. Since the business lives or dies on quality, Armin and Aram have no regrets spending 7 long years developing product and processes before opening up in Silver Lake. And compared to Los Gatos' late-night blue-collar clientele in central LA, Middies' customer base is remarkably different. It's a younger, daytime Caucasian-dominant neighborhood where people dress to impress, walk with purpose, eat out regularly, live through Instagram, and go to restaurants for leisure as much as nourishment. Yet Middies Tacos is just one of hundreds of businesses chasing after this crowd, and commercial space in this neighborhood is not only expensive, but scarce.
Trying pop-ups in Highland Park, trying pop-ups in West Hollywood, doing catering all over Los Angeles. We had a better gauge throughout the years of what community is most open to our products. Along the way is when we came across Silver Lake. You have a 99-cent store here, but at the same time you have high-end grocery stores like Arrow, all within half a mile of each other. So you have 2 different demographics going in there. Unfortunately, it's hard to capture the same demographic to do all of it in one taco business.
Middies restaurant is situated in an awkward 480 square foot triangular space. There's no chair to sit in or walls to lean on. Every inch has been maximized for function. Any area that's not been piled with inventory has been reserved for aesthetic value. Yet when your clientele values the dining experience as much as food, you have to make it happen. To make up for the lack of indoor space, Aram and Armin have spent thousands of dollars to transform the once neglected public sidewalk into a vibrant corner. Their corner used to be an abandoned homeless encampment overflowing with litter and weeds. Rather than waiting for the city to clean it up, the 2 owners have cleaned up the trash, fixed up the concrete, trimmed the landscaping, and put in tables all out of pocket so that their customers can pound tacos with friends and sip ice-cold Armenian pear soda and Mexican Coke under the California sun.
With Smorgasburg and with our pop-ups, we learned a lot because we would have to break everything down every single day, load it into a truck, get there early in the morning, set things up, when we would start the fire, how we would do this, how we would do that. We have a brick-and-mortar location, but our pop-up at Smorgasburg was bigger than this. So now we came into this location, and first of all, it being on such a beautiful corner and so much foot traffic was a selling point to us. And then it had these beautiful windows that people were always like popping their head in and like trying to figure out what's going on. So now we have all of that, why not utilize it?
Our perspective on Sunset Boulevard, people walking by, we want people to see that this is our preparations of the steak, the chicken, the shrimp, seeing the golden brown meat, seeing fire come up. You know, I used to work at a Japanese restaurant, we used to do the noodles in the middle of the restaurant. So people would walk in a specific way, and the noodle would be in the middle. So they would see the noodles being made as they're ordering through a kiosk and coming around and then waiting to be seated. Food is not just food anymore. There's a source of entertainment that goes behind it. And I believe in it wholeheartedly, and I love that aspect of it now. People see what's happening in our kitchen, which is important. See the hard work behind it, see 5 people just non-stop communicating, building tacos, burritos, quesadillas, just at a different level of execution.
We have a 3-foot grill. We would have loved to have a 5-foot grill or a 6-foot grill to be able to pump out more product. We would have loved to have a bigger flat-top grill and more space to do everything. But because of the location that we had to structure things in a way that not only are they good for drawing customers in, but operationally they need to work out too.
What customers see when they eat at the tables is a custom $6,000 mural. Instead of just staring at the side of the building as is, the 2 owners have turned this brick wall into an on-brand, artistic attraction in an effort to inject personality into the dining experience. While there's little evidence that the mural alone will ever generate enough business value to justify its $6,000 cost, it's a prime example of what it takes to succeed upmarket, where every detail and presentation, even the side of a building, is worth investing in, so people can see their $5 to $6 tacos as closer to a unique neighborhood experience. Yet not everyone is down to spend $6 on a taco or $16 on a burrito. Whenever a business goes upmarket, whenever a company goes against the status quo, especially for everyday products, there's bound to be backlash.
We buy a cut of our steak for $11 a pound, and then we fabricate it, and then saltwater brine, and then we marinate it. 1 pound of steak, once we cook it over an open flame, has a 25% reduction too. And then we make a top ladder and added all these fresh ingredients too. There are people that understand that and respect it and are open to trying the food and appreciating the $5.50. There are other people that don't even try the product.
Jump to conclusions.
And jump to the conclusion of they're just doing $5.50 for a steak taco, which is absolutely ridiculous.
They're looking at the like substance level instead of even asking like why.
And unfortunately, we have people that made negative comments about it. We have people that had tagged our mural that we spent so much time, money, and effort on. And then we had people making comments on social media saying, until you guys leave, because of all the price gouging you guys are doing, we're going to make sure that your mural keeps on getting tagged. We're a small 500 square foot taco shop. If people really think that we're the root of the gentrification in this community, I think they need to go overlook everything.
We were born and raised in Los Angeles. I still work at my parents' 300 square foot restaurant in Glendale. I come here at nights. I'm at 15, 16 hour days. On that 15, 16 hour days, we don't have the luxury like that. You know what I mean? This is constant hard work. We're trying to do things that are actually good for the community. We're employing multiple people. We pay people well. We make sure that everybody's taken care of. And I think we're doing a damn good job representing the city of Los Angeles. We're not trying to sit there and price gouge anybody. We're trying to do good business. We're trying to serve good food. And we're trying to represent the city of Los Angeles and then some. We believe this concept worldwide.
From the standpoint of margins, Middies Tacos food costs and labor costs are consistent with that of Jorge's, but with relatively higher spend on overhead. In this regard, the small storefront is a blessing in that there aren't many tenants who would be able to use the space as effectively as Armin and Aram have. It's in the average order size in which the contrast and positioning are magnified. Customers spend on average $26.50 at Middies Tacos per order, which is more than most conventional, sit-down full-service restaurants. Based on their first few months of sales, Middies Tacos is projected to grow 7 figures in revenue in their first year of business as a restaurant. It's an open question as to whether or not this momentum will last. Even with years of experience and refinement, Middies have to fight against novelty and being shoehorned into just a one and done. Beyond product, they have a PR team that helps with marketing, Aram is always shaking hands with customers to build personal connections, and their social media is always flowing with content to drive awareness with the out-of-town tourist as much as the in-neighborhood local. Aram is a serial businessman, and Armin is a seasoned restaurateur. One focuses on numbers, while the other obsesses over product, even when he's not physically at the restaurant.
Yesterday alone, I ordered twice. One for lunch, one for dinner. I need to understand whether or not both lunch and dinner service, the guys are able to keep up with that constant demand. You know, there's things I have them tweak on in the morning and tweak it at night. There's specific holding methods that we have to hold our protein at. There's specific consistency and viscosity that our salsa roja needs to be at. In the last 2 months, I've ordered our food 100 times, spent thousands of dollars on the different aliases just to make sure that that we're at a constant high and we don't lose that quality of product.
For example, our papas, our homemade cottage fries, they were getting soggy whenever they would travel. We started looking at some of the other boxes that vendors use for their fries, and we didn't want to do a bag, so we decided, what if we start venting our containers? And then we started looking for containers that had vents in them, and we couldn't find them, so we thought, hey, let's take a hole puncher and make our own holes. We've probably bought at least 14 or 15 different hole punchers in the last 2 months of different size holes that it makes, or different qualities, until we came to a point of, this actually works.
We're still in the hunt of getting our product to where it needs to be, which is at 100%.
There's never a point that we'll go back and we'll be like, all right, we're doing this right. It's constant research and development and improving, because if we start getting complacent, we both know that's going to be where the business starts dropping down and tanking.
While Jorge's businesses are in an opportunistic symbiotic relationship where he adapted to his neighborhood over time, Mideast's approach to business is the opposite. They're prescriptive. They're pushing to customers and looking to create a market that currently doesn't exist. They've only been able to lower risk by fleshing out their product over years of trial and error. Moscato's, on the other hand, is differential. Jorge simply caters to the market, stays in the middle, and expands the menu to whatever trends so he can pull customers towards him. But is it possible to capture a sizable portion of a market as saturated as LA Tacos without having to reinvent product, slash prices, or grab headlines? Tacos La Guerra has done just that from the shadows. To the outside, they look like a string of random taco stands. They're not branded, there's no big signage or fancy logo, they're not viral, they have no website, they barely speak English, and they're not mentioned on anyone's list of top 10 tacos in Los Angeles. But on the inside, Tacos La Guerra is an empire who owns more territory than anyone else, they're fueled by a fiercely loyal and consistent customer base, and they're run by two ambitious, secretive sisters. Rosio and her sister first moved to California over 20 years ago. Their father ran a taco stand back in Mexico called Tacos El Pastor La Guerra, and they brought his recipes, name, and flame-grilled El Pastor to Los Angeles in the 2000s. The market was small then, and there was little competition. The two sisters started selling tacos on the street as a way to continue their family legacy and to give the Latino community a taste of home. Because they lived through the LA taco scene from the very beginning and seen the market develop over decades, Rosio and her sister have a deep market knowledge that only few individuals would ever possess.
Había pocas loncheras y como que el que se ponía vendía mucho porque todo el mundo busca comida mexicana, ¿no? Y bueno, era muy fácil poner un puesto hasta cierto punto, o sea, aventurarte a ponerlo en la calle y era casi seguro que vendías, no sé si la comida no estuviera muy buena. Hoy, a lo largo de este tiempo, yo creo que la competencia ha sido bastante, ya hay hasta salvadoreños haciendo tacos, guatemaltecos haciendo tacos, ya no nada más es el mexicano, gente que viene a buscar trabajo y se enseñó, aprendió el oficio y puso su propio negocio. Y ahorita yo creo que si tú ves, en cada esquina por lo general encuentras un taquero.
Tacos La Guerra serves traditional $2 to $3 Mexican tacos. It's their tap into tradition that has allowed them to flourish year after year while remaining offline from the digital world. Every stand features their specialty Al Pastor, which is equal parts attraction and quality control. That's not to say the sisters haven't made a few tweaks over the years, but at the core, it's the market that has adapted to La Guerra over time, rather than La Guerra adapting to them. And because they've been in this market for so long, they can understand demand even by ethnicity.
Intentamos y se habló con el objetivo de recordarle, sobre todo al paisano, al mexicano, lo que es estar en este país. Nuestro mercado más fuerte ahorita, bueno, en un principio eran los mexicanos, como te comento ahorita, híjole, la gente morena viene por sus burritos, les encantan los burritos, el asiático viene por el pastor, los hindús por el pollo, entonces se ha diversificado mucho. Nosotros lo que hemos cambiado, nos hemos adaptado, por ejemplo, hacemos el kirotaco, cosa que pues el taco mexicano va con tortilla. Y ahorita la gente por cuestiones de salud o las dietas keto, entonces ya lo consumen sin tortilla. En cuanto a las salsas, creo yo que está en México y aquí la gente come más picante aquí, que incluso en México, de las salsas de aquí son más picosas. El queso, el burrito es algo que en México no se acostumbra tanto, sin embargo aquí en California sí, bueno, es algo que nosotros adaptamos, ¿no? Nos adaptamos a las necesidades del cliente. Si alguien llega y te pide un burrito vegano, pues se lo hace sin carne, ¿no? Pero en sí tratamos también de conservar lo que es la tradición del taco mexicano y sobre todo del pastor, que es nuestra especialidad. La diferencia es que nosotros damos el taco del pastor del trompo a la tortilla. No bajamos la carne ni la cocinamos en la plancha, está cocinada en su horno, en la piedra.
It's one thing to be a first mover, and it's another to be observant enough to maintain success amidst the competition. Even as demand runs out and separation intensifies, La Guerra to this day is an empire built exclusively on stands and the occasional truck.
Pero la inversión en una troca es mucho. Mira, si de por nosotros fuera, tendríamos puros puestos. La verdad. Que hay lugares donde definitivamente no puedes poner un puesto porque te quita la ciudad, porque te quita el policía. El mexicano y la gente pues le llega a comer a donde tú estás viendo, qué te están sirviendo, cómo lo están preparando, a que solamente por una ventanilla te pasen tu platillo.
No one enters the taco scene without her knowledge. She even knew of Mideast tacos and the price points that Armin and Aram were pushing in Silver Lake. But the real secret to La Guerra's success is in their territory. This taco stand tonight is right next to the USC School of Medicine and a public hospital, and they've been on a conquest over the past 17 years to occupy the best spots in the city, all while adhering to the honor system.
Creo que lo que nos fijamos mucho es qué tan transitado está el lugar donde nos vamos a poner, que haya espacio suficiente en la banqueta para los peatones y para podernos instalar sin invadir espacio y que haya donde estacionarse. Pero creo que la estrategia que más utiliza mi hermana es súper familiar. Se para en un lugar y dice aquí, y ahí se pone. A nosotros por lo general nos fijamos que no haya más competencia. O sea, no se trata de opacar a nadie, ¿sí? ¿Sabes? Es de brillar sin opacar a nadie.
While this is the diplomatic answer given on camera, Rosio gave a more unfiltered look off camera into just how aggressive they built and held on to their empire every day over the past 17 years. They lock down their territory by blanketing neighborhoods when possible with stands that are no more than 10 minutes from each other. There are times where they'll even arrange their stands blocked from one another to signal to any competition to stay out of their land. In their mind, it's better to compete with themselves than to compete with someone else. Yet this was the extent to what Rosio was willing to disclose, and we can only piece together the rough shape of La Guerra's empire based on the stands that we could find online. While the competition for territory is at the fiercest inside the city, La Guerra has expanded on the outskirts of Los Angeles, around major highways and universities. And so the strategy is as much defensive as it is ruthless. If La Guerra doesn't take that land, then their competition will. They add 2 stands every year and then adapt each stand's offerings to that neighborhood. For example, they'll make handmade tortillas at stands in Latino-centric neighborhoods to win over Mexicans from Oaxaca and Puebla. But for this stand next to the public hospital, they don't need to go that extra mile given the heavy non-Latino crowd. Providing a consistent product and customer experience at scale is something that not even McDonald's has been able to get right for decades. At La Guerra, every stand must be self-sufficient and performant every night, day after day, year after year, in order for their empire to last. Every taco stand is governed by one universal system and manned by 3 workers from 4 p.m. to midnight every night.
You're learning Korean. You know, Asian languages are not easy to learn.
Creo que como en todos los negocios lo que es más complicado es el aspecto humano, ¿sí? Porque, bueno, todas las personas somos diferentes, pensamos diferentes, sentimos diferentes, entonces nosotros tratamos de que siempre haya un ambiente de compañerismo, siempre haya una lealtad hacia el negocio y compromiso hacia el cliente y el negocio. Y creo que lograr eso en las personas no es fácil y sobre todo enseñarlos a trabajar el estilo de Tacos La Güera, porque cada negocio tiene su estilo, pero si tú te paras en una taquería de Tacos La Güera, va a ser lo mismo que si vas a la lonchera, que si vas a otra locación, siempre vas a tener lo mismo. Mira, creo que esta compañía está enfocada mucho en apoyar a la gente que viene a trabajar a este país. Cuando llega la gente y piden trabajo, ellos mismos después tienen más gente de su misma familia y bueno, se les da la oportunidad de trabajar. Cuando llegas aquí sin documentos y sin forma de trabajo, tenemos gente que te puedo decir que en sus países son abogados, manicuristas, o sea, tienen otras profesiones. Sin embargo, pues no hay trabajo más que de este y se enseñan. Si entra una persona que no sabe absolutamente nada, tenemos como puestos, escalones, podemos llamarle. Lo primero es saber manejar un cuchillo para evitar accidentes, aprenden a picar carne, después aprenden lo que es la plancha, a darle a clientes, ahora sí que un taco de bien calientito, ¿no? Calentar la tortilla, cocinar las carnes, cómo se deben de cocinar las carnes, cómo se deben de manejar la carne cruda, la carne cocida. Y ahora sí que el último paso ya es enseñarlos a taquear y a hacer el pastor. Entonces, afortunadamente hemos encontrado, como te comentaba, personal leal, que como tú nos enseñas, tú les das la escuela, se quedan con nosotros y eso hace que mantengamos un nivel de calidad.
The average La Guera customer spends $17.50 on their order, which is right in between Los Gatos and Miggy's Tacos. The average La Guera taco stand grosses $445,000 a year, and their entire portfolio combined grosses $7 million a year, potentially even higher if they own more than the 15 stands that we could find online. And business to date has remained exclusively in person. La Guera is an empire today, but Rosio is aiming for a dynasty. Jorge is a humble family man who follows the wind, has no strong opinions, and takes care of his neighborhood so that his neighborhood takes care of him. Armin and Aram are serial businessmen and restaurateurs with the vision and passion to invest nearly a decade of their life and countless millions to create something new. Rosio and her sister were first movers, but had the ambition and ruthlessness to stay at the top. And these are just the stories of 3 owners out of the thousands of taco trucks, restaurants, and stands that are in the trenches fighting to hang onto their turf in a market as saturated and competitive as Los Angeles.
In this episode, I go through 8 companies that you've never heard of that are making at least $50,000 a month on mobile apps. Now is the greatest time to be building mobile apps, and there are people printing doing it. I go through exactly how. How are these apps able to make so much money? And how can you copy what they're doing it and apply it to another niche? I give you tons of startup ideas in this episode, but my favorite part is actually going through 6 frameworks that I have for coming up with mobile app ideas. If this video gets a few thousand likes, I will share the Excalidraw that I shared in this episode. So stop what you're doing, like and comment, and I'll share it with you. I saw this tweet. It said, here are the 10 apps released in the last 180 days making $50,000 per month. So today we're going to go actually break down each of these apps, and we're going to try to basically reverse engineer how are these mobile apps that are basically coming out of nowhere, that people are vibe coding, how are they able to crush it? I'm going to give you a bunch of frameworks towards the end of this episode. Actually, first what we're going to do is we're going to go through each and every one of these apps. We're going to really try to understand it. Then what we're going to do is I'm going to give you a framework, and actually a bunch of frameworks for how you can come up with your own mobile app ideas and how you can spot these things. And then at the end, I'm going to give you even more startup ideas and just hand this to you in a silver platter because I want you to go and vibe code a mobile app in 2026 that's going to make you money. And I think that if you can look at some of these, it's going to get you inspired. It's going to get those creative juices flowing. So let's get right into it. The first app is an app called Flashloop. It's an AI video generator. You can see here, I'm sure you've seen those like TikToks and Reels where it's like babies doing podcasts and stuff like that. It's basically one of those things where it's an AI video generator. If you look at the description, it says generate epic AI videos from text or images in seconds. It's powered by VO3 and Sora 2. So, just breaking down why is this thing working? Why is this thing able to get, $50,000 a month in revenue? It's gotten 50,000 downloads worldwide in the last 30 days as well. It's just because the vanity of it all, right? People want to see themselves in characters. This is, a tale as old as time. You can see here female Shrek, ballerina Cappuccina, like Barbie doll stuff. These things get shared a lot, and especially on TikTok, right? So how can you take this idea and build it for yourself? Like, why don't you go build this for pets? Why don't you go build this for cosplay? Why don't you go build this for, weight loss, aging, outfits? You can take the same framework for an AI video generator and just apply it to these other niches. So that's number 1. Number 2 is the Bible note taker and recording app. That has gotten $60,000 in revenue in the last 30 days, 60,000 downloads as well. So what is it? Basically, it captures every sermon and prayer. So you can press 1 tap and record the moment. It gives you transcriptions, smart summaries. It's basically a sermon note-taking tool. There's also like a daily Bible devotions and prayer section, super cleanly designed, I will say too. And this is a trend that's been picking up over the last 6 to 9 months is lock screen. They've got a lock screen widget, which I think they did a really good job at. Add daily verses to your lock screen.
So, you can see they have a year subscription and a week subscription. So why is this working? Well, you have churchgoers and, billion plus, Christians all over the world who are going to church, and you've got this built-in cadence, right? They're going, either daily or they're going on Sundays, and they've got this strong desire to capture, remember, and reflect. Notes, verses, prayers, and sermons are high-intent content people don't want to lose. These are very special, pieces of content. And why it works is, people identify, obviously, with the religion, and there's the ritual piece and repetition. So how can you apply this to a different niche? Well, therapy sessions, AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, doing recovery notes, different religions, the Muslim faith, mosque sermons, the Jewish religion, Torah study groups, meditation journals, marriage counseling notes. These are just a few to get your creative juices flowing that I think, this format would work really well in. Sam Altman, the co-founder of OpenAI, just said that it is the era of the idea guy, and he is not wrong. I think that right now is an incredible time to be building a startup, and if you listen to this podcast, chances are you think so too. Now, I think that you can look at trends to basically figure out what are the startup ideas you should be building. So that's exactly why I built ideabrowser.com. Every single day, you're going to get a free startup idea in your inbox, and it's all backed by high-quality data trends. How we do it, people always ask. We use AI agents to go and search what are people looking for and what are they screaming for in terms of products that you should be building, and then we hand it on a silver platter for you to go check out. We do have a few paid plans that take it to the next level, give you more ideas, give you more AI agents, and more almost like a ChatGPT for ideas with it. But you can start for free, ideabrowser.com, and if you're listening to this, I highly recommend it. The third app we're going to go through is the AI home decor interior design app. It's gotten 100,000 downloads in the last month. It's done 100,000 in revenue last month. So it's an AI interior designer. You can see it here, and you can change the room style easily. You can redesign your house, your apartment, change the floors. Basically using AI to change the aesthetic interior of your house or apartment. If you go to the description, what you can see is AI home decor helps you redesign interiors and exteriors in seconds. You upload a photo, you choose a style, and get stunning makeovers for rooms, gardens, and more, powered by AI. Of course, there's that premium for full access, and they've got weekly, monthly, and yearly plans. So why does this work? Well, this is going to sound obvious, but people hate guessing what a room, garden, exterior could look like, and AI finally allows you to unlock that. So the visualization removes the uncertainty and makes design decisions feel safe, fast, and fun. So it solves this whole idea of, I can't picture it. We've all had that, right? I'm trying to redo some of my office in here, and I literally can't figure out which chairs to buy because I need to picture it. So someone like me would actually download this. It's a problem which exists in every home for every project forever. Okay, well, where can we use this format for? We know it already exists. We know it's already working here. So what about for landscaping? What about this idea for RV and camper interiors? What about for office layouts, specifically for commercial? What about for retail store displays? What about for Airbnb staging? What about for backyard and patio design? What about for gym and garage transformations? It's pretty much endless. This is a pretty horizontal app, meaning it could work for so many different use cases in residential that there's just so many niches that you can go after. So no surprise why this is crushing it. The next app is an app called Emoji Lab. It's done 100,000 downloads in the last 30 days, and it's done $100,000 of revenue in the last month. So when you look at the App Store screenshots, which are so busy and look like Christmas ornaments, just insane, but so bright, but obviously it's working for them. You can see 3,000 plus stickers, more fun, create unlimited stickers and sticker packs. Basically, it's a sticker pack company, and you get different stickers. And it says here, Emoji Lab is an all-around emoji tools that adds fun to your chats, popular memes, cute pet stickers. We have them ready for you. Support DIY production, personalized group management, etc., etc. So these memes and sticker and GIF companies have been around for a while, but now that it's so much easier to create them with AI, it's just there's a lot of opportunity to have a little more fun with it. So why is this working? Well, people want endless ways to express mood, humor, and personality across chats. And high frequency messaging is high frequency usage, right? This is a product that a lot of people would use. The freshness matters, so the constant new sticker meme packs keep retention high, and if you're using AI to create some of those things, keeps the cost down. So why does something like this work? The identity, the expression of volume, but where else could you take this idea and how can you apply it to it? Sports fans packs, right? This just for sports is interesting. City-based packs, I'm from originally I'm from Montreal, Canada. It's oh, give me all the stickers for all the different neighborhoods. Why not just I know them in my head, right? But Notre Dame de Grasse, the West Island, having these sticker packs that are just maybe I'd install that, and with my high school buddies I'd be posting on it, right? Culture and holiday expression packs. We saw the Bible app, the Christian app, is crushing it. What is this just for Christians? What is this just for Muslims, etc. So this was an interesting one. I don't think it's my favorite on the list, but just because it doesn't feel as a huge pain point. The interior design one to me, for example, feels more of a pain point, but still think that there's opportunity here. The next one, I was actually shocked to see how much revenue this was created, but then it made sense to me. This is called Vinyl Snap. It's for vinyl records. It's done 70,000 downloads in the last month, $70,000 of revenue in the last month as well. So it's an app that basically helps you figure out what your vinyls are worth. So it gives you an accurate price. You scan your vinyl and you learn about what the value is. Based on also you say if it's mint condition or if it's is the sleeve condition good. So if you go to their description, it just the big value add is reliable market valuation. Get a trusted reference before you buy, sell, or store. Know if you found a $10 album or $1,000 treasure. So why does this work? Well, it's a mix of nostalgia. I never grew up collecting vinyls, but in my parents' generation they did, and to them it's it's nostalgia, right? And the financial stakes, right? Maybe they've
kept a vinyl, and all of a sudden, who knows, maybe it's worth $10,000. So collections and collectors, like, this is becoming more and more big. You're seeing it with, like, I saw the article that Pokemon has outperformed the S&P over the last, like, 15 years. Like, people want to collect things, so collectors are constantly buying and selling and trading records. They're pricing them manually. It's slow and confusing. If only you had a single scan that gives conditions, value, and rarity, high intent, high frequency behavior is another reason why this works, right? Some people have literally hundreds or thousands of records. So where else can you apply this format? Well, used books, comic books, sports cards, toys, vintage clothing, signed merchandise. There's so much in this whole collectibles industry where you can just scan, identify, and manage your collections. Let's go on to the next one. So this one's actually a little different than the ones that we've seen. So it's called Genora AI. It's gotten 300,000 downloads in the last month. I never heard about this company until doing this research. It's gotten $300,000 of revenue in the last 30 days. Well, what is it? It basically is a app that brings together, GPT, DeepSeek, Claude, all the different LLM models in one place, so that you don't have to download multiple apps. That's basically what it is. When you go to the description, it says, it's a next generation AI assistant that seamlessly combines conversational intelligence with real-time search. You can choose for some of the world's smartest models: GPT 4o Mini, 4o, O3, Gemini 2.5, Flash. The craziest thing is all these models are not the state-of-the-art models. So they're actually using like old models, putting it together. But they're selling it to people who probably don't know. And I kind of hate that about this, right? Like, this is not the best product, right? Like, the best product is the one that has the most up-to-date model. So, I think that I hate this. I hate that it does that. So if let's just talk about why it works, and let's just talk about how we can learn from this and apply it for a business idea that maybe someone listening can actually go and build and hopefully make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. So why does this work? Well, it becomes the default assistant on someone's phone. If they're positioning themselves as like, hey, you don't want a million different LLMs. So come to this simple place and you'll get it done. Most users don't want 5 different AI apps, actually. They want one place to ask questions, generate media, summarize PDFs, analyze images, and search the web. Bundling creates daily usage and stickiness. So think when you're coming up with ideas for some of these apps, where can you bundle some services and put it in one place? So where else? Well, student research co-pilots, sales and CRM co-pilots, investing and trading co-pilots, teacher lesson planning assistants, legal and medical document tools. There's a bunch of workflows that you can stitch together, a bunch of models, bundle them all up, and create a niche app of something like this. We're calling it Genora, and it's just like, hey, we're the best app for XYZ niche: students, legal, etc. And there's probably a lot of opportunity there. Okay, we got a few more that we want to go to. The next app is called Logo Maker. Not exactly the most, best name, but it works, right? 100,000 downloads and $200,000 of revenue just in the last month. What is it? Well, it just helps you create logos from prompt. You just prompt, and in a few seconds, you get a logo in a few formats. Super, super simple app. They charge $6.99 per week, so quite expensive, or $40 a year. So why does this work? Well, if you're starting a new business or a new project or a new feature even for something, you might just you need something like this, and you might not want to hire someone for thousands of dollars. So there's the constant new business demand. But where else could this work? Well, thumbnails, YouTube thumbnails, packaging, poster and flyer generators, podcast cover arts, brand kits, YouTube intro graphics. There's so much demand for creative assets. This is just, what's interesting about this is these people are making $200,000 a month just focused on logos. Go search on the App Store and see like what can you own, right? What is there an opportunity to do? And you do have to do the hard work around finding what that thing is. But I do think that there's a bunch of opportunity in creative assets and just focusing on one. Like, I think actually one of the reasons why this works is it's just a simple name, right? Logo Maker. So it's sort of relying on ASO, App Store Optimization, where people are going into their App Store and they're writing Logo Maker, or I need a logo, or AI logo, and they're coming up. We've got I think three more apps, and then we're gonna go shift to the frameworks, which I think are some of the most interesting part to discuss. So this one's called MenuFit. It's on 30,000 downloads, but it's done $60,000 of revenue. So it sort of brands itself as the #1 app for eating out healthy. It says your favorite restaurants, your goals and meals, and there's like an AI assistant which you can ask about any menu item in real time, and it's got every single restaurant in the world. When you go to the description, it says we're the #1 app for eating out healthy. Know exactly what to order at any restaurant based on your likings and goals. So it really takes the menu to the next level, right? It says discover the best meal for your goals. Scan any restaurant to get instant recommendations, and you can instantly find what to order and what to avoid. So sort of interesting. I think why it works is people eat out constantly, huge business, but they want to stay healthy, and they hate decoding confusing restaurant menus. Not every restaurant menu has the fat content and how many calories it has. So it turns a stressful decision, what can I order here that won't blow my goals, into a quick, confident choice. So it's used every time they sit down to eat. Where else can you apply this to? Bar menus, airport food courts, hotel room service, school cafeterias, sports stadiums, cruise ships, meal delivery, and meal kit apps. I think they're onto something here. I think that the idea that you can just have an AI chat there, you can scan any restaurant, you get instant recommendations, and it's sort of speaking to the people who want to eat more clean. I think I'm no surprise that they're doing well here. The next app we're going to talk about is called Langlearn. It's an AI English tutor and it is absolutely slaying. It's done 200,000 downloads in the last 30 days. It's done $300,000 of revenue in the last 30 days. So how does it work? Let's just look at the App Store screenshots. Just speak AI quick. Personal AI language tutor. Instant AI feedback. Practice real life conversations. That's pretty cool, right? Like, you're basically having a conversation with this like virtual person, and they're not judging you. They're not judging you. They're just trying to help you, right? Trying to help you learn. So when we know how big of a business Duolingo is, multiple billion-dollar business. But I think if Duolingo were to start today, it might look something more like this. So why does this work? Well, huge global demand to speak better English, but most learners are shy, busy, or can't afford a live tutor. Practicing with an AI gives instant corrections in real-life scenarios that removes embarrassment and fits into short daily sessions, which drives habit and subscription. Okay, so it's crushing it. Where else can we apply this idea to? Spanish, Chinese, business English is might be different than just English, right? If you just focus on business English and maybe you own that term in ASO. Interview prep, customer support scripts, pronunciation and accent coaching, medical and legal English for professionals. There's just so much opportunity here, and you never know. Maybe you do get acquired by a Duolingo, so not only you're creating cash flow, but that you're creating enterprise value that you might be able to sell. So I like this one a lot. The last one we're going to talk about is called ZozoFit 3D body scanner. It's done 40,000 downloads in the last 30 days. It's done 40,000 in revenue in the last month. So they've gotten over 2 million body scans. You basically scan your body 360 degrees. You can see here and identify areas of growth or reduction in color. So it's color metric. But basically it's smarter tracking for impactful changes, precise body measurements, and AI-powered nutrition tracking all in one place. ZozoFit provides you with your very own digital toolbox that allows you to revolutionize your personal fitness journey by monitoring weight loss, tracking your body transformation, and logging your diet. I just think that the idea of that it's in 3D and you can see it is really interesting. I had never seen this before, and they do have some sort of Apple Watch integration, which I think is interesting as well. So why does this work? Well, people care more about how their body is changing than the number on the scale. True. And tape measure tracking is annoying and inconsistent. And not a lot of people want to do that. A visual 3D scan that shows precise measurements and progress over time makes fitness efforts feel tangible and addictive to track. So where else can we apply this 3D scan? Right? That's the big question. Well, what about posture and rehab tracking? What about remote coaching check-ins? What about tailoring and sizing for clothing and athleisure? What about cosplay and costume fitting? What about pre and post surgery body tracking? Huge opportunity. So I think they're onto something with the 3D thing. And clearly, they're doing the least amount of revenue on here, but I think that they've got room to grow. And I also feel like the name matters so much. The name matters so much. And ZozoFit just, I think that in this list it's one of the worst names here. I would have leaned into the 3D, why not call themselves 3D scan, 3D nutrition scan, something like that. So when you're coming up with a name for whatever it is you're working on, make sure that you have could get good ASO there, because that'll be important. All right, so when you go through all these ideas, I was trying to think okay, how can I give you guys frameworks to basically repeat all this stuff, right? Well, the biggest framework I have here, I called it the Greg's 50K MRR app framework, is find a group that 1, spends money, 2, has a repeating problem, 3, uses photos and videos as inputs, we've seen how important that is, 4, cares about accuracy, and 5, has bad existing tools. If they check all 5 boxes, you might be sitting on a 50K MRR mobile app idea. So when think about the vinyl, the vinyl record idea, right? Targeting older people who spend money. Well, because they have more money, they had more time to compound, right? The average 65-year-old just has more money than the average 19-year-old, right? Has a repeating problem. They want to know how much their vinyls are worth. Uses photos and videos as input. You take a photo of the vinyl and it tells you. Cares about accuracy, of course. It cares about accuracy because the difference between accuracy could be thousands of dollars. Has bad existing tools. The existing tools is literally I need to get into my car, potentially drive to, if I'm lucky, have it in my city, but sometimes not in my city. You have to go to another city and basically say, hey, will you buy this record for me? So this is, I want you to internalize these. This framework. I know it is simple, and someone listening might be like, oh, it's too simple. He's saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm making it simple so that you can, and I'm oversimplifying it because this is the core part of what makes a great app. It really is just this. Now finding, of course you need to find the right niche. You have to build the right app. The UI needs to be really good. The experience needs to be easy. We're going to talk about more frameworks to help you, build that app that has the highest probability of success. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more frameworks that I came up with after going through all these apps that I think are going to help you when you're coming up with an idea for your app. So all these apps started with a nerve. What I mean by that is they didn't start with a market. The niche that niche works when it has an identity. It has collectors or professionals, churchgoers. Urgency, I need an answer now. Stakes, money, reputation, time, and repetition. Same job to be done weekly and daily. If the niche has all 4, AI can eat it, AI app can eat it. So the question that you should be asking yourself is, who has a repetitive pain that they pay to make disappear? So you want to start, that's why I say start with a nerve. You want to start with the pain point. And you want to focus on the niche with identity, urgency, stakes, and repetition. And if you have 4, good chance that you have that nerve. The second framework is the solve one job that always must be done framework. Every app on this Excalibur does one job really well. So tell me what this is worth. Tell me what to buy next. Summarize this listing for me. Restore this image instantly. Scan this object and identify it now. So the next 50K MRR app, in my opinion, is
You
one
gotta
job
peg.
times one obsessed group times one recurring need.
You gotta peg that shit.
The third framework is build around a single high intent input. So a lot of these apps have succeeded because the input is extremely high signal. It's a photo, it's an address, it's an item, it's a collectible, a logo idea, a prompt, a plant, a room. The point is the high intent inputs usually lead to higher conversion. If the input is naturally harder to interpret, the AI creates instant value, right? The next framework I want to talk about is using AI to unlock a premium insight. So AI is the engine, right? The product is the insight you unlock, right? So examples might be the price into worth, the photo into diagnosis, the listing into a summary and forecast. The object goes into an identity. The room we saw goes into a design plan. Artifact into an appraisal. So the question to ask ourselves is, what is the premium insight that AI can unlock instantly that used to take time and expertise? The sixth framework is how do you wrap it in a simple, desirable interface. A lot of these apps that I showed are like brutally stupid simple. They're one screen, one button, one transformation, and that's a part of the reason why it's working. So you might want to screenshot this if you're on YouTube, or if you're on audio, Spotify, and Apple. You can go to YouTube and screenshot this. But it's basically sort of a summarizing, high intent. A lot of the frameworks here basically. So you need the high intent input. This is basically a framework for coming up with mobile app ideas that help you get to 50K a month. High intent input, photo, video, address, goes into the AI premium insight, goes into the simple interface, goes into recurring behavior loop. You target your audience here, and then hopefully you get to 50K MRR. So these are just frameworks to help you make sure that the idea that you're working on has what it takes to go viral, to hit 50K or more. Before we ended, I want to give a few, just like 3 or 4 startup ideas. I don't give you a ton, but I'm gonna give you a few more. And then we can end the podcast. So this is just a request for someone to build these things. These are things I've been thinking about. The AI golf swing coach app. So I actually recently got some lessons at like a golf simulation company. Like it helps you learn to do golf swings and stuff like that. And the place is packed. But with AI now, you can just do a video with biomechanical corrections. Like you can just use your phone and it'll tell you what to do. Someone go build that. The AI auction strategist. Photo, expected bid range and strategy, right? Number 3, an AI closet stylist. Photo of clothes, tell me my outfits, resale pricing, purge guidance. The pet health scanner. Photo and video as the input, early issue detection and care guidance. Garden plant doctor. Photo of a brown leaf, disease fix and seasonal reminders. Use car analyzer. VIN and photos, give me repair risk, price comps, and negotiation script. Let's do one more. RV and van life layout designer, interior photo, optimized layout and shopping list. So there you have it. I know that was a lot to digest, but I believe that 2026 is an incredible time to be building mobile apps. I'm certainly building mobile apps in 2026. This is how I'm thinking about it, and I want to share it with you. I hope this has been helpful. If it has, please do share this with a friend. It's way more fun to be building with a friend, and and let me know if I should be doing more of these. I enjoyed sharing this with you, and hope you have a really creative day, and I can't wait to see what you build. I'm absolutely rooting for you, and I'll see you next time.
I'm not even listening to this shit, man. Charlie Munger. Find what? Find what?
This is part 1 of the audiobook, Poor Charlie's Almanac, by Peter D. Kaufman, presented by the Legendary Investor Channel. In this video, you'll hear from the introduction through talk 3.
Introduction by Peter D. Kaufman. You are about to embark on an extraordinary journey toward better investing and decision making. You may arrive at a better understanding
Your
of life as
experts
well,
person.
all thanks to the wit, wisdom, speeches, and writings of Charlie Munger.
Wow.
This
My
generation
mom
has
keeps
been
asking me that as well.
Charlie's unique worldview, what he calls his multidisciplinary approach.
Oh, she doesn't
is a
ask me
self-developed
every
model
day,
of
but
clear and simple thinking. Yet his concepts and models are anything but simplistic. Notice how well Charlie's thinking stands the test of time. The earliest talk in this collection is almost 20 years old, yet it is as relevant today as the day he first delivered it. As you will soon discover, Charlie's observations and conclusions are based on fundamental human nature, basic truths, and core principles from a wide range of disciplines. Throughout the book, Charlie reveals his intellect with values and flair. His
trying to play
encyclopedic
this
knowledge allows him to
damn
cite
game.
references from classical orators to 18th and 19th century European literati to pop culture icons of the moment. Where else would you find Demosthenes and Cicero juxtaposed against Johnny Carson, or today's investment managers set against Nietzsche, Galileo, and a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest? Or how about Ben Franklin versus Bernie Kornfeld in a battle of worldly wisdom? Using self-deprecation and imagination to great effect, Charlie cheerfully compares himself to a counting horse, proposes Gloss's sugared caffeinated water as a marketing-bereft label for Coca-Cola, and attests, at least when I was young, I wasn't a total plus. In one talk, Practical Thought About Practical Thought, Charlie even takes on the challenge of building from scratch a $2 trillion business, and then walks us through his diverse mental models to accomplish that mighty feat. The quotes, talks, and speeches presented here are rooted in the old-fashioned Midwestern values for which Charlie has become known. Lifelong learning, intellectual curiosity, sobriety, avoidance of envy and resentment, reliability, learning from the mistakes of others, perseverance, objectivity, willingness to test one's own beliefs, and many more. But his advice comes not in the form of stentorian admonishments. Instead, Charlie uses humor, inversions, following the directive of the great algebraist Carl Jacobi to invert, always invert, and paradox to provide sage counsel about life's toughest challenges. Charlie also employs historical and business case studies to great effect. In these presentations, he makes his points with subtlety and texture, often using a story-like context instead of abstract statements of theory. He regales his audience with humorous anecdotes and poignant tales rather than with a blizzard of facts and figures. He well knows and wisely exploits the traditional role of the storyteller as a purveyor of complex and detailed information. As a result, his lessons hang together in a coherent latticework of knowledge, available for recall and use when needed. It is clear throughout these talks and speeches that Charlie places a premium on life decisions over investment decisions. His mental models, drawn from every discipline imaginable, recur repeatedly and in no way focus on business portfolio strategy or beta or CAPM. Rather, they center on fundamental truth, human accomplishment, human foibles, and the arduous path to wisdom. Charlie once said, "I wanted to get rich so I could be independent, like Lord John Maynard Keynes." Independence is the end that wealth serves for Charlie, not the other way around. About the book. We open with a portrait biography that chronicles Charlie's progress from a modest Omaha childhood to prodigious financial success. Next, we summarize the Munger approach to life, learning, decision-making, and investing. This section details both Charlie's unconventional way of thinking and his extraordinary work ethic, the twin fonts of his amazing success. In the balance of the book, Charlie speaks to his audience via speeches and talks he gave over a 20-year period. In the expanded third edition of the book, we added a new talk Charlie delivered at the USC Gould School of Law commencement on May 13, 2007. So the original 10 talks have grown to become a not-so-round 11 talks. These speeches and addresses cover a wide spectrum of Charlie's interests, ranging from how one acquires worldly wisdom, to how his multiple mental models can be applied to business, to how the investment strategies used by charitable foundations can be improved. The 11th talk is a special rendition of The Psychology of Human Misjudgment that Charlie created especially for this book. Each talk is well worth your time, not only for the enjoyment it will provide you, but also for what you can absorb from the rich assortment of ideas and practices that Charlie relies on. You will probably never find a better opportunity to learn from someone so smart and so forthright. In his talks, Charlie simply opens up and tells it like it is. A special note, Charlie's redundancy in expressions and examples is purposeful. For the kind of deep fluency he advocates, he knows that repetition is the heart of instruction. A word about the style and layout of the book. Charlie is enormously curious about nearly everything he bumps into in life. Accordingly, as we ourselves bumped into people, places, and subjects mentioned by Charlie in his talks, we supplemented his text with related information. The endnotes peppered throughout the talks, not included in the audio edition, serve to explain concepts, add a supporting voice, or emphasize an important Munger idea. We hope these will not only inform, but also amuse and even encourage you to further pursue these subjects on your own. I wish you good reading and an appreciation of the brightness and dry humor that those of us who know Charlie Munger have come to treasure and expect from him. Chapter 1. A Portrait of Charles T. Munger. Behind the extraordinary story of Berkshire Hathaway are two financial geniuses, the widely acclaimed Warren Buffett and his silent partner, Charlie Munger, who relishes his obscurity. Charlie is Warren's friend, lawyer, advisor, devil's advocate. Warren once called him the abominable no-man, and one of the largest stockholders in one of the most successful publicly traded companies in American business history. Since 1964, when Warren, and some years later Charlie, assumed management of Berkshire, its market value has increased an astonishing 13,500 times, from $10 million to roughly $135 billion, without much of an increase in outstanding shares. Such phenomenal growth is the singular achievement of these two unassuming Midwesterners, who combined their synergistic abilities to recognize and seize opportunities other businessmen consistently overlook. While Warren is one of the most admired and publicized business leaders in the country, Charlie has purposefully sidestepped the limelight, choosing relative anonymity instead. To better understand this complex and highly private businessman, we must start at the beginning. Charles Thomas Munger was born on January 1st, 1924, in America's heartland, Omaha, Nebraska. Many notables share his Midwestern roots: Will Rogers, Henry Fonda, John Pershing, Harry Truman, Walt Disney, Ann Landers, Gerald Ford, and of course Warren Buffett. Charlie initially crossed paths with the Buffett family during the formative years of his life when he worked at Buffett & Son, an upscale grocery store in Omaha, about 6 blocks from the Munger household. The boss and part owner was Warren's grandfather, Ernest. A strict disciplinarian, he scheduled his young workers for 12-hour shifts with no meals or breaks. According to Charlie, his boss's staunch anti-socialist attitude was manifested in his rule requiring the boys to present 2 pennies at the end of their shifts to cover their share of the cost of the new Social Security Act. In return, they received a $2 daily wage, along with a considerable lecture about the evils of socialism. The arduous working conditions in the Buffett grocery store had a lasting influence on both Charlie and Warren. Warren, 6 years younger, served his hard times under Grandpa Ernest several years after his future business partner had moved on. Charlie's formal education began at Dundee Elementary School, where he and his younger sisters, Mary and Carol, were indoctrinated with ethical homilies. Charlie's teachers remember a smart kid who was also inclined to be a bit of a wiseacre. He enjoyed challenging the conventional wisdom of teachers and fellow students with his ever-increasing knowledge gained through voracious reading, particularly biographies. Today, he can't remember the first time he was exposed to the aphorisms of Ben Franklin, but they fueled an ineffaceable admiration for the eclectic and eccentric statesman and inventor.
Okay.
Charlie's parents, Al and Florence Munger, encouraged reading and gave each of their children several books at Christmas, usually devoured by that night. At the nearby home of the Mungers' close friends, the Davises, Charlie often read the medical journals belonging to Dr. Ed Davis, who was both his father's best friend and a family physician. Charlie's early exposure to Dr. Davis's medical library spawned a lifelong interest in science. By the time he was 14, the precocious learner had also become one of the doctor's best friends. Charlie became so interested in medicine that he watched motion pictures of Dr. Davis, a urologist, performing surgery, and became fascinated with the statistical outcomes of similar procedures in the field. At home, Charlie developed a fondness for raising hamsters and periodically traded them with other children. Even at an early age, Charlie showed a sagacious negotiating ability and usually gained a bigger specimen or one with unusual coloring. When his brood grew to 35 animals, his mother ordered an end to his hobby because of the pungent odor from his basement hamster farm. One of his sisters remembered years later that the family had to endure the incessant squeaking of hungry hamsters until Charlie arrived home from school to feed them. Charlie attended Central High School, a very large public school that was recognized as a good college preparatory school. The teachers, mostly women, were dedicated to their work and to their students. The Central High curriculum provided a conventional classic education, in which Charlie naturally excelled because of his logically driven, inquiring mind. Throughout elementary and secondary school, Charlie was younger and smaller than his classmates, having been moved ahead in elementary school after his mother taught him to read phonically. Too small to compete in regular high school sports, he joined the rifle team, earned a varsity letter, and eventually became team captain. His letterman's sweater, a large letter on a very small chest is Charlie's memory, attracted attention from co-eds who wondered how such a scrawny kid could earn a varsity letter. Fortunately for Charlie, his father was an avid outdoorsman and duck hunter and took joy in his son's marksmanship. Omaha in the 1920s was the proverbial melting pot. Different races and religions mixed socially and commercially, and crime was practically unknown. Doors and vehicles were left unlocked, and a person's word was trusted implicitly. Kids played kick the can on warm summer evenings and went to Saturday matinees to see the latest talkies, such as King Kong, a favorite of 8-year-old Charlie. The 1930s brought hard times, and Omaha experienced the severity of the Great Depression. Charlie's observations of the plight of those less fortunate made a lasting impression. He saw hobos roaming the streets looking for handouts, and others who were willing to sweep a driveway or porch in exchange for a sandwich. Thanks to family connections, Charlie landed a boring job counting passers-by. It paid 40 cents an hour. Charlie preferred this work to carrying heavy boxes of groceries. Charlie's grandfather was a respected federal judge, and his father followed in his footsteps to become a prosperous lawyer. Charlie's immediate family was not dramatically affected by the Depression, but some members of Charlie's extended family were. This era provided real learning experiences for young Charlie. He witnessed the generosity and business acumen of his grandfather as he helped rescue a small bank in Stromsburg, Nebraska, that was owned by Charlie's uncle Tom. Because of the miserable economy and drought-damaged crops, the bank's farm-based clients were defaulting on loans. Tom had rolled up $35,000 in uncollectible notes when he called upon Grandpa Munger for support. The judge risked nearly half of his assets by exchanging $35,000 in sound first mortgages for the bank's weak loans, thus enabling Tom to open his doors after Roosevelt's bank holiday. The judge eventually recovered most of his investment, but not until a great many years later. Judge Munger also sent his daughter's husband, a musician, to pharmacy school and helped him buy a well-located pharmacy that had closed because of the Depression. The business prospered and secured the future for Charlie's aunt. Charlie learned that by supporting each other, the Mungers weathered the worst economic collapse in the nation's history. Fortunately, Al Munger's law practice prospered during the Depression and was given a boost when the United States Supreme Court agreed to review a tax case involving a small soap-making company he represented. Coincidentally, the huge Colgate-Palmolive company was also affected by the court's decision. Concerned that the Midwestern attorney didn't have the requisite experience to argue successfully before the highest court, Colgate offered to pay Al liberally to step aside and allow a famous New York attorney to take his place. The big city lawyer lost the case, while Al pocketed a substantial fee. Later, Al joked that he could have lost the case just as well for a much smaller fee. The amount of the fee has never been revealed, but it was enough when combined with income Al earned from his other clients to help keep the Mungers comfortable during the Depression. Charlie also helped the family by working to earn his own spending money and thus learned firsthand the value of financial independence. In 1941, as the war raged across the Atlantic, Charlie graduated from Central High School and left Omaha for the University of Michigan. There he chose mathematics as his major, drawn by the appeal of numerical logic and reason. He also discovered physics after enrolling in a basic course to fulfill an academic requirement for science. Charlie was fascinated by the power of physics and its boundless reach. In particular, he was impressed by the process followed by physicists such as Albert Einstein to address the unknown. Physics-like problem-solving was to become a passion for Charlie, and is a skill he considers helpful in framing the problems of life. He has often stated that anyone who wants to be successful should study physics because its concepts and formulas so beautifully demonstrate the powers of sound theory. College-aged men were then in high demand for military service. Days after turning 19 and completing his second year at Michigan, Charlie enlisted in the Army Air Corps in a program that would eventually make him a second lieutenant. He was sent to the Albuquerque campus of the University of New Mexico for studies in general science and engineering. Next, he was shuffled to the prestigious California Institute of Technology in Pasadena, California. He was schooled in thermodynamics and the science of meteorology, then essential to flyers, and trained to become a meteorologist. After completing his studies at Caltech, Charlie was dispatched to a permanent duty station in Nome, Alaska. While still in the service, he married Nancy Huggins, a young woman from Pasadena who was a good friend of his sister Mary at Scripps College. They were stationed in Albuquerque and then San Antonio until Charlie was discharged from the Army Air Corps in 1946. Soon, Charlie and Nancy had their first child, a boy whom they named Teddy. Although he had attended several universities, Charlie still did not have a bachelor's degree. Nevertheless, using the GI Bill, he applied to Harvard Law School, where his father had preceded him. His lack of an undergraduate degree threatened to derail him, but a family friend, former Harvard Law School Dean Roscoe Cound, interceded on Charlie's behalf. Charlie was admitted, despite the determination of the admissions office to first send him back to college. As it turned out, Charlie had little trouble succeeding at Harvard, though he annoyed a few people along the way. Because of his intellect, the Army measured his IQ at the top of the curve, Charlie had a tendency to be abrupt, which was often interpreted as rudeness. Actually, Charlie was just in a hurry, and the customary pleasantries of the classroom were a little concern to him. Even so, he was liked by most of his peers and fully enjoyed the social aspects of student life in Cambridge. Charlie graduated from Harvard Law School in 1948 and was one of 12 in his class of 335 to graduate magna cum laude. He considered joining his father's law practice, but after a discussion with his father, both of them concluded that Charlie should try a larger city. He headed off to Southern California, a place he had liked while a student at Caltech. After passing the California bar exam, he joined the firm of Wright and Garrett, later renamed Music, Peeler and Garrett. Charlie built a house designed by his architect uncle, Frederick Stott, in South Pasadena, where he and Nancy and their 3 children, Teddy, Molly, and Wendy, lived. Despite outward appearances, all was not sunny in Charlie's world. His marriage was in trouble, and he and his wife finally divorced in 1953. Not long thereafter, Charlie learned that his adored son, Teddy, was terminally ill with leukemia. It was a significant burden for 29-year-old Charlie. In that era, before bone marrow transplants, there was no hope. A friend remembers that Charlie would visit his dying son in the hospital, and then walk the streets of Pasadena crying. During this sad time, his friend and law partner, Roy Tolles, arranged through a friend for Charlie to meet Nancy Barry Borthwick, who lived in Los Angeles. She was a Stanford graduate and had 2 small boys close to the ages of his girls. Charlie and Nancy had much in common and had fun together, and after a few months of dating, became engaged. They were married in a small family wedding in January 1956, and all 4 children, his girls and her boys, aged 4 to 7, attended the wedding. Charlie and Nancy lived in her house in the hills of West Los Angeles for several years. Then, partly to shorten Charlie's daily commute, they moved to Hancock Park, where they still reside. The house they built there was large enough for their ever-expanding family, 3 more boys and a girl for a total of 8. Fortunately, both liked children. They also liked golf, the beach, and social clubs. Charlie and Nancy were soon members of the University Club, the California Club, the Los Angeles Country Club, and the Beach Club. With many new responsibilities, Charlie worked hard at his law practice. Even so, his earnings were unsatisfactory to him, as they were based on a combination of billable hours and seniority. He wanted more than what a senior law partner would be able to earn. He sought to be like his firm's leading capitalist clients, in particular the universally admired Harvey Mudd, later the founder of the college bearing his name. With Nancy's support, he turned to outside ventures and alternative ways to generate income. However, he never forgot the sound principles taught by his grandfather, to concentrate on the task immediately in front of him and to control spending. Following this conservative approach, Charlie seized opportunities to build wealth. He began investing in stocks and acquired equity in one of his clients' electronics businesses, a practice common among lawyers in the mid-1950s and 1960s. This investment was mutually beneficial. Charlie gained invaluable knowledge about business, while his client enjoyed the proactive attention of a lawyer who knew more than just the law. In 1961, Charlie tackled property development for the first time in partnership with Otis Booth, a client and friend. The venture, building condominiums on land near Caltech, was a smashing success, and the partners earned a handsome profit of $300,000 on a $100,000 investment. Charlie and Otis then undertook other successful construction and development projects in Pasadena. Later, Charlie participated in similar projects in Alhambra, California. He sharpened his business acumen by handling the negotiations and contracts. In all cases, he left all of his profits in real estate ventures so that bigger and bigger projects became possible. When he stopped in 1964, he had a nest egg of $1.4 million from real estate projects alone. In February 1962, he joined 4 colleagues from Music, Peeler and Garrett in establishing a new law firm. The original partners were Roy Tolles, Rod Hills, Dick Esbenshade, Fred Warder, and Charlie. They were joined by Rod's wife Carla and James T. Wood, a sole practitioner and friend of the Hills. They named the firm Munger, Tolles and Hills. Over the years, the firm had several names, always beginning with Munger Tolles. With the addition of Ron Olson, it finally became Munger, Tolles and Olson, shortened as Munger Tolles or MTO. The successful practice of law was by then a backstop rather than an ending objective for Charlie. But about the time that he was launching his new law firm, he was carefully crafting his exit plan. Charlie set up an investment partnership with Jack Wheeler. They were later joined by Al Marshall. The idea for this partnership arose a few years earlier when the death of Charlie's father required him to return to Omaha to administer the estate. To welcome him home, the children of Charlie's friend and medical mentor, Dr. Ed Davis, arranged for a dinner party. Both of the Davis boys, Eddie Jr. and Neil, were former childhood chums of Charlie and were now physicians, while their sister Willa had married an Omaha businessman, Lee Seaman. The dinner party included Willa and Lee, Neil and his wife Joan, and a fellow named Warren Buffett. Charlie recognized Warren's family name from his days at Buffett & Son, and Warren had heard of Charlie a few years earlier when he was raising investment capital in Omaha. At one point, Warren had met with Dr. Davis and his wife Dorothy to explain his investment philosophy, and they agreed to place a large part of their life savings, $100,000, with him. Why? The doctor explained that Warren reminded him of Charlie Munger. Warren didn't know Charlie, but already had at least one good reason to like him. During the homecoming dinner, Charlie and Warren realized they shared many ideas. It also became evident to the others at the table that this was going to be a two-way conversation. As the evening progressed, the 2 young men, Warren was 29 and Charlie 35, became engrossed in a wide-ranging dialogue covering many aspects of business, finance, and history. Where one was knowledgeable, the other was just as excited to learn. Warren was unenthusiastic about Charlie's continued practice of law. He said that while law might be a good hobby for Charlie, it was a far less promising business than what Warren was doing. Warren's logic helped Charlie to decide to quit law practice at the earliest point he could afford to do so. When Charlie returned to Los Angeles, the conversations continued via telephone and lengthy letters, sometimes as long as 9 pages. It was evident to both that they were meant to be in business together. There was no formal partnership or contractual relationship. The bond was created by a handshake and backed by 2 Midwesterners who understood and respected the value of one's word. There were many benefits to their partnership: friendship, investment opportunities, and the unique ability to grasp each other's ideas and observations. Later, the 2 organizations they headed were also beneficiaries. As Warren was investing in and acquiring companies, he sent business to Munger Tolles. a practice that allowed him over time to benefit from having one of the nation's top law firms at his disposal. Munger Tolles, meanwhile, not only got Buffett's legal fees, but also gained because his reputation attracted other blue-chip clients to the firm. Munger Tolles is not just about money, though. Mirroring the way Charlie conducts his personal life, the firm has an enviable record of quietly providing pro bono assistance to support groups for impoverished and disadvantaged people in the Los Angeles community. To this day, Charlie continues to influence the firm's attorneys, reminding them you don't need to take the last dollar, and choose clients as you would friends. Though Charlie left the firm as an active partner in 1965 after only 3 years, his indelible influence remains, as indicated by the fact that his name still heads the listing of 175 attorneys. When he left, he didn't take his share of the firm's capital. Instead, he directed that his share go to the estate of his young partner, Fred Warder, who left behind a wife and children when he died of cancer. Charlie's plan for financial independence was soon working with great success. He spent much time building the asset base of Wheeler Munger and Company, his investment partnership with Jack Wheeler. He also spent time working in various real estate developments. All was going as planned, with no significant reverses. At Wheeler Munger and Company, Charlie was investing in stocks, partly with his own money and partly with other people's money. Charlie concentrated more on putting his capital to work than attracting new clients. Because Jack Wheeler held 2 seats on the Pacific Coast Stock Exchange, the partnership paid low trading commissions, while Wheeler Munger kept the overhead cost at close to zero. As time passed, Charlie and Warren kept up their frequent telephone conversations and letters, sharing ideas and investment concepts. Sometimes they would agree to invest in the same company, other times they went in different directions. In time, their independent portfolios had overlapping investments. Warren invested in the Blue Chip Stamp Company and became the largest single shareholder. Charlie became the second largest shareholder, and eventually Berkshire Hathaway ended up acquiring the company. Charlie built the Wheeler Munger partnership from 1962 through 1975. It did exceptionally well for the first 11 years, compounding at 28.3% gross, 20% net, versus 6.7% for the Dow, without a single down year. But the partnership was hit hard in the vicious bear market of 1973 and 1974, when it fell 31.9% and 31.5% in back-to-back years, as the partnership's largest holdings, Blue Chip Stamps and New America Fund, fell sharply. This decline was, despite, as Charlie puts it, having its major investments virtually sure of eventually being saleable at prices higher than the quoted market prices. But the partnership rebounded strongly in 1975, rising 73.2%, bringing the overall record over 14 years to 19.8%, 13.7% net compounded annual returns versus 5% for the Dow. After this difficult experience, Charlie followed Warren in concluding that he no longer wanted to manage funds directly for investors. Warren had closed his own partnerships in 1969. Instead, they resolved to build equity through stock ownership in a holding company. When Wheeler Munger was liquidated, its stakeholders received shares in Blue Chip Stamps and Diversified Retailing. Later, these shares were converted into Berkshire Hathaway stock, which ended 1975 at $38. Today, each share is worth more than $85,000, making Charlie a member of the Forbes list of the 400 wealthiest individuals. While he doesn't mind the wealth, he regrets having his name on any such list. Despite his healthy self-image, Charlie would prefer to be anonymous. The story of Berkshire Hathaway's extraordinary success under Warren and Charlie's leadership has been told many times elsewhere, so the details won't be repeated here. To summarize, however, they have a spectacular track record of identifying undervalued companies and then either buying large stakes in the public markets or acquiring them outright. Regarding the latter, they have acquired a diverse assortment of businesses such as John's Manville, the Buffalo Evening News, Flight Safety International, NetJets, Shaw Carpet, Benjamin Moore, Geico, and Dairy Queen. In addition, they have purchased meaningful stakes in public companies such as the Washington Post, Coca-Cola, Gillette, and American Express. For the most part, they have held their major investments for the long term. In fact, they still own almost every business they've ever acquired outright. Charlie's affinity for Benjamin Franklin's expansive career in government, business, finance, and industry can be found in his many speeches and whenever he holds an audience, large or small. At the 75th anniversary of See's Candies, Charlie said, "I am a biography nut myself, and I think when you are trying to teach the great concepts that work, it helps to tie them into the lives and personalities of the people who develop them. I think you learn economics better if you make Adam Smith your friend. That sounds funny, making friends among the eminent dead. But if you go through life making friends with the eminent dead who had the right ideas, I think it will work better for you in life and work better in education. It's way better than just giving the basic concepts." Franklin used his self-made wealth to achieve financial independence so he could concentrate on societal improvement. Charlie admires that trait in his mentor and strives to emulate Franklin. He has had a long involvement with Good Samaritan Hospital and Harvard Westlake School, both in Los Angeles, and has chaired the boards of each. He and Nancy have also long supported Stanford University and the Huntington Library, art collections, and botanical gardens in San Marino, California. They provided funding for a major expansion to the Huntington called the Munger Research Center. Although Charlie is a self-described conservative Republican, chief among his causes is Planned Parenthood. He believes that every child deserves to be born to a welcoming mother. He also supports efforts to improve the environment and the quality of education. As the father of 8 and grandfather of 16, Charlie regards his legacy as helping future generations inherit a better world. Chapter 2. Remembering. The Children on Charlie. From Charles T. Munger, Jr. On the last day of a family ski vacation in Sun Valley when I was 15 or so, my dad and I were driving back in the snow when he took a 10-minute detour to gas the red Jeep we were driving. He was pressed for time to have our family catch the plane home, so I was surprised to notice as he pulled into the station that the tank was still half full. I asked my dad why we had stopped when we had plenty of gas, and he admonished me, "Charlie, when you borrow a man's car, you always return it with a full tank of gas." My freshman year at Stanford, an acquaintance lent me his car, more because friends we had in common twisted his arm than because he knew me all that well. The tank was half full and the Audi Fox was red. So I remembered the Jeep and topped up the tank before I brought the car back. He noticed. We've had a lot of good times since, and he stood as a groomsman at my wedding. After Stanford, I learned that on that vacation we had been staying at Rick Guerin's house and driving Rick Guerin's Jeep. Rick is one of my dad's friends who, on his return to Sun Valley, certainly wouldn't have been troubled and was unlikely even to notice if his Jeep had had less gas than when he left it. My dad still didn't skip a point of fairness and consideration. So I was taught that day not only how to get a good friend, but also how to keep one. From Wendy Munger. My dad often used the forum of the family dinner table to try to educate his children. His favorite educational tools were the morality tale, in which someone faced an ethical problem and chose the correct path, and the downward spiral tale, in which someone made the wrong choice and suffered an inevitable series of catastrophic personal and professional losses. His specialty was the downward spiral tale. He could really warm to the topic of apocalyptic consequences. He used such extreme and horrific examples that we were often simultaneously groaning and laughing by the time he finished. He's in a league of his own when it comes to describing negative outcomes and the lessons to be learned from them. His morality tales were more straightforward. I remember the story my dad told his kids, then ranging from age 5 to 25, about a financial officer at one of his companies who made a mistake that resulted in the loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars to the company. As soon as this officer realized his mistake, he went to the president of the company and told him about it. My dad told us that the president then said, "This was a terrible mistake, and we don't want you ever to make another one like it, but people make mistakes and we can forgive that. You did the right thing, which was to admit your mistake. If you had tried to hide the mistake or cover it up for even a short time, you would be out of this company. As it is, we'd like you to stay." I think back on this story every time I hear of yet another government official who chose the cover-up instead of the honest confession after making a mistake. I don't know why I use the past tense in describing my dad's educational efforts at the dinner table. His oldest children are heading toward their 60s, the table is now crowded with grandchildren, and he's still using his distinctive style of storytelling to keep us on the side of the angels. We're very lucky to have him at the head of our table. From William H. Hal Borthwick. It has been a fascinating and wonderful 50 years, nearly, since Charlie and my mother were married. There were many opportunities that I offered Charlie for formative education. Here are a couple. Do the job right the first time. This story goes back to Minnesota times. One of my jobs as a driving-age teen was to pick up and deliver the housekeeper from the town of Cass Lake. This wasn't just a drive down the street. The boat had to be driven across the lake to the marina, where I would hop into the car to drive to town, and then the process was reversed. Part of my job in the morning was to pick up a newspaper while I was in town. Well, one day a big storm blew in. Rain, waves, wind, etc. Big time. With all the excitement and difficulty, I did get to town in the morning and returned with the maid, but I forgot the paper. Charlie and I had a 1 second or so discussion after I answered the question, "Where's my paper?" in the negative. Go back and get the paper and never forget it again. So back I went through the storm to get the paper, bouncing in the waves with rain sheeting off the boat, thinking to myself that I wasn't going to allow anything like this ever to happen again. Be responsible. Charlie's mother drove herself from Omaha to Minnesota each summer. When she was there, we used her car for errands. There was but one set of keys, and while I was playing with friends in a sailing boat on the lake, the keys fell out of my pocket into 5 feet of murky water. I went home and confessed. Of course, in the Great North Woods, there aren't many locksmiths, and with Charlie, there wasn't patience for such stupidity. The solution, again in about a second, was, go out with your friends and keep diving till you get those keys and don't come home without them. After about 2 hours of diving, with the sun sinking like a stone, the miraculous glint of metal in the weeds was before my eyes, and I could go home. There are a lot of these gems from Minnesota because in those days when Charlie worked so hard and so long, that was the only meaningful time we spent with him. During the work weeks, he was off before dawn and home about dinner time, and then studied Standard & Poor's, and later would spend a couple of hours on the phone with Warren. From David Borthwick. Many years ago, Father decided our Minnesota lake cabin absolutely had to have a tennis ball practice machine for the court that had been built a few years earlier. While he certainly wanted the children to groove their ground strokes, there was a bit more to it than that. For it was Father who was out on the court more than anyone, with the machine positioned so he could endlessly practice volley close by the net. Before long, he mastered the well-placed, easy put-away volleys, the kinds of shots everyone else instinctively tried to kill that usually hit into the net or 10 feet out. By working on the tennis version of golf's short game, which few others could be bothered to practice, Father, as he's done throughout his life, gave himself a fair if maddening competitive advantage. I really dreaded playing against him, especially in doubles, where the net play really counts. Thank God it was tennis, not business. Thinking about Father made me remember a long-ago humorous TV beer ad in which a smartly dressed man at a table is so engrossed in his glass of beer as to be oblivious to a rampaging bull charging a bullfighter right in front of him. He doesn't flinch even when the bull smashes the table into matchsticks. The announcer's tagline was, "Try this beer for a truly unique experience," or something like that. Take away the beer and substitute the financial market listings, architectural plans, or a scholarly biography of Keynes, and you have a dead-on comedic take on Father, night after night in his favorite chair, poring over something, all but deaf to the roughhousing younger children, blaring TV, and Mom trying to summon him to dinner. Even when not reading, Father was often so deep in contemplation that a routine drive to take Molly and Wendy back to Pasadena could have turned into an excursion to San Bernardino without Mom calling out the correct freeway turnovers. Whatever was on his mind, it wasn't the outcome of a football game or a botched golf shot. Father's ability to Chinese wall off the most intrusive distractions from whatever mental task he was engaged in, a practice alternately amusing and irritating if you were trying to get his attention, accounts as much as anything else for his success. From Molly Munger. When I went to college in 1966, I was very lucky to have been thoroughly steeped in Daddy's influence. In an angry and radical era, I would buy the Wall Street Journal or Fortune at the subway kiosk just outside the college gates, tuck it under my Oxford cloth arm, and stride off to economics and business classes. People were occupying the dean's office, going to jail. I was in the basement of the Lamont Library learning how to read a balance sheet. Daddy raised us to be skeptical, even contrarian, and that was a particularly helpful way of thinking to carry into the maelstrom of the late 60s. Over many years, sitting in the library at our house on June Street, he had told us often funny stories of people who either followed the group too blindly or lashed out too reflexively. Crazy, maladjusted, pompous, self-satisfied. We knew from his adjectives what he thought we should avoid. In Minnesota, he found a way to hardwire the same message into our very bodies. He had arranged for the old Larson Boat Works to make us an aquaplane, a heavy wooden affair we stood on as he towed it behind the boat. He would make sharp turns to see if we could hold on, and the only way to avoid the disgrace of a fall was to keep shifting our weight to compensate for the extreme angles. Then, and on into the future, I would always be viscerally terrified if it seemed any thought or activity was getting out of hand in one direction or another. When I was in college, Daddy had 7 other children to raise, worked in a seedy part of Spring Street, and owned but one company, a small grimy outfit that made motor additive. But he saw these were unhinged times. He sent me the allowance of a much richer father, keeping me in professionally ironed shirts and making me feel sharp as a bandbox. From 3,000 miles away, he continued to help me keep my balance. I could go on. Suffice it to say that our father has always known what he was doing, as a parent as in so much else. I appreciated it greatly. I still do. From Emily Ogden. You have your father's hands, my husband remarked out of the blue as we shared a glass of wine. I looked at him a little stunned, not by the comparison, but by his telepathy. I had been devising a short piece about my father, and the very subject had been on my mind. I had already noticed that my oldest son's hands are like his grandfather's, with fingertips slightly squared and nail beds shaped like teacups rather than ovals. But it's something about the way our hands take positions that first sparks the comparison. My father, my son, and I all cross our hands behind us in the same distinct manner, the left hand holding the wrist of the right as we walk, mine's elsewhere. What is it about my hands exactly that reminds you of my father's? I asked. It's in the U, where your index finger curves into your thumb, he said, showing me. It's the way you hold things there. My father is holding his hands out above me. His fingers are curled and his thumbs are pointing at each other, like handles on a bike. I reach my girl arms up straight and I grasp each of his thumbs as he lifts me off the ground. I hang on, delighted, until my strength is spent. When one child is too big for thumbs, there's always another, down through the line of grandchildren. Sometimes we get him to put down the Wall Street Journal and play sandwich. As he sits in the green armchair in the library, we pile on like the bacon, lettuce, and tomato of a BLT, his hands squeezing us together in a multi-layered hug. My father holds a perfect chicken egg. We've won the father-daughter egg toss, earning me one of my favorite possessions, a marble cube sprouting gilt acanthus leaves with a life-size golden replica of an egg on top. This trophy sits on my desk, reminding me of the sunny day when my dad was so present and so gentle as to keep a flying egg from breaking in either of our hands. My father's hands knew the tensile strength of different fishing lines by feel. They tie on a chartreuse jig or a plain old hook. His hands rise to his lips, where he cinches his knots with his teeth and bites off the extra line. His hands get wet reaching into tin bake buckets. They pinch twisting black leeches, or one of Leroy's famous minnows, guaranteed to catch fish or die trying. His hands hold yellow-green zingers, pickles so spicy hot, a bite will bring a laugh, and peanut butter mustard sandwiches. My father's hands rise early with the rest of him and appear at the edges of the business pages. In Minnesota, he might crumple this newsprint into loose balls, build kindling pyramids, strike long hearth matches, and press spade-shaped wooden bellows. With the fire lit, he might cook blueberry buckwheat pancakes on the Ben Franklin wood stove, using an old wood-handled spatula with chipped red paint. But if you play password and give the clue Charlie Munger's hands, anyone will first answer books. No matter where he is, his hands are always holding open a volume, typically a Ben Franklin biography or the latest treatise on genetics. One might also answer graph paper for the buildings he's been designing. When I think of my father's hands, I also see them up on stage, in front of thousands in Omaha every year. His fingers encircle a Diet Coke, pinch peanut brittle or the stick of a dilly bar, or try to search incognito through a See's Candies box, zeroing in on the rum nougat. His hands are crossed in front of him as he shakes his head, saying, I have nothing to add. Or they move to the rhythm of a longer philosophical answer, making all the hands in the stadium clap together. My father's hands, gesturing alongside every colorful joke and guiding story, have molded me as surely as a sculptor's. I can be nothing but glad and grateful for the touch of my father's hands in mine, and in my son's. From Barry Munger. Several years ago, I came across a book by Calvin Trillin called Messages from My Father, a memoir about Trillin's father, Abe, who was born in Ukraine, grew up in Missouri, and spent much of his career operating neighborhood grocery stores in Kansas City. Abe Trillin regarded thrift as a moral virtue, paid his bills the day they arrived, and got up at 4 in the morning, 6 days a week to pick the produce for his stores. A man of few words, he was nevertheless convivial, trenchantly funny, and spoke naturally to small children. He was skilled at cards. He was sardonic, but had an underlying optimism that one could get along in the world with the proper outlook and character. The fact that my father shares many of these qualities, even if he's not known for his discernment about produce, does not fully explain my attachment to this light, deft, and anecdotal little book. Reading it somehow conjures my father for me, even though in the broad outlines of his life, my father has almost nothing in common with Abe Trillin, other than the fact that my father once worked part-time at a Midwestern grocery store, Buffett & Son in Omaha. Like my father, Abe Trillin had a fundamental reserve, partially Midwestern in origin, that was at odds with his personable qualities. He did not regard a long drive in a car or a fishing outing as an opportunity to catch up. He did not linger on the telephone. His son eventually came to marvel at how much my father managed to get across to me without those heart-to-hearts that I've read about fathers and sons having in the study, or in the rowboat, or in the car. The title Messages from My Father comes from the author's surmise that his father must have been communicating his expectations through coded messages. It's possible that my father had a code so subtle that I didn't know of its existence, he writes. Anyone who knows my father knows that his manner of expression is not always subtle, but he has many ways of sending his messages. If he doesn't like the way his bridge partner plays out a hand, for example, he might say, "You played that like a plumber." But if he wants to offer serious counsel to one of his children, he is more likely to couch the message in an anecdote, preferably delivered in a group setting so that no one is singled out. In both instances, he appears blunt and avuncular, that inimitable Charlie, but at the card table he uses a lack of indirection for harmless ribbing, and at the dinner table he uses indirection to spare feelings. He's more subtle than he appears. A friend of mine recently began an anecdote about my father by saying, "So your dad's sitting in his chair like Rushmore?" I knew exactly what he meant. Not many people can summon up the image of a 5,700-foot granite mountain and the faces of 4 presidents simply by taking possession of an upholstered chair, but my father can. All of the Munger children have at one time or another approached Rushmore to make a request and felt like Dorothy approaching Oz, except that Oz was more voluble. Rushmore did not always respond. Sometimes my father made a low, steady noise from somewhere around his larynx as though Rushmore had gone volcanic, but that was not so easy to interpret. Can you be more subtle than silent? Unlike Abe Trillin, perhaps, my father really does send messages in the form of speeches he has written, letters he has received and sent, and articles from various sources about social policy, psychology, business ethics, and law, among other topics. Many of them appear in this book. What doesn't appear is the note my father scrawled on the enclosure. The note is usually extremely brief and often just a send-to list, but every once in a while the note will have a wry fillip, like this one from 1996, which was appended to a long, appreciative letter from a Berkshire Hathaway shareholder in Sweden. "I hope you find this amusing," my father wrote. "If only I had the influence with my wife and children that I have in some other quarters." When I finished the Trillin book, I sent it to my father. Even if he didn't recognize himself in it, I figured he would enjoy the book's Midwestern milieu, the immigrant striving of the Trillin family, and the humor. The book is written with so much affection that I thought I could even use it to communicate such feelings to my dad indirectly, which is the preferred route. At the very least, I thought the book might reassure my father that his messages were being received, even if they were not always heeded. About a week later, the book came back in a padded envelope with an address label supplied by his secretary. There was no note, so I wasn't sure whether he had read the book or rejected it. It seemed untouched, so I concluded that my message had gone unreceived, loose pages tossed on Rushmore. Not much escapes my father, however. It turned out that he had simply instructed his secretary to send copies to the whole family. From Philip Munger. Some of my most affectionate memories of my father are of shopping for clothes at Brooks Brothers and Marks & Spencer. Most people already know that father is not a big fashion man. He once said that he was nonconformist enough in his behavior and opinions that it made sense to chart a very straight course in attire. His going along with normal social customs and his sense of humor, he said, were what allowed his otherwise sometimes prickly temperament to harmonize with other people. I vividly recall going with my father to Brooks Brothers when it was still housed in that beautiful old wood-paneled building in downtown Los Angeles to buy my first serious suit. I must have been about 11 or 12. I can see those polished brass elevator doors opening. We looked through the racks. Father picked out a pinstriped charcoal gray suit. When I was 16, we went to buy another suit, this time a three-piece, which I wore religiously during my debate days. It kept the icy wind blowing off the lake at Northwestern during a tournament that day. We bought at the same time a pair of wingtip shoes for my summer stint at the Daily Journal, a coming-of-age ceremony required by father for each boy, shoes which have lasted to this day. There is another theme here. When we bought a brown tweed coat at Marks & Spencer in London, father said, "This will always keep its crease." He admired both stores because they were durable institutions, and because their merchandise was too, and fairly priced. Durability has always been a first-rate virtue in my father's view, along with ritual and tradition. He never had a desire to change his primary habits, sartorial or otherwise, once he had, like Franklin, acquired them. I still shop at Brooks, partly because each year at Christmas, father gives every child a gift card, which is perfectly timed for the winter sale. But I always end up going more often than that. One year, I used his largesse to purchase trousers with pleats. My father looked at them askance and said, "Do you want to look like a jazz drummer?" In New York, Brooks is still housed in its grand old building. I think of my father every time I go. I'm very attached to the place. When I went to study at Oxford in winter 1988, he gave me an old Brooks coat of his, dating from the 40s, of a sort of tannish olive hue, I think, with a warm zip-in lining. As I walked home from the Bodleian Library each night, that nasty, damp, penetrating English cold would not get through. When I returned to the United States, I realized I'd left the coat on a bus. I wept at the loss. Even now, I wish I had that coat. Chapter 3. The Munger Approach to Life, Learning, and Decision-Making. Despite being largely self-taught, Ben Franklin was spectacularly successful in such diverse fields as journalism, publishing, printing, philanthropy, public service, science, diplomacy, and inventing. Much of Franklin's success was due to the essential nature of the man, most especially his appetite for hard work, but also his insatiable curiosity and patient demeanor. Above all, he possessed a quick and willing mind that enabled him to easily master each new field of endeavor he chose to undertake. It is not surprising that Charlie Munger considers Franklin his greatest hero, for Munger is also largely self-taught and shares many of Franklin's unique characteristics. Like Franklin, Charlie has made himself into a grand master of preparation, patience, discipline, and objectivity. He has parlayed these attributes into great success in both his personal and business endeavors, especially in his investing. To Charlie, successful investing is simply a byproduct of his carefully organized and focused approach to life. Warren Buffett once said, "Charlie can analyze and evaluate any kind of deal faster and more accurately than any man alive. He sees any valid weakness in 60 seconds. He is a perfect partner." Why does Buffett proffer such high praise? The answer lies in the markedly original approach Munger applies to life, learning, and decision-making, the principal subject of this overview. A word to the wise before we begin. Given the complexity of Charlie's approach, what follows is not intended as a how-to lesson for the aspiring investor. Instead, it is a general overview of how he seems to do it. Our goal here is to present the basic outline of Charlie's approach to prepare you for the voluminous details that follow in the rest of the book. If you are anxious to get to the heart of the matter, the 11 Thoughts section, presented verbatim in Charlie's own words, is the best source for exacting how-to advice on a broad range of topics. Here we will content ourselves with a presentation of the general thought processes Charlie employs when considering an investment, followed by an outline of his guiding investment principles. Munger's multiple mental models approach to business analysis and assessment. Charlie's approach to investing is quite different from the more rudimentary systems used by most investors. Instead of making a superficial standalone assessment of a company's financial information, Charlie conducts a comprehensive analysis of both the internal workings of the investment candidate as well as the larger integrated ecosystem in which it operates. He calls the tools he uses to conduct this review his multiple mental models. These models, discussed at length in several of the talks, especially talks 2, 3, and 4, serve as a framework for gathering, processing, and acting on information. They borrow from and neatly stitch together the analytical tools, methods, and formulas from such traditional disciplines as history, psychology, physiology, mathematics, engineering, biology, physics, chemistry, statistics, economics, and so on. The unassailable logic of Charlie's ecosystem approach to investment analysis: just as multiple factors shape almost every system, multiple models from a variety of disciplines applied with fluency are needed to understand that system. As John Muir observed about the interconnectedness of nature, when we try to pick out anything by itself, we find it hitched to everything else in the universe. Charlie seeks to discover the universe hitched to each of his investment candidates by gaining a firm grasp on all, or at least most, of the relevant factors comprising both its internal and external environment. When properly collected and organized, his multiple mental models, about 100 in number, he estimates, provide a context, or latticework, that leads to remarkable insights as to the purpose and nature of life. More pertinent to our purpose here, his models supply the analytical structure that enables him to reduce the inherent chaos and confusion of a complex investment problem into a clarified set of fundamentals. Especially important examples of these models include the redundancy and backup system models from engineering, the compound interest model from mathematics, the breakpoint, tipping moment, and autocatalysis models from physics and chemistry, the modern Darwinian synthesis model from biology, and cognitive misjudgment models from psychology. The net result of this broad spectrum analysis is a heightened understanding of how the many factors affecting an investment candidate blend and link to one another. Sometimes this understanding reveals the existence of second-order, ripple, or spillover effects. Other times, the factors employed combine to create enormous Lollapalooza-level results, good or bad. By applying this framework, Charlie lives in a different world from most investors when it comes to investment analysis. His approach accepts the reality that investment problems are inherently complex, and in a manner more in keeping with the rigors of scientific inquiry than conventional investing, he attacks them with a staggering degree of preparation and broad-based research. Charlie's big ideas from the big disciplines approach to investment evaluation is certainly unique in the business world, as is its origin. Not finding any existing approach adequate to the task, Charlie painstakingly created his own largely self-taught system. The self-taught statement is no exaggeration. He once said, "To this day I have never taken any course anywhere in chemistry, economics, psychology, or business." And yet these disciplines, especially psychology, form the foundation upon which his system is built. It is this signature approach, backed by Charlie's formidable intellect, temperament, and decades of relevant experience, that have made him the virtuoso of business pattern recognition so valued by Buffett. Like a chess grandmaster, through logic, instinct, and intuition, he determines the most promising investment moves, all the while projecting the illusion that the insight came easily, even simply. But make no mistake, this simplicity comes only at the end of a long journey toward understanding, not at the beginning. His clarity is hard-won, the product of a lifetime of studying the patterns of human behavior, business systems, and a myriad of other scientific disciplines. Charlie counts preparation, patience, discipline, and objectivity among his most fundamental guiding principles. He will not deviate from these principles, regardless of group dynamics, emotional itches, or popular wisdom that this time around it's different. When faithfully adhered to, these traits result in one of the best-known Munger characteristics, not buying or selling very often. Munger, like Buffett, believes a successful investment career boils down to only a handful of decisions. So when Charlie likes a business, he makes a very large bet and typically holds the position for a long period. Charlie calls it sit-on-your-ass investing and cites its benefits. You're paying less to brokers, you're listening to less nonsense, and if it works, the tax system gives you an extra 1, 2, or 3 percentage points per annum. In his view, a portfolio of 3 companies is plenty of diversification. Accordingly, Charlie is willing to commit uncommonly high percentages of his investment capital to individual, focused opportunities. Find a Wall Street organization, financial advisor, or mutual fund manager willing to make that statement. Given Charlie's record of success, not to mention Buffett's endorsement, why aren't his investment practices more routinely emulated by others? Perhaps the answer is that for most people, Charlie's multidisciplinary approach is simply too hard. Further, few investors share Charlie's willingness to appear foolish by not following the herd. Religious in his objectivity, Charlie is content to swim imperturbably against the tide of popular opinion, indefinitely if necessary, which is a rare attribute in the average investor. And while this behavior can at times appear simply stubborn or contrarian, that is not the defining characteristic. Charlie is simply content to trust his own judgment, even when it runs counter to the wisdom of the herd. This lone wolf aspect of Charlie's temperament is a rarely appreciated reason why he consistently outperforms the larger investment community. Indeed, if temperament chiefly arises from inborn tendencies, it may be that hard work, intellect, and experience, regardless of their intensity, are by themselves insufficient to make a great investor like Charlie Munger. As we shall witness through the remainder of this book, the right kind of genetically predetermined wiring is needed as well. At the 2004 Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting, a young shareholder asked Buffett how to succeed in life. After Buffett shared his thoughts, Charlie chimed in, "Don't do cocaine, don't race trains, and avoid AIDS situations." Many would dismiss his seemingly flippant answer as merely humorous, which it certainly was, but in fact it faithfully reflects both his general views on avoiding trouble in life and his particular method for avoiding missteps in investing. Often, as in this case, Charlie generally focuses first on what to avoid, that is, on what not to do, before he considers the affirmative steps he will take in a given situation. "All I want to know is where I'm going to die, so I'll never go there," is one of his favorite quips. In business, as in life, Charlie gains enormous advantage by summarily eliminating the unpromising portions of the chessboard, freeing his time and attention for the more productive regions. Charlie strives to reduce complex situations to their most basic unemotional fundamentals. Yet within this pursuit of rationality and simplicity, he is careful to avoid what he calls physics envy, the common human craving to reduce enormously complex systems, such as those in economics, to one-size-fits-all Newtonian formulas. Instead, he faithfully honors Albert Einstein's admonition: the scientific theory should be as simple as possible, but no simpler. Or in his own words, "What I'm against is being very confident and feeling that you know for sure that your particular action will do more good than harm. You're dealing with highly complex systems wherein everything is interacting with everything else." Another Benjamin, Graham, not Franklin, played a significant role in forming Charlie's investing outlook. One of the most enduring concepts in Graham's The Intelligent Investor is Mr. Market. Usually, Mr. Market is a temperate and reasonable fellow, but some days he is gripped by irrational fear or greed. Graham cautioned the investor to carefully use his own unemotional judgment of value instead of relying on the often manic-depressive behavior of the financial markets. Similarly, Charlie recognizes that even among the most competent and motivated of people, decisions are not always made on a purely rational basis. For this reason, he considers the psychological factors of human misjudgment some of the most important mental models that can be applied to an investment opportunity. Personally, I've gotten so that I now use a kind of two-track analysis. First, what are the factors that really govern the interests involved, rationally considered? And second, what are the subconscious influences where the brain at a subconscious level is automatically doing these things, which by and large are useful but which often misfunction? One approach is rationality, the way you'd work out a bridge problem, by evaluating the real interests, the real probabilities, and so forth. And the other is to evaluate the psychological factors that cause subconscious conclusions, many of which are wrong. For more specifics on this topic, see Talk 11, in which Charlie applies mental models from the field of psychology to illustrate 25 common causes of human misjudgment. Obviously, the methods described to this point can't be learned in a university classroom or on Wall Street. They were developed by Charlie from scratch to satisfy his own exacting requirements. They probably deserve a title of their own, something like quickly eliminate the big universe of what not to do, follow up with a fluent multidisciplinary attack on what remains, then act decisively when and only when the right circumstances appear. Is it worth the effort to develop and adhere to such an approach? Charlie seems to think so. It's kind of fun to sit there and outthink people who are way smarter than you are because you've trained yourself to be more objective and more multidisciplinary. Furthermore, there is a lot of money in it, as I can testify from my own personal experience. Munger's investment evaluation process. As we've noted, Charlie doesn't make a lot of investments. His approach is perhaps best summarized by Thomas Watson Sr., the founder of IBM. "I'm no genius. I'm smart in spots, and I stay around those spots." If Charlie knows anything, he knows his spots, his carefully identified circles of competence. To stay within these circles, he first applies a basic overall screen designed to limit his investment field to only simple, understandable candidates. As he says, we have 3 baskets for investing: yes, no, and too tough to understand. To identify potential yes candidates, Charlie looks for an easy-to-understand, dominant business franchise that can sustain itself and thrive in all market environments. Understandably, few companies survive this first cut. Many investor favorites, such as pharmaceuticals and technology, for example, go straight to the too-tough-to-understand basket. Heavily promoted deals and IPOs are an immediate no. Those that do survive this first winnowing are subjected to the screens and filters of Charlie's mental models approach. The process is intense and Darwinian, but also efficient. Charlie detests placer modeling, the process of sifting through piles of sand for specks of gold. Instead, he applies his big ideas from the big disciplines to find the large, unrecognized nuggets of gold that sometimes lie in plain sight on the ground. Throughout his exhaustive evaluation, Charlie is no slave to a database. He takes into account all relevant aspects, both internal and external to the company and its industry, even if they are difficult to identify, measure, or reduce to numbers. His thoroughness, however, does not cause him to forget his overall ecosystem theme. Sometimes the maximization or minimization of a single factor, notably specialization, as he likes to point out regarding Costco's discount warehouses, can make that single factor disproportionately important. Charlie treats financial reports and their underlying accounting with a Midwestern dose of skepticism. At best, they are merely the beginning of a proper calculation of intrinsic valuation, not the end. The list of additional factors he examines is seemingly endless and includes such things as the current and prospective regulatory climate, the state of labor, supplier, and customer relations, the potential impact of changes in technology, competitive strengths and vulnerabilities, pricing power, scalability, environmental issues, and notably the presence of hidden exposures. Charlie knows that there is no such thing as a riskless investment candidate. He's searching for those with few risks that are easily understandable. He recasts all financial statement figures to fit his own view of reality, including the actual free or owner's cash being produced, inventory and other working capital assets, fixed assets, and such frequently overstated intangible assets as goodwill. He also completes an assessment of the true impact, current and future, of the cost of stock options, pension plans, and retiree medical benefits. He applies equal scrutiny to the liability side of the balance sheet. For example, under the right circumstances, he might view an obligation such as insurance float, premium income that may not be paid out in claims for many years, more properly as an asset. He especially assesses a company's management well beyond conventional number crunching, in particular the degree to which they are able, trustworthy, and owner-oriented. For example, how do they deploy cash? Do they allocate it intelligently on behalf of the owners, or do they overcompensate themselves or pursue ego-oriented growth for growth's sake? Above all, he attempts to assess and understand competitive advantage in every respect: products, markets, trademarks, employees, distribution channels, societal trends, and so on, and the durability of that advantage. Charlie refers to a company's competitive advantage as its moat, the virtual physical barrier it presents against incursions. Superior companies have deep moats that are continuously widened to provide enduring protection. In this vein, Charlie carefully considers competitive destruction forces that, over the long term, lay siege to most companies. Munger and Buffett are laser-focused on this issue. Over their long business careers, they have learned, sometimes painfully, that few businesses survive over multiple generations. Accordingly, they strive to identify and buy only those businesses with a good chance of beating these tough odds. Finally, Charlie seeks to calculate the intrinsic value of the whole business, and with allowance for potential dilution, etc., to determine an approximate value per share to compare to market prices. This latter comparison is the fundamental purpose of the whole process, comparing value, what you get, with price, what you pay. On this subject, he is famous for his viewpoint that a great business at a fair price is superior to a fair business at a great price. Warren Buffett often credits Charlie with convincing him of the wisdom of this approach. Charlie understood this early. I was a slow learner. Charlie's insight helped Buffett move from pure Benjamin Graham-style investing to focusing on great businesses such as the Washington Post, Geico, Coca-Cola, Gillette, and others. Though extremely thorough, Charlie is able to ignore insignificant detail and the distractions to which others sometimes fall victim. Investment variables, just like all other variables, go through their own process of elimination. By the time he is finished with his analysis, he has reduced the candidate to its most salient elements and achieved a remarkable degree of confidence about whether or not to act. The evaluation finally becomes not so much mathematical as philosophical. Ultimately, a feel emerges, a function of both the analysis itself and Charlie's lifetime of accumulated experience and skill in recognizing patterns. At this point, only an exceptionally superior investment candidate will still be in the running. But Charlie does not immediately rush out and buy it. Knowing that a necessary companion to proper valuation is proper timing, he applies yet a finer screening, a prior-to-pulling-the-trigger checklist, which is especially useful in evaluating what he refers to as close calls. The checklist includes such items as, what are the current price, volume, and trading considerations? What disclosure timing or other sensitivities exist? Do contingent exit strategies exist? Are better uses of capital currently or potentially available? Is sufficient liquid capital currently on hand, or must it be borrowed? What is the opportunity cost of that capital? And so on. Charlie's exhaustive screening process requires considerable self-discipline and results in long periods of apparent inactivity. But as Charlie says, hard work is an essential element in tracking down and perfecting a strategy or in executing it. For Charlie and Warren, the hard work is continuous, whether it results in current investing activity or not, and usually it does not. This habit of committing far more time to learning and thinking than to doing is no accident. It is the blend of discipline and patience exhibited by true masters of a craft, an uncompromising commitment to properly playing the hand. Like world-class bridge player Richard Zeckhauser, Charlie scores himself not so much on whether he won the hand, but rather on how well he played it. While poor outcomes are excusable in the Munger Buffett world, given the fact that some outcomes are outside of their control, sloppy preparation and decision-making are never excusable because they are controllable. On those relatively few occasions, all the circumstances are just right and Charlie does invest, he will likely make a large, decisive bet. He does not pick around the edges, take initial positions, or make small, speculative investments. Such behavior implies uncertainty, and Charlie's moves, few as they are anything but uncertain. As he says, he practices extreme patience combined with extreme decisiveness. Charlie's self-confidence is based not on who or how many agree or disagree with him, but on his ability to objectively view and measure himself. This self-mastery affords him rare objectivity in gauging his actual knowledge, experience, and correctness of thought. Again, we see the important role played by the right kinds of temperamental qualities: self-discipline, patience, calm, independence. Charlie's level of investment performance is arguably impossible without them. What makes a great business model for Charlie? His recommended reading materials provide some guidance. Guns, Germs, and Steel, The Selfish Gene, Ice Age, and Darwin's Blind Spot all have a certain theme, a focus on the issue of competitive destruction, and an examination of why some entities are nevertheless able to adapt, survive, and even dominate over time. When this theme is extrapolated into investment selection, the preferred Munger business emerges. Some thrive by outcompeting, a la Selfish Gene, and others by outcooperating, a la Darwin's Blind Spot. Once again, we see Charlie's rich fluency across a broad range of disciplines at work. How many investors ever consider, as Charlie routinely does, such a broad and sophisticated spectrum of factors. To name but a few, he routinely considers factors such as conversion, that is, how the laws of thermodynamics intersect with laws of economics, for instance, how paper and petroleum become a newspaper delivered to a front door, psychological tendencies and incentives, notably the extreme behavioral pressures they create, both good and bad, and fundamental sustainability over time, the constant and often deadly interplay between positive factors such as moats and the ravages of competitive destruction. Charlie is possibly without peer when it comes to the checklist of atypical investment factors he considers and his deep fluency in the diverse disciplines from which they are drawn. An investing principles checklist. We have now examined Charlie's approach to thinking in general and to investing in particular. In keeping with our intent to observe how he seems to do it, we will recap his approach by using the checklist methodology he advocates. For Charlie's own words of wisdom on the value and importance of checklists, see Talk 5. Note, however, that the following principles are most certainly not employed by Charlie in a one-by-one or one-time fashion, as the checklist format might seem to imply. Nor can they necessarily be prioritized in terms of any apparent or relative importance. Rather, each must be considered as part of the complex whole or gestalt of the investment analysis process, in much the same way that an individual time is integrated with the larger mosaic
没有肉。
risk. All investment
要有
evaluations
肉
begin by measuring risk, especially reputation.
菜也可以，但是如果你做
我菜我
Dealing with
no
questionable character,
忘记买
insist upon proper compensation for risk assuming.
我做菜
Always
看看
beware
好
of
吃的
inflation
哈
and interest rate
菜
exposure.
煮一点
Avoid big mistakes, shun permanent capital loss. Independence. Only in fairy tales are emperors told they are naked. Objectivity and rationality require independence of thought. Remember that just because other people agree or disagree with you doesn't make you right or wrong. The only thing that matters is the correctness of your analysis and judgment. Mimicking the herd invites regression to the mean, merely average performance. Preparation. The only way to win is to work, and hope to have a few insights. Develop into a lifelong self-learner through voracious reading. Cultivate curiosity and strive to become a little wiser every day. More important than the will to win is the will to prepare. Develop fluency in mental models from the major academic disciplines. If you want to get smart, the question you have to keep asking is, why? Intellectual humility. Acknowledging what you don't know is the dawning of wisdom. Stay within a well-defined circle of competence. Identify and reconcile disconfirming evidence. Resist the craving for false precision, false certainties, etc. Above all, never fool yourself, and remember that you are the easiest person to fool. Analytic rigor. Use of the scientific method and effective checklists minimizes errors and omissions. Determine value apart from price, progress apart from activity, wealth apart from size. It is better to remember the obvious than to grasp the esoteric. Be a business analyst, not a market, macroeconomic, or security analyst. Consider the totality of risk and effect. Look always at potential second-order and higher-level impacts. Think forward and backward. Invert, always invert. Allocation. Proper allocation of capital is an investor's number one job. Remember that the highest and best use is always measured by the next best use, opportunity cost. Good ideas are rare. When the odds are greatly in your favor, bet, allocate heavily. Don't fall in love with an investment. Be situation-dependent and opportunity-driven. Patience. Resist the natural human bias to act. Compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world, Einstein. Never interrupt it unnecessarily. Avoid unnecessary transactional taxes and frictional costs. Never take action for its own sake. Be alert for the arrival of luck. Enjoy the process along with the proceeds, because the process is where you live. Decisiveness. When proper circumstances present themselves, act with decisiveness and conviction. Be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy when others are fearful. Opportunity doesn't come often, so seize it when it does. Opportunity meeting the prepared mind. That's the game. Change. Live with change and accept unremovable complexity. Recognize and adapt to the true nature of the world around you. Don't expect it to adapt to you. Continually challenge and willingly amend your best-loved ideas. Recognize reality even when you don't like it, especially when you don't like it. Focus. Keep things simple and remember what you set out to do. Remember that reputation and integrity are your most valuable assets and can be lost in a heartbeat. Guard against the effects of hubris and boredom. Don't overlook the obvious by drowning in minutiae. Be careful to exclude unneeded information or slop. A small leak can sink a great ship. Face your troubles, don't sweep them under the rug. Since human beings began investing, they have been searching for a magic formula or easy recipe for instant wealth. As you can see, Charlie's superior performance doesn't come from a magic formula or some business school-inspired system. It comes from what he calls his constant search for better methods of thought, from a willingness to prepay through rigorous preparation, and from the extraordinary outcomes of his multidisciplinary research model. In the end, it comes down to Charlie's most basic guiding principles, his fundamental philosophy of life: preparation, discipline, patience, decisiveness. Each attribute is in turn lost without the other, but together they form the dynamic critical mass for a cascading of positive effects for which Munger is famous, the Lollapalooza. Finally, a word or two on why this overview of Charlie's investment philosophy has focused so much on the subject of what to buy and so little on when to sell. The answer, in Charlie's own words, serves as a wonderful summation of the Munger school of highly concentrated, focused investing described here. We're partial to putting out large amounts of money where we won't have to make another decision. If you buy something because it's undervalued, then you have to think about selling it when it approaches your calculation of its intrinsic value. That's hard. But if you can buy a few great companies, then you can sit on your ass. That's a good thing. Like his hero, Benjamin Franklin, Charlie Munger painstakingly developed and perfected unique approaches to personal and business endeavors. Through these methods and through the development and maintenance of sound, lifelong habits, he has achieved extraordinary success. Chapter 4. 11 Talks. Charlie Munger is not the least bit shy when it comes to offering both frank criticism and constructive advice. When he sets his sights on an issue, be it a corrupt business practice, an academic failing, or a financial scandal, he lets loose with both barrels. Which is not to say he spends all his time focused on life's failings. He is equally at home discussing the values of lifelong learning or the joys of a successful marriage. But whatever the topic, Charlie is apt to tell it like it is, which is exactly what he has done in over 2 decades of public speaking. Here then are 11 of Charlie's best talks, including a special compilation he has prepared exclusively for this book. Enjoy. 1. Harvard School Commencement Speech. 2. A lesson on elementary worldly wisdom. 3. A lesson on elementary worldly wisdom revisited. 4. Practical thought about practical thought. 5. Harvard Law School 50th Reunion Address. 6. Investment practices of leading charitable foundations. 7. Philanthropy Roundtable. 8. The Great Financial Scandal of 2003. 9. Academic Economics. 10. USC Gould School of Law Commencement Address. 11. The Psychology of Human Misjudgment. A special compilation talk with material written by Charlie exclusively for this book. Talk 1. Harvard School Commencement Speech. June 13, 1986. Harvard School, Los Angeles. In a vow that students the world over may hope he renounces, Charlie delivered the one and only graduation speech I will ever make in 1986 at the Harvard School in Los Angeles. The occasion was the graduation of Philip Munger, the last of 5 Munger family sons to matriculate at this prep school, originally an all-boys institution, and now the coeducational school called Harvard Westlake. Despite Charlie's self-effacing protestations about lacking significant public speaking experience, he demonstrates imposing rhetorical talents in this short speech. We also get a good taste of both Charlie's value system and his wit. Most graduation speakers choose to lay out a prescription for attaining a happy life. Charlie, using the inversion principle he recommends in the speech, compellingly makes the opposite case by setting forth what a graduate may do to reach a state of misery. For those of you who want to remain unenlightened and mirthless, do not, under any circumstances, read this selection. Now that Headmaster Beresford has selected one of the oldest and longest-serving trustees to make a commencement speech, it behooves the speaker to address 2 questions in every mind. 1. Why was such a selection made? 2. How long is the speech going to last? I will answer the first question from long experience alongside Beresford. He is seeking enhanced reputation for our school in the manner of the man who proudly displays his horse that can count to 7. The man knows that counting to 7 is not much of a mathematical feat, but he expects approval because doing so is creditable, considering the performer is a horse. The second question, regarding the length of the speech, I am not going to answer in advance. It would deprive your upturned faces of lively curiosity and obvious keen anticipation, which I prefer to retain, regardless of source. But I will tell you how my consideration of speech length created the subject matter of the speech itself. I was puffed up when invited to speak. While not having significant public speaking experience, I do hold a black belt in chutzpah, and I immediately considered Demosthenes and Cicero as role models, and anticipated trying to earn a compliment like Cicero gave when asked which was his favorite among the orations of Demosthenes. Cicero replied, the longest one. However, fortunately for this audience, I also thought of Samuel Johnson's famous comment when he addressed Milton's poem Paradise Lost, and correctly said, no one ever wished it longer. And that made me consider which of all the 20 Harvard School graduation speeches I had heard that I had wished longer. There was only one such speech given by Johnny Carson, specifying Carson's prescriptions for guaranteed misery in life. I therefore decided to repeat Carson's speech, but in expanded form with some added prescriptions of my own. After all, I am much older than Carson was when he spoke, and I have failed and been miserable more often and in more ways than was possible for a charming humorist speaking at a younger age. I am plainly well qualified to expand on Carson's theme. What Carson said was that he couldn't tell the graduating class how to be happy, but he could tell them from personal experience how to guarantee misery. Carson's prescription for sure misery included 1. Ingesting chemicals in an effort to alter mood or perception. 2. Envy. 3. Resentment. I can still recall Carson's absolute conviction as he told how he had tried these things on occasion after occasion and had become miserable every time. It is easy to understand Carson's first prescription for misery, ingesting chemicals. I add my voice. The 4 closest friends of my youth were highly intelligent, ethical, humorous types, favored in person and background. 2 are long dead with alcohol a contributing factor, and the 3rd is a living alcoholic, if you call that living. While susceptibility varies, addiction can happen to any of us through a subtle process where the bonds of degradation are too light to be felt until they are too strong to be broken. And yet, I have yet to meet anyone in over 6 decades of life whose life was worsened by fear and avoidance of such a deceptive pathway to destruction. Envy, of course, joins chemicals in winning some sort of quantity prize for causing misery. It was wreaking havoc long before it got bad press in the laws of Moses. If you wish to retain the contribution of envy to misery, I recommend that you never read any of the biographies of that good Christian Samuel Johnson, because his life demonstrates in an enticing way the possibility and advantage of transcending envy. Resentment has always worked for me exactly as it worked for Carson. I cannot recommend it highly enough to you if you desire misery. Johnson spoke well when he said that life is hard enough to swallow without squeezing in the bitter rind of resentment. For those of you who want misery, I also recommend refraining from the practice of the Disraeli compromise, designed for people who find it impossible to quit resentment cold turkey. Benjamin Disraeli, as he rose to become one of the greatest prime ministers, learned to give up vengeance as a motivation for action, but he did retain some outlet for resentment by putting the names of people who wronged him on pieces of paper in a drawer. Then, from time to time, he reviewed these names and took pleasure in noting the way the world had taken his enemies down without his assistance. Well, so much for Carson's 3 prescriptions. Here are 4 more prescriptions from Munger. First, be unreliable. Do not faithfully do what you have engaged to do. If you will only master this one habit, you will more than counterbalance the combined effect of all your virtues, howsoever great. If you like being distrusted and excluded from the best human contribution and company, this prescription is for you. Master this one habit, and you will always play the role of the hare in the fable, except that instead of being outrun by one fine turtle, you will be outrun by hordes and hordes of mediocre turtles, and even some mediocre turtles on crutches. I must warn you that if you don't follow my first prescription, it may be hard to end up miserable even if you start disadvantaged. I had a roommate in college who was and is severely dyslexic, but he is perhaps the most reliable man I have ever known. He has had a wonderful life so far, an outstanding wife and children, chief executive of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. If you want to avoid a conventional, main culture establishment result of this kind, you simply can't count on your other handicaps to hold you back if you persist in being reliable. I cannot here pass by a reference to a life described as wonderful so far without reinforcing the so far aspects of the human condition by repeating the remark of Croesus, once the richest king in the world. Later, in ignominious captivity, as he prepared to be burned alive, he said, "Well, now do I remember the words of the historian Solon. No man's life should be accounted a happy one until it is over." My second prescription for misery is to learn everything you possibly can from your own experience, minimizing what you learn vicariously from the good and bad experiences of others, living and dead. This prescription is a sure-shot producer of misery and second-rate achievement. You can see the results of not learning from others' mistakes by simply looking about you. How little originality there is in the common disasters of mankind. Drunk driving deaths, reckless driving maimings, incurable venereal diseases, conversion of bright college students into brainwashed zombies as members of destructive cults, business failures through repetition of obvious mistakes made by predecessors, various forms of crowd folly, and so on. I recommend as a memory clue to finding the way to real trouble from heedless, unoriginal error, the modern saying, if at first you don't succeed, well, so much for hang gliding. The other aspect of avoiding vicarious wisdom is the rule of not learning from the best work done before yours. The prescription is to become as non-educated as you reasonably can. Perhaps you will better see the type of non-miserable result you can thus avoid if I render a short historical account. There once was a man who assiduously mastered the work of his best predecessors, despite a poor start and very tough time in analytical geometry. Eventually, his own work attracted wide attention, and he said of his work, "If I have seen a little farther than other men, it is because I stood on the shoulders of giants." The bones of that man lie buried now in Westminster Abbey under an unusual inscription. Here lie the remains of all that was mortal in Sir Isaac Newton. My third prescription to you for misery is to go down and stay down when you get your first, second, or third severe reverse in the battle of life. Because there is so much adversity out there, even for the lucky and wise, this will guarantee that in due course you will be permanently mired in misery. Ignore at all costs the lesson contained in the accurate epitaph written for himself by Epictetus. Here lies Epictetus, a slave, maimed in body, the ultimate in poverty, and favored by the gods. My final prescription to you for a life of fuzzy thinking and infelicity is to ignore a story they told me when I was very young about a rustic who said, "I wish I knew where I was going to die, and then I'd never go there." Most people smile, as you did, at the rustic's ignorance and ignore his basic wisdom. If my experience is any guide, the rustic's approach is to be avoided at all cost by someone bent on misery. To help fail, you should discount as mere quirk, with no useful message, the method of the rustic, which is the same one used in Carson's speech. What Carson did was to approach the study of how to create X by turning the question backward. That is, by studying how to create non-X. The great algebraist Jacobi had exactly the same approach as Carson and was known for his constant repetition of one phrase: invert, always invert. It is in the nature of things, as Jacobi knew, that many hard problems are best solved only when they are addressed backward. For instance, when almost everyone else was trying to revise the electromagnetic laws of James Clerk Maxwell to be consistent with the motion laws of Newton, Einstein discovered special relativity as he made a 180-degree turn and revised Newton's laws to fit Maxwell's. It is my opinion, as a certified biography nut, that Charles Robert Darwin would have ranked near the middle of the Harvard School graduating class of 1986. Yet he is now famous in the history of science. This is precisely the type of example you should learn nothing from if bent on minimizing your results from your own endowment. Darwin's result was due in large measure to his working method, which violated all my rules for misery, and particularly emphasized a backward twist in that he always gave priority attention to evidence tending to disconfirm whatever cherished and hard-won theory he already had. In contrast, most people early achieve and later intensify a tendency to process new and disconfirming information so that any original conclusion remains intact. They become people of whom Philip Wiley observed, "You couldn't squeeze a dime between what they already know and what they will never learn." The life of Darwin demonstrates how a turtle may outrun a hare, aided by extreme objectivity, which helps the objective person end up like the only player without a blindfold in a game of pin the tail on the donkey. If you minimize objectivity, you ignore not only a lesson from Darwin, but also one from Einstein. Einstein said that his successful theories came from curiosity, concentration, perseverance, and self-criticism. And by self-criticism, he meant the testing and destruction of his own well-loved ideas. Finally, minimizing objectivity will help you lessen the compromises and burden of owning worldly goods. Because objectivity does not work only for great physicists and biologists, it also adds power to the work of a plumbing contractor in Bemidji. Therefore, if you interpret being true to yourself as requiring that you retain every notion of your youth, you will be safely underway, not only toward maximizing ignorance, but also toward whatever misery can be obtained through unpleasant experiences in business. It is fitting that a backward sort of speech end with a backward sort of toast, inspired by Elihu Root's repeated accounts of how the dog went to Dover, leg over leg. To the class of 1986, gentlemen, may each of you rise by spending each day of a long life aiming low. Talk 1 Revisited. As I review in 2006 this talk made in 1986, I would not revise a single idea. If anything, I now believe even more strongly that 1. Reliability is essential for progress in life, and 2. While quantum mechanics is unlearnable for a vast majority, reliability can be learned to great advantage by almost anyone. Indeed, I have often made myself unpopular on elite college campuses by pushing this reliability theme. What I say is that McDonald's is one of our most admirable institutions. Then, as signs of shock come to surrounding faces, I explain that McDonald's, providing first jobs to millions of teenagers, many troubled over the years, has successfully taught most of them the one lesson they most need: to show up reliably for responsible work. Then I usually go on to say that if the elite campuses were as successful as McDonald's in teaching sensibly, we would have a better world. Talk 2. A lesson on elementary worldly wisdom as it relates to investment management and business. April 14th, 1994, the University of Southern California, Marshall School of Business. Well known because it was published in Outstanding Investor Digest, May 5th, 1995, this talk was given in 1994 to Professor Guilford Babcock's business class at the University of Southern California. Charlie ranges in the talk from education systems to psychology to the importance of possessing both common and uncommon sense. Dissecting business management, he brilliantly describes psychological impacts that can damage or benefit a firm. He also presents an outstanding set of principles for investment, business management, and, most importantly, from Charlie's perspective, decision-making in everyday life. Your time investment in reading this talk will be paid back quickly via the effect it will have on your own decision-making abilities. I'm going to play a minor trick on you today, because the subject of my talk is the art of stock picking as a subdivision of the art of worldly wisdom. That enables me to start talking about worldly wisdom, a much broader topic that interests me because I think all too little of it is delivered by modern educational systems, at least in an effective way. And therefore, the talk is sort of along the lines that some behaviorist psychologists call Grandma's Rule, after the wisdom of Grandma when she said that you have to eat the carrots before you get the dessert. The carrot part of this talk is about the general subject of worldly wisdom, which is a pretty good way to start. After all, the theory of modern education is that you need a general education before you specialize. And I think to some extent, before you're going to be a great stock picker, you need some general education. So, emphasizing what I sometimes waggishly call remedial worldly wisdom, I'm going to start by waltzing you through a few basic notions. What is elementary worldly wisdom? Well, the first rule is that you can't really know anything if you just remember isolated facts and try and bang them back. If the facts don't hang together on the latticework of theory, you don't have them in a usable form. You've got to have models in your head, and you've got to array your experience, both vicarious and direct, on this latticework of models. You may have noticed students who just try to remember and pound back what is remembered. Well, they fail in school and fail in life. You've got to hang experience on a latticework of models in your head. What are the models? Well, the first rule is that you've got to have multiple models. Because if you have just one or two that you're using, the nature of human psychology is such that you'll torture reality so that it fits your models, or at least you'll think it does. You become the equivalent of a chiropractor who, of course, is the great boob in medicine. It's like the old saying, to the man with only a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. And of course, that's the way the chiropractor goes about practicing medicine. But that's a perfectly disastrous way to think, a perfectly disastrous way to operate in the world. So you've got to have multiple models. And the models have to come from multiple disciplines, because all the wisdom of the world is not to be found in one little academic department. That's why poetry professors, by and large, are so unwise in a worldly sense. They don't have enough models in their heads, so you've got to have models across a fair array of disciplines. You may say, my God, this is already getting way too tough. But fortunately, it isn't that tough, because 80 or 90 important models will carry about 90% of the freight in making you a worldly wise person. And of those, only a mere handful really carry very heavy freight. So, let's briefly review what kinds of models and techniques constitute this basic knowledge that everybody has to have before they proceed to being really good at a narrow art like stock picking. First, there's mathematics. Obviously, you've got to be able to handle numbers and quantities, basic arithmetic. And the great useful model after compound interest is the elementary math of permutations and combinations. That was taught in my day in the sophomore year in high school. I suppose by now, in great private schools, it's probably down to the 8th grade or so. It's very simple algebra. And it was all worked out in the course of about 1 year in correspondence between Blaise Pascal and Pierre de Fermat. They worked it out casually in a series of letters. It's not that hard to learn. What is hard is to get so you use it routinely almost every day of your life. The Fermat-Pascal system is dramatically consonant with the way the world works. And it's a fundamental truth, so you simply have to have the technique. Many educational institutions, although not nearly enough, have realized this. Harvard Business School, the great quantitative thing that bonds the first-year class together, is what they call decision tree theory. All they do is take high school algebra and apply it to real-life problems, and the students love it. They're amazed to find that high school algebra works in life. By and large, as it works out, people can't naturally and automatically do this. If you understand elementary psychology, the reason they can't is really quite simple. The basic neural network of the brain is there through broad genetic and cultural evolution. And and it's not Fermat Pascal. It uses a very crude shortcut type of approximation. It's got elements of Fermat Pascal in it, however it's not good. So you have to learn in a very usable way this very elementary math and use it routinely in life. Just the way that if you want to become a golfer, you can't use the natural swing that broad evolution gave you. You have to learn to have a certain grip and swing in a different way to realize your full potential as a golfer. If you don't get this elementary but mildly unnatural mathematics of elementary probability into your repertoire, then you go through a long life like a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. You're giving a huge advantage to everybody else. One of the advantages of a fellow like Buffett, whom I've worked with all these years, is that he automatically thinks in terms of decision trees and the elementary math of permutations and combinations. Obviously, you have to know accounting. It's the language of practical business life. It was a very useful thing to deliver to civilization. I've heard it came to civilization through Venice, which of course was once the great commercial power in the Mediterranean. However, double-entry bookkeeping was a hell of an invention. And it's not that hard to understand, but you have to know enough about it to understand its limitations. Because although accounting is the starting place, it's only a crude approximation. And it's not very hard to understand its limitations. For example, everyone can see that you have to more or less just guess at the useful life of a jet airplane or anything like that. Just because you express the depreciation rate in neat numbers doesn't make it anything you really know. In terms of the limitations of accounting, one of my favorite stories involves a very great businessman named Carl Braun, who created the C.F. Braun Engineering Company. It designed and built oil refineries, which is very hard to do. And Braun would get them to come in on time and not blow up and have efficiencies and so forth. This is a major art. Braun, being the thorough Teutonic type that he was, had a number of quirks. One of them was that he took a look at standard accounting and the way it was applied to building oil refineries, and he said, this is asinine. So he threw all of his accountants out, and he took his engineers and said, now we'll devise our own system of accounting to handle this process. And in due time, accounting adopted a lot of Carl Braun's notions. So he was a formidably willful and talented man who demonstrated both the importance of accounting and the importance of knowing its limitations. He had another rule from psychology, which, if you're interested in wisdom, ought to be part of your repertoire, like the elementary mathematics of permutations and combinations. His rule for all the Braun Company's communications was called the 5 W's. You had to tell who was going to do what, where, when, and why. And if you wrote a letter or directive in the Braun Company telling somebody to do something and you didn't tell him why, you could get fired. In fact, you would get fired if you did it twice. You might ask, why is that so important? Well, again, that's a rule of psychology. Just as you think better if you array knowledge on a bunch of models that are basically answers to the question, why, if you always tell people why, they'll understand it better. They'll consider it more important, and they'll be more likely to comply. Even if they don't understand your reason, they'll be more likely to comply. So there's an iron rule that just as you want to start getting worldly wisdom by asking why, in communicating with other people about everything, you want to include why. Even if it's obvious it's wise, just stick in the why. Which models are the most reliable? Well, obviously, the models that come from hard science and engineering are the most reliable models on this earth. And engineering quality control, at least the guts of it that matters to you and me and people who are not professional engineers, is very much based on the elementary mathematics of Fermat and Pascal. It costs so much, and you get so much less likelihood of it breaking if you spend this much. It's all elementary high school mathematics, and an elaboration of that is what W. Edwards Deming brought to Japan for all of that quality control stuff. I don't think it's necessary for most people to be terribly facile in statistics. For example, I'm not sure that I can even pronounce the Gaussian distribution, although I know what it looks like, and I know that events and huge aspects of reality end up distributed that way. So I can do a rough calculation. But if you ask me to work out something involving a Gaussian distribution to 10 decimal points, I can't sit down and do the math. I'm like a poker player who's learned to play pretty well without mastering Pascal. And by the way, that works well enough. But you have to understand that bell-shaped curve at least roughly as well as I do. And of course, the engineering idea of a backup system is a very powerful idea. The engineering idea of breakpoints, that's a very powerful model too. The notion of a critical mass that comes out of physics is a very powerful model. All of these things have great utility in looking at ordinary reality. And all of this cost-benefit analysis, hell, that's all elementary high school algebra. It's just been dolled up a little bit with fancy lingo. And you can demonstrate that point quite simply. There's not a person in this room viewing the work of a very ordinary professional magician who doesn't see a lot of things happening that aren't happening and not see a lot of things happening that are happening. I suppose the next most reliable models are from biology and physiology, because after all of us are programmed by our genetic makeup to be much the same. Then when you get into psychology, of course, it gets very much more complicated. But it's an ungodly important subject if you're going to have any worldly wisdom. And the reason why is that the perceptual apparatus of man has shortcuts in it. The brain cannot have unlimited circuitry. So someone who knows how to take advantage of those shortcuts and cause the brain to miscalculate in certain ways can cause you to see things that aren't there. Now you get into the cognitive function as distinguished from the perceptual function. And there you are equally, more than equally in fact, likely to be misled. Again, your brain has a shortage of circuitry and so forth, and it's taking all kinds of little automatic shortcuts. So when circumstances combine in certain ways, or more commonly, when your fellow man starts acting like a magician and manipulates you on purpose by causing you cognitive dysfunction, you're a patsy. And so just as a man working with a tool has to know its limitations, a man working with his cognitive apparatus has to know its limitations. And this knowledge, by the way, can be used to control and motivate other people. So the most useful and practical part of psychology, which I personally think can be taught to any intelligent person in a week, is ungodly important. And nobody taught it to me, by the way. I had to learn it later in life, one piece at a time. And it was fairly laborious. It's so elementary, though, that when it was all over, I just felt like a total horse's ass. And yeah, I've been educated at Caltech and the Harvard Law School and so forth. So very eminent places miseducated people like you and me. The elementary part of psychology, the psychology of misjudgment, as I call it, is a terribly important thing to learn. There are about 20 little principles, and they interact, so it's slightly complicated, but the guts of it is unbelievably important. Terribly smart people make totally bonkers mistakes by failing to pay heed to it. In fact, I've done it several times during the last 2 or 3 years in a very important way. You never get totally over making silly mistakes. There's another saying that comes from Pascal that I've always considered one of the really accurate observations in the history of thought. Pascal said, "The mind of man at one and the same time is both the glory and the shame of the universe." And that's exactly right. It has this enormous power. However, it also has these standard misfunctions that often cause it to reach wrong conclusions. It also makes man extraordinarily subject to manipulation by others. For example, roughly half of the army of Adolf Hitler was composed of believing Catholics. Given enough clever psychological manipulation, what human beings will do is quite interesting. Personally, I've gotten so that I now use a kind of two-track analysis. First, what are the factors that really govern the interests involved, rationally considered? And second, what are the subconscious influences where the brain, at a subconscious level, is automatically doing these things, which by and large are useful but which often misfunction? One approach is rationality, the way you work out a bridge problem, by evaluating the real interests, the real probabilities, and so forth. And the other is to evaluate the psychological factors that cause subconscious conclusions, many of which are wrong. Now we come to another somewhat less reliable form of human wisdom, microeconomics. Here I find it quite useful to think of a free market economy, or a partly free market economy, as sort of the equivalent of an ecosystem. This is a very unfashionable way of thinking, because early in the days after Darwin came along, people like the robber barons assumed that the doctrine of the survival of the fittest authenticated them as deserving power. You know, I'm the richest, therefore I'm the best, God's in his heaven, etc. And that reaction of the robber barons was so irritating to people that it made it unfashionable to think of an economy as an ecosystem. But the truth is that it is a lot like an ecosystem, and you get many of the same results. Just as in an ecosystem, people who narrowly specialize can get terribly good at occupying some little niche. Just as animals flourish in niches, people who specialize in the business world and get very good because they specialize frequently find good economics that they wouldn't get any other way. And once we get into microeconomics, we get into the concept of advantages of scale. Now we're getting closer to investment analysis, because in terms of which businesses succeed and which businesses fail, advantages of scale are ungodly important. For example, one great advantage of scale taught in all of the business schools of the world is cost reductions along the so-called experience curve. Just doing something complicated in more and more volume enables human beings who are trying to improve and are motivated by the incentives of capitalism to do it more and more efficiently. The very nature of things is that if you get a whole lot of volume through your operation, you get better at processing that volume. That's an enormous advantage, and it has a lot to do with which businesses succeed and fail. Let's go through a list, albeit an incomplete one, of possible advantages of scale. Some come from simple geometry. If you're building a great circular tank, obviously, as you build it bigger, the amount of steel you use in the surface goes up with the square, and the cubic volume goes up with the cube. So as you increase the dimensions, you can hold a lot more volume per unit area of steel. There are all kinds of things like that where the simple geometry, the simple reality, gives you an advantage of scale. For example, you can get advantages of scale from TV advertising. When TV advertising first arrived, when talking color pictures first came into our living rooms, it was an unbelievably powerful thing. And in the early days, we had 3 networks that had whatever it was, say, 90% of the audience. Well, if you were Procter & Gamble, you could afford to use this new method of advertising. You could afford the very expensive cost of network television because you were selling so damn many cans and bottles. Some little guy couldn't. And there was no way of buying it in part, therefore he couldn't use it. In effect, if you didn't have a big volume, you couldn't use network TV advertising, which was the most effective technique. So when TV came in, the branded companies that were already big got a huge tailwind. Indeed, they prospered and prospered and prospered until some of them got fat and foolish, which happens with prosperity, at least to some people. And your advantage of scale can be an informational advantage. If I go to some remote place, I may see Wrigley chewing gum alongside Blotz's chewing gum. Well, I know that Wrigley is a satisfactory product, whereas I don't know anything about Blotz's. So if one is 40 cents and the other is 30 cents, am I going to take something I don't know and put it in my mouth, which is a pretty personal place, after all, for a lousy dime? So in effect, Wrigley, simply by being so well known, has advantages of scale, what you might call an informational advantage. Another advantage of scale comes from psychology. Psychologists use the term social proof. We are all influenced, subconsciously and to some extent consciously, by what we see others do and approve. Therefore, if everybody's buying something, we think it's better. We don't like to be the one guy who's out of step. Again, some of this is at a subconscious level and some of it isn't. Sometimes we consciously and rationally think, gee, I don't know much about this. They know more than I do. Therefore, why shouldn't I follow them? The social proof phenomenon, which comes right out of psychology, gives huge advantages to scale. For example, with very wide distribution, which of course is hard to get. One advantage of Coca-Cola is that it's available almost everywhere in the world. Well, suppose you have a little soft drink. Exactly how do you make it available all over the earth? The worldwide distribution setup, which is slowly won by a big enterprise, gets to be a huge advantage. And if you think about it, once you get enough advantages of that type, it can become very hard for anybody to dislodge you. There's another kind of advantage to scale. In some businesses, the very nature of things is to sort of cascade toward the overwhelming dominance of one firm. The most obvious one is daily newspapers. There's practically no city left in the United States, aside from a few very big ones, where there's more than one daily newspaper. And again, that's a scale thing. Once I get most of the circulation, I get most of the advertising. And once I get most of the advertising and circulation, why would anyone want the thinner paper with less information in it? So it tends to cascade to a winner-take-all situation. And that's a separate form of the advantages of scale phenomenon. Similarly, all these huge advantages of scale allow greater specialization within the firm. Therefore, each person can be better at what he does. And these advantages of scale are so great, for example, that when Jack Welch came into General Electric, he just said, to hell with it. We're either going to be number one or number two in every field we're in, or we're going to be out. I don't care how many people I have to fire and what I have to sell. We're going to be number one or number two or out. That was a very tough-minded thing to do, but I think it was a very correct decision if you're thinking about maximizing shareholder wealth. And I don't think it's a bad thing to do for a civilization either, because I think that General Electric is stronger for having Jack Welch there. And there are also disadvantages of scale. For example, we, by which I mean Berkshire Hathaway, are the largest shareholder in Capital Cities ABC. And we had trade publications there that got murdered, where our competitors beat us. And the way they beat us was by going to a narrower specialization. We'd have a travel magazine for business travel, so somebody would create one that was addressed solely at corporate travel departments. Like an ecosystem, we're getting a narrower and narrower specialization. Well, they got much more efficient. They could tell more to the guys who ran corporate travel departments. Plus, they didn't have to waste the ink and paper mailing out stuff that corporate travel departments weren't interested in reading. It was a more efficient system, and they beat our brains out as we relied on our broader magazine. That's what happened to the Saturday Evening Post and all those things. They're gone. What we have now is motocross, which is read by a bunch of nuts who like to participate in tournaments where they turn somersaults on their motorcycles, but they care about it. For them, it's the principal purpose of life. A magazine called Motocross is a total necessity to those people, and its profit margins would make you salivate. Just think of how narrow-cast that kind of publishing is. So occasionally, scaling down and intensifying gives you the big advantage. Bigger is not always better. The great defect of scale, of course, which makes the game interesting, so that the big people don't always win, is that as you get big, you get the bureaucracy. And with the bureaucracy comes the territoriality, which is again grounded in human nature. And the incentives are perverse. For example, if you worked for AT&T in my day, it was a great bureaucracy. Who in the hell was really thinking about the shareholder or anything else? And in a bureaucracy, you think the work is done when it goes out of your in-basket into somebody else's in-basket. But of course it isn't. It's not done until AT&T delivers what it's supposed to deliver. So you get big, fat, dumb, unmotivated bureaucracies. They also tend to become somewhat corrupt. In other words, if I've got a department and you've got a department and we kind of share power running this thing, there's sort of an unwritten rule. If you won't bother me, I won't bother you, and we're both happy. So you get layers of management and associated costs that nobody needs. Then, while people are justifying all these layers, it takes forever to get anything done. They're too slow to make decisions, and nimbler people run circles around them. The constant curse of scale is that it leads to big, dumb bureaucracy, which of course reaches its highest and worst form in government, where the incentives are really awful. That doesn't mean we don't need governments, because we do, but it's a terrible problem to get big bureaucracies to behave. So people go to stratagems. They create little decentralized units and fancy motivation and training programs. For example, for a big company, General Electric has fought bureaucracy with amazing skill, but that's because they have a combination of a genius and a fanatic running it. And they put him in young enough so he gets a long run. Of course, that's Jack Welch. But bureaucracy is terrible. And as things get very powerful and very big, you can get some really dysfunctional behavior. Look at Westinghouse. They blew billions of dollars on a bunch of dumb loans to real estate developers. They put in some guy who'd come up by some career path. I don't know exactly what it was, but it could have been refrigerators or something. And all of a sudden, he's loaning money to real estate developers building hotels. It's a very unequal contest. And in due time, they lost all those billions of dollars. CBS provides an interesting example of another rule of psychology, namely Pavlovian association. If people tell you what you really don't want to hear, what's unpleasant, there's an almost automatic reaction of antipathy. You have to train yourself out of it. It isn't foredestined that you have to be this way, but you will tend to be this way if you don't think about it. Television was dominated by one network, CBS, in its early days, and William S. Paley was a god, but he didn't like to hear what he didn't like to hear, and people soon learned that. So they told Paley only what he liked to hear. Therefore, he was soon living in a little cocoon of unreality, and everything else was corrupt, although it was a great business. So the idiocy that crept into the system was carried along by this huge tide. It was a Mad Hatter's Tea Party the last 10 years under Bill Paley. And that is not the only example by any means. You can get severe misfunction in the high ranks of business. And of course, if you're investing, it can make a hell of a lot of difference. If you take all the acquisitions that CBS made under Paley after the acquisition of the network itself, with all his dumb advisors, his investment bankers, management consultants, and so forth, who were getting paid very handsomely, it was absolutely terrible. So life is an everlasting battle between those two forces. To get these advantages of scale on one side, and a tendency to get a lot like the U.S. Department of Agriculture on the other side, where they just sit around and so forth. I don't know exactly what they do. However, I do know they do very little useful work. On the subject of the advantages of economies of scale, I find chain stores quite interesting. Just think about it. The concept of a chain store was a fascinating invention. You get this huge purchasing power, which means that you have lower merchandise costs. You get a whole bunch of little laboratories out there in which you can conduct experiments. And you get specialization. If one little guy is trying to buy across 27 different merchandise categories influenced by traveling salesmen, he's going to make a lot of dumb decisions. But if your buying is done in headquarters for a huge bunch of stores, you can get very bright people who know a lot about refrigerators and so forth to do the buying. The reverse is demonstrated by the little store, where one guy is doing all the buying. It's like the old story about the little store with salt all over its walls. A stranger comes in and says to the store owner, "You must sell a lot of salt." And he replies, "No, I don't, but you should see the guy who sells me salt." So there are huge purchasing advantages. And then there are the slick systems of forcing everyone to do what works. So a chain store can be a fantastic enterprise. It's quite interesting to think about Walmart starting from a single store in Arkansas against Sears Roebuck, with its name, reputation, and all its billions. How does a guy in Bentonville, Arkansas, with no money, blow right by Sears Roebuck? And he does it in his own lifetime. In fact, during his own late lifetime, because he was already pretty old by the time he started out with one little store. He played the chain store game harder and better than anyone else. Sam Walton invented practically nothing, but he copied everything anybody else ever did that was smart. And he did it with more fanaticism and better employee manipulation, so he just blew right by them all. He also had a very interesting competitive strategy in the early days. He was like a prize fighter who wanted a great record so he could be in the finals and make a big TV hit. So what did he do? He went out and fought 42 palookas, right? And the result was knockout, 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 42 times. Walton, being as shrewd as he was, basically broke other small-town merchants in the early days. With his more efficient system, he might not have been able to tackle some titan head-on at the time, but with his better system, he could sure as hell destroy those small-town merchants. And he went around doing it time after time after time. Then, as he got bigger, he started destroying the big boys. Well, that was a very, very shrewd strategy. You can say, is this a nice way to behave? Well, capitalism is a pretty brutal place. But I personally think that the world is better for having Walmart. I mean, you can idealize small-town life, but I've spent a fair amount of time in small towns. And let me tell you, you shouldn't get too idealistic about all those businesses he destroyed. Plus, a lot of people who work at Walmart are very high-grade, bouncy people who are raising nice children. I have no feeling that an inferior culture destroyed a superior culture. I think that is nothing more than nostalgia and delusion. But at any rate, it's an interesting model of how the scale of things and fanaticism combine to be very powerful. And it's also an interesting model on the other side. How, with all its great advantages, the disadvantages of bureaucracy did such terrible damage to Sears Roebuck. Sears had layers and layers of people it didn't need. It was very bureaucratic. It was slow to think. And there was an established way of thinking. If you poked your head up with a new thought, the system kind of turned against you. It was everything in the way of a dysfunctional big bureaucracy that you would expect. In all fairness, there was also much that was good about it, but it just wasn't as lean and mean and shrewd and effective as Sam Walton. And in due time, all Sears's advantages of scale were not enough to prevent it from losing heavily to Walmart and other similar retailers. Here's a model that we've had trouble with. Maybe you'll be able to figure it out better. Many markets get down to 2 or 3 big competitors, or 5 or 6. And in some of those markets, nobody makes any money to speak of, but in others, everybody does very well. Over the years, we've tried to figure out why the competition in some markets gets sort of rational from the investor's point of view, so that the shareholders do well, while in other markets there's destructive competition that destroys shareholder wealth. If it's a pure commodity like airline seats, you can understand why no one makes any money. As we sit here, just think of what airlines have given to the world. Safe travel, greater experience, time with your loved ones, you name it. Yet the net amount of money that's been made by the shareholders of airlines since Kitty Hawk is now a negative figure. A substantial negative figure. Competition was so intense that once it was unleashed by deregulation, it ravaged shareholder wealth in the airline business. Yet in other fields, like cereals, for example, almost all the big boys make out. If you're some kind of a medium-grade cereal maker, you might get 15% on your capital, and if you're really good, you might make 40%. But why are cereals so profitable, despite the fact that it looks to me like they're competing like crazy with promotions, coupons, and everything else? I don't fully understand it. Obviously, there's a brand identity factor in cereals that doesn't exist in airlines. That must be the main factor that accounts for it. And maybe the cereal makers, by and large, have learned to be less crazy about fighting for market share. Because if you get even one person who's hell-bent on gaining market share, for example, if I were Kellogg and I decided that I had to have 60% of the market, I think I could take most of the profit out of cereals. I'd ruin Kellogg in the process, but I think I could do it. In some businesses, the participants behave like a demented Kellogg. In other businesses, they don't. Unfortunately, I do not have a perfect model for predicting how that's going to happen. For example, if you look around at bottler markets, you'll find many markets where bottlers of Pepsi and Coke both make a lot of money, and many others where they destroy most of the profitability of the two franchises. That must get down to the peculiarities of individual adjustment to market capitalism. I think you'd have to know the people involved to fully understand what was happening. In microeconomics, of course, you've got the concept of patents, trademarks, exclusive franchises, and so forth. Patents are quite interesting. When I was young, I think more money went into patents than came out. Judges tended to throw them out based on arguments about what was really invented and what relied on prior art. That isn't altogether clear, but they changed that. They didn't change the laws, they just changed the administration, so that it all goes to one patent court. And that court is now very much more pro-patent. So I think people are now starting to make a lot of money out of owning patents. Trademarks, of course, have always made people a lot of money. The trademark system is a wonderful thing for a big operation if it's well known. The exclusive franchise can also be wonderful. If there were only 3 television channels awarded in a big city and you owned one of them, there were only so many hours a day that you could be on. So you had a natural position in an oligopoly in the pre-cable days. And if you get the franchise for the only food stand in an airport, you have a captive clientele and you have a small monopoly of a sort. The great lesson in microeconomics is to discriminate between when technology is going to help you and when it's going to kill you. And most people do not get this straight in their heads. But a fellow like Buffett does. For example, when we were in the textile business, which is a terrible commodity business, we were making low-end textiles, which are a real commodity product. And one day the people came to Warren and said, they've invented a new loom that we think will do twice as much work as our old ones. And Warren said, gee, I hope this doesn't work, because if it does, I'm going to close the mill. And he meant it. What was he thinking? He was thinking, it's a lousy business. We're earning substandard returns and keeping it open just to be nice to the elderly workers. But we're not going to put huge amounts of new capital into a lousy business. And he knew that the huge productivity increases that would come from a better machine introduced into the production of a commodity product would all go to the benefit of the buyers of the textiles. Nothing was going to stick to our ribs as owners. That's such an obvious concept. But there are all kinds of wonderful new inventions that give you nothing as owners except the opportunity to spend a lot more money in a business that's still going to be lousy. The money still won't come to you. All of the advantages from great improvements are going to flow through to the customers. Conversely, if you own the only newspaper in Oshkosh and they were to invent more efficient ways of composing the whole newspaper, then when you got rid of the old technology and got new fancy computers and so forth, all of the savings would come right through to the bottom line. In all cases, the people who sell the machinery, and by and large even the internal bureaucrats urging you to buy the equipment, show you projections with the amount you'll save at current prices with the new technology. However, they don't do the second step of the analysis, which is to determine how much is going to stay home and how much is just going to go
Thing is
through
too
the customer.
hard.
I've never seen a single projection incorporating that second step in my life. And I see them all the time. Rather, they always read, this capital outlay will save you so much money that it will pay for itself in 3 years. So you keep buying things that will pay for themselves in 3 years. And after 20 years of doing it, somehow you've earned a return of only about 4% per annum. That's the textile business. And it isn't that the machines weren't better, it's just that the savings didn't go to you. The cost reductions came through, all right, but the benefit of the cost reductions didn't go to the guy who bought the equipment. It's such a simple idea, it's so basic, and yet it's so often forgotten. Then there's another model for microeconomics that I find very interesting. When technology moves as fast as a civilization like ours, you have a phenomenon that I call competitive destruction. You know, you have the fine house, this little horseless carriage. And before too many years go by, your buggy whip business is dead. You either get into a different business or you're dead, you're destroyed. It happens again and again and again. And when these new businesses come in, there are huge advantages for the early birds. When you're an early bird, there's a model that I call surfing. When a surfer gets up and catches the wave and just stays there, he can go a long, long time. But if he gets off the wave, he becomes mired in shallows. But people get the long runs when they're right on the edge of the wave, whether it's Microsoft or Intel or all kinds of people, including National Cash Register in the early days. The cash register was one of the great contributions to civilization. It's a wonderful story. John Henry Patterson was a small retail merchant who didn't make any money. One day, somebody sold him a crude cash register, which he put into his retail operation. And it instantly changed from losing money to earning a profit, because it made it so much harder for the employees to steal. But Patterson, having the kind of mind that he didn't think, oh, good for my retail business. He thought, I'm going into the cash register business. And of course, he created National Cash Register, and he surfed. He got the best distribution system, the biggest collection of patents, and the best of everything. He was a fanatic about everything important as the technology developed. I have in my files an early National Cash Register Company report in which Patterson described his methods and objectives. And a well-educated orangutan could see that buying into a partnership with Patterson in those early days, given his notions about the cash register business, was a total 100% cinch. And of course, that's exactly what an investor should be looking for. In a long life, you can expect to profit heavily from at least a few of those opportunities if you develop the wisdom and will to seize them. At any rate, surfing is a very powerful model. However, Berkshire Hathaway, by and large, does not invest in these people who are surfing on complicated technology. After all, we're cranky and idiosyncratic, as you may have noticed. And Warren and I don't feel like we have any great advantage in the high-tech sector. In fact, we feel like we're at a big disadvantage in trying to understand the nature of technical developments in software, computer chips, or what have you. So we tend to avoid that stuff based on our personal inadequacies. Again, that is a very, very powerful idea. Every person is going to have a circle of competence, and it's going to be very hard to enlarge that circle. If I had to make my living as a musician, I can't even think of a level low enough to describe where I would be sorted out to if music were the measuring standard of the civilization. So you have to figure out what your own aptitudes are. If you play games where other people have the aptitudes and you don't, you're going to lose. And that's as close to certain as any prediction you can make. You have to figure out where you've got an edge, and you've got to play within your own circle of competence. If you want to be the best tennis player in the world, you may start out trying and soon find out that it's hopeless, that other people blow right by you. However, if you want to become the best plumbing contractor in Bemidji, that is probably doable by 2/3 of you. It takes a will, it takes the intelligence. But after a while, you gradually know all about the plumbing business in Bemidji and master the art. That is an attainable objective, given enough discipline, and people who could never win a chess tournament or stand in center court in a respectable tennis tournament can rise quite high in life by slowly developing a circle of competence, which results partly from what they were born with and partly from what they slowly develop through work. So some edges can be acquired, and the game of life, to some extent for most of us, is trying to be something like a good plumbing contractor in Bemidji. Very few of us are chosen to win the world's chess tournaments. Some of you may find opportunities surfing along in the new high-tech fields, the Intels, the Microsofts, and so on. The fact that we don't think we're very good at it and have pretty well stayed out of it doesn't mean that it's irrational for you to do it. Well, so much for the basic microeconomic models, a little bit of psychology, a little bit of mathematics, helping create what I call the general substructure of worldly wisdom. Now, if you want to go on from carrots to dessert, I'll turn to stock picking, trying to draw on this general worldly wisdom as we go. I don't want to get into emerging markets, bond arbitrage, and so forth. I'm talking about nothing but plain vanilla stock picking. That, believe me, is complicated enough, and I'm talking about common stock picking. The first question is, what is the nature of the stock market? And that gets you directly to this efficient market theory that got to be the rage, the total rage, long after I graduated from law school. And it's rather interesting because one of the greatest economists of the world is a substantial shareholder
你都不知道我在做什么东
and
西。
has been from the very early days after Buffett was in control. His textbook always thought that the stock market was perfectly efficient and that nobody could beat it. But his own money went into Berkshire and made him wealthy. So, like Pascal in his famous wager, he hedged his bet. Is the stock market so efficient that people can't beat it? Well, the efficient market theory is obviously roughly right, meaning that markets are quite efficient and it's quite hard for anybody to beat the market by significant margins as a stock picker by just being intelligent and working in a disciplined way. Indeed, the average result has to be the average result. By definition, everybody can't beat the market. As I always say, the iron rule of life is that only 20% of the people can be in the top 5. That's just the way it is. So the answer is that it's partly efficient and partly inefficient. And by the way, I have a name for people who went to the extreme efficient market theory, which is bonkers. It was an intellectually consistent theory that enabled them to do pretty mathematics, so I understand its seductiveness to people with large mathematical gifts. It just had a difficulty in that the fundamental assumption did not tie properly to reality. Again, to the man with a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. If you're good at manipulating higher mathematics in a consistent way, why not make an assumption that enables you to use your tool? The model I like, to sort of simplify the notion of what goes on in the market for common stocks, is the parimutuel system at the racetrack. If you stop to think about it, a parimutuel system is a market. Everybody goes there and bets, and the odds change based on what's bet. That's what happens in the stock market. Any damn fool can see that a horse carrying a light weight with a wonderful win rate and good post position, etc., is way more likely to win than a horse with a terrible record and extra weight and so on and so on. But if you look at the damn odds, the bad horse pays 100 to 1, whereas the good horse pays 3 to 2. Then it's not clear which is statistically the best bet using the mathematics of Fermat and Pascal. The prices have changed in such a way that it's very hard to beat the system, and then the track is taking 17% off the top. So not only do you have to outwit all the other bettors, but you've got to outwit them by such a big margin that on average you can afford to take 17% of your gross bets off the top and give it to the house before the rest of your money can be put to work. Given those mathematics, is it possible to beat the horses using only one's intelligence? Intelligence should give some edge, because lots of people who don't know anything go out and bet lucky numbers and so forth. Therefore, somebody who really thinks about nothing but horse performance and is shrewd and mathematical could have a very considerable edge in the absence of the frictional cost caused by the house take. Unfortunately, what a shrewd horse player's edge does in most cases is to reduce his average loss over a season of betting from the 17% that he would lose if he got the average result to maybe 10%. However, there are actually a few people who can beat the game after paying the full 17%. I used to play poker when I was young with a guy who made a substantial living doing nothing but betting on harness races. Now, harness racing is a relatively inefficient market. You don't have the depth of intelligence betting on harness races that you do on regular races. What my poker pal would do was to think about harness races as his main profession, and he would bet only occasionally when he saw some mispriced bet available, and by doing that, after paying the full handle to the house, which I presume was around 17%, he made a substantial living. You have to say that's rare. However, the market was not perfectly efficient, and if it weren't for that big 17% handle, lots of people would regularly be beating lots of other people at the horse races. It's efficient, yes, but it's not perfectly efficient. And with enough shrewdness and fanaticism, some people will get better results than others. The stock market is the same way, except that the house handle is so much lower. If you take transaction costs, the spread between the bid and the ask plus the commissions, and if you don't trade too actively, you're talking about fairly low transaction costs. So with enough fanaticism and enough discipline, some of the shrewd people are going to get way better results than average in the nature of things. It is not a bit easy, and of course 50% will end up in the bottom half, and 70% will end up in the bottom 70%. But some people will have an advantage, and in a fairly low transaction cost operation, they will get better than average results in stock picking. How do you get to be one of those who is a winner, in a relative sense, instead of a loser? Here again, look at the parimutuel system. I had dinner last night by absolute accident with the president of Santa Anita. He says that there are 2 or 3 bettors who have a credit arrangement with the track now that they have off-track betting, who are actually beating the house. The track is sending money out net after the full handle, a lot of it to Las Vegas, by the way, to people who are actually winning slightly net after paying the full handle. They're that shrewd about something with as much unpredictability as horse racing. It's not given to human beings to have such talent that they can just know everything about everything all the time. But it is given to human beings who work hard at it, who look and sift the world for a mispriced bet, that they can occasionally find one. And the wise ones bet heavily when the world offers them that opportunity. They bet big when they have the odds, and the rest of the time they don't. It's just that simple. That is a very simple concept, and to me it's obviously right, based on experience not only from the parimutuel system, but everywhere else. And yet in investment management, practically nobody operates that way. We operate that way. I'm talking about Buffett and Munger. And we're not alone in the world, but a huge majority of people have some other crazy construct in their heads. And instead of waiting for a near cinch and loading up, they apparently ascribe to the theory that if they work a little harder or hire more business school students, they'll come to know everything about everything all the time. To me, that's totally insane. How many insights do you need? Well, I'd argue that you don't need many in a lifetime. If you look at Berkshire Hathaway and all of its accumulated billions, the top 10 insights account for most of it. And that's with a very brilliant man, Warren's a lot more able than I am and very disciplined, devoting his lifetime to it. I don't mean to say that he's only had 10 insights. I'm just saying that most of the money came from 10 insights. So you can get very remarkable investment results if you think more like a winning parimutuel player. Just think of it as a heavy odds against game full of bullshit and craziness, with an occasional mispriced something or other. And you're probably not going to be smart enough to find thousands in a lifetime. And when you get a few, you really load up. It's just that simple. When Warren lectures at business schools, he says, I could improve your ultimate financial welfare by giving you a ticket with only 20 slots in it, so that you had 20 punches, representing all the investments that you got to make in a lifetime. And once you punched through the card, you couldn't make any more investments at all. He says, under those rules, you'd really think carefully about what you did, and you'd be forced to load up on what you'd really thought about. So you'd do so much better. Again, this is a concept that seems perfectly obvious to me, and to Warren it seems perfectly obvious, but this is one of the very few business classes in the United States where anybody will be saying so. It just isn't the conventional wisdom. To me, it's obvious that the winner has to bet very selectively. It's been obvious to me since very early in life. I don't know why it's not obvious to very many other people. I think the reason why we got into such idiocy in investment management is best illustrated by a story that I tell about the guy who sold fishing tackle. I asked him, my God, they're purple and green. Do fish really take these lures? And he said, mister, I don't sell the fish. Investment managers are in the position of that fishing tackle salesman. They're like the guy who was selling salt to the guy who already had too much salt. And as long as the guy will buy salt, why, they'll sell salt. But that isn't what ordinarily works for the buyer of investment advice. If you invested Berkshire Hathaway style, it would be hard to get paid as an investment manager as well as they're currently paid, because you'd be holding a block of Walmart and a block of Coca-Cola and a block of something else. You'd be sitting on your ass. and the client would be getting rich. And after a while, the client would think, why am I paying this guy 0.5% a year on my wonderful passive holdings? So what makes sense for the investor is different from what makes sense for the manager. And as usual in human affairs, what determines the behavior are incentives for the decision maker, and getting the incentives right is a very, very important lesson. From all businesses, my favorite case on incentives is Federal Express. The heart and soul of its system, which creates the integrity of the product, is having all its airplanes come to one place in the middle of the night and shipped all the packages from plane to plane. If there are delays, the whole operation can't deliver a product full of integrity to Federal Express customers. And it was always screwed up. They could never get it done on time. They tried everything, moral suasion, threats, you name it, and nothing worked. Finally, somebody got the idea to pay all these people not so much an hour, but so much a shift, and when it's all done, they can all go home. Well, their problem's cleared up overnight. So getting the incentives right is a very, very important lesson. It was not obvious to Federal Express what the solution was, but maybe now it will hereafter more often be obvious to you. All right, we've now recognized that the market is efficient as a pari-mutuel system is efficient, with the favorite more likely than the long shot to do well in racing, but not necessarily give any betting advantage to those who bet on the favorite. In the stock market, some railroad that's beset by better competitors and tough unions may be available at 1/3 of its book value. In contrast, IBM in its heyday might be selling at 6 times book value. So it's just like the pari-mutuel system. Any damn fool could plainly see that IBM had better business prospects than the railroad, but once you put the price into the formula, it wasn't so clear anymore what was going to work best for a buyer choosing between the stocks. So it's a lot like a pari-mutuel system, and therefore it gets very hard to beat. What style should the investor use as a picker of common stocks in order to try to beat the market? In other words, to get an above-average long-term result. The standard technique that appeals to a lot of people is called sector rotation. You simply figure out when oils are going to outperform retailers, etc., etc., etc. You just kind of flit around being in the hot sector of the market, making better choices than other people. And presumably, over a long period of time, you get ahead. However, I know of no really rich sector rotator. Maybe some people can do it. I'm not saying they can't. All I know is that all the people I know who got rich, and I know a lot of them, did not do it that way. The second basic approach is the one that Ben Graham used, much admired by Warren and me. As one factor, Graham had this concept of value to a private owner, what the whole enterprise would sell for if it were available. And that was calculable in many cases. Then, if you could take the stock price and multiply it by the number of shares and get something that was 1/3 or less of sellout value, he would say that you've got a lot of edge going for you. Even with an elderly alcoholic running a stodgy business, this significant excess of real value per share working for you means that all kinds of good things can happen to you. You had a huge margin of safety, as he put it, by having this big excess value going for you. But he was, by and large, operating when the world was in shell shock from the 1930s, which was the worst contraction in the English-speaking world in about 600 years. Wheat in Liverpool, I believe, got down to something like a 600-year low, adjusted for inflation. People were so shell-shocked for a long time thereafter that Ben Graham could run his Geiger counter over this detritus from the collapse of the 1930s and find things selling below their working capital per share, and so on. And in those days, working capital actually belonged to the shareholders. If the employees were no longer useful, you just sacked them all, took the working capital, and stuck it in the owner's pockets. That was the way capitalism then worked. Nowadays, of course, the accounting is not realistic, because the minute the business starts contracting, significant assets are not there. Under social norms and the new legal rules of the civilization, so much is owed to the employees that the minute the enterprise goes into reverse, some of the assets on the balance sheet aren't there anymore. Now, that might not be true if you run a little auto dealership yourself. You may be able to run it in a way that there's no health plan and this and that, so that if the business gets lousy, you can take your working capital and go home. But IBM can't, or at least didn't. Just look at what disappeared from its balance sheet when it decided that it had to change size, both because the world had changed technologically and because its market position had deteriorated. And in terms of blowing it, IBM is some example. Those were brilliant, disciplined people. But there was enough turmoil and technological change that IBM got bounced off the wave after surfing successfully for 60 years. And that was some collapse, an object lesson in the difficulties of technology, and one of the reasons why Buffett and Munger don't like technology very much. We don't think we're any good at it, and strange things can happen. At any rate, the trouble with what I call the classic Ben Graham concept is that gradually the world wised up, and those real obvious bargains disappeared. You could run your Geiger counter over the rubble, and it wouldn't click. But such is the nature of people who have a hammer, to whom, as I mentioned, every problem looks like a nail, that the Ben Graham followers responded by changing the calibration on their Geiger counters. In effect, they started defining a bargain in a different way, and they kept changing the definition so that they could keep doing what they'd always done, and it still worked pretty well. So the Ben Graham intellectual system was a very good one. Of course, the best part of it all was his concept of Mr. Market. Instead of thinking the market was efficient, Graham treated it as a manic depressive who comes by every day. And some days Mr. Market says, I'll sell you some of my interest for way less than you think it's worth. And other days he comes by and says, I'll buy your interest at a price that's way higher than you think it's worth. And you get the option of deciding whether you want to buy more, sell part of what you already have, or do nothing at all. To Graham, it was a blessing to be in business with a manic depressive who gave you this series of options all the time. That was a very significant mental construct. And it's been very useful to Buffett, for instance, over his whole adult lifetime. However, if we'd stayed with classic Graham the way Ben Graham did it, we would never have had the record we had. And that's because Graham wasn't trying to do what we did. For example, Graham didn't want to ever talk to management. And his reason was that, like the best sort of professor aiming his teaching at a mass audience, he was trying to invent a system that anybody could use. And he didn't feel that the man in the street could run around and talk to management and learn things. He also had a concept that management would often couch the information very shrewdly to mislead. Therefore, it was very difficult. And that is still true, of course, human nature being what it is. And so, having started out as Grahamites, which, by the way, worked fine, we gradually got what I would call better insights. And we realized that some company that was selling at 2 or 3 times book value could still be a hell of a bargain because of momentum's implicit in its position, sometimes combined with an unusual managerial skill plainly present in some individual or other or some system or other. And once we'd gotten over the hurdle of recognizing that a thing could be a bargain based on quantitative measures that would have horrified Graham, we started thinking about better businesses. And by the way, the bulk of the billions in Berkshire Hathaway have come from the better businesses. Much of the first $200 or $300 million came from scrambling around with our Geiger counter. But the great bulk of the money has come from the great businesses. And even some of the early money was made by being temporarily present in great businesses. Buffett Partnership, for example, owned American Express and Disney when they got pounded down. Most investment managers are in a game where the clients expect them to know a lot about a lot of things. We don't have any clients who could fire us at Berkshire Hathaway, so we don't have to be governed by any such construct. And we came to this notion of finding a mispriced bet and loading up when we were very confident that we were right. So we're way less diversified, and I think our system is miles better. However, in all fairness, I don't think a lot of money managers could successfully sell their services if they used our system. But if you're investing for 40 years in some pension fund, what difference does it make if the path from start to finish is a little more bumpy or a little different than everybody else's, so long as it's all going to work out well in the end? So what if there's a little extra volatility? In investment management today, everybody wants not only to win, but to have the path never diverge very much from a standard path, except on the upside. Well, that is a very artificial, crazy construct. That is really hobbling yourself. Now, investment managers would say, we have to be that way, that's how we're measured. And they may be right in terms of the way the business is now constructed, but from the viewpoint of a rational consumer, the whole system's bonkers and draws a lot of talented people into socially useless activity. And the Berkshire system is not bonkers. It's so damned elementary that even bright people are going to have limited, really valuable insights in a very competitive world when they're fighting against other very bright, hardworking people. And it makes sense to load up on the very few good insights you have instead of pretending to know everything about everything at all times. You're much more likely to do well if you start out to do something feasible instead of something that isn't feasible. Isn't that perfectly obvious? How many of you have 56 brilliant insights in which you have equal confidence? Raise your hands, please. How many of you have 2 or 3 insights that you have some confidence in? I rest my case. We've really made the money out of high-quality businesses. In some cases, we bought the whole business, and in some cases, we just bought a big block of stock. But when you analyze what happened, the big money's been made in the high-quality businesses, and most of the other people who've made a lot of money have done so in high-quality businesses. I'd say that Berkshire Hathaway's system is adapting to the nature of the investment problem as it really is. Over the long term, it's hard for a stock to earn a much better return than the business that underlies it earns. If the business earns 6% on capital over 40 years, and you hold it for that 40 years, you're not going to make much different than a 6% return, even if you originally buy it at a huge discount. Conversely, if a business earns 18% on capital over 20 or 30 years, even if you pay an expensive-looking price, you'll end up with one hell of a result. So the trick is getting into better businesses, and that involves all of these advantages of scale that you could consider momentum effects. How do you get into these great companies? One method is what I call the method of finding them small. Get them when they're little. For example, buy Walmart when Sam Walton first goes public, and so forth. A lot of people try to do just that, and it's a very beguiling idea. If I were a young man, I might actually go into it, but it doesn't work for Berkshire Hathaway anymore because we've got too much money. We can't find anything that fits our size parameter that way. Besides, we're set in our ways, but I regard finding them small as a perfectly intelligent approach for somebody to try with discipline. It's just not something that I've done. Finding them big, obviously, is very hard because of the competition. So far, Berkshire's managed to do it, but can we continue to do it? What's the next Coca-Cola investment for us? Well, the answer to that is I don't know. I think it gets harder for us all the time. And ideally, and we've done this a lot, you get into a great business that also has a great manager because management matters. For example, it's made a hell of a difference to General Electric that Jack Welch came in instead of the guy who took over Westinghouse. One hell of a difference. So management matters too. And some of it is predictable. I do not think it takes a genius to understand that Jack Welch was a more insightful person and a better manager than his peers in other companies. Nor do I think it took tremendous genius to understand that Disney had basic momentums in place that are very powerful, and that Michael Eisner and Frank Wells were very unusual managers. So you do get an occasional opportunity to get into a wonderful business that's being run by a wonderful manager. And of course, that's hog heaven day. If you don't load up when you get those opportunities, it's a big mistake. Occasionally you'll find a human being who's so talented that he can do things that ordinary skilled mortals can't. I would argue that Simon Marx, who was second generation in Marks and Spencer of England, was such a man. Patterson was such a man at National Cash Register, and Sam Walton was such a man. These people do come along, and in many cases, they're not all that hard to identify. If they've got a reasonable hand, with the fanaticism and intelligence and so on that these people generally bring to the party, then management can matter very much. However, averaged out, betting on the quality of a business is better than betting on the quality of management. In other words, if you have to choose one, bet on the business more, not the brilliance of the manager. But very rarely you find a manager who's so good that you're wise to follow him into what looks like a mediocre business. Another very simple effect I very seldom see discussed either by investment managers or anybody else is the effect of taxes. If you're going to buy something that compounds for 30 years at 15% per annum and you pay 135% tax at the very end, the way that works out is that after taxes, you keep 13.3% per annum. In contrast, if you bought the same investment but had to pay taxes every year of 35% out of 15% that you earned, then your return would be 15% minus 35% of 15%, or only 9.75% per year compounded. So the difference there is over 3.5%. And what 3.5% does to the numbers over long holding periods like 30 years is truly eye-opening. If you sit on your ass for long, long stretches in great companies, you can get a huge edge from nothing but the way income taxes work. Even with a 10% per annum investment, paying a 35% tax at the end gives you 8.3% after taxes as an annual compounded result after 30 years. In contrast, if you pay the 35% each year instead of at the end, your annual result goes down to 6.5%. So you add nearly 2% of after-tax return per annum if you only achieve an average return by historical standards from common stock investments in companies with low ratios. But in terms of business mistakes that I've seen over a long lifetime, I would say that trying to minimize taxes too much is one of the great standard causes of really dumb mistakes. I see terrible mistakes from people being overly motivated by tax considerations. Warren and I personally don't drill oil wells, we pay our taxes, and we've done pretty well so far. Anytime somebody offers you a tax shelter from here on in life, my advice would be don't buy it. In fact, anytime anybody offers you anything with a big commission and a 200-page prospectus, don't buy it. Occasionally you'll be wrong if you adopt Munger's rule. However, over a lifetime, you'll be a long way ahead, and you will miss a lot of unhappy experiences that might otherwise reduce your love for your fellow man. There are huge advantages for an individual to get into a position where you make a few great investments and just sit on your ass. You're paying less to brokers. You're listening to less nonsense. And if it works, the governmental tax system gives you an extra 1, 2, or 3 percentage points per annum compounded. And you think that most of you are going to get that much advantage by hiring investment counselors and paying them 1% to run around incurring a lot of taxes on your behalf? Lots of luck. Are there any dangers in this philosophy? Yes. Everything in life has dangers. Since it's so obvious that investing in great companies works, it gets horribly overdone from time to time. In the nifty 50 days, everybody could tell which companies were the great ones. So they got up to 50, 60, and 70 times earnings. And just as IBM fell off the wave, other companies did too. Thus, a large investment disaster resulted from too high prices. And you've got to be aware of that danger, so there are risks. Nothing is automatic and easy. But if you can find some fairly priced, great company and buy it and sit, that tends to work out very, very well indeed, especially for an individual. Within the growth stock model, there's a sub-position. There are actually businesses that you will find a few times in a lifetime where any manager could raise the return enormously just by raising prices, and yet they haven't done it. So they have huge untapped pricing power that they're not using. That is the ultimate no-brainer. That existed in Disney. It's such a unique experience to take your grandchild to Disneyland. You're not doing it that often. And there are lots of people in the country. And Disney found that it could raise those prices a lot and the attendance stayed right up. So a lot of the great record of Eisner and Wells was utter brilliance, but the rest came from just raising prices at Disneyland and Disney World and through video cassette sales of classic animated movies. At Berkshire Hathaway, Warren and I raised the prices of See's candies a little faster than others might have. And of course we invested in Coca-Cola, which had
你看已经做了。
and it also had brilliant management. So Roberto Gosueta and Donald Keogh could do much more than raise prices. It was terrific. You will get a few opportunities to profit from finding underpricing. There are actually people out there who don't price everything as high as the market will easily stand. And once you figure that out, it's like finding money in the street if you have the courage of your convictions. If you look at Berkshire's investments where a lot of the money's been made and you look for the models, you can see that we twice bought into 2 newspaper towns, which have since become 1 newspaper towns. So we made a bet to some extent. In one of those, the Washington Post, we bought it at about 20% of the value to a private owner. So we bought it on a Ben Graham style basis, at 1/5 of obvious value, and in addition, we faced a situation where you had both the top hand in a game that was clearly going to end up with one winner, and a management with a lot of integrity and intelligence. That one was a real dream. They're very high-class people, the Catherine Graham family. That's why it was a dream. Absolute damn dream. Of course, that came about back in 73, 74. That was almost like 1932. That was probably a once-in-40 years type denouement in the markets. That investment's up about 50 times over our cost. If I were you, I would count getting any investment in your lifetime quite as good as the Washington Post was in 73 and 74. Let me mention another model. Of course, Gillette and Coke made fairly low-priced items and have a tremendous marketing advantage all over the world. And in Gillette's case, they keep surfing along new technology, which is fairly simple by the standards of microchips. But it's hard for competitors to do it, so they've been able to stay constantly near the edge of improvements in shaving. There are whole countries where Gillette has more than 90% of the shaving market. Geico is a very interesting model. It's another one of the 100 or so models you ought to have in your head. I've had many friends in the sick business fix game over a long lifetime, and they practically all use the following formula. I call it the cancer surgery formula. They look at this mess and they figure out if there's anything sound left that can live on its own if they cut away everything else. And if they find anything sound, they just cut away everything else. Of course, if that doesn't work, they will. But it frequently does work. And Geico had a perfectly magnificent business, submerged in a mess but still working. Misled by success, Geico had done some foolish things. They got to thinking that because they were making a lot of money, they knew everything. And they suffered huge losses. All they had to do was cut out all the folly and go back to the perfectly wonderful business that was lying there. And when you think about it, that's a very simple model. And it's repeated over and over again. And in Geico's case, think about all the money we passively made. It was a wonderful business combined with a bunch of foolishness that could easily be cut out. And people were coming in who were temperamentally and intellectually designed, so they were going to cut it out. That is a model you want to look for. And you may find 1 or 2 or 3 in a long lifetime that are very good. And you may find 20 or 30 that are good enough to be quite useful. Finally, I'd like to talk once again about investment management. That is a funny business, because on a net basis, the whole investment management business together gives no value added to all buyers combined. That's the way it has to work. Of course, that isn't true of plumbing, and it isn't true of medicine. If you're going to make your careers in the investment management business, you face a very peculiar situation. And most investment managers handle it with psychological denial, just like a chiropractor. That is the standard method of handling the limitations of the investment management process. But if you want to live the best sort of life, I would urge each of you not to use the psychological denial mode. I think a select few, a small percentage of the investment managers, can deliver value added, but I don't think brilliance alone is enough to do it. I think that you have to have a little of this discipline of calling your shots and loading up if you want to maximize your chances of becoming one who provides above average real returns for clients over the long term. But I'm just talking about investment managers engaged in common stock picking. I am agnostic elsewhere. I think there may well be people who are so shrewd about currencies and this, that, and the other thing that they can achieve good long-term records operating on a pretty big scale in that way. But that doesn't happen to be my milieu. I'm talking about stock picking in American stocks. I think it's hard to provide a lot of value added to the investment management client, but it's not impossible. Talk 2 Revisited. As I reviewed Talk 2 in 2006, I thought it would be improved by adding 1. An attempt to explain the extreme investment success of Harvard and Yale in recent years, plus 2. A prediction about the outcomes for the many pools of capital that will now try to duplicate the past success of Harvard and Yale by copying or continuing their methods, plus 3. A brief comment about the implications for the efficient market hypothesis as demonstrated in a 2005 book, Fortune's Formula by William Poundstone. To me, it seems likely that as Harvard and Yale de-emphasized conventional unleveraged holding of diversified U.S. common stocks, their investment success was boosted by factors including the 4 described below. 1. By investing in LBO, leveraged buyout funds, Harvard and Yale introduced leverage into their results from owning interests in U.S. businesses. And the LBO fund structure gave them a way to make their leveraged business investments in a manner safer than is possible in a normal margin account, prone during panics to forced sales. Decent comparative results often followed in markets with tolerable general outcomes. And this happened even when net after cost results from investments in the LBO funds were no better than would have occurred through only slightly leveraged investment in an index of U.S. stocks. 2. In category after category, Harvard and Yale selected or directly employed investment managers who were way above average in ability, providing additional evidence that investment markets are not perfectly efficient and that some good investment results come from abnormal skill or other abnormal advantage. As one example, Harvard and Yale, by reason of their own prestige, were able to get into some of the most profitable high-tech venture capital funds not available to all other investors. These funds, using momentum provided by their own past success, had an opportunity advantage over less well-established venture capital operations in that the best entrepreneurs quite logically made early presentations to the best-regarded funds. 3. Harvard and Yale wisely and opportunistically imitated investment banking firms by going into several activities that were then non-traditional, like investing in distressed U.S. corporate bonds, and high-coupon foreign bonds, and leveraged fixed-income arbitrage, during a period when many good opportunities were available to skilled operators in the activities chosen. 4. Finally, the benefits that came to Harvard and Yale in recent years through leverage and unconventionality were often, of course, given a large tailwind by a happy combination of declining interest rates and rising price-earnings ratios for stocks. The extreme investment success of Harvard and Yale gives me both pleasure and pain. My pleasure comes from this demonstration that academic skill is often useful in worldly affairs. People like me who were attracted by academia yet have gone into business naturally respond to such worldly achievement, much like the many modern scientists who relish the example of Thales of Miletus. This scientist of antiquity made a large profit by leasing most of the olive presses in his area just before the occurrence of a particularly bountiful harvest. My pain comes from 1. Foreseeing a lot of future adversity for other worthy institutions, driven by envy and salesmen into enthusiastic imitation of Harvard and Yale, and 2. Disapproval of the conduct of many of the salesmen likely to succeed in pushing the imitation. Something similar to what I fear happened near the end of the high-tech bubble. At that time, envy of successful early-stage high-tech venture capital investors like Stanford, plus the dubious sales methods of many venture capitalists, caused about $90 billion to rush into low-quality, imitative early-stage ventures that by now may have created as much as $45 billion in net losses for late-coming investors. Moreover, Harvard and Yale may now need new displays of unconventional wisdom that are different from their last displays. It is quite counterintuitive to decrease that part of one's activity that has recently worked best, but this is often a good idea, and so also with reducing one's perception of one's needs, instead of increasing risks in an attempt to satisfy perceived needs. Talk 2 was made in 1994, about 12 years before this addendum was written. And during that 12 years, much useful thought and data collection has supported the idea that neither securities markets nor pari-mutuel betting systems of racetracks prevent some venturers from gaining highly satisfactory, way above average results through unusual skill. William Poundstone's book, Fortune's Formula, collects much of the modern evidence on this point in a highly entertaining way. Moreover, the book contains an account of the Lollapalooza investment record of Claude Shannon, pioneer scientist in information theory that makes Shannon's methods look much like those of Charlie Munger. Worldly wisdom updated. Human data.
没吃，你只叫我吃这
How do
个。
human born evaluate an acquisition candidate? We're light on financial yardsticks. We apply lots of subjective criteria. Can we trust management? Can it harm our reputation? What can go wrong? Do we understand the business? Does it require capital infusions to keep it going? What is the expected cash flow? We don't expect linear growth. Cyclicality is fine with us as long as the price is appropriate. What should a young person look for in a career? I have 3 basic rules. Meeting all 3 is nearly impossible, but you should try anyway. Don't sell anything you wouldn't buy yourself. Don't work for anyone you don't respect and admire. Work only with people you enjoy. I have been incredibly fortunate in my life. With Warren, I had all 3. What overall life advice do you have for young people? Spend each day trying to be a little wiser than you were when you woke up. Discharge your duties faithfully and well. Step by step you get ahead, but not necessarily in fast spurts. but you build discipline by preparing for fast spurts. Slug it out 1 inch at a time, day by day, and at the end of the day, if you live long enough, like most people, you will get out of life what you deserve. Life in its various passages can be hard, brutally hard. The 3 things I have found helpful in coping with its challenges are: have low expectations, have a sense of humor, surround yourself with the love of friends and family. Above all, live with change and adapt to it. If the world didn't change, I'd still have a 12 handicap. Talk 3. A lesson on elementary worldly wisdom as it relates to
跟你别做的东西差不多，这不会有很大的变化。
Stanford Law School. This talk was given in 1996 to the students of Professor William C. Lazier, who was the Nancy and Charles Munger Professor of Business at Stanford University Law School. Because this talk, published in Outstanding Investor Digest on December 29, 1997, and March 13, 1998, repeats many of the ideas and much of the language included in other talks, particularly practical thought about practical thought, your editor has abridged certain passages and added comments to maintain the logic and flow of the speech. Even with the abridgments, this talk includes many unique ideas, as well as familiar ones expressed in novel ways. What I'm going to try to do today is to extend the remarks I made 2 years ago at the USC Business School. You were assigned a transcript of my USC talk. There's nothing I said then that I wouldn't repeat today, but I want to amplify what I said then. It's perfectly clear that if Warren Buffett had never learned anything new after graduating from the Columbia Business School, Berkshire would be a pale shadow of its present self. Warren would have gotten rich because what he learned from Ben Graham at Columbia was enough to make anybody rich, but he wouldn't have the kind of enterprise Berkshire Hathaway is if he hadn't kept learning. How do you get worldly wisdom? What system do you use to rise into the tiny top percentage of the world in terms of having sort of an elementary, practical wisdom? I've long believed that a certain system, which almost any intelligent person can learn, works way better than the systems that most people use. As I said at the USC Business School, what you need is a latticework of mental models in your head. And you hang your actual experience and your vicarious experience that you get from reading and so forth on this latticework of powerful models. And with that system, things gradually get to fit together in a way that enhances cognition. Charlie discusses several of these specific mental models elaborated in other talks. Your assigned reading for today included the latest annual letters from Jack Welch and Warren Buffett relating to General Electric and Berkshire Hathaway, respectively. Jack Welch has a PhD in engineering, and Warren plainly could have gotten a PhD in any field he wanted to pursue. And both gentlemen are inveterate teachers. Worldly wisdom is quite academic when you get right down to it. Look at what General Electric has achieved, and for that matter, what Berkshire Hathaway has achieved. Of course, Warren had a professor and mentor, Ben Graham, for whom he had a great affection. Graham was so academic that when he graduated from Columbia, 3 different academic departments invited him into their PhD programs and asked him to start teaching immediately as part of the PhD program: literature, Greek and Latin classics, and mathematics. Graham had a very academic personality. I knew him. He was a lot like Adam Smith, very preoccupied, but very brilliant. He even looked like an academic, and he was a good one. And Graham, without ever really trying to maximize the gaining of wealth, died rich, even though he was always generous and spent 30 years teaching at Columbia and authored or co-authored the best textbooks in his field. So I would argue that academia has a lot to teach about worldly wisdom, and that the best academic values really work. Of course, when I urge a multidisciplinary approach, that you've got to have the main models from a broad array of disciplines, and you've got to use them all, I'm really asking you to ignore jurisdictional boundaries. And the world isn't organized that way. It discourages the jumping of jurisdictional boundaries. Big bureaucratic businesses discourage it. And of course, academia itself discourages it. All I can say there is that in that respect, academia is horribly wrong and dysfunctional. Some of the worst dysfunctions in businesses come from the fact that they balkanize reality into little individual departments with territoriality and turf protection and so forth. So if you want to be a good thinker, you must develop a mind that can jump the jurisdictional boundaries. You don't have to know it all. Just take in the best big ideas from all these disciplines. And that's not hard to do. I might try and demonstrate that point using the card game of contract bridge. Suppose you want to be good at declarer play in contract bridge. Well, you know the contract.
What is husband or
and you can count up the sure winners you have by laying down your high cards and your invincible trumps. But if you're a trick or two short, how are you going to get the other needed tricks? Well, there are only 6 or so different standard methods. You've got long suit establishment, you've got finesses, you've got throwing plays, you've got cross roughs, you've got squeezes, and you've got various ways of misleading the defense into making errors. So it's a very limited number of models. But if you only know 1 or 2 of those models, then you're going to be a horse's patoot in declarer play. Furthermore, these things interact. Therefore, you have to know how the models interact. Otherwise, you can't play the hand right. Similarly, I told you to think forward and backward. Well, great declarers in bridge think, how can I take the necessary winners? But they think it through backward, too. What could possibly go wrong that could cause me to have too many losers? Both methods of thinking are useful. So in the game of life, get the needed models into your head and think it through forward and backward. What works in bridge will work in life. The contract bridge is so out of vogue in your generation is a tragedy. China is way smarter than we are about bridge. They're teaching bridge in grade school now. And God knows the Chinese do well enough when introduced to capitalist civilization. If we compete with a bunch of people who really know how to play bridge when our people don't, it'll be just one more disadvantage we don't need. Since your academic structure by and large doesn't encourage minds jumping jurisdictional boundaries, you're at a disadvantage because, in that one sense, even though academia is very useful to you, you've been mistaught. My solution for you is one that I got at a very early age from the nursery. The story of the little red hen. The punchline, of course, is, then I'll do it myself, said the little red hen. So if your professors won't give you an appropriate multidisciplinary approach, if each wants to overuse his own models and underuse the important models in other disciplines, you can correct that folly yourself. Just because he's a horse's patoot, you don't have to be one too. You can reach out and grasp the model that better solves the overall problem. All you have to do is know it and develop the right mental habits. And it's kind of fun to sit there and outthink people who are way smarter than you because you've trained yourself to be more objective and multidisciplinary. Furthermore, there's a lot of money in it, as I can testify from my own personal experience. Charlie begins the Coca-Cola business case detailed in Talk 4, Practical Thought About Practical Thought, and discusses the importance of flavor. One of my favorite business stories comes from Hershey. They get their flavor because they make their cocoa butter in old stone grinders that they started with in the 1800s in Pennsylvania. And a little bit of the husk of the cocoa bean winds up in the chocolate. Therefore, they get that odd flavor that people like in Hershey's chocolate. Hershey knew enough when they wanted to expand into Canada to know they shouldn't change their winning flavor. Therefore, they copied their stone grinders. Well, it took them 5 years to duplicate their own flavor. As you can see, flavors can be quite tricky. Even today, there's a company called International Flavors and Fragrances. It's the only company I know that does something on which you can't get a copyright or a patent, but which nevertheless receives a permanent royalty. They managed to do that by helping companies develop flavors and aromas in their trademarked products, like shaving cream. The slight aroma of shaving cream is very important to consumption, so all of this stuff is terribly important. Continuing the Coca-Cola case study, Charlie explains how our understanding of graphic depictions of mathematical ideas are rooted in biology. My friend, Dr. Nat Myhrvold, who's the Chief Technology Officer at Microsoft, is bothered by this. He's a PhD physicist and knows a lot of math, and it disturbs him that biology could create a neural apparatus that could do automatic differential equations at fast speed, and yet everywhere he looks, people are total klutzes at dealing with ordinary probabilities and ordinary numbers. By the way, I think Myhrvold's wrong to be amazed by that. The so-called fitness landscape of our ancestors forced them to know how to throw spears, run around, turn corners, and what have you long before they had to think correctly like Myhrvold. So I don't think he should be so surprised. However, the difference is so extreme that I can understand how he finds it incongruous. At any rate, mankind invented a system to cope with the fact that we are so intrinsically lousy at manipulating numbers. It's called the graph. Oddly enough, it came out of the Middle Ages. It's the only intellectual invention of the monks during the Middle Ages I know of. The graph puts numbers in a form that looks like
no.
So it's using some of this primitive neural stuff in your system in a way that helps you understand it. So the value line graphs are very useful. The graph I've distributed is on log paper, which is based on the natural table of logarithms. And that's based on the elementary mathematics of compound interest, which is one of the most important models there is on Earth. So there's a reason why that graph is in that form. And if you draw a straight line through data points on a graph on log paper, it will tell you the rate at which compound interest is working for you. So these graphs are marvelously useful. I don't use value lines predictions because our system works better for us than theirs. In fact, a lot better. But I can't imagine not having their graphs and their data. It's a marvelous, marvelous problem.
不要再给我。
Charlie discusses the importance of trademarks to Coca-Cola's success and carries it over to a discussion of food products and Carnation. Now, when Carnation tried to make a deal for its trademark, there was this one guy who sold Carnation fish. So help me God, that was his trade name. Don't ask me why. And every time they'd say, we'll pay you $250,000, he'd say, I want $400,000. And then 4 years later, they'd say, we'll give you $1 million. And he'd say, I want $2 million. And they just kept doing that all the way through. They never did buy the trademark. At least they hadn't bought it the last time I looked. In the end, Carnation came to him sheep-facedly and said, we'd like to put our quality control inspectors into your fish plants to make sure that your fish are perfect, and we'll pay all the costs, which he quickly and smirkily allowed. So he got free quality control in his fish plants, courtesy of the Carnation Company. This history shows the enormous incentive you create if you give a guy a trademark. And this incentive is very useful to the wider civilization. As you see, Carnation got so that it was protecting products that it didn't even own. That sort of outcome is very, very desirable. So there are some very fundamental microeconomic reasons why even communist countries should protect trademarks. They don't all do it, but there are very powerful reasons why they should. And by and large, averaged out around the world, trademark protection has been pretty good. Charlie applies various mental models to Coca-Cola. However, if you don't have the basic models and the basic mental methods for dealing with the models, then all you can do is to sit there twiddling your thumbs as you look at the value line graph. But you don't have to twiddle your thumbs. You've got to learn 100 models and a few mental tricks and keep doing it all of your life. It's not that hard. And the beauty of it is that most people won't do it, partly because they've been miseducated. And I'm here trying to help you avoid some of the perils that might otherwise result from that miseducation. Okay, we've been through some of the general ideas in the search for worldly wisdom. And now I want to turn to something even more extreme and peculiar than the talk I've already given you. Of all the models that people ought to have in useful form and don't, perhaps the most important lie in the area of psychology. I recently had an instructive experience. I just returned from Hong Kong. I have a pal there who's a headmaster of one of the leading schools. He gave me this book called The Language Instinct, written by Steven Pinker. Well, Pinker is a semanticist professor who rose in the shadow of Noam Chomsky, Linguistics Institute professor at MIT, who is probably the greatest semanticist who ever lived. And Pinker says that human language ability is not just learned, it's deeply buried to a considerable extent in the genome. It's not in the genome of the other animals, including the chimpanzee, to any really useful extent. It's a gift that came to humans. And Pinker proves his point pretty well. Of course, Chomsky's already proven. You have to be pretty ignorant not to realize that a good deal of language ability is right there in the human genome. And even though you have to work like hell to improve it through education, you start with a big leg up in your genes. Pinker can't understand why Chomsky, who again is such a genius, takes the position that the jury's still out about why this ability is in the human genome. Pinker, in effect, says, like hell the jury is still out. The language instinct got into humans in exactly the same way that everything else got there, through Darwinian natural selection. Well, the junior professor is clearly right, and Chomsky's hesitation is a little daft. But if the junior professor and I are right, how has a genius like Chomsky made an obvious misjudgment? The answer is quite clear to me. Chomsky is passionately ideological. He is an extreme egalitarian leftist who happens to be a genius. And he's so smart that he realized that if he concedes this particular Darwinian point, the implications threaten his leftist ideology. So he naturally had his conclusion affected by his ideological bias. And that gets into another lesson in worldly wisdom. If ideology can screw up the head of Chomsky, imagine what it does to people like you and me. Ideology does some strange things and distorts cognition terribly. If you get a lot of heavy ideology young and then you start expressing it, you are really locking your brain into a very unfortunate pattern, and you are going to distort your general cognition. There's a very interesting history if you take Warren Buffett as an example of worldly wisdom. Warren adored his father, who was a wonderful man, but Warren's father was a very heavy ideologue, right-wing it happened to be, who hung around with other very heavy ideologues, right-wing naturally. Warren observed this as a kid, and he decided that ideology was dangerous and that he was going to stay a long way away from it, and he has throughout his whole life. That has enormously helped the accuracy of his cognition. I learned the same lesson in a different way. My father hated ideology, therefore all I had to do was imitate my father, and thereby stay on what I regard as the right path. People like Bob Dornan on the right or Ralph Nader on the left have obviously gone a little daft. They're extreme examples of what ideology will do to you, particularly violently expressed ideology. Since it pounds ideas in better than it convinces out, it's a very dangerous thing to do. Therefore, in a system of multiple models across multiple disciplines, I should add as an extra rule that you should be very wary of heavy ideology. You can have heavy ideology in favor of accuracy, diligence, and objectivity, but a heavy ideology that makes you absolutely sure that the minimum wage should be raised or that it shouldn't, and it's kind of a holy construct where you know you're right, makes you a bit nuts. This is a very complicated system, and life is one damn relatedness after another. It's all right to think that on balance you suspect that civilization is better if it lowers the minimum wage or raises it. Either position is okay. But being totally sure on issues like that with a strong, violent ideology, in my opinion, turns you into a lousy thinker. So beware of ideology-based mental misfunctions. Charlie laments how poorly the field of psychology deals with incentive-caused bias. Another reason that I mentioned Pinker, the semanticist who wrote the book that I told you about earlier, is that at the end of his book he says roughly, I've read the psychology textbooks, and they're daft. He says this whole subject is misorganized and mistaught. Well, I have far less in the way of qualifications than Pinker. In fact, I've never taken a single course in psychology. However, I've come to exactly the same conclusion, that the psychology texts, while they are wonderful in part, are also significantly daft. In fact, just take a simple psychological denial. About 3 centuries before the birth of Christ, Demosthenes said, what a man wishes, that also will he believe. Well, Demosthenes was right. I had a family acquaintance whose much-loved son, who was brilliant and a star football player, flew off over the ocean and never came back. Well, his mother thought he was still alive. The mind will sometimes flip so that the wish becomes the belief. It will do so at various levels. Individuals vary in how much psychological denial they get. But miscognition from denial overwhelmingly pervades the reality that you're going to have to deal with. And yet you won't find an adequate treatment of simple psychological denial in psychology texts. So you can't learn psychology the way your professors teach it. You've got to learn everything they teach, but you've got to learn a lot more that they don't teach, because they don't handle their own subject correctly. Psychology, to me, as currently organized, is like electromagnetism after Michael Faraday, but before Maxwell. A lot has been discovered, but no one mind has put it all together in proper form. And it should be done, because it wouldn't be that hard to do, and it's enormously important. Just open a psychology text, turn to the index, and look up envy. Well, envy made it into 1 or 2 or 3 of the 10 Commandments. Moses knew all about envy. The old Jews, when they were herding sheep, knew all about envy. It's just that psychology professors don't know about envy. What's that thick of teaching a psychology course without envy, and with no simple psychological denial, and no incentive-caused bias? And psychology texts don't deal adequately with combinations of factors. I told you earlier to be aware of the Lollapalooza effect, when 2 or 3 or more forces are operating in the same direction. Well, the single most publicized psychology experiment ever done is the Milgram experiment, where they asked people to apply what they had every reason to believe was heavy electrical torture on innocent fellow human beings. And they manipulated most of these decent volunteers into doing the torture. Stanley Milgram performed the experiment right after Hitler had gotten a bunch of believing Lutherans, Catholics, and so forth to perform unholy acts they should have known were wrong. Milgram was trying to find out how much authority could be used to manipulate high-grade people into doing things that were clearly and grossly wrong. And he got a very dramatic effect. He managed to get high-grade people to do many awful things. But for years, it was in the psychology books as a demonstration of authority, how authority could be used to persuade people to do awful things. Of course, that's mere first conclusion bias. That's not the complete and correct explanation. Authority is part of it. However, there were also quite a few other psychological principles, all operating in the same direction, that achieved that Lollapalooza effect precisely because they acted in combination toward the same end. People have gradually figured that out. And if you read the recent psychology texts at a place like Stanford, you'll see that they've now managed to get it about 2/3 right. However, here's the main experiment in all of psychology, and even at Stanford, they still leave out some of the important causes of Milgram's results. How can smart people be so wrong? Well, the answer is that they don't do what I'm telling you to do, which is to take all the main models from psychology and use them as a checklist in reviewing outcomes in complex systems. No pilot takes off without going through his checklist, A, B, C, D. And no bridge player who needs 2 extra tricks plays a hand without going down his checklist and figuring out how to do it. But these psychology professors think they're so smart that they don't need a checklist. But they aren't that smart. Almost nobody is. Or maybe nobody is. If they use a checklist, they'd realize the Milgram experiment harnesses 6 psychological principles at least, not 3. All they have to do is to go down the checklist to see the ones that they missed. Similarly, without this system of getting the main models and using them together in a multi-modular way, you'll screw up time after time after time, too. One reason psychology professors so screw up denial is that it's hard to do demonstrative experiments without conduct forbidden by ethics. To demonstrate how misery creates mental dysfunction in people, think of what you'd have to do to your fellow human beings, and you'd have to do it without telling them about the injury to come. So clearly, there are ethical reasons why it's practically impossible to do the experiments necessary to best lay out the ways human misery creates human mental misfunction. Most professors solve this problem, in effect, by assuming if I can't demonstrate it with my experiments, then it doesn't exist. However, obviously, that's asinine. If something is very important but can't be perfectly and precisely demonstrated because of ethical constraints, you can't just treat it like it doesn't exist. You have to do the best you can with it with such evidence as is available. Pavlov himself spent the last 10 years of his life torturing dogs, and he published. Thus, we have a vast amount of data about misery-caused mental misfunction in dogs and its correction. Yet it's in no introductory psychology book that you'll ever see. I don't know whether they don't like the fact that Pavlov tortured dogs, or whether B.F. Skinner, by overclaiming when he lapsed into his literary mode, made the drawing of implications from animal behavior into human behavior unpopular. However, for some crazy reason or other, the psychology books are grossly inadequate in dealing with misery-caused mental misfunction. You may say, what difference does all this psychological ignorance make? Well, if I'm right, you need these models that are blanked out by this ignorance. And furthermore, you need them in a form whereby if there are 20 constructs, you have all 20. In other words, you shouldn't be operating with 10, and you need to use them as a checklist. So you have to go back and put in your own head what I call the psychology of misjudgment in a form whereby you have all of the important models, and you can use them. And you especially need them when 4 or 5 forces from these models come together to operate in the same direction. In such cases, you often get Lollapalooza effects, which can make you rich, or they can kill you. So it's essential that you beware of Lollapalooza effects. There's only one right way to do it. You have to get the main doctrines together and use them as a checklist. And to repeat for emphasis, you have to pay special attention to combinatorial effects that create Lollapalooza consequences. Charlie discusses the lack of multidisciplinary teaching in the professions, especially how the field of psychology is virtually ignored in academia. You can also learn when you're playing the game of persuasion, for a reputable reason, to combine these forces in a way that makes you more effective. Let me give you an example of that, of wise psychology of yours. In Captain James Cook's day, he took these long voyages. At the time, scurvy was the dread of a long voyage. In scurvy, your living gums putrefy in your mouth, after which the disease gets unpleasant and kills you. And being on a primitive sailing ship with a bunch of dying sailors is a very awkward business. So everybody was terribly interested in scurvy, but they didn't know about vitamin C. Well, Captain Cook, being a smart man with a multiple models kind of approach, noticed that Dutch ships had less scurvy than English ships on long voyages. So he said, what are the Dutch doing that's different? And he noticed that they had all these barrels of sauerkraut.
什么粉丝？
So he thought, I'm going on these long voyages, and it's
不要。
dangerous. Sauerkraut may help. So he laid in all this sauerkraut, which
你为什么经常一直给我吃？你要多生2个人吃。
They were used to their standard food and booze. So how do you get such English sailors to eat sauerkraut? Well, Cook didn't want to
你要煮给2个人吃。
if they thought that he was taking them on a voyage so long that scurvy was likely. So here's what he did. Officers ate at one place where the men could observe them. And for a long time, he served sauerkraut to the officers, but not to the men. And then finally, Captain Cook said, well, the men can have it 1 day a week. In due course, he had the whole crew eating sauerkraut. I regard that as a very constructive use of elementary psychology. It may have saved God knows how many lives and caused God knows how much achievement. However, if you don't know the right techniques, you can't use them. Charlie discusses psychological effects at play in the marketing of consumer items, such as Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble products, Tupperware, etc. Worldly wisdom is mostly very, very simple. And what I'm urging on you is not that hard to do if you have the will to plow through and do it. And the rewards are awesome, absolutely awesome. But maybe you aren't interested in awesome rewards or avoiding a lot of misery or being more able to serve everything you love in life. And if that's your attitude, then don't pay attention to what I've been trying to tell you because you're already on the right track. It can't be emphasized too much that issues of morality are deeply entwined with worldly wisdom considerations involving psychology. For example, take the issue of stealing. A very significant fraction of the people in the world will steal if A, it's very easy to do, and B, there's practically no chance of being caught. And once they start stealing, the consistency principle, which is a big part of human psychology, will soon combine with operant conditioning to make stealing habitual. So if you run a business where it's easy to steal because of your methods, you're working a great moral injury on the people who work for you. Again, that's obvious. It's very, very important to create human systems that are hard to cheat. Otherwise, you're ruining your civilization because these big incentives will create incentive-caused bias, and people will rationalize that bad behavior is okay. Then if somebody else does it, now you've got at least 2 psychological principles, incentive-caused bias plus social proof. Not only that, but you get Serpico effects. If enough people are profiting in a general social climate of doing far from the border. He was in a low-margin, tough business. He got massive fraud in the workers' compensation system to the point that his premiums reached double-digit percentages of payroll. and it was not that dangerous to produce his product. It's not like he was a demolition contractor or something. So he pleaded with the union, you've got to stop this. There's not enough money in making this product to cover all of this fraud. But by then, everyone's used to it. It's extra income, it's extra money. Everybody does it. It can't be that wrong. Eminent lawyers, eminent doctors, eminent chiropractors, if there are any such things, are cheating. And no one could tell them you can't do it anymore. Incidentally, that's Pavlovian mere association, too. When people get bad news, they hate the messenger. Therefore, it was very hard for the union representative to tell all of these people that the easy money was about to stop. That is not the way to advance as a union representative. So, my friend closed his plant and moved the work to Utah among a community of believing Mormons. Well, the Mormons aren't into workers' compensation fraud. At least they aren't in my friend's plant. And guess what his workers' compensation expense is today? It's 2% of pay. This sort of tragedy is caused by letting the slop run. You must stop slop early. It's very hard to stop slop and moral failure if you let it run for a while. Charlie describes his notion of deprival superreaction syndrome as it relates to gambling and the new Coke debacle of the mid-1980s. Of course, as I said before, there is one big consideration that needs huge and special attention as part of any use of techniques deliberately harnessing elementary psychological forces, and that is that once you know how to do it, there are real moral limits regarding how much you should do it. Not all of what you know how to do should you use to manipulate people. Also, if you're willing to transcend the moral limits and the person you're trying to manipulate realizes what you're doing because he also understands the psychology, he'll hate you. There is wonderfully persuasive evidence of this effect taken from labor relations, some in Israel. So not only are there moral objections, but there are also practical objections, big ones in some cases. Audience question. How do you incorporate psychology in your investment decisions? I think it would be more than just picking products that will appeal to everybody like Coke. After all, there are a lot of smart people out there who obviously think just the way you showed us today. So are you looking for failure in the thinking of other investors when you go about picking successful companies? What makes investment hard, as I said at USC, is that it's easy to see that some companies have better businesses than others. But the price of the stock goes up so high that all of a sudden the question of which stock is the best to buy gets quite difficult. We've never eliminated the difficulty of that problem. And 98% of the time, our attitude toward the market is that we're agnostics. We don't know. Is GM valued properly vis-a-vis Ford? We don't know. We're always looking for something where we think we have an insight that gives us a big statistical advantage. Sometimes it comes from psychology, but often it comes from something else. And we only find a few, maybe one or two a year. We have no system for having automatic good judgment on all investment decisions that can be made. Ours is a totally different system. We just look for no-brainer decisions. As Buffett and I say over and over again, we don't leap 7-foot fences. Instead, we look for 1-foot fences with big rewards on the other side. So we've succeeded by making the world easy for ourselves, not by solving hard problems. Based on statistical analysis and insight? Well, certainly when we do make a decision, we think that we have an insight advantage. And it's true that some of the insight is statistical in nature. However, again, we find only a few of those. It doesn't help us merely for favorable odds to exist. They have to be in a place where we can recognize them. So it takes a mispriced opportunity that we're smart enough to recognize. And that combination doesn't occur often, but it doesn't have to. If you wait for the big opportunity and have the courage and vigor to grasp it firmly when it arrives, how many do you need? For example, take the top 10 business investments Berkshire Hathaway's ever made. We would be very rich if we'd never done anything else, in 2 lifetimes. So once again, we don't have any system for giving you perfect investment judgment on all subjects at all times. That would be ridiculous. I'm just trying to give you a method you can use to sift reality to obtain an occasional opportunity for rational reaction. If you take that method into something as competitive as common stock picking, you're competing with many brilliant people. So even with our method, we only get a few opportunities. Fortunately, that happens to be enough. Have you been successful in creating an atmosphere where people below you can do the same things you're talking about doing yourself? For example, you talked about the tendency toward commitment and consistency. Mostly about the terrible mistakes it causes you to make. How have you created an atmosphere comfortable enough for people to abandon that tendency and admit that they've made a mistake? For example, someone here earlier this year from Intel talked about problems that occurred with their Pentium chip. One of the most difficult things for them to do was to realize they'd been going about it the wrong way and turn course. And it's very difficult to do that in a complex structure. How do you foster that? Intel and its ilk create a coherent culture where teams solve difficult problems on the cutting edge of science. That's radically different from Berkshire Hathaway. Berkshire is a holding company. We've decentralized all the power except for natural headquarters-type capital allocation. By and large, we've chosen people we admire enormously to have the power beneath us. It's easy for us to get along with them, on average, because we love and admire them. And they create the culture for whatever invention and reality recognition is going on in their businesses. And included in that reality recognition is the recognition that previous conclusions were incorrect. But we're a totally different kind of company. It's not at all clear to me that Warren or I would be that good at doing what Andy Grove does. We don't have special competence in that field. We are fairly good at relating to brilliant people we love, but we have defects. For example, some regard me as absent-minded and opinionated. I might be a mess at Intel. However, both Warren and I are very good at changing our prior conclusions. We work at developing that facility because without it, disaster often comes. Would you talk a little bit about your seeming predilection away from investing in high technology stocks on your own part and the part of Berkshire Hathaway? One of the things I found eye-opening and a little surprising is how the difficulties of running a low-tech business and those of running a high-tech business aren't all that different. They're all hard, but why should it be easy to get rich? In a competitive world, shouldn't it be impossible for there to be an easy way for everybody to get rich? Of course they're all hard. The reason we're not in high-tech businesses is that we have a special lack of aptitude in that area. And yes, a low-tech business can be plenty hard. Just try to open a restaurant and make it succeed. You seem to be suggesting that there's special aptitude required in high-tech businesses, that they're harder. But aren't they equally difficult? The advantage advantage of low-tech stuff for us is that we think we understand it fairly well. The other stuff we don't. And we'd rather deal with what we understand. Why should we want to play a competitive game in a field where we have no advantage, maybe a disadvantage, instead of in a field where we have a clear advantage? Each of you will have to figure out where your talents lie, and you'll have to use your advantages. But if you try to succeed in what you're worst at, you're going to have a very lousy career. I can almost guarantee it. To do otherwise, you'd have to buy a winning lottery ticket or get very lucky somewhere else. Warren Buffett has said that the investment Berkshire made in an airline was a good example of what not to do. What chain of thinking led to that wrong decision? We were not buying stock in US Air on the theory that the common shareholders were certain to prosper, because the history of the airline business in terms of taking care of shareholders has been terrible. It was a preferred stock with a mandatory redemption. In effect, we were loaning money to US Air, and we had this equity kicker. We weren't guessing whether it would be a great place for the shareholders. We were guessing whether it would remain prosperous enough to pay off a credit instrument, carrying a fixed dividend and a mandatory redemption. And we guessed that the business would not get so bad that we'd have a credit threat for which we were not being adequately compensated by the high rate we were getting. As it happened, US Air went right to the brink of going broke. It was hanging by a thread for several months. It's since come back, and we'll probably get all our money back plus the whole coupon, but it was a mistake. Editor's note. Berkshire did indeed come out whole on its US Air investment. I don't want you to think that we have any way of learning or behaving so you won't make a lot of mistakes. I'm just saying that you can learn to make fewer mistakes than other people, and how to fix your mistakes faster when you do make them. But there's no way that you can live an adequate life without making many mistakes. Part of what you must learn is how to handle mistakes and new facts that change the odds. Life in part is like a poker game, wherein you have to learn to quit sometimes when holding a much-loved hand. In fact, one trick in life is to get so you can handle mistakes. Failure to handle psychological denial is a common way for people to go broke. You've made an enormous commitment to something. You've poured effort and money in. And the more you put in, the more the whole consistency principle makes you think, now it has to work. If I put in just a little more, then it'll work. And deprival superreaction syndrome also comes in. You're going to lose the whole thing if you don't put in a little more. People go broke that way because they can't stop, rethink, and say, I can afford to write this one off and live to fight again. I don't have to pursue this thing as an obsession in a way that will break me. Could you talk about the thoughts that went into your decision to swap your capital cities stock for Disney rather than taking cash? In the media, it was reported that you mentioned thinking about taking the cash. Disney's a perfectly marvelous company, but it's also very high priced. Part of what it does is make ordinary movies, which is not a business that attracts me at all. However, part of what Disney has is better than a great gold mine. I mean those video cassettes. Disney is an amazing example of autocatalysis. They had all those movies in the can. They owned the copyright. And just as Coke could prosper when refrigeration came, when the video cassette was invented, Disney didn't have to invent anything or do anything except take the thing out of the can and stick it on the cassette. And every parent and grandparent wanted his descendants to sit around and watch that stuff at home on video cassette. So Disney got this enormous tailwind from life, and it was billions of dollars worth of tailwind. Obviously, that's a marvelous model if you can find it. You don't have to invent anything. All you have to do is sit there while the world carries you forward. Disney's done a lot of new things, right? Don't misunderstand me. But a lot of what happened to Disney was like what a friend of mine said about an ignorant fraternity brother of his who succeeded in life. He was a duck sitting on a pond, and they raised the level of the pond. Eisner and Wells were brilliant in how they ran Disney, but the huge tailwind from video cassette sales on all of the old stuff that was there when they came in, that was just an automatic break for the new management. To be fair, they have been brilliant about creating new stuff like Pocahontas and The Lion King to catch the same tailwind. But by the time it's done, The Lion King alone is going to do plural billions. And by the way, when I say when it's done, I mean 50 years from now or something. But plural billions from one movie? Could you talk about why you left the law? I had a huge family. Nancy and I supported 8 children. And I didn't realize that the law was going to get as prosperous as it suddenly got. The big money came into law shortly after I left it. By 1962, I was mostly out, and I was totally out by 1965, so that was a long time ago. Also, I preferred making the decisions and gambling my own money. I usually thought I knew better than the client anyway, so why should I have to do it his way? So partly it was having an opinionated personality, and partly it was a desire to get resources permitting independence. Also, the bulk of my clients were terrific, but there were 1 or 2 I didn't enjoy. Plus, I liked the independence of a capitalist. And I'd always had sort of a gambling personality. I like figuring things out and making bets, so I simply did what came naturally. Did you ever gamble Las Vegas style? I wouldn't bet $100 against house odds between now and the grave. I don't do that. Why should I? I will gamble recreationally with my pals, and I'll occasionally play a much better bridge player like Bob Hammond, who might be the best card player in the world, but I know I'm paying for the fun of playing with him. That's recreational. As for gambling with simple mechanical house odds against me, why in the world would I ever want to do that? Particularly given how I detest the manipulative culture of legalized gambling. I don't like legalized gambling, and I'm not comfortable in Las Vegas, even though it does now include a higher percentage of wholesome family recreation. I don't like to be with many of the types who hang around card parlors and so forth. On the other hand, I do like the manly art of wagering, so to speak, and I like light social gambling among friends, but I do not like the professional gambling milieu. Could you say something about how the mutual fund and money management business has changed since you got into it, and the growth of capital markets? Actually, I didn't really get into it. I had a little private partnership for 14 years, up until a little over 20 years ago. However, I never had enough money from other people to amount to a hill of beans, at least by current investment management standards, so I've never really been part of the mutual fund business. But the money management business has been one of the great growth businesses in the recent history of the United States. It's created many affluent professionals and multimillionaires. It's been a perfect gold mine for people who got in it early. The growth of pension funds, the value of American corporations, and the world's wealth have created a fabulous profession for many and carried lots of them up to affluence. And we deal with them in a variety of ways. However, we haven't been part of it for many years. We've basically invested our own money for a long, long time. Do you expect this bull run to continue? Well, I'd be amazed if the capitalized value of all American business weren't considerably higher 25 years from now. And if people continue to trade with one another and shuffle these pieces of paper around, then money management may continue to be a marvelous business for the managers, but except for what might be called our own money, we're really not in it. I was interested in the evolution of your investment strategy from when you first began using the Ben Graham model to the Berkshire Hathaway model. Would you recommend that model to a beginning investor, i.e. dumping most of it or all of it into one opportunity we think is a great one and leaving it there for decades? Or is that strategy really for a more mature investor? Each person has to play the game given his own marginal utility considerations and in a way that takes into account his own psychology. If losses are going to make you miserable, and some losses are inevitable, you might be wise to utilize a very conservative pattern of investment and saving all your life. So you have to adapt your strategy to your own nature and your own talents. I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all investment strategy that I can give you. Mine works for me, but in part that's because I'm good at taking losses. I can take them psychologically. Besides, I have very few. The combination works fine. You and Buffett have said that Berkshire's stock is overvalued and you wouldn't recommend buying it. We didn't say we thought it was overvalued. We just said that we wouldn't buy it or recommend that our friends buy it at the prices then prevailing. But that just related to Berkshire's intrinsic value as it was at that time. If I had the money, I would buy it because you've been saying that your returns will go down for 20 years. Well, I hope that your optimism is justified, but I do not change my opinion. After all, today we're in uncharted territory. I sometimes tell my friends I'm doing the best I can, but I've never grown old before. I'm doing it for the first time, and I'm not sure that I'll do it right. Warren and I have never been in this kind of territory with high valuations and a huge amount of capital. We've never done it before, so we're learning. Everything you and Buffett say seems logical, but it sounds like exactly the same language that Ben Graham was using 30 years ago when he was saying the stock market was overvalued when it was at 900. Oh, I don't think that we share that with him. Graham, great though he was as a man, had a screw loose as he tried to predict outcomes for the stock market as a whole. In contrast, Warren and I are almost always agnostic about the market. On the other hand, we have said that common stocks generally have generated returns of 10 to 11% after inflation for many years, and that those returns can't continue for a very long period. And they can't. It's simply impossible. The wealth of the world will compound at no such rate. Whatever experience Stanford has had in its portfolio for the last 15 years, its future experience is virtually certain to be worse. It may still be okay, but it's been a hog heaven period for investors over the last 15 years. Bonanza effects of such scale can't last forever. Berkshire's annual report got a lot of press for being pessimistic and for expressing concern about the shrinking pool of opportunities as the company gets bigger and bigger. Where does that leave you 10 years from now? We've said over and over that our future rate of compounding our shareholders' wealth is going to go down compared to our past, and that our size will be an anchor dragging on performance. And we've said over and over again that it is not an opinion but a promise. However, let's suppose that we were able to compound our present book value at 15% per annum from this point. That would not be so bad and would work out okay for our long-term shareholder. I'm just saying that we could afford to slow down some, as we surely will, and still do okay for the long-term shareholder. By the way, I'm not promising that we will compound our present book value at 15% per annum. You talked about how important it was not to have an extreme ideology. What responsibility, if any, do you think the business and legal communities have for helping inner-city areas, spreading the wealth, and so on? I'm all for fixing social problems. I'm all for being generous to the less fortunate. And I'm all for doing things where, based on a slight preponderance of the evidence, you guess that it's likely to do more good than harm. What I'm against is being very confident and feeling that you know for sure that your particular intervention will do more good than harm, given that you're dealing with highly complex systems wherein everything is interacting with everything else. So just make sure that what you're doing, you can't make sure, that's my point. On the other hand, I did recently reverse the conclusions of 2 sets of engineers. How did I have enough confidence in such a complicated field to do that? Well, you might think, oh, this guy is just an egomaniac who's made some money and thinks he knows everything. Well, I may be an egomaniac, but I don't think I know everything. But I saw huge reasons in the circumstances for bias in each set of engineers, as each recommended a course of action very advantageous to itself. And what each was saying was so consonant with a natural bias that it made me distrust it. Also, perhaps I knew enough engineering to know that what they were saying didn't make sense. Finally, I found a third engineer who recommended a solution I approved. And thereafter, the second engineer came to me and said, Charlie, why didn't I think of that? Which is to his credit. It was a much better solution, both safer and cheaper. You must have the confidence to override people with more credentials than you, whose cognition is impaired by incentive-caused bias, or some similar psychological force that is obviously present. But there are also cases where you have to recognize that you have no wisdom to add and that your best course is to trust some expert. In effect, you've got to know what you know and what you don't know. What could possibly be more useful in life than that? You discussed Coke's mistake. Do you have any thoughts about where Apple went wrong? Let me give you a very good answer, one I'm copying from Jack Welch, the CEO of General Electric. He has a PhD in engineering. He's a star businessman. He's a marvelous guy. And recently, in Warren's presence, someone asked him, Jack, what did Apple do wrong? His answer, I don't have any special competence that would enable me to answer that question. And I'm giving you the very same answer. That's not a field in which I'm capable of giving you any special insight. On the other hand, in copying Jack Welch, I am trying to teach you something. When you don't know and you don't have any special competence, don't be afraid to say so. There's another type of person I compare to an example from biology. When a bee finds nectar, it comes back and does a little dance that tells the rest of the hive, as a matter of genetic programming, which direction to go and how far. So about 40 or 50 years ago, some clever scientist stuck the nectar straight up. Well, the nectar's never straight up in the ordinary life of a bee. The nectar's out. So the bee finds the nectar and returns to the hive. but it doesn't have the genetic programming to do a dance that says straight up. So what does it do? Well, if it were like Jack Welch, it would just sit there. But what it actually does is to dance this incoherent dance that gums things up. A lot of people are like that bee. They attempt to answer a question like that, and that is a huge mistake. Nobody expects you to know everything about everything. I try to get rid of people who always confidently answer questions about which they don't have any real knowledge. To me, they're like the bee dancing its incoherent dance. They're just screwing up the hive. As someone who's been in legal practice and business, how did you incorporate, or did you incorporate, these models into your legal practice? And how did it work? I suspect many of us have seen law firms that don't appear to adhere to these kinds of models. Well, the models are there, but just as there are perverse incentives in academia, there are perverse incentives in law firms. In fact, in some respects, at the law firms, it's much worse. Here's another model from law practice. When I was very young, my father practiced law. One of his best friends, Grant McFadden, Omaha's pioneer Ford dealer, was a client. He was a perfectly marvelous man, a self-made Irishman who'd run away uneducated from a farm as a youth because his father beat him. So he made his own way in the world. He was a brilliant man of enormous charm and integrity, just a wonderful, wonderful man. In contrast, my father had another client who was a blowhard, an overreaching, unfair, pompous, difficult man. And I must have been 14 years old or thereabouts when I asked, Dad, why do you do so much work for Mr. X, this overreaching blowhard, instead of working more for wonderful men like Grant McFadden? My father said, Grant McFadden treats his employees right, his customers right, and his problems right. And if he gets involved with a psychotic, he quickly walks over to where the psychotic is and works out an exit as fast as he can. Therefore, Grant McFadden doesn't have enough remunerative law business to keep you in Coca-Cola. But Mr. X is a walking minefield of wonderful legal business. This case demonstrates one of the troubles with practicing law. To a considerable extent, you're going to be dealing with grossly defective people. They breed an enormous amount of the remunerative law business. And even when your own client is a paragon of virtue, you'll often be dealing with gross defectives on the other side or even on the bench. That's partly what drove me out of the profession. The rest was my own greed, but my success in serving greed partly allowed me to make easier the process of being honorable and sensible. Like Ben Franklin observed, it's hard for an empty sack to stand upright. I'd argue that my father's model, when I asked him about the two clients, was totally correct didaction. He taught me the right lesson. The lesson? As you go through life, sell your services once in a while to an unreasonable blowhard if that's what you must do to feed your family. But run your own life like Grant McFadden. That was a great lesson, and he taught it in a very clever way, because instead of just pounding it in, he told it to me in a way that required a slight mental reach. I had to make a reach myself in order to get the idea that I should behave like Grant McFadden. And because I had to reach for it, he figured I'd hold it better. And indeed, I've held it all the way through until today, through all of these decades. That's a very clever teaching method. There again, we're talking about elementary psychology. It's elementary literature. Good literature makes the reader reach a little for understanding. Then it works better. You hold it better. It's the commitment and consistency tendency. If you've reached for it, the idea is pounded in better. As a lawyer or executive, you want to teach somebody what my father taught me, or maybe you want to teach them something else. And you can use lessons like this. Isn't that a great way to teach a child? My father used indirection on purpose. And look at how powerfully it worked, like Captain Cook's wise use of psychology. I've been trying to imitate Grant McFadden ever since, for all my life. I may have had a few lapses, but at least I've been trying. At the end of your article in OID, you mentioned that only a select few investment managers actually add value. Since you're speaking to an audience of future lawyers, what would you encourage us to do in order to be able to add value in our profession? To the extent you become a person who thinks correctly, you can add great value. To the extent you've learned it so well that you have enough confidence to intervene where it takes a little courage, you can add great value. And to the extent that you can prevent or stop some asininity that would otherwise destroy your firm, your client, or something that you care about, you can add great value. There are constructive tricks you can use. For example, one reason why my old classmate, Joe Flom of Skadden Arps, has been such a successful lawyer is that he's very good at dreaming up little vivid examples that serve to pound the point home in a way that really works. It's enormously helpful when you're serving clients or otherwise trying to persuade someone in a good cause to come up with a little humorous example. The ability to do that is a knack. So you could argue that the Joe Floms of the world are almost born with the gift, but he's honed the gift. And to one degree or another, all of you were born with the gift, and you can hone it too. Occasionally, you get into borderline stuff. For instance, suppose you've got a client who really wants to commit tax fraud. If he doesn't push the tax law way beyond the line, he can't stand it. He can't shave in the morning if he thinks there's been any cheating he could get by with that he hasn't done. And there are people like that. They just feel they aren't living aggressively enough. You can approach that situation in either of two ways. You can say, I just won't work for him and duck it. Or you can say, well, the circumstances of my life require that I work for him, and what I'm doing for him doesn't involve my cheating, therefore I'll do it. And if you see he wants to do something really stupid, it probably won't work to tell him what you're doing is bad. I have better morals than you. That offends him. You're young, he's old. Therefore, instead of being persuaded, he's more likely to react with, who in the hell are you to establish the moral code of the whole world? But instead, you can say to him, you can't do that without 3 other people beneath you knowing about it. Therefore, you're making yourself subject to blackmail. You're risking your reputation. You're risking your family, your money, etc. That is likely to work. And you're telling him something that's true. Do you want to spend a lot of time working for people where you have to use methods like that to get them to behave well? I think the answer is no. But if you're hooked with it, appealing to his interest is likely to work better as a matter of human persuasion than appealing to anything else. That, again, is a powerful psychological principle with deep biological roots. I saw that psychological principle totally blown at Solomon. Solomon's general counsel knew that the CEO, John Goodfriend, should have promptly told the federal authorities all about Solomon's trading improprieties in which Goodfriend didn't participate and which he hadn't caused. And the general counsel urged Goodfriend to do it. He told Goodfriend, in effect, you're probably not legally required to do that, but it's the right thing to do. You really should. But it didn't work. The task was easy to put off because it was unpleasant, so that's what Goodfriend did. He put it off. The general counsel had very little constituency within Solomon except for the CEO. If the CEO went down, the general counsel was going down with him. Therefore, his whole career was on the line. So to save his career, he needed to talk the dilatory CEO into doing the right thing. It would have been child's play to get that job done right. All the general counsel had to do was to tell his boss, John, this situation could ruin your life. You could lose your wealth. You could lose your reputation. And it would have worked. CEOs don't like the idea of being ruined, disgraced, and fired. The ex-general counsel of Solomon was brilliant and generous, and he had the right idea. However, he lost his job because he didn't apply a little elementary psychology. He failed to recognize that what works best in most cases is to appeal to a man's interest. But you don't have to get similarly lousy results when you face similar situations. Just remember what happened to Goodfriend and his general counsel. The right lessons are easily learned if you'll work at it. And if you do learn them, you can be especially useful at crucial moments when others fail. And to the extent that you do become wise, diligent, objective, and especially able to persuade in a good cause, then you're adding value. Would you discuss how the threat of litigation, shareholder lawsuits, and so forth, and legal complexity in general, have affected decision-making in big business? Well, every big business screams about its legal costs, screams about the amount of regulation, screams about the complexity of its life, screams about the plaintiff's bar, particularly the class action plaintiff's bar. So there's an absolute catechism on that where you could just copy the screams from one corporation to another and you'd hardly have to change a word. But what causes the screams has so far been a godsend for the law firms. The big law firms have had a long updraft, and they now tend to kind of cluck like an undertaker in a plague. An undertaker, of course, would look very unseemly if he were jumping up and down and playing his fiddle during the plague. So law firm partners say, oh, isn't it sad, all this complexity, all this litigation, all this unfairness. But really, they're somewhat schizophrenic on the subject because it's been very good for them. Some recent California initiatives created some interesting conduct. Part of the defense bar lobbied quietly against certain propositions, and effectively against their clients, because they didn't want their clients to catch them in the process. And the reason they did so was because it became harder for plaintiffs to bring cases. If you make a living fighting overreaching and it keeps your children in school and somebody proposes a system that eliminates it, well, that's an adult experience and an adult choice that you have to make. So big corporations adapt. They have more litigation. They have to have a bigger legal department. They scream about what they don't like, but they adapt. But hasn't that legal complexity consumed a lot more of companies' resources over the last few decades? The answer is yes. There's hardly a corporation in America that isn't spending more on lawsuits and on compliance with various regulations than it was 20 years ago. And yes, some of the new regulation is stupid and foolish, and some was damn well necessary. And it will ever be thus, albeit with some ebb and flow. But have you seen or experienced any change in decision-making at corporations, in their being less likely to take on riskier investments for fear of failure or liability? The only place I saw, with another friend, not Warren, was when I was part owner of the biggest shareholder in a company that invented a better policeman's helmet. It was made of Kevlar or something of that sort. They brought it to us and wanted us to manufacture it. As a matter of ideology, we're very pro-police. I believe civilization needs a police force, although I don't believe in policemen creating too many widows and orphans unnecessarily either. But we like the idea of a better policeman's helmet. However, we took one look at it and said to the people who invented it, we're a rich corporation. We can't afford to make a better policeman's helmet. That's just how the civilization works. All risks considered, it can't work for us. But we want the civilization to have these. So we don't maximize what we sell it for. Get somebody else to make it. Transfer the technology or whatever to somebody who can do it, but we're not going to. Thus, we didn't try to disadvantage policemen from getting new helmets, but we decided not to manufacture helmets ourselves. There are businesses, given the way the civilization has developed, where being the only deep pocket around is bad business. In high school football, for example, a paraplegic or a quadriplegic will inevitably be created occasionally. And who with deep pockets can the injured person best sue other than the helmet manufacturer? Then everyone feels sorry, the injuries are horrible, and the case is dangerous for the manufacturer. I think big rich corporations are seldom wise to make football helmets in the kind of civilization we're in. And maybe it should be harder to successfully sue helmet makers. I know 2 different doctors, each of whom had a sound marriage. When the malpractice premiums got high enough, they divorced their wives and transferred most of their property to their wives. And they continued to practice only without malpractice insurance. They were angry at the civilization. They needed to adapt, and they trusted their wives, so that was that. And they've not carried any malpractice insurance since. People adapt to a changing litigation climate. They have various ways of doing it. That's how it's always been and how it's always going to be. What I personally hate most are systems that make fraud easy. Probably way more than half of all the chiropractic income in California comes from pure fraud. For example, I have a friend who had a little fender bender, an auto accident in a tough neighborhood. And he got 2 chiropractor's cards and 1 lawyer's card before he'd even left the intersection. They're in the business of manufacturing claims that necks hurt. In California, I believe the RAND statistics show that we have twice as many personal injuries per accident as in many other states. And we aren't getting twice as much real injury per accident. So the other half of that is fraud. People just get so that they think everybody does it and it's all right to do. I think it's terrible to let that stuff creep in. If I were running the civilization, compensation for stress in workers' comp would be 0. Not because there's no work-caused stress, but because I think the net social damage of allowing stress to be compensated at all is worse than what would happen if a few people who had real work-caused stress injuries went uncompensated. I like the Navy system. If you're a captain in the Navy and you've been up for 24 hours straight and have to go to sleep, and you turn the ship over to a competent first mate in tough conditions, and he takes the ship aground, clearly through no fault of yours. They don't court-martial you, but your naval career is over. You can say, that's too tough, that's not law school, that's not due process. Well, the Navy model is better in its context than would be the law school model. The Navy model really forces people to pay attention when conditions are tough, because they know that there's no excuse. Napoleon said he liked luckier generals. He wasn't into supporting losers. Well, the Navy likes luckier captains. It doesn't matter why your ship goes aground, your career is over. Nobody's interested in your fault. It's just a rule that we happen to have for the good of all effects considered. I like some rules like that. I think that the Civilization works better with some of these no-fault rules. But that stuff tends to be anathema around law schools. It's not due process. You're not really searching for justice. Well, I am searching for justice when I argue for the Navy rule, for the justice of fewer ships going aground. Considering the net benefit, I don't care if one captain has some unfairness in his life. After all, it's not like he's being court-martialed. He just has to look for a new line of work, and he keeps vested pension rights and so on, so it's not like it's the end of the world. So I like things like that. However, I'm in a minority. I'd like to hear you talk a little bit more about judgment. In your talk, you said we should read the psychology textbooks and take the 15 or 16 principles that are the best of the ones that make sense. The ones that are obviously important and obviously right. That's correct. And then you stick in the ones that are obviously important and not in the books, and you've got a system. Right. My problem seems to be the prior step, which is determining which ones are obviously right. And that seems to me to be the more essential question to ask. No, you overestimate the difficulty. Do you have difficulty understanding that people are heavily influenced by what other people think and what other people do, and that some of that happens on a subconscious level? No, I don't. I understand that. Well, you can go right through the principles. And one after another, they're like that. It's not that hard. Do you have any difficulty with the idea that operant conditioning works? That people will repeat what worked for them the last time? It just seems to me like there's a lot of other things out there as well that also make a lot of sense. The system would quickly get too complicated, I imagine, as a result of too much crosstalk. Well, if you're like me, it's kind of fun for it to be a little complicated. If you want it totally easy and totally laid out, maybe you should join some cult that claims to provide all the answers. I don't think that's a good way to go. I think you'll just have to endure the world as complicated as it is. Einstein has a marvelous statement on that. Everything should be made as simple as possible, but no more simple. I'm afraid that's the way it is. If there are 20 factors and they interact some, you'll just have to learn to handle it because that's the way the world is. But you won't find it that hard if you go at it Darwin-like, step by step, with curious persistence. You'll be amazed at how good you can get. You've given us about 3 of the models that you use. I wondered where you found the other ones. And second, do you have an easier way for us to find them than going through a psychology textbook? I'm not averse to doing that, but it takes longer. There are a relatively small number of disciplines and a relatively small number of truly big ideas. And it's a lot of fun to figure it out. Plus, if you figure it out and do the outlining yourself, the ideas will stick better than if you memorize them using somebody else's cram list. Even better, the fun never stops. I was miseducated horribly, and I hadn't bothered to pick up what's called modern Darwinism. I do a lot of miscellaneous reading too, but I just missed it. And in the last year, I suddenly realized I was a total damned fool and hadn't picked it up properly. So I went back, and with the aid of Richard Dawkins, Oxford's great biologist, and others, I picked it up. Well, it was an absolute circus for me in my 70s to get the modern Darwinian synthesis in my head. It's so awesomely beautiful and so awesomely right. And it's so simple once you get it. So one beauty of my approach is that the fun never stops. I suppose that it does stop eventually when you're drooling in the convalescent home at the end, but at least it lasts a long time. If I were czar of a law school, although of course no law school will permit a czar, they don't even want the dean to have much power, I'd create a course that I'd call Remedial Worldly Wisdom, that would, among other useful things, include a fair amount of properly taught psychology. And it might last 3 weeks or a month. I think you could create a course that was so interesting, with pithy examples and powerful principles, that it would be a total circus. And I think that it would make the whole law school experience work better. People raise their eyebrows at that idea. People don't do that kind of thing. They may not like the derision that's implicit in the title Remedial Worldly Wisdom, but the title would be my way of announcing everybody ought to know this. And if you call it remedial, isn't that what you're saying? This is really basic and everybody has to know it. Such a course would be a perfect circus. The examples are so legion. I don't see why people don't do it. They may not do it mostly because they don't want to, but also maybe they don't know how. And maybe they don't know what it is. But the whole law school experience would be much more fun if the really basic ideas were integrated and pounded in with good examples for a month or so before you got into conventional law school material. I think the whole system of education would work better, but nobody has any interest in doing it. When law schools do reach out beyond traditional material, they often do it in what looks to me like a pretty dumb way. If you think psychology is badly taught in America, you should look at corporate finance. Modern portfolio theory, it's demented. It's truly amazing. I don't know how these things happen. Hard science and engineering tend to be pretty reliably done. But the minute you get outside of those areas, a certain amount of inanity seems to creep into academia. Even academia involving people with very high IQs. But boy, what a school would be like that pounded a lot of the silliness out. But the right way to pound it out is not to have some 70-plus-year-old capitalist come in and tell seniors, here's a little remedial worldly wisdom. This is not the way to do it. On the other hand, a month, at the start of law school, it really pounded in the basic doctrines. Many of the legal doctrines are tied to other doctrines. They're joined at the hip. And yet they teach you those legal doctrines without pointing out how they're tied to the other important doctrines. That's insanity, absolute insanity. Why do we have a rule that judges shouldn't talk about legal issues that aren't before them? In my day, they taught us the rule, but not in a way giving reasons tied to the guts of undergraduate courses. It's crazy that people don't have those reasons. The human mind is not constructed so that it works well without having reasons. You've got to hang reality on a theoretical structure with reasons. That's the way it hangs together in usable form so that you're an effective thinker. And to teach doctrines either with no reasons or with poorly explained reasons, that's wrong. Another reason why I like the idea of having a course on remedial worldly wisdom is that it would force more sense on the professors. It would be awkward for them to teach something that was contravened by lessons that were obviously correct and emphasized in a course named Remedial Worldly Wisdom. Professors doing so would really have to justify themselves. Is that a totally crazy idea? It may be crazy to expect it to be done. However, if somebody had done it, would you have found it useful? I think it would be a wonderful thing to have. Unfortunately, when it's created, we won't be here anymore. You're proposing that this would be good to teach people in a course form so it would be accessible to them. Is there any way that it could be more accessible to us, other than having to... I get requests for pointers to easy learning all the time. I'm trying to provide a little easy learning today, but one talk like this is not the right way to do it. The right way to do it would be in a book. I hope what I'm saying will help you be more effective and better human beings, and if you don't get rich, that won't bother me. But I'm always asked this question: spoon feed me what you know. And of course, what they're often saying is, teach me how to get rich with soft white hands faster. And not only let me get rich faster, but teach me faster too. I don't have much interest in writing a book myself, plus it would be a lot of work for somebody like me to try and do it in my 70s, and I have plenty else to do in life, so I'm not going to do it. But it's a screaming opportunity for somebody. I provide funds to support the writing of an appropriate book if I found someone with the wisdom and the will to do the job right. Let me turn to some of the probable reasons for present bad education. Part of the trouble is caused by the balkanization of academia. For instance, psychology is most powerful when combined with doctrines from other academic departments. But if your psychology professor doesn't know the other doctrines, then he isn't capable of doing the necessary integration. And how would anyone get to be a psychology professor in the first place if he were good with non-psychology doctrines and constantly worked non-psychology doctrines into his material? Such a would-be professor would usually offend his peers and superiors. There have been some fabulous psychology professors in the history of the world. Robert Cialdini of Arizona State was very useful to me, as was B.F. Skinner, for his experimental results, if divorced from his monomania and utopianism. But averaged out, I don't believe that psychology professors in America are people whose alternative career paths were in the toughest part of physics. And that may be one of the reasons why they don't get it quite right. The schools of education, even at eminent universities, are pervaded by psychology, and they're almost an intellectual disgrace. It's not unheard of for academic departments, even at great institutions, to be quite deficient in important ways. And including a lot of material labeled as psychological is no cure-all, and given academic inertia, all academic deficiencies are very hard to fix. Do you know how they tried to fix psychology at the University of Chicago? Having tenured professors who were terrible, the president there actually abolished the entire psychology department. And Chicago, in due course, will probably bring back a new and different psychology department. Indeed, by now it probably has. Perhaps conditions are now better. And I must admit that I admire a college president who will do something like that. I do not wish to imply in my criticism that the imperfections of academic psychology teaching are all attributable to some kind of human fault common only to such departments. Instead, the causes of many of the imperfections lie deep in the nature of things, in irritating peculiarities that can't be removed from psychology. Let me demonstrate by a thought experiment involving a couple of questions. Are there not many fields that need a synthesizing supermind, like that of James Clerk Maxwell, but are destined never to attract one? And is academic psychology, by its nature, one of the most unfortunate of all the would-be attractors of superminds? I think the answers are yes and yes. One can see this by considering the case of any of the few members of each generation who can, as fast as fingers can move, accurately work through the problem sets in thermodynamics, electromagnetism, and physical chemistry. Such a person will be begged by some of the most eminent people alive to enter the upper reaches of hard science. Will such a super-gifted person instead choose academic psychology, wherein lie very awkward realities? A, that the tendencies demonstrated by social psychology paradoxically grow weaker as more people learn them, and B, that clinical, patient-treating psychology has to deal with the awkward reality that happiness, physiologically measured, is often improved by believing things that are not true? The answer, I think, is plainly no. The supermind will be repelled by academic psychology, much as Nobel laureate physicist Max Planck was repelled by economics, wherein he saw problems that wouldn't yield to his methods. We talk a lot about trade-offs between the quality of our life and our professional commitments. Is there time for a professional life, learning about these models and doing whatever else interests you? Do you find time to do fun things besides learning? I've always taken a fair amount of time to do what I really wanted to do, some of which was merely to fish or play bridge or play golf. Each of us must figure out his or her own lifestyle. You may want to work 70 hours a week for 10 years to make partner at Cravath and thereby obtain the obligation to do more of the same. Or you may say, I'm not willing to pay that price. Either way, it's a totally personal decision that you have to make by your own lights. But whatever you decide, I think it's a huge mistake not to absorb elementary worldly wisdom if you're capable of doing it, because it makes you better able to serve others. It makes you better able to serve yourself. And it makes life more fun. So if you have an aptitude for doing it, I think you'd be crazy not to. Your life will be enriched, not only financially, but in a host of other ways, if you do. Now, this has been a very peculiar talk for some businessman to come in and give at a law school, some guy who's never taken a course in psychology telling you that all of the psychology textbooks are wrong. This is very eccentric. But all I can tell you is that I'm sincere. There's a lot of simple stuff that many of you are quite capable of learning, and your lives will work way better too if you do. Plus, learning it is a lot of fun, so I urge you to learn. Are you, in effect, fulfilling your responsibility to share the wisdom that you've acquired over the years? Sure, look at Berkshire Hathaway. I call it the ultimate didactic enterprise. Warren's never going to spend any money. He's going to give it all back to society. He's just building a platform so people will listen to his notions. Needless to say, they're very good notions. And the platform's not so bad either. But you could argue that Warren and I are academics in our own way. Most of what you've said is very compelling, and your quest for knowledge and therefore command of the human condition and money are all laudable goals. I'm not sure the quest for money is so laudable. Well then, understandable. That I'll take. I don't sneer, incidentally, at making sales calls or proofreading bond indentures. If you need the money, it's fun earning it. And if you have to try a bunch of cases in the course of your career, you'll learn something doing that. You ought to do something to earn money. Many activities are dignified by the fact that you earn money. I understand your skepticism about overly ideological people, but is there an ideological component to what you do? Is there something that you're irrationally passionate about? Yeah, I'm passionate about wisdom. I'm passionate about accuracy and some kinds of curiosity. Perhaps I have some streak of generosity in my nature and a desire to serve values that transcend my brief life. But maybe I'm just here to show off. Who knows? I believe in the discipline of mastering the best that other people have ever figured out. I don't believe in just sitting down and trying to dream it all up yourself. Nobody's that smart. Talk 3 Revisited. When I gave Talk 3 in 1996, I argued that intense political animosity should be avoided because it causes much mental malfunction, even in brilliant brains. Since then, political animosity has increased greatly, both on the left and the right, with sad effects on the ability of people to recognize reality, exactly as I would have expected. Naturally, I don't like this result. The grain of my emotional nature is to respond as Archimedes might respond if he complained now to God, "How could you put in those dark ages after I published my formulas?" Or as Mark Twain once complained, "These are sad days in literature. Homer is dead, Shakespeare is dead, and I myself am not feeling at all well." Fortunately, I am still able to refrain from complaint in the mode of Mark Twain. After all, I never had more than a shred of an illusion that any views of mine would much change the world. Instead, I always knew that aiming low was the best path for me, so I merely sought, 1, to learn from my betters a few practical mental tricks that would help me avoid some of the worst miscognitions common in my age cohort, and 2, to pass on my mental tricks only to a few people who could easily learn from me because they already almost knew what I was telling them. Having pretty well accomplished these very limited objectives, I see little reason to complain now about the unwisdom of the world. Instead, what works best for me in coping with all disappointment is what I call the Jewish method, humor. As I revisit Talk 3 in March 2006, I still like its emphasis on the desirability of making human systems as cheating-proof as is practicable, even if this leaves some human misery unfixed. After all, the people who rewarded cheating on a massive scale leave a trail of super ruin in their wake, since the bad conduct spreads by example and is so very hard to reverse. And I fondly recall Talk 3's emphasis on both the life-handling lessons I learned from my father's friend, Grant McFadden, and one teaching method I learned from my father. I owe a lot to these long-dead predecessors, and if you like poor Charlie's Almanac, so do you.
That brings us to the end of the chapters covered in this video. To continue listening, simply head to the next video in the series. If you enjoyed this video, give me a like. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one.
A large share of CBS for a company that had to be liquidated shortly thereafter. The proper antidote to creating Persian messenger syndrome and its bad effects, like those at CBS, is to develop through exercise of will a habit of welcoming bad news. At Berkshire, there is a common injunction. Always tell us the bad news promptly. It is only the good news that can wait. It also helps to be so wise and informed that people fear not telling you bad news because you are so likely to get it elsewhere. Influence from mere association tendency often has a shocking effect that helps swamp the normal tendency to return favor for favor. Sometimes when one receives a favor, his condition is unpleasant due to poverty, sickness, subjugation, or something else. In addition, the favor may trigger an envy-driven dislike for the person who is in so favorable a state that he could easily be a favor giver. Under such circumstances, the favor receiver, prompted partly by mere association of the favor giver with past pain, will not only dislike the man who helped him, but also try to injure him. This accounts for a famous response, sometimes dubiously attributed to Henry Ford. "Why does that man hate me so? I never did anything for him." I have a friend whom I will now call Glotz, who had an amusing experience in favor giving. Glotz owned an apartment building that he had bought because he wanted eventually to use the land in a different development. Pending this outcome, Glotz was very lenient in collecting below-market rents from tenants. When, at last, there was a public hearing on Glotz's proposal to tear down the building, one tenant who was far behind in his rent payments was particularly angry and hostile. He came to the public hearing and said, "This proposal is outrageous. Glotz doesn't need any more money. I know this because I was supported in college by Glotz fellowships." A final serious clump of bad thinking caused by mere association lies in the common use of classification stereotypes. Because Pete knows that Joe is 90 years old and that most 90-year-old persons don't think very well, Pete appraises old Joe as a thinking klutz, even if old Joe still thinks very well. Or because Jane is a white-haired woman and Pete knows no old women good at higher math, Pete appraises Jane as no good at it, even if Jane is a whiz. This sort of wrong thinking is both natural and common. Pete's antidote is not to believe that, on average, 90-year-olds think as well as 40-year-olds, or that there are as many females as males among PhDs in math. Instead, just as he must learn that trend does not always correctly predict destiny, he must learn that the average dimension in some group will not reliably guide him to the dimension of some specific item. Otherwise, Pete will make many errors, like that of the fellow who drowned in a river that averaged out to only 18 inches deep. 11. Simple pain-avoiding psychological denial. This phenomenon first hit me hard in World War II, when the super-athlete, super-student son of a family friend flew off over the Atlantic Ocean and never came back. His mother, who was a very sane woman, then refused to believe he was dead. That's simple pain-avoiding psychological denial. The reality is too painful to bear, so one distorts the facts until they become bearable. We all do that to some extent, often causing terrible problems. The tendency's most extreme outcomes are usually mixed up with love, death, and chemical dependency. Where denial is used to make dying easier, the conduct meets almost no criticism. Who would begrudge a fellow man such help at such a time? But some people hope to lead life hewing to the iron prescription, "It is not necessary to hope in order to persevere." And there is something admirable in anyone able to do this. In chemical dependency, wherein morals usually break down horribly, addicted persons tend to believe that they remain in respectable condition with respectable prospects. They thus display an extremely unrealistic denial of reality as they go deeper and deeper into deterioration. In my youth, Freudian remedies failed utterly in reversing chemical dependency, but nowadays Alcoholics Anonymous routinely achieves a 50% cure rate by causing several psychological tendencies to act together to counter addiction. However, the cure process is typically difficult and draining, and a 50% success rate implies a 50% failure rate. One should stay far away from any conduct at all likely to drift into chemical dependency. Even a small chance of suffering so great a damage should be avoided. 12. Excessive self-regard tendency. We all commonly observe the excessive self-regard of man. He mostly misappraises himself on the high side, like the 90% of Swedish drivers who judge themselves to be above average. Such misappraisals also apply to a person's major possessions. One spouse usually overappraises the other spouse, and a man's children are likewise appraised higher by him than they are likely to be in a more objective view. Even man's minor possessions tend to be overappraised. Once owned, they suddenly become worth more to him than he would pay if they were offered for sale to him and he didn't already own them. There is a name in psychology for this overappraise your own possessions phenomenon, the endowment effect. All man's decisions are suddenly regarded by him as better than would have been the case just before he made them. Man's excess of self-regard typically makes him strongly prefer people like himself. Psychology professors have had much fun demonstrating this effect in lost wallet experiments. Their experiments all show that the finder of a lost wallet containing identity clues will be most likely to return the wallet when the owner most closely resembles the finder. Given this quality and psychological nature, cliquish groups of similar persons will always be a very influential part of human culture, even after we wisely try to dampen the worst effects. Some of the worst consequences in modern life come when dysfunctional groups of cliquish persons, dominated by excessive self-regard tendency, select as new members of their organizations persons who are very much like themselves. Thus, if the English department at an elite university becomes mentally dysfunctional, or the sales department of a brokerage firm slips into routine fraud, the problem will have a natural tendency to get worse and be quite resistant to change for the better. So also with a police department, or prison guard unit, or political group gone sour, and countless other places mired in evil and folly, such as the worst of our big city teachers' unions that harm our children by preventing the discharge of ineffective teachers. Therefore, some of the most useful members of our civilization are those who are willing to clean house when they find a mess under their ambit of control. Well, naturally, all forms of excess self-regard cause much error. How could it be otherwise? Let us consider some foolish gambling decisions. In lotteries, the play is much lower when numbers are distributed randomly than when the player picks his own number. This is quite irrational. The odds are almost exactly the same and much against the player. Because state lotteries take advantage of man's irrational love of self-picked numbers, modern man buys more lottery tickets than he otherwise would have, with each purchase foolish. Intensify man's love of his own conclusions by adding the possessory wallop from the endowment effect, and you will find that a man who has already bought a pork-belly future on a commodity exchange now foolishly believes even more strongly than before in the merits of his speculative bet. And foolish sports betting by people who love sports and think they know a lot about the relative merits of teams is a lot more addictive than racetrack betting, partly because of man's automatic overappraisal of his own complicated conclusions. Also extremely counterproductive is a man's tendency to bet time after time in games of skill, like golf or poker, against people who are obviously much better players. Excessive self-regard tendency diminishes the foolish better's accuracy in appraising his relative degree of talent. More counterproductive yet are man's appraisals, typically excessive, of the quality of the future service he is to provide to his business. His overappraisal of these prospective contributions will frequently cause disaster. Excesses of self-regard often cause bad hiring decisions because employers grossly overappraise the worth of their own conclusions that rely on impressions in face-to-face contact. The correct antidote to this sort of folly is to underweigh face-to-face impressions and overweigh the applicant's past record. I once chose exactly this course of action while I served as chairman of an academic search committee. I convinced fellow committee members to stop all further interviews and simply appoint a person whose achievement record was much better than that of any other applicant. And when it was suggested to me that I wasn't giving academic due process, I replied that I was the one being true to academic values because I was using academic research showing the poor predictive value of impressions from face-to-face interviews. Because man is likely to be over-influenced by face-to-face impressions that by definition involve his active participation, a job candidate who is a marvelous presenter often causes great danger under modern executive search practice. In my opinion, Hewlett-Packard faced just such a danger when it interviewed the articulate, dynamic Carly Fiorina in its search for a new CEO. I believe that 1, Hewlett-Packard made a bad decision when it chose Ms. Fiorina, and 2, this bad decision would not have been made if Hewlett-Packard had taken the methodological precautions it would have taken if it knew more psychology. There is a famous passage somewhere in Tolstoy that illuminates the power of excessive self-regard tendency. According to Tolstoy, the worst criminals don't appraise themselves as all that bad. They come to believe either that 1, they didn't commit their crimes, or 2, considering the pressures and disadvantages of their lives, it is understandable and forgivable that they behaved as they did and became what they became. The second half of the Tolstoy effect, wherein the man makes excuses for his fixable poor performance instead of providing the fix, is enormously important. Because a majority of mankind will try to get along by making way too many unreasonable excuses for fixable poor performance, it is very important to have personal and institutional antidotes limiting the ravages of such folly. On the personal level, a man should try to face the 2 simple facts. 1, fixable but unfixed bad performance is bad character, and tends to create more of itself, causing more damage to the excuse giver with each tolerated instance. And 2, in demanding places like athletic teams and General Electric, you are almost sure to be discarded in due course if you keep giving excuses instead of behaving as you should. The main institutional antidotes to this part of the Tolstoy effect are 1. A fair, meritocratic, demanding culture, plus personnel handling methods that build up morale, and 2. Severance of the worst offenders. Of course, when you can't sever, as in the case of your own child, you must try to fix the child as best you can. I once heard of a child teaching method so effective that the child remembered the learning experience over 50 years later. The child later became dean of the USC School of Music and then related to me what his father said when he saw his child taking candy from the stock of his employer with the excuse that he intended to replace it later. The father said, "Son, it would be better for you to simply take all you want and call yourself a thief every time you do it." The best antidote to folly from an excess of self-regard is to force yourself to be more objective when you are thinking about yourself, your family and friends, your property, and the value of your past and future activity. This isn't easy to do well and won't work perfectly, but it will work much better than simply letting psychological nature take its normal course. While an excess of self-regard is often counterproductive in its effects on cognition, it can cause some weird successes from overconfidence that happens to cause success. This factor accounts for the adage, never underestimate the man who overestimates himself. Of course, some high self-appraisals are correct and serve better than false modesty. Moreover, self-regard in the form of a justified pride in a job well done or a life well lived is a large constructive force. Without such justified pride, many more airplanes would crash. Pride is another word generally left out of psychology textbooks, and this omission is not a good idea. It is also not a good idea to construe the Bible's parable about the Pharisee and the publican as condemning all pride. Of all forms of useful pride, perhaps the most desirable is a justified pride in being trustworthy. Moreover, the trustworthy man, even after allowing for the inconveniences of his chosen course, ordinarily has a life that averages out better than he would have if he provided less reliability. 13. Over-optimism tendency. About 3 centuries before the birth of Christ, Demosthenes, the most famous Greek orator, said, "What a man wishes, that also will he believe." Demosthenes, parsed out, was thus saying that man displays not only simple pain-avoiding psychological denial, but also an excess of optimism, even when he is already doing well. The Greek orator was clearly right about an excess of optimism being the normal human condition, even when pain or the threat of pain is absent. Witness happy people buying lottery tickets or believing that credit-furnishing, delivery-making grocery stores were going to displace a great many super-efficient cash-and-carry supermarkets. One standard antidote to foolish optimism is trained habitual use of the simple probability math of Fermat and Pascal, taught in my youth to high school sophomores. The mental rules of thumb that evolution gives you to deal with risk are not adequate. They resemble the dysfunctional golf grip you would have if you relied on a grip driven by evolution instead of golf lessons. 14. Deprival superreaction tendency. The quantity of man's pleasure from a $10 gain does not exactly match the quantity of his displeasure from a $10 loss. That is, the loss seems to hurt much more than the gain seems to help. Moreover, if a man almost gets something he greatly wants and has it jerked away from him at the last moment, he will react much as if he had long owned the reward and had it jerked away. I include the natural human reactions to both kinds of loss experience, the loss of the possessed reward and the loss of the almost possessed reward, under one description, deprival superreaction tendency. In displaying deprival superreaction tendency, man frequently incurs disadvantage by misframing his problems. He will often compare what is near instead of what really matters. For instance, a man with $10 million in his brokerage account will often be extremely irritated by the accidental loss of $100 out of the $300 in his wallet. The Mungers once owned a tame and good-natured dog that displayed the canine version of deprival superreaction tendency. There was only one way to get bitten by this dog, and that was to try and take some food away from him after he already had it in his mouth. If you did that, this friendly dog would automatically bite. He couldn't help it. Nothing could be more stupid than for the dog to bite his master, but the dog couldn't help being foolish. He had an automatic deprival superreaction tendency in his nature. Humans are much the same as this Munger dog. A man ordinarily reacts with irrational intensity to even a small loss or threatened loss of property, love, friendship, dominated territory, opportunity, status, or any other valued thing. As a natural result, bureaucratic infighting over the threatened loss of dominated territory often causes immense damage to an institution as a whole. This factor, among others, accounts for much of the wisdom of Jack Welch's long fight against bureaucratic ills at General Electric. Few business leaders have ever conducted wiser campaigns. Deprival superreaction tendency often protects ideological or religious views by triggering dislike and hatred directed toward vocal non-believers. This happens in part because the ideas of the non-believers, if they spread, will diminish the influence of views that are now supported by a comfortable environment, including a strong belief maintenance system. University liberal arts departments, law schools, and business organizations all display plenty of such ideology-based groupthink that rejects almost all conflicting inputs. When the vocal critic is a former believer, hostility is often boosted, both by 1, a concept of betrayal that triggers additional deprival superreaction tendency because a colleague is lost, and 2, fears that conflicting views will have extra persuasive power when they come from a former colleague. The foregoing considerations help account for the old idea of heresy, which for centuries justified much killing of heretics, frequently after torture and frequently accomplished by burning the victim alive. It is almost everywhere the case that extremes of ideology are maintained with great intensity and with great antipathy to non-believers, causing extremes of cognitive dysfunction. This happens, I believe, because 2 psychological tendencies are usually acting concurrently toward this same sad result. 1, inconsistency avoidance tendency, plus 2, deprival superreaction tendency. One antidote to intense deliberate maintenance of groupthink is an extreme culture of courtesy, kept in place despite ideological differences, like the behavior of the justices now serving on the U.S. Supreme Court. Another antidote is to deliberately bring in able and articulate disbelievers of incumbent groupthink. Successful corrective measures to evil examples of groupthink maintenance have included actions like that of Derek Bach, when, as president of Harvard, he started disapproving tenure appointments proposed by ideologues at Harvard Law School. Even a one-degree loss from a 180-degree view will sometimes create enough deprival superreaction tendency to turn a neighbor into an enemy. As I once observed when I bought a house from one of two neighbors locked into hatred by a tiny tree newly installed by one of them. As the case of these two neighbors illustrated, the clamor of almost any group of neighbors displaying irrational, extreme deprival superreaction over some trifle in a zoning hearing is not a pretty thing to watch. Such bad behavior drives some people from the zoning field. I once bought some golf clubs from an artisan who was formerly a lawyer. When I asked him what kind of law he had practiced, I expected to hear him say divorce law, but his answer was zoning law. Deprival superreaction tendency has ghastly effects in labor relations. Most of the deaths in the labor strife that occurred before World War I came when employers tried to reduce wages. Nowadays, we see fewer deaths and more occasions when whole companies disappear, as competition requires either takeaways from labor, which it will not consent to, or the death of the business. Deprival superreaction tendency causes much of this labor resistance, often in cases where it would be in labor's interest to make a different decision. In contexts other than labor relations, takeaways are also difficult to get. Many tragedies therefore occur that would have been avoided had there been more rationality and less subconscious heed of the imperative from deprival superreaction tendency. Deprival superreaction tendency is also a huge contributor to ruin from the compulsion to gamble. First, it causes the gambler to have a passion to get even once he has suffered a loss, and the passion grows with the loss. Second, the most addictive forms of gambling provide a lot of near misses, and each one triggers deprival superreaction tendency. Some slot machine creators are vicious in exploiting this weakness of man. Electronic machines enable these creators to produce a lot of meaningless bar lemon results that greatly increase play by fools who think they have very nearly won large rewards. Deprival superreaction tendency often does much damage to man in open outcry auctions. The social proof that we will next consider tends to convince man that the last price from another bidder was reasonable, and then deprival superreaction tendency prompts him strongly to top the last bid. The best antidote to being thus triggered into paying foolish prices at open outcry auctions is the simple Buffett practice. Don't go to such auctions. Deprival superreaction tendency and inconsistency avoidance tendency often join to cause one form of business failure. In this form of ruin, a man gradually uses up all his good assets in a fruitless attempt to rescue a big venture going bad. One of the best antidotes to this folly is good poker skill learned young. The teaching value of poker demonstrates that not all effective teaching occurs on a standard academic path. I myself, the would-be instructor here, many decades ago, made a big mistake, caused in part by the subconscious operation of my deprival superreaction tendency. A friendly broker called and offered me 300 shares of ridiculously underpriced, very thinly traded Belridge oil at $115 per share, which I purchased using cash I had on hand. The next day, he offered me 1,500 more shares at the same price, which I declined to buy, partly because I could only have made the purchase had I sold something or borrowed the required $173,000. This was a very irrational decision. I was a well-to-do man with no debt. There was no risk of loss, and similar no-risk opportunities were not likely to come along. Within 2 years, Belridge oil sold out to Shell at a price of about $3,700 per share, which made me about $5.4 million poorer than I would have been had I then been psychologically acute. As this tale demonstrates, psychological ignorance can be very expensive. Some people may question my defining deprival superreaction tendency to include reaction to profit barely missed, as in the well-documented responses of slot machine players. However, I believe that I haven't defined the tendency as broadly as I should. My reason for suggesting an even broader definition is that many Berkshire Hathaway shareholders I know never sell or give away a single share after immense gains in market value have occurred. Some of this reaction is caused by rational calculation, and some is no doubt attributable to some combination of 1. Reward super response, 2. Status quo bias from inconsistency avoidance tendency, and 3. The endowment effect from excessive self-regard tendency. But I believe the single strongest irrational explanation is a form of deprival superreaction tendency. Many of these shareholders simply can't stand the idea of having their Berkshire Hathaway holdings smaller. Partly, they dislike facing what they consider an impairment of identity, but mostly they fear missing out on future gains from stock sold or given away. 15. Social proof tendency. The otherwise complex behavior of man is much simplified when he automatically thinks and does what he observes to be thought and done around him. Such followership often works fine. For instance, what simpler way could there be to find out how to walk to a big football game in a strange city than by following the flow of the crowd? For some such reason, man's evolution left him with social proof tendency, an automatic tendency to think and act as he sees others around him thinking and acting. Psychology professors love social proof tendency because in their experiments it causes ridiculous results. For instance, if a professor arranges for some stranger to enter an elevator wherein 10 compliance practitioners are all silently standing so that they face the rear of the elevator, the stranger will often turn around and do the same. The psychology professors can also use social proof tendency to cause people to make large and ridiculous measurement errors. And of course, teenagers' parents usually learn more than they would like about teenagers' cognitive errors from social proof tendency. This phenomenon was recently involved in a breakthrough by Judith Rich Harris, who demonstrated that super respect by young people for their peers, rather than for parents or other adults, is ordained to some considerable extent by the genes of the young people. This makes it wise for parents to rely more on manipulating the quality of the peers than on exhortations to their own offspring. A person like Ms. Harris, who can provide an insight of this quality and utility backed by new reasons, has not lived in vain. In the highest reaches of business, it is not uncommon to find leaders who display followership akin to that of teenagers. If one oil company foolishly buys a mine, other oil companies often quickly join in buying mines. So too, if the purchased company makes fertilizer. Both of these oil company buying fads actually bloom, with bad results. Of course, it is difficult to identify and correctly weigh all the possible ways to deploy the cash flow of an oil company. So oil company executives, like everyone else, have made many bad decisions that were quickly triggered by discomfort from doubt. Going along with social proof provided by the action of other oil companies ends this discomfort in a natural way. When will social proof tendency be most easily triggered? Here the answer is clear from many experiments. Triggering most readily occurs in the presence of puzzlement or stress, and particularly when both exist. Because stress intensifies social proof tendency, disreputable sales organizations, engaged for instance in such action as selling swampland to school teachers, manipulate targets into situations combining isolation and stress. The isolation strengthens the social proof provided by both the knaves and the people who buy first, and the stress, often increased by fatigue, augments the target's susceptibility to the social proof. And of course, the techniques of our worst religious cults imitate those of the knavish salesman. One cult even used rattlesnakes to heighten the stress felt by conversion targets. Because both bad and good behavior are made contagious by social proof tendency, it is highly important that human societies, 1, stop any bad behavior before it spreads, and 2, foster and display all good behavior. My father once told me that just after commencing law practice in Omaha, he went with a large group from Nebraska to South Dakota to hunt pheasants. The South Dakota hunting license was, say, $2 for South Dakota residents and $5 for non-residents. All the Nebraska residents, one by one, signed up for South Dakota licenses with phony South Dakota addresses until it was my father's turn. Then, according to him, he barely prevented himself from doing what the others were doing, which was some sort of criminal offense. Not everyone so resists the social contagion of bad behavior, and therefore we often get Serpico syndrome, named to commemorate the state of a near-totally corrupt New York police division joined by Frank Serpico. He was then nearly murdered by gunfire because of his resistance to going along with the corruption in the division. Such corruption was being driven by social proof plus incentives, the combination that creates Serpico syndrome. The Serpico story should be taught more than it is because the didactic power of its horror is aimed at a very important evil, driven substantially by a very important force, social proof. In social proof, it is not only action by others that misleads, but also their inaction. In the presence of doubt, inaction by others becomes social proof that inaction is the right course. Thus, the inaction of a great many bystanders led to the death of Kitty Genovese in a famous incident much discussed in introductory psychology courses. In the ambit of social proof, the outside directors on a corporate board usually display the near ultimate form of inaction. They fail to object to anything much short of an axe murder until some public embarrassment of the board finally causes their intervention. A typical board of directors culture was once well described by my friend Joe Rosenfeld, as he said, "They asked me if I wanted to become a director of Northwest Bell, and it was the last thing they ever asked me." In advertising and sales promotion, social proof tendency is about as strong a factor as one could imagine. Monkey see, monkey do is the old phrase that reminds one of how strongly John will often wish to do something or have something just because Joe does or has it. One interesting consequence is that an advertiser will pay a lot to have its soup can instead of someone else's in a movie scene involving soup consumption only in a peripheral way. Social proof tendency often interacts in a perverse way with envy, jealousy, and deprival superreaction tendency. One such interaction amused my family for years, as people recalled the time when my cousin Russ and I, at ages 3 and 4, fought and howled over a single surplus shingle while surrounded by a virtual sea of surplus shingles. But the adult versions of this occasion, boosted by psychological tendencies, preserving ideologies, are not funny and can bring down whole civilizations. The Middle East now presents just such a threat. By now, the resources spent by Jews, Arabs, and all others over a small amount of disputed land, if divided arbitrarily among land claimants, would have made everyone better off, even before taking into account any benefit from reduced threat of war, possibly nuclear. Outside domestic relations, it is rare now to try to resolve disputes by techniques including the discussion of impacts from psychological tendencies. Considering the implications of childishness that would be raised by such inclusion, and the defects of psychology as now taught, this result may be sound. But given the nuclear stakes now involved and the many failures in important negotiations lasting decades, I often wonder if someday, in some way, more use of psychological insight will eventually improve outcomes. If so, correct teaching of psychology matters a lot. And if old psychology professors are even less likely than old physics professors to learn new ways, which seems nearly certain, then we may, as Max Planck predicted, need a new generation of psychology professors who have grown up to think in a different way. If only one lesson is to be chosen from a package of lessons involving social proof tendency and used in self-improvement, my favorite would be, learn how to ignore the examples from others when they are wrong, because few skills are more worth having. 16. Contrast misreaction tendency. Because the nervous system of man does not naturally measure in absolute scientific units, it must instead rely on something simpler. The eyes have a solution that limits their programming needs. The contrast in what is seen is registered. And as in sight, so does it go largely in the other senses. Moreover, as perception goes, so goes cognition. The result is man's contrast misreaction tendency. Few psychological tendencies do more damage to correct thinking. Small-scale damages involve instances such as man's buying an overpriced $1,000 leather dashboard merely because the price is so low compared to his concurrent purchase of a $65,000 car. Large-scale damages often ruin lives, as when a wonderful woman with terrible parents marries a man who would be judged satisfactory only in comparison to her parents. or as when a man takes wife number 2, who would be appraised as all right only in comparison to wife number 1. A particularly reprehensible form of sales practice occurs in the offices of some real estate brokers. A buyer from out of the city, perhaps needing to shift his family there, visits the office with little time available. The salesman deliberately shows the customer 3 awful houses at ridiculously high prices. Then he shows him a merely bad house at a price only moderately too high, and boom, the broker often makes an easy sale. Contrast misreaction tendency is routinely used to cause disadvantage for customers buying merchandise and services. To make an ordinary price seem low, the vendor will very frequently create a highly artificial price that is much higher than the price always sought, then advertise his standard price as a big reduction from his phony price. Even when people know that this sort of customer manipulation is being attempted, it will often work to trigger buying. This phenomenon accounts in part for much advertising in newspapers. It also demonstrates that being aware of psychological ploys is not a perfect defense. When a man's steps are consecutively taken toward disaster, with each step being very small, the brain's contrast misreaction tendency will often let the man go too far toward disaster to be able to avoid it. This happens because each step presents so small a contrast from his present position. A bridge-playing pal of mine once told me that a frog tossed into very hot water would jump out, but the same frog would end up dying if placed in room temperature water that was later heated at a very slow rate. My few shreds of physiological knowledge make me doubt this account, but no matter, because many businesses die in just the manner claimed by my friend for the frog. Cognition, misled by tiny changes involving low contrast, will often miss a trend that is destiny. One of Ben Franklin's best remembered and most useful aphorisms is, "A small leak will sink a great ship." The utility of the aphorism is large precisely because the brain so often misses the functional equivalent of a small leak in a great ship. 17. Stress influence tendency. Everyone recognizes that sudden stress, for instance from a threat, will cause a rush of adrenaline in the human body, prompting a faster and more extreme reaction. And everyone who has taken Psych 101 knows that stress makes social proof tendency more powerful. In a phenomenon less well recognized but still widely known, light stress can slightly improve performance, say in examinations, whereas heavy stress causes dysfunction. But few people know more about really heavy stress than that it can cause depression. For instance, most people know that an acute stress depression makes thinking dysfunctional because it causes an extreme of pessimism, often extended in length and usually accompanied by activity-stopping fatigue. Fortunately, as most people also know, such a depression is one of mankind's more reversible ailments. Even before modern drugs were available, many people afflicted by depression, such as Winston Churchill and Samuel Johnson, gained great achievement in life. Most people know very little about non-depressive mental breakdowns influenced by heavy stress, but there is at least one exception involving the work of Pavlov when he was in his 70s and 80s. Pavlov had won a Nobel Prize early in life by using dogs to work out the physiology of digestion. Then he became world famous by working out mere association responses in dogs, initially salivating dogs, so much so that changes in behavior triggered by mere association, like those caused by much modern advertisement, are today often said to come from Pavlovian conditioning. What happened to cause Pavlov's last work was especially interesting. During the great Leningrad flood of the 1920s, Pavlov had many dogs in cages. Their habits had been transformed by a combination of his Pavlovian conditioning plus standard reward responses into distinct and different patterns. As the waters of the flood came up and receded, many dogs reached a point where they had almost no airspace between their noses and the tops of their cages. This subjected them to maximum stress. Immediately thereafter, Pavlov noticed that many of the dogs were no longer behaving as they had. The dog that formerly had liked his trainer now disliked him, for example. This result reminds one of modern cognition reversals in which a person's love of his parents suddenly becomes hate, as new love has been shifted suddenly to a cult. The unanticipated extreme changes in Pavlov's dogs would have driven any good experimental scientist into a near frenzy of curiosity. That was indeed Pavlov's reaction, but not many scientists would have done what Pavlov next did, which was to spend the rest of his long life giving stress-induced nervous breakdowns to dogs, after which he would try to reverse the breakdowns, all the while keeping careful experimental records. He found that 1, he could classify dogs so as to predict how easily a particular dog would break down. 2, the dogs hardest to break down were also the hardest to return to their pre-breakdown state. 3, any dog could be broken down. And 4, he couldn't reverse a breakdown except by reimposing stress. Now, practically everyone is revolted by such experimental treatment of man's best friend, the dog. Moreover, Pavlov was Russian and did his last work under the communists. Maybe those facts account for the present extreme widespread ignorance of Pavlov's last work. The 2 Freudian psychiatrists with whom I tried many years ago to discuss this work had never heard of it. And the dean of a major medical school actually asked me several years ago if any of Pavlov's experiments were repeatable in the experiments of other researchers. Obviously, Pavlov is now a sort of forgotten hero in medical science. I first found a description of Pavlov's last work in a popular paperback written by some Rockefeller-financed psychiatrist when I was trying to figure out, 1, how cults worked their horrible mischief, and 2, what the law should say about what parents could do to deprogram children who had become brainwashed zombies. Naturally, mainstream law objected to the zombies being physically captured by their parents, and next subjected to stress that would help to deprogram the effects of the stress they had endured in cult conversions. I never wanted to get into the legal controversy that existed about this subject, but I did conclude that the controversy couldn't be handled with maximized rationality without considering whether, as Pavlov's last work suggests, the heavy-handed imposition of stress might be the only reversal method that would work to remedy one of the worst evils imaginable, a stolen mind. I have included this discussion of Pavlov, 1, partly out of general antagonism toward taboos, 2, partly to make my talk reasonably complete as it considers stress, and 3, partly because I hope some listener may continue my inquiry with more success. 18. Availability misweighing tendency. This mental tendency echoes the words of the song, "When I'm not near the girl I love the girl I'm near." Man's imperfect, limited capacity brain easily drifts into working with what's easily available to it. And the brain can't use what it can't remember or what it is blocked from recognizing because it is heavily influenced by one or more psychological tendencies bearing strongly on it, as the fellow is influenced by the nearby girl in the song. So the mind overweighs what is easily available and thus displays availability misweighing tendency. The main antidote to miscues from availability misweighing tendency often involve procedures, including the use of checklists, which are almost always helpful. Another antidote is to behave somewhat like Darwin did when he emphasized disconfirming evidence. What should be done is to especially emphasize factors that don't produce reams of easily available numbers, instead of drifting mostly or entirely to considering factors that do produce such numbers. Still, another antidote is to find a used skill. Throughout his life, a wise man engages in practice of all his useful, rarely used skills. Throughout his life, a wise man engages in practice of all his useful, rarely used skills, many of them outside his discipline, as a sort of duty to his better self. If he reduces the number of skills he practices, and therefore the number of skills he retains, he will naturally drift into error from man with a hammer tendency. His learning capacity will also shrink as he creates gaps in the latticework of theory he needs as a framework for understanding new experience. It is also essential for a thinking man to assemble his skills into a checklist that he routinely uses. Any other mode of operation will cause him to miss much that is important. Skills of a very high order can be maintained only with daily practice. The pianist Ignacy Jan Paderewski once said that if he failed to practice for a single day, he could notice his performance deterioration, and that after a week's gap in practice, the audience could notice it as well. The hard rule of use it or lose it tendency tempers its harshness for the diligent. If a skill is raised to fluency, instead of merely being crammed in briefly to enable one to pass some test, then the skill, 1, will be lost more slowly, and 2, will come back faster when refreshed with new learning. These are not minor advantages, and a wise man engaged in learning some important skill will not stop until he is really fluent in it. 20. Drug misinfluence tendency. This tendency's destructive power is so widely known to be intense, with frequent tragic consequences for cognition and the outcome of life, that it needs no discussion here to supplement that previously given under simple pain-avoiding psychological denial. 21. Senescence misinfluence tendency. With advanced age, there comes a natural cognitive decay, differing among individuals in the earliness of its arrival and the speed of its progression. Practically no one is good at learning complex new skills when very old. But some people remain pretty good at maintaining intensely practiced old skills until late in life, as one can notice in many a bridge tournament. Old people like me get pretty skilled without working at it, at disguising age-related deterioration because social convention, like clothing, hides much decline. Continuous thinking and learning, done with joy, can somewhat help delay what is inevitable. 22. Authority misinfluence tendency. Living in dominance hierarchies as he does, like all his ancestors before him, man was born mostly to follow leaders, with only a few people doing the leading. And so human society is formally organized into dominance hierarchies, with their culture augmenting the natural follow-the-leader tendency of man. But automatic as most human reactions are, with the tendency to follow leaders being no exception, man is often destined to suffer greatly when the leader is wrong, or when his leader's ideas don't get through properly in the bustle of life and are misunderstood. And so we find much miscognition from man's authority misinfluence tendency. Some of the misinfluences are amusing, as in a case described by Cialdini. The physician left a written order for a nurse treating an earache as follows: 2 drops twice a day, ear. The nurse then directed the patient to turn over and put the eardrops in his anus. Other versions of confused instructions from authority figures are tragic. In World War II, a new pilot for a general who sat beside him in the co-pilot's seat was so anxious to please his boss that he misinterpreted some minor shift in the general's position as a direction to do some foolish thing. The pilot crashed the plane and became a paraplegic. While naturally, cases like this one get the attention of careful thinkers like Boss Buffett, who always acts like an overquiet mouse around his pilots. Such cases are also given attention in the simulator training of co-pilots, who have to learn to ignore certain really foolish orders from boss pilots, because boss pilots will sometimes err disastrously. Even after going through such a training regime, however, co-pilots in simulator exercises will too often allow the simulated plane to crash because of some extreme and perfectly obvious simulated error of the chief pilot. After Corporal Hitler had risen to dominate Germany, leading a bunch of believing Lutherans and Catholics into orgies of genocide and other mass destruction, one clever psychology professor, Stanley Milgram, decided to do an experiment to determine exactly how far authority figures could lead ordinary people into gross misbehavior. In this experiment, a man posing as an authority figure, namely a professor governing a respectable experiment, was able to trick a great many ordinary people into giving what they had every reason to believe were massive electric shocks that inflicted heavy torture on innocent fellow citizens. This experiment did demonstrate a terrible result contributed to by authority misinfluence tendency, but it also demonstrated extreme ignorance in the psychology professoriate right after World War II. Almost any intelligent person with my checklist of psychological tendencies in his hand would, by simply going down the checklist, have seen that Milgram's experiment involved about 6 powerful psychological tendencies acting in confluence to bring about his extreme experimental result. For instance, the person pushing Milgram's shock lever was given much social proof from the presence of inactive bystanders, whose silence communicated that his behavior was okay. Yet it took over 1,000 psychological papers published before I got to Milgram for the professoriate to get his experiment only about 90% as well understood as it would have immediately been by any intelligent person who used 1. Any sensible organization of psychology along the lines of this talk, plus 2. A checklist procedure. This outcome, displaying the dysfunctional thinking of long-dead professors, deserves a better explanation. I will later deal with the subject in a very hesitant fashion. We can be pleased that the psychology professoriate of a former era wasn't quite as dysfunctional as the angler in my next-to-last illustration of authority misinfluence tendency. When I once fished in the Rio Colorado in Costa Rica, my guide, in a state of shock, told me a story about an angler who'd earlier come to the river without ever having fished for tarpon. A fishing guide like the one I had runs the boat and gives fishing advice, establishing himself in this context as the ultimate authority figure. In the case of this guide, his native language was Spanish, while the angler's native language was English. The angler got a big tarpon on and began submitting to many directions from this authority figure called a guide. Tip up, tip down, reel in, etc. Finally, when it was necessary to put more pressure on the fish by causing more bending of the angler's rod, the guide said in English, "Give him the rod, give him the rod." Well, the angler threw his expensive rod at the fish, and when last seen, it was going down the Rio Colorado toward the ocean. This example shows how powerful is the tendency to go along with an authority figure, and how it can turn one's brain into mush. My final example comes from business. A psychology PhD underlings remonstrated that money was running short. "Take the money out of the depreciation reserves," said the CEO. Not too easy, because a depreciation reserve is a liability account. So strong is undue respect for authority that this CEO, and many even worse examples, have actually been allowed to remain in control of important business institutions for long periods after it was clear they should be removed. The obvious implication, be careful whom you appoint to power, because a dominant authority figure will often be hard to remove, aided as he will be by authority misinfluence tendency. 23. Twaddle tendency. Man, as a social animal who has the gift of language, is born to prattle and pour out twaddle that does much damage when serious work is being attempted. Some people produce copious amounts of twaddle and others very little. Trouble from the honeybee version of twaddle was once demonstrated in an interesting experiment. A honeybee normally goes out and finds nectar and then comes back and does a dance that communicates to the other bees where the nectar is. The other bees then go out and get it. Well, some scientist, clever like B.F. Skinner, decided to see how well a honeybee would do with a handicap. He put the nectar straight up, way up. Well, in a natural setting, there is no nectar a long way straight up, and the poor honeybee doesn't have a genetic program that is adequate to handle what she now has to communicate. You might guess that this honeybee would come back to the hive and slink into a corner, but she doesn't. She comes into the hive and does an incoherent dance. Well, all my life I've been dealing with the human equivalent of that honeybee. It's a very important part of wise administration to keep prattling people pouring out twaddle far away from the serious work. A rightly famous Caltech engineering professor, exhibiting more insight than tact, once expressed his version of this idea as follows. The principal job of an academic administration is to keep the people who don't matter from interfering with the work of the people who do. I include this quotation partly because I long suffered from backlash caused by my version of this professor's conversational manner. After much effort, I was able to improve only slightly, so one of my reasons for supplying the quotation is my hope that, at least in comparison, I will appear tactful. 24. Reason-respecting tendency. There is in man, particularly one in an advanced culture, a natural love of accurate cognition and a joy in its exercise. This accounts for the widespread popularity of crossword puzzles, other puzzles, and bridge and chess columns, as well as all games requiring mental skill. This tendency has an obvious implication. It makes man especially prone to learn well when a would-be teacher gives correct reasons for what is taught, instead of simply laying out the desired belief ex cathedra with no reasons given. Few practices, therefore, are wiser than not only thinking through reasons before giving orders, but also communicating these reasons to the recipient of the order. No one knew this better than Karl Braun, who designed oil refineries with spectacular skill and integrity. He had a very simple rule, one of many in his large Teutonic company. You had to tell who was to do what, where, when, and why. And if you wrote a communication leaving out your explanation of why the addressee was to do what was ordered, Braun was likely to fire you, because Braun well knew that ideas got through best when the reasons for the ideas were meticulously laid out. In general, learning is most easily assimilated and used when, lifelong, people consistently hang their experience, actual and vicarious, on a latticework of theory, answering the question, why? Indeed, the question why is a sort of Rosetta Stone, opening up the major potentiality of mental life. Unfortunately, reason-respecting tendency is so strong that even a person's giving of meaningless or incorrect reasons will increase compliance with his orders and requests. This has been demonstrated in psychology experiments, wherein compliance practitioners successfully jump to the head of the lines in front of copying machines by explaining their reason. I have to make some copies. This sort of unfortunate byproduct of reason-respecting tendency is a conditioned reflex based on a widespread appreciation of the importance of reasons. Naturally, the practice of laying out various claptrap reasons is much used by commercial and cult compliance practitioners to help them get what they don't deserve. 25. Lollapalooza tendency, the tendency to get extreme consequences from confluences of psychological tendencies acting in favor of a particular outcome. This tendency was not in any of the psychology texts I once examined, at least in any coherent fashion, yet it dominates life. It accounts for the extreme result in the Milgram experiment and the extreme success of some cults that have stumbled through practice evolution into bringing pressure from many psychological tendencies to bear at the same time on conversion targets. The targets vary in susceptibility, like the dogs Pavlov worked with in his old age, but some of the minds that are targeted simply snap into zombiedom under cult pressure. Indeed, that is one cult's name for the conversion phenomenon, snapping. What are we to make of the extreme ignorance of the psychology textbook writers of yesteryear? How could anyone who had taken a freshman course in physics or chemistry not be driven to consider, above all, how psychological tendencies combine and with what effects? Why would anyone think his study of psychology was adequate without his having endured the complexity involved in dealing with intertwined psychological tendencies? What could be more ironic than professors using oversimplified notions while studying bad cognitive effects grounded in the mind's tendency to use oversimplified algorithms? I will make a few tentative suggestions. Maybe many of the long-dead professors wanted to create a whole science from one narrow type of repeatable psychology experiment that was conductible in a university setting and that aimed at one psychological tendency at a time. If so, these early psychology professors made a massive error in so restricting their approach to their subject. It would be like physics ignoring 1, astrophysics, because it couldn't happen in a physics lab, plus 2, all compound effects. What psychological tendencies could account for early psychology professors adopting an over-restricted approach to their own subject matter? One candidate would be availability misweighing tendency, grounded in a preference for easy-to-control data. And then the restrictions would eventually create an extreme case of man with a hammer tendency. Another candidate might be envy-jealousy tendency, through which early psychology professors displayed some weird form of envy of a physics that was misunderstood. This possibility tends to demonstrate that leaving envy-jealousy out of academic psychology was never a good idea. I now quit claim all these historical mysteries to my betters. Well, that ends my brief description of psychological tendencies. Questions and answers. Now, as promised, I will ask and answer a few general questions. My first is a compound question. Isn't this list of psychological tendencies tautological to some extent compared to the system of Euclid? That is, aren't there overlaps in the tendencies? And couldn't the system be laid out just as plausibly in a somewhat different way? The answers are yes, yes, and yes, but this matters only moderately. Further refinement of these tendencies, while desirable, has a limited practical potential because a significant amount of messiness is unfixable in a soft science like psychology. My second question is, can you supply a real-world model instead of a Milgram-type controlled psychology experiment that uses your system to illustrate multiple psychological tendencies interacting in a plausibly diagnosable way? The answer is yes. One of my favorite cases involves the McDonnell-Douglas airliner evacuation test. Before a new airliner can be sold, the government requires that it pass an evacuation test, during which a full load of passengers must get out in some short period of time. The government directs that the test be realistic, so you can't pass by evacuating only 20-year-old athletes. So McDonnell-Douglas scheduled such a test in a darkened hangar using a lot of old people as evacuees. The passenger cabin was, say, 20 feet above the concrete floor of the hangar and was to be evacuated through moderately flimsy rubber chutes. The first test was made in the morning. There were about 20 very serious injuries, and the evacuation took so long it flunked the time test. So what did McDonnell-Douglas do? It repeated the test in the afternoon, and this time there was another failure, with about 20 more serious injuries, including one case of permanent paralysis. What psychological tendencies contributed to this terrible result? Well, using my tendency list as a checklist, I come up with the following explanation. Reward super-response tendency drove McDonnell-Douglas to act fast. It couldn't sell its airliner until it passed the test. Also pushing the company was doubt avoidance tendency, with its natural drive to arrive at a decision and run with it. Then the government's direction that the test be realistic drove authority misinfluence tendency into the mischief of causing McDonnell-Douglas to overreact by using what was obviously too dangerous a test method. By now the course of action had been decided, so inconsistency avoidance tendency helped preserve the near-idiotic plan. When all the old people got to the dark hangar with its high airline cabin and concrete floor, the situation must have made McDonnell-Douglas employees very queasy, but they saw other employees and supervisors not objecting. Social proof tendency, therefore, swamped the queasiness. This allowed continued action as planned, a continuation that was aided by more authority misinfluence tendency. Then came the disaster of the morning test with its failure plus serious injuries. McDonnell-Douglas ignored the strong disconfirming evidence from the failure of the first test because confirmation bias, aided by the triggering of a strong deprival superreaction tendency, favored maintaining the original plan. McDonnell-Douglas's deprival superreaction tendency was now like that which causes a gambler bent on getting even after a huge loss to make his final big bet. After all, McDonnell-Douglas was going to lose a lot if it didn't pass its test as scheduled. More psychology-based explanation can probably be made, but the foregoing discussion is complete enough to demonstrate the utility of my system when used in a checklist mode. My third question is also compound. In the practical world, what good is the thought system laid out in this list of tendencies? Isn't practical benefit prevented because these psychological tendencies are so thoroughly programmed into the human mind by broad evolution, the combination of genetic and cultural evolution, that we can't get rid of them? Well, the answer is that the tendencies are probably much more good than bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there, working pretty well for man, given his condition and his limited brain capacity. So the tendencies can't be simply washed out automatically, and shouldn't be. Nevertheless, the psychological thought system described, when properly understood and used, enables the spread of wisdom and good conduct, and facilitates the avoidance of disaster. Tendency is not always destiny, and knowing the tendencies and their antidotes can often help prevent trouble that would otherwise occur. Here is a short list of examples reminding us of the great utility of elementary psychological knowledge. 1. Karl Braun's communication practices. 2. The use of simulators in pilot training. 3. The system of Alcoholics Anonymous. 4. Clinical training methods in medical schools. 5. The rules of the U.S. Constitutional Convention. Totally secret meetings, no recorded vote by name until the final vote, votes reversible at any time before the end of the convention, then just one vote on the whole Constitution. These are very clever psychology-respecting rules. If the founders had used a different procedure, many people would have been pushed by various psychological tendencies into inconsistent, hardened positions. The elite founders got our Constitution through by a whisker only because they were psychologically acute. 6. The use of Granny's incentive-driven rule to manipulate oneself toward better performance of one's duties. 7. The Harvard Business School's emphasis on decision trees. When I was young and foolish, I used to laugh at the Harvard Business School. I said, they're teaching 28-year-old people that high school algebra works in real life. But later I wised up and realized that it was very important that they do that to counter some bad effects from psychological tendencies. Better late than never. 8. The use of autopsy equivalents at Johnson & Johnson. At most corporations, if you make an acquisition and it turns out to be a disaster, all the people, paperwork, and presentations that caused the foolish acquisition are quickly forgotten. Nobody wants to be associated with the poor outcome by mentioning it. But at Johnson & Johnson, the rules make everybody revisit old acquisitions, comparing predictions with outcomes. That is a very smart thing to do. 9. The great example of Charles Darwin is he avoided confirmation bias, which has morphed into the extreme anti-confirmation bias method of the double-blind studies wisely required in drug research by the FDA. 10. The Warren Buffett rule for open outcry auctions. Don't go. My fourth question is, what special knowledge problems lie buried in the thought system demonstrated by your list? Well, one answer is paradox. In social psychology, the more people learn about the system, the less it is true. And this is what gives the system its great value as a preventer of bad outcomes and a driver of good outcomes. This result is paradoxical and doesn't remind one of elementary physics, but so what? One can't get all the paradox out of pure math, so why should psychology be shocked by some paradox? There's also some paradox in cognition change that works even when the manipulated person knows he is being manipulated. This creates a sort of paradox in a paradox, but again, so what? I once much enjoyed an occasion of this sort. I drew this beautiful woman as my dinner partner many years ago. I'd never seen her before. She was married to a prominent Los Angeles man. She sat down next to me, turned her beautiful face up, and said, "Charlie, what one word accounts for your remarkable success in life?" I knew I was being manipulated by a practiced routine, and I just loved it. I never see this woman without a little lift in my spirits. And by the way, I told her I was rational. You'll have to judge yourself whether that's true. I may be demonstrating some psychological tendency I hadn't planned on demonstrating. My fifth question is, don't we need more reconciliation of psychology and economics? My answer is yes, and I suspect that some slight progress is being made. I have heard of one such example, experimental economics, devised an interesting experiment in which he caused high IQ students, playing for real money, to pay price A plus B for a security they knew would turn into $A at the end of the day. This foolish action occurred because the students were allowed to trade with each other in a liquid market for the security. Some students then paid price A plus B because they hoped to unload on other students at a higher price before the day was over. What I will now confidently predict is that, despite Kammerer's experimental outcome, most economics and corporate finance professors who still believe in the hard-form efficient market hypothesis will retain their original belief. If so, this will be one more indication of how irrational smart people can be when influenced by psychological tendencies. My sixth question is, don't moral and prudential problems come with knowledge of these psychological tendencies? The answer is yes. For instance, psychological knowledge improves persuasive power, and like other powers, it can be used for good or ill. Captain Cook once played a psychology-based trick on his seamen to cause them to eat sauerkraut and avoid scurvy. In my opinion, this action was both ethical and wise under the circumstances, despite the deliberate manipulation involved. But ordinarily, when you try to use your knowledge of psychological tendencies in the artful manipulation of someone whose trust you need, you will be making both a moral and a prudential error. The moral error is obvious. The prudential error comes because many intelligent people, targeted for conscious manipulation, are likely to figure out what you are trying to do and resent your action. My final question is, aren't there factual and reasoning errors in this talk? The answer is yes, almost surely yes. The final revision was made from memory over about 50 hours by a man 81 years old, who never took a course in psychology and has read none of it except one book on developmental psychology for nearly 15 years. Even so, I think the totality of my talk will stand up very well, and I hope all my descendants and friends will carefully consider what I have said. I even hope that more psychology professors will join me in 1. Making heavy use of inversion, 2. Driving for a complete description of the psychological system so that it works better as a checklist, and 3. Especially emphasizing effects from combinations of psychological tendencies. Well, that ends my talk. If in considering what I have said you had 10% the fun I had in saying it, you were lucky recipients. Talk 11 Revisited. In this talk, made in 2000, I gave favorable mention to Judith Rich Harris's strong-selling book, The Nurture Assumption. You will recall that this work demonstrated that peer pressure on the young is far more important, and parental nurture much less important, than had been commonly recognized. The success of the book, with its vast practical implications, has an interesting story behind it. Long before the book was published, Harris was kicked out of Harvard's PhD program in psychology because Harvard believed that she lacked qualities ideal in psychological research. Then later, out of illness and obscurity, as she was pretty much housebound throughout adult life-possible autoimmune disease, she published an academic paper on which her subsequent book was based. And for that paper, she won a prestigious medal, named after the man who signed her dismissal notice from Harvard, awarded annually by the American Psychological Association for distinction in published writing. When I learned from her impressive book that this ironic result had occurred, I wrote to Harvard, my alma mater, urging it to award Harris, whom I did not know, an honorary PhD, or better yet, a real PhD. I cited the example of Oxford. That great university once allowed its best student, Samuel Johnson, to leave without a degree because he was too poor to continue paying tuition. But Oxford later made gracious amends. It gave Johnson a doctorate after he conquered sickness and became famous in a tough climb, once described in his own words, "Slow rises worth by poverty oppressed." I failed utterly in my effort to convince Harvard to imitate Oxford in this way, but Harvard did later recruit from MIT one of the most famous living psychology professors, Steven Pinker, and Pinker is a big admirer of Harris. From this step, we can see one reason why its liberal arts division is more highly regarded than most others. The division's extreme depth often allows partial correction of bonehead errors that would flourish unopposed elsewhere. In 2006, Harris, struggling further through her unfixable illness, published another book, No to a Life. The title is apt because one central question the author assaults is why identical twins turn out to be so different in important aspects of personality. Her dogged curiosity and rigor in dealing with this question remind me of both Darwin and Sherlock Holmes. And her solution is very plausible as she collects and explains data from professional literature, including an interesting case wherein one of two identical twins became a success in business and family life, while the other twin went to Skid Row. I won't here disclose Harris's desirably generalized answer to her central question, because it would be better for Almanac readers to first guess the answer than read her book. If Harris is roughly right, which seems very likely to me, she has twice, from a very handicapped position, produced academic insights of great practical importance in child-rearing, education, and much else. How could this rare and desirable result happen? Well, by Harris's own account, she was impertinent and skeptical, even as a child. And these qualities, plus patient, determined skill, have obviously served her truth-seeking well, all the way through to age 67. No doubt she was also assisted by her enthusiasm in destroying her own ideas, as she now demonstrates by apologizing for her former work as a textbook writer who repeated wrong notions, now outgrown. In this talk, I displayed some impertinency of my own by delivering an extreme-sounding message. It claims nothing less than that 1. Academic psychology is hugely important. 2. Even so, it is usually ill thought out and ill presented by its PhD denizens. And 3. My way of presenting psychology often has a large superiority in practical utility compared to most textbooks. Naturally, I believe these extreme claims are correct. After all, I assembled the material contained in this talk to help me succeed in practical thinking, and not to gain advantage by making public any would-be clever notions. If I am even partly right, the world will eventually see more psychology in roughly the form of this talk. If so, I confidently predict that the change in practice will improve general competency. And with that, I have nothing more to add.
That brings us to the end of the chapters covered in this video. If you enjoyed this video, give me a like. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one.
Posting on Reddit threads and just saying, anyone in Canada who needs this, hey, like, just go. And so I think I paid for 10 or 15 people now to go and get this surgery, and I just love, like, it's so paying it forward.
Yeah, it's so relatable. You're fixing the problem that you
Totally,
have.
totally. On the, I don't want to, like, you know, to be like, oh yeah, my philanthropy is all like work surgery. So like, we also are doing a lot of work. So we funded a bunch of stuff around, you know, addiction, specifically like researching novel compounds to treat addiction. And there's some interesting work there. A lot of stuff through Stanford. We're funding rapamycin research, which is like a longevity drug in dogs. Specifically, they're doing this very large study to see if it extends lifespans in dogs, and then moving it to humans potentially. So that's very interesting, like potential intervention to extend lifespan by say, you know, an extra 10 years.
That's huge.
A lot of work on treatment-resistant depression. And then my girlfriend is mostly focused on nonprofit reform. To kind of like summarize her idea, it's you can't change the world by paying people McDonald's wages, because the unfortunate reality is that in those nonprofits they pay half of what they do in the private sector, and you can't get you know, you can't keep great people there.
Yeah, you say in your book, right, that she mentioned that the turnovers, I don't know what it was, but it was like incredibly high for the employees.
I mean, if you can't buy a house, you're not going to stay there. And I just think that it's a sad thing when you have this really ambitious goal. A lot of these nonprofits are doing incredible work, and I understand that, you know, look, it's hard to allocate capital to salaries when someone is struggling and they need to help them. Right. But ultimately, it's one of those realizations we all have that if the business is going to grow, you got to pay people really well. And so she's working a lot on that and trying to figure out models of can you show that if you pay your people well, the outcome is actually more successful when you help more people.
Yeah, that actually get the result of the nonprofit.
The hard part with philanthropy though is there's no profit.
Yeah.
There's no objective measure.
You know how it's going.
Like if you go to a business conference and you talk to 10 of the world's most successful people, you went one by one and you just interviewed them and you said, tell me the 3 key things to having success in business. They would probably tell you 3 similar things, maybe a bit different for each, but you'd hear some themes. As part of the Giving Pledge, I've gotten to meet all sorts of amazing philanthropists. You know, some people giving away over $1 billion a year, and everyone says something different. You know, and all of them say it's hard, and often I don't know how to measure it. And I think that's a bit scary, right? Yeah. You're deploying these huge amounts of capital into something, and there's no objective measure. And that does go back to why I do enjoy. While most of our bets are not the trachoma surgeries, I do like having a little bit of that, or a little bit of, even a little bit of local. You know, we do try to do local philanthropy as well, just because it's something. You know,
yeah, this is a barbell strategy, right? Like you're going for the big high growth bets that you might never have, but you're not sort of directly related to or anything like that, and something more local. That's awesome. Anything you want to tell the people, or any last thing, like, you know?
I would just say, like, the place we started in this conversation was talking about interesting people. Yeah. And I think, like, what I love about doing podcasts like this is, you know, I have my own people that know me from Twitter and stuff, but I promise you that I'm sure lots of people watching this don't know who the hell I am and whatever, and I just say that if
vice versa.
Yeah, right. And I think if anything has resonated with you, add me on Twitter, send me an email. I mean, reach out, and if you're interesting, I'd love to meet you. I just love building out that network. So yeah.
Yeah, amazing. It's worth it. Fly Canada if you can.
There you go. Yeah.
Awesome, Andrew. Thank you so much, man. That was
so fun. Thanks, man.
What are easy businesses that you've started where you're like, because for me, Milk Road was a way easier business than any business I'd ever started. What's been an easy business for you?
And where does agencies rank on the easy to hard scale?
I'd say it's medium. I mean, let's just say the hardest possible businesses are brick and mortar, or where you have to move physical goods and you have a lot of employees.
All right, Andrew Wilkinson, you're back. What's going on?
Not too much. Good to be here.
Sean, did you know that Sahil one that we had Sahil Bloom on the other day? 2 things were interesting to me. 1, people thought we were making fun of him that we disliked him, which is not true. And 2, it was shockingly popular. Did you see that?
Well, that part's not that surprising. The first part's surprising. I mean, we were all making fun of each other. I thought it was a fairly even give and take, but maybe not. Maybe
it was a bit of a roast battle.
But you only do that with people you like.
Yeah, exactly. If you actually don't like somebody, you don't just come out and start busting their balls. That's not really like...
To be fair, the guy is like stupidly handsome. I met him when I was in New York. Very, very handsome guy. So
it kind of matters. Whereas if you're just an entrepreneur, you own some business, like you don't need everybody to like you. But for his things, it's good when people like him. It's good for business. But he came out and he was like super honest, super open about everything, and was not giving us politician answers. Even though I do think he's a future president, he wasn't doing that though. So I thought, mad props to him for just being normal. Like if we were normally hanging out, that's how he was on the pod. It's perfect.
What do you want to start? Do you want to start some post-mortem stuff? Where do you want to go with this?
Andrew always sends us the best topics in advance, where we just pick and choose like, what's this word mean, and we can riff off that. But Andrew, I bet you have a sense of what you think the most interesting topic is. So let's not bury the lead. What do you think is the most interesting topic that you had?
When I started my business, I was like Mr. Business Builder. Like I'd say yes to absolutely everything. I'd be in the shower and have the idea of like, oh, why doesn't this exist? And then that day I would start it, and I would just constantly be starting new businesses, like every single month. And I think it was really good because it was like throwing spaghetti against the wall, right? So it was like seeing what a good business model is via pain. So it was just constant pain. And then also running an agency, you get to see all these startups make mistakes and learn from them. And I had this really painful experience of starting an agency, getting really, really lucky that my first business was actually profitable. So I think one of the things that happens is people start their first business and fail, and then they just say, I don't like this entrepreneurship thing, I'm out. And so I was able to keep going and started another 5 to 10 other businesses, and almost all of them failed. Like it was incredibly, incredibly painful. And after that, I kind of swore off starting businesses, and I've only just come back to it over the last 3 years. So I can talk a little bit about my experience in some of those businesses. Sam was texting me before, and he's like, when you start all these businesses, you've like tweeted out all these businesses, what actually happens to them? So I was gonna go through a couple of those.
And by the way, for the listener, this is Andrew Wilkinson. He's on the pod all the time, owns this thing called Tiny. Although, do you want to go back to Tiny Capital now, or just Tiny?
Just Tiny. I hate Tiny Capital.
Yeah, I know you hated it, but everyone was like using it. So he owns Tiny, which is, I think, one person called you online the Warren Buffett or Berkshire Hathaway of internet companies. So you basically buy and hold a bunch of internet companies that collectively are now doing 100 north or hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, whatever the number is publicly.
How much did you pay your friend to say that about you?
Actually, it's really funny because there's been all these, like on the cover of Newsweek or whatever, it'll be like the next Warren Buffett. And Sam Bankman-Fried was one of those people. And so everyone's sharing all these covers from all these things. So being called the next Warren Buffett is not good. I'm different from Warren Buffett, but I've copied a lot of his ideas.
Well, like the next Steve Jobs, that was with Holmes from Theranos. That was another one you didn't want to get tagged with. I think Chamath was calling himself the new Warren Buffett, or like the brown Warren Buffett or something like that.
He called himself that?
He called himself, or I don't know if he called, I don't want to put like the quote on it, but he definitely insinuated it, and he definitely said, we're trying to build, the next Berkshire Hathaway, blah, blah, blah. And so, he was given that, or he named himself that way.
My favorite thing about Chamath was that in his annual shareholder letters, he would compare himself to Berkshire Hathaway. So he would track Social Capital's results versus Berkshire. And then one year he just stopped. And I think it was the 1 year that he didn't actually beat them. I don't recall. That might be unfair characterization, but that's my recollection.
So where are you going?
Is
that where you're going? I don't know.
Yeah, let's do it. We can go through a couple of those. I think it's kind of interesting.
Can you start with Pixel Union? I think that's incredibly interesting.
Yeah, so was running MetaLab, and I was like an early Tumblr user, and I met David Karp just via Tumblr. Like he was the CEO of Tumblr, and he kind of knew all the early users and stuff. And I ended up making a Tumblr theme that I wanted to use myself. And he was like, hey, this is really, really cool. I would love it if you could create some more of these. And we're going to make a premium marketplace where other people can pay to buy Tumblr themes. And so I'm kind of thinking like, oh, this is a favor for a friend, and this is a really small platform. I'm not thinking of it as a business. But I end up going to a bunch of my designers and saying, hey, look, over the weekend, would you go whip up some themes? And so I go to one of my interns, like literally a guy who was like my brother's friend who had like just finished like doing a philosophy degree. And I was like, hey, like turn this into whatever you want. And so we ended up calling it Pixel Union, and it started doing like $10,000 a month of revenue. And it was my first taste of automatic revenue. Like I would go to sleep and I'd wake up in the morning and we would have sold, $500 worth of these Tumblr themes. And Shopify noticed what we were doing for Tumblr, and they said, and at the time they were a tiny company, there were about 15 people, and they said, hey, can you guys also do the same thing for us? And so we got into the theme world for Shopify and Tumblr. Tumblr obviously died post Yahoo acquisition, and the business still exists today. It's a really interesting story actually. So I incubated the business, didn't raise any outside capital, spun it out of MetaLab, became its own independent company. We ended up selling it in 2014, and then I stayed on the board. I kept 20% of it, and then a couple years ago I bought it back, and then we ended up taking it public, and that became WeCommerce.
What did you sell it for, like $10-15 million? I think I read about it publicly.
I sold it for $7 million.
$7 million. Why would you sell that?
Well, at the time I was doing, I think, $500K of net profit, and to be honest, it was one of those things where I didn't know how good the business was, and I hadn't read anything about investing yet, and so I didn't know how to value a business, and so it was a double-edged sword because I sold this incredible business for a good amount of money. It allowed me to kind of have a sense of comfort and retirement and all that kind of stuff, but doing so, I suddenly had this pile of cash, and I had to learn how to invest it. So I started reading about Warren Buffett and reading all the investing books, and going,
go from literally the bottom to the top, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it was getting obsessed.
Go from literally the bottom to the top, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it was getting obsessed, right? I think that there's no better feeling than really reading it. Like you can't stop going through it. And I spent probably 2 full years just reading every single book I could get about value investing. So yeah, I think with intensive time you can do it. And the nice thing is there's that great Buffett quote where he says, I'm a better businessman because I'm an investor, and I'm a better investor because I'm a businessman. And Chris and I, we were natural investors within our own